In the terrible fire of battle were people in robes who shouted joyfully, raising their hands to the sky. The oddities standing around the pink crystal shouted joyfully, praising it, but the celebration was coming to an end. Suddenly, a sword was swung, taking the lives of several ugly monsters. The startled creatures were caught off guard, and the merciless warrior nearby continued his attack. The brave sword lord Ray Chan turned to his comrades, confidently exclaiming that he would lead them through the crowd of enemies. The fearless guardian of the graves, Georg Billmeyer, struck the ground with his staff as he moved forward on a bone dinosaur. 20 meters from the line of conflict was another crowd of fighters, led by a long-haired girl. Blue-eyed Maria Jaeger clenched her fist tightly, saying that they had to stop the ritual. But it was already too late, as a plus sign had appeared on the 12th level of the tower. Everyone present was notified by the system that a new target for the tower raid had been determined. The tense fighters watched the situation closely, not knowing what to expect from the drastic changes. At that very moment, a terrifying seasonal boss appeared in their path, wielding two powerful swords made of dark steel. It was the incredible Lord of the Plague, whose mere composure was terrifying and whose gaze was mesmerizing. With a single swing, the fierce giant scattered all the knights in his path, not even giving them a chance to react. The system notified the warriors that the goal of the raid was to defeat the seasonal boss, but this was no easy task. After just a couple of minutes, many of the wounded were already drowning in foul slime, suffocating and bleeding to death. It was very difficult to believe the huge losses, but many people were already beyond saving, and all that remained was to accept it. The brave Maria Jaeger, together with her squad, continued to fight, attacking the Plague Lord from all sides. With great effort, the warrior lady advanced, but she did not achieve any significant success. Among the other fighters was a dejected Ray Chan, who was confused and did not know how to collect his thoughts. Barely holding back tears of emotional pain, the warrior began to mutter something under his breath, trying to gather his strength. Suddenly, the guild leader rushed away, dropping his sword and screaming that he didn't want to die, which greatly alarmed his comrades. The cold-blooded Lord of the Plague called him a foolish mortal who had run to his death without even trying to resist. He was even slightly curious where the pathetic boy was trying to run off to, abandoning his comrades like that. At that moment, the monster hurled a sharp weapon at him, flying at tremendous speed, but the tide of battle was suddenly turned. A warrior clad in black armor suddenly joined the fray, repelling the enemy's attack. The shocked people around immediately realized that they were saved, for the well-known king of heroes had come to their aid. The emotionless young man looked at the seasonal boss he had to deal with as soon as possible. Keeping his wits about him, the young warrior gripped his blades tightly and rushed into the attack without even thinking of stopping. The stern and self-assured enemy was already ready for battle and waited for the right moment to strike. Focusing as hard as he could, the fearless young man swung his blue sword, watching his opponent closely. The fearsome Lord of the Plague smiled slyly, realizing that victory in battle was within his grasp. In an instant, both enemies leaped high into the air, intending to destroy each other mid-flight. At that moment, there was even a small explosion that lit up the sky with green light, alarming the other fighters. Maria Jaeger was worried that Khan Yusun was in danger and was very concerned for him, but she didn't know how to help. The Lord said that the foolish king, who was the hope of humanity, would die alone, drowning in an ocean of plague. With a malicious sneer, the seasonal boss added that no one would find or help the pathetic hero there, so he was confident of his victory. Without showing even a hint of fear, the brave man suddenly said that he could not allow others to see his strength. With a sly smile, he added that now he wouldn't have to worry about that, but his enemy didn't quite understand. At that moment, there was a powerful explosion that blinded the alarmed Lord with a blue light, and he couldn't believe what had happened. As it turned out, the daredevil had managed to destroy the pink crystal and thus disrupt the event. The other fighters covered their faces because the wind was blowing strongly in their faces, but they remained on their feet. Stunned, Georg Billmeyer and the ninja standing behind him could not believe what was happening. Soon it dawned on the astonished people that they had won this unequal battle. Standing in front of them was the emotionless Khan Yuseon, who was carefully examining the blue crystal. The happy people shouted loudly, and the system announced that the season of the Plague Lord's origin had come to an end. The 10 best players of the raid were given a hero-level artifact card, while the rest received a random equipment card. The main hero, who defeated the seasonal boss, received legendary Black Death equipment and the title of Lord Slayer. Unexpectedly, the young hero king collapsed to the ground, greatly frightening his comrades standing around him. Closing his eyes, he said in a voice only he could hear that their world had been granted another year of life. Sometime later, in the meeting hall, people proudly spoke of the fearless warrior who had bested the tower raid and achieved the highest level. They were talking about Kan Yushun, who, sitting in a business suit, was as cool as ever and clearly felt uncomfortable. A little girl watched the broadcast on TV, happily holding a figurine of the main character in her hands. The little girl cried out that the king was on TV, and her happy parents smiled sincerely. Admiring people everywhere talked about the brave hero, and t-shirts with his image were even sold on the streets. At the conference, the host asked the young man to say a few words to the audience as a representative of all the heroes gathered there today. The sullen young man really didn't like this and remained silent, but a gentle female hand began to touch him. An excited Maria Yeager whispered to Yuso to just say something nice, even if he didn't want to. The saintly girl begged him to do it, reminding him that they were being shown on television, and she didn't want to embarrass him. All the fighters gathered in the interview room of the UN Geneva Forum, so the event was important. The young king was asked to talk about how he had heroically risked his life and made history by saving the world. The words about heroism seemed ridiculous to Kanu, who moved the microphone closer to himself and said without fear that he had done it for money. The stunned people in the hall did not expect such a blunt statement and were speechless, breaking out in a cold sweat. Maria, who almost fainted from what she heard, held her breath, realizing that their reputation was ruined. The fearless young man tried to formulate a speech to add something else, considering it important. Being extremely sincere and honest, the hero said that apart from money, nothing else had interested him for a long time. One day, the world turned into a game divided into seasons, each with its own level of difficulty. Towers of various sizes began to appear everywhere, their dimensions dwarfing the endless sky. Alarmed people lost their speech, staring at the unusual phenomenon, but they could not prevent it. After some time, monsters began to emerge from among them, which did not stand on ceremony and immediately launched an attack. The bloodthirsty creatures killed everyone in their path, doing so brutally and leaving no chance of survival. Looking at the huge goblin with an axe on its shoulder, everyone waited for the end of the world, because that was where everything was heading. The panicked crowd scattered in all directions, but one of the crying girls stumbled and fell at the wrong moment. Terrified, the brown-eyed girl froze, staring ahead, where she saw something no one had expected. A fearless young man suddenly jumped out of the crowd and with a swing of his sword cut off the huge goblin's arm. At that sudden moment, players appeared, tired of enduring humiliation and eager to fight the monsters. The brave fighters hunted the vile creatures and protected the peaceful people in need of help. They created protective barriers that the bloodthirsty goblins couldn't break, which made them really angry. From that moment on, the world began to live by new rules and fought every day against the onslaught of the vile rabble. The phenomenon of the monsters' appearance and their invasion could only be prevented in one way. To do this, it was necessary to raid the towers at certain intervals, which the players soon figured out. This is how fighters with superhuman powers and the ability to go on raids became the heroes of the New World. King Kang Yuseon, the world's savior, shocked everyone with his statement that money was the only thing that interested him anymore. At that moment, he was sitting in front of his computer, reviewing a conference where he asked people to buy t-shirts and posters with him on them. Reading the comments, the young man wondered if it was okay to express himself that way on a forum. The country's gaming community formed naturally as the world gradually turned into a game and was named the Forum. Here people could share information about raids and trade various items. Thoughtful Khan was surprised that someone on the site had already recognized him, but he didn't understand how it happened. An unfamiliar reporter begged the hero king to take him into his team for the next season and said he would wait for him in front of the house on opening day. The young man immediately went out onto the balcony and looked down to see if there were really people there. Sure enough, a crowd of fans had gathered under his window, and the young man realized he couldn't handle it. When he went outside, concerned journalists began asking him what he thought about his merchandise being boycotted around the world. Everyone was also curious whether money, which the young man had long been interested in, would remain the motivation for the new season. Smiling, Yusin said that celebrities who appear on television are drunkards who cause nothing but trouble, and asked if they were capable of anything. Then he flashed another confident smile, preparing to make a pleasant statement to the reporters. The self-assured player said that he would repay the audience with good entertainment, which sounded promising. One of the puzzled journalists didn't quite understand what he was talking about and decided to ask for clarification. Suddenly, people felt a strong jolt under their feet and nearly fell to the ground in panic. The strong vibrations continued for several seconds, but at first no one could make sense of what was happening. The system announced the start of the tower construction process, which was already 96% complete. Then it was announced that players could enter the active buildings after reading the information on the gates below them. They had to pay attention to the height of the buildings and carry out raids to protect the world from destruction. Smiling, Kang Yushun took advantage of the opportunity, adjusted his hood, and began to walk away as if nothing had happened. The shocked crowd noticed the flyers from the Hero King, which said that the merchandise was already on sale. A few minutes later, the young man was notified that he had arrived at his destination, which was where he was headed. The young man was slightly surprised that there were not even any rats left, but that was actually good for him. Looking around with a smirk, the fighter said that the first day of the season was always quiet and worth enjoying. He received a system notification that most of the managers were happy to see the Clown Ruler's performer. The Iron Ruler laughed heartily and gave his blessing to the one who renounced his sword. The Ice Empress giggled and gave it to the one who brought the mirror, which didn't bother the brave man at all. The system said that the young man's suitability for wielding a sword had increased many times over, as had his aptitude for ice magic. His words about his strong interest in money stuck in the minds of fans who had not expected such a statement. The brave Kang Yuseon did everything for the rewards from the enlightened ones, who called themselves rulers and watched the players. The Golden Ruler laughed hysterically and gave the blessing of the one who chooses legends, which significantly increased luck for 3 rounds. The Daredevil was also interested in titles that remained after the end of the season, so he decided not to wait and happily opened the award. He was informed that the blessing of the legendary Emperor greatly influenced the player in the gacha game. The delighted young man was as happy as a child, seeing from the yellow light that the item would be of very high quality. He received a legendary level black coat with gold trim, which greatly improved his evasion and agility. The armor was given to a deeply loyal knight who found himself in danger due to an attack by a Gallic elf during the battle between the 2 races. With an incredibly rare defensive item, ability, and heroic level artifact, Kan Yuseon was able to pass through the tower. Now, the brave warrior had no doubts and donned a black coat with gold trim, ready to set out on a raid. Unexpectedly, the legendary ruler revoked his blessing and gave his approval to the young man's business of selling t-shirts. A few minutes later, the fighter successfully teleported inside the building, where it was quite bright. Before he even had time to look around, the brave man heard the loud thud of an inhuman paw somewhere nearby. A huge orc stood in his way, wanting to kill the young man who had come to the Tower of the Bloody Moon. The system notified him that non-stop battles awaited the young man, and that the goal of the raid was to destroy the Moon Singer on the top floor. With a confident smile, the brave Kang Yuseon said that it was time to test his heroic abilities. The task was to create a super powerful ice sword, which prevented the player from equipping any other weapons. The process went pretty fast, and in less than a minute, there was a cool weapon in the space. Soon, a notification was received stating that the hero's compatibility with the ice sword had been increased, and an additional cold breath effect had been obtained. Gripping the blade confidently, the young man smiled and rushed into battle, not seeing the orcs as enemies. The first to be struck was a bloodthirsty goblin who had already swung his axe at the boy, not taking him seriously. The main character did not stand on ceremony and swung his icy sword sharply, creating strong gusts of wind. The enemies felt a strong cold and froze in place, which made them very tense. With just a few skillful swings of his sword, the brave warrior managed to scatter all the orcs like socks across the room. Soon the battle was over, and now the young man could calmly walk around and examine the frozen goblins. Remaining completely calm, he walked forward with a smile on his face, running his fingers along the blade of his sword. The system notified him that his player level, Ice Sword Creation ability card, and various stats had been increased. Finally, an important notification was received stating that the fearless Kan Yuseon had single-handedly cleared the first floor. The blue-eyed warrior called it a good start and decided it was worth trying again to save the world. Before that, he checked his stats, where a new title, Lord Slayer, had been added, along with blessings for bringing winter and sharpening swords. Without wasting any time, the brave warrior entered the second floor, where he was already more serious and attentive. His face showed great disappointment and moral fatigue, but the reason for this was unknown. Ahead of him was a huge crowd of burly orcs warming themselves by the fire and drinking beer from wooden barrels. One of the big guys noticed the stranger, who had clearly come with bad intentions. He exclaimed that a warrior had come to send them to Valhalla, so it was decided to fight with honor and die. The fearless Khan, with a smirk, summoned his icy sword, confirming that everything was exactly as they thought. Swinging at one of the orcs, the player shouted menacingly that he would show them what heaven looked like. Within minutes, everything around them was stained with green slime and the blood of dead goblins. Thus, the youngster soon entered the fourth floor, rejoicing that his level was rising, but it was difficult to fight without a break. At one point, his wary gaze shifted to the side, which had not happened in a long time. The young man tried to figure out the situation and remained extremely cautious, ready for anything. He was informed that the guards had blocked the way to their commander's quarters, so battle was inevitable. The brave man considered this an excellent way to show who the elite mobs were, but he was not afraid at all. The Iron Ruler had blessed the guards, so the young man had to pull himself together so as not to slip up. Pounding his chest with his fist, the huge orc said that the emperor had given them his approval, so they had to fight with all their might. Raising their swords, the enraged monsters shouted that Valhalla awaited them, and they wanted to meet the warrior who would send them there. The leader of the group ordered the others to sing a song of blood and steel for the Iron Ruler, for he was worthy of it. Flashing his icy blade, the confident Kan Yuseon silently declared that his enemies would not let him catch his breath. Strong gusts of wind were summoned, but they did not stop the brutes rushing into the attack. The tense young man's gaze remained focused, for he was well aware of the gravity of the situation. The huge monster delivered a powerful blow directly to the ground beneath his feet, but the nimble fighter managed to jump out of the way. Keeping a cool head, he managed to get behind his opponent and swing his sword to strike. After attacking his opponent with his steel helmet, the hero was convinced that his guess was correct, as there was no significant damage. The elite warriors had resistance to ice energy, which changed the situation and made the young man nervous. Holding on to the chandelier with one hand, the stern Khan began to think about his next move, but he had very little time. The fighter needed to deliver a precise, deadly blow, but at that moment, he did not possess the necessary ability. Earlier, he had been pleased that his equipment was almost at the semi-final level, and as a bonus, he had obtained a heroic level ability, an artifact. The hero opened his inventory and decided to take out the Ice Heart, which gave his equipment Glacier Synergy, thereby enhancing the effects of his abilities. The system noted that the artifact could not be used by those who did not possess ice magic, as there was a risk of turning into a statue. The battle-hungry orc ordered the boy to get down from the chandelier, saying that those who fight dishonorably will not enter Valhalla. The bloodthirsty goblin decided to throw his axe at the enemy, who was acting treacherously and avoiding combat. There was no time for hesitation, so the fearless Kan Yushun decided to use the heroic artifact of the Ice Heart. Immediately, the powerful energy of cold magic could be felt, and the synergy of the glacier was obtained. The fighter was then notified by the system that the effects of equipped ability cards with the ice attribute had been enhanced. Smirking, the confident warrior asked who needed a golden spoon when there was a whole cave full of gold. The merciless orc swung his axe, shouting that everything would end in war and there was no other way out. His blow was aimed at the main character's left arm, but it had no effect, which was astonishing. The fearless fighter used an artifact that turned his hand into ice, preventing it from breaking. Without wasting any time, the brave warrior swung at his enemy, wanting to pierce him through with his blade. At that very moment, the big guy froze, was knocked off balance, and fell to the ground, hitting his head. His steel helmet flew off like a feather, and the brave warrior was notified that he had leveled up again. The alarmed goblins were frightened for their comrade, but they did not give up their attempts to attack the youngster. Without even thinking of staying, Kan Yusun continued to hold back the attacks of the burly men, wielding his huge ice sword. What was happening greatly angered the red-eyed creatures, who wanted to end the protracted slaughter as soon as possible. One of the bloodthirsty monsters tried to swing his weapon again, but the nimble young man dodged as usual. The cool-headed young man held the huge blade tightly, using it for protection, as it was impossible to pierce it. Finally, the main character made his move, delivering a series of sword blows that inflicted heavy wounds on his enemies. The burly goblin tried to swing at him in midair, but his plans were instantly ruined. The brave warrior struck a sharp blow that prevented his opponent from even getting close to him and knocked him aside. At tremendous speed, the huge creature flew into the wall, losing one horn, and the warrior's level was raised once again. Now the brave man had two swords in his hands, allowing him to act more quickly and decisively. The surprised orc behind him looked at the young man in bewilderment, realizing the seriousness of his intentions. With no intention of showing even a shred of mercy, the player rushed into the attack, and his level continued to rise. With titanic effort, he significantly improved his stats, which was cause for celebration. In his path still stood the confused goblin, who, though huge, was now very frightened. Icy beams appeared in front of the panicking brute, and he had no way to avoid the damage. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kang Yuseon said that he had dealt with this floor and could now move on. He noticed that the system was silent and realized that he had missed someone. And at that moment, the angry orc was behind him. With a frightening smile, the young man summoned the icy sun, saying that the final decisive blow remained. A couple of minutes later, a monster lay on the ground with two daggers sticking out of its back, and the young man had successfully cleared the elite floor. The young man received a special reward, a set of random ability cards and 1,000 achievement points. Deciding not to prolong the suspense, the tired fighter began to open the set, which took less than a minute. He received a normal ability that temporarily increased physical strength, allowing him to inflict a stab wound. Column Can equipped the skill, and the system notified him that the blessing of the one who renounced the sword greatly affected the ability card. After that, the young man, thinking about his immediate concerns, continued to move forward, hoping to find something interesting. Suddenly, a girl with brown hair appeared ahead and noticed that the young man was still alive. She calmly explained that as long as the hero was alive, he could sell a lot of items, so it was better not to die. The owner of the automated store said that the 1,600 achievement points the player had earned were quite a lot. The beauty advised him to buy a set of cards from her, believing that he would get a legendary one. Although the young man was skeptical about it, the guy decided to take a speed and fire potion for which only 300 experience points were deducted. The little girl began to beg the hero to buy just one set, but he covered his ears and said he couldn't hear her. Soon, the brave young man entered the boss's floor, who was sitting on his throne at that moment, enjoying his solitude. The enraged monster ordered the youngster to fight with honor and die, and he created an icy barrier around himself. Maintaining maximum concentration, the fighter began to think through his next steps and guess how he would act in battle. The positive young man wondered if he had been fighting gnomes instead of orcs. At that moment, a powerful fire potion was thrown at the giant and instantly exploded. The creature screamed in agony, but the brave fighter remained calm and watched the situation unfold. Even as he burned alive, the indestructible boss remained standing, keeping his enemy in his sights. The enraged brute rushed into the attack again, muttering something about Valhalla, which was a sacred place for orcs. He was enraged that Kanyusion had suddenly disappeared somewhere, while the young man was already aiming his sword at his neck from behind. The blow landed successfully on the boss's soft flesh, and the process of freezing began. The enemy was quickly enveloped in thick layers of ice, causing him to drop his axe and be unable to pick it up again. With the blessing, even ordinary abilities became very useful, which made the hero smile. However, the orc, still conscious, firmly stated that this was not the end, drawing attention to himself. In a state of rage, the Blood Moon Singer activated Berserk mode, shouting that he had no intention of surrendering. Smirking, the reckless young man said that if the game were easy, he would get bored. The enraged monster began jumping in place, creating vibrations under his opponent's feet. The daredevil said that the shock waves were very powerful on their own, and he was sure that the big guy's blow would finish him off if it landed. His provocative words angered the brute even more, who tried to attack, but the boy hid behind the icy barrier. Without even thinking of retreating from his target, the big guy continued to deliver solid blows, trying to break the dome. The level-headed Kanyushun began a countdown, holding a blade in his hands as if plotting something devious. Suddenly jumping very high, the guy continued counting, taking an unfamiliar object out of his inventory. Choosing the right moment, he threw a glass flask from a height onto the floor, which looked rather strange. Then he grinned and said that time was up, while icy rays continued to envelop him, protecting him from harm. A few minutes later, the dead singer of the Bloody Moon was lying on the ground, and the boss's floor had been successfully cleared. The system announced that the hero had captured the tower and received a set of item cards and a special achievement for being the first conqueror as a reward. The effect of the speed potion was wearing off, and Kan, who was almost crying with joy, said that it was too good to be true. He considered the set of item cards to be the best reward one could get in a third-level tower. At that moment, he decided to open the pack with the ice attribute, as he couldn't wait to find out what it contained. But the smile vanished from his face when he received an ordinary ice arrow card. The discouraged guy said that the game was always fooling him, which he was unhappy about, but he had no choice but to endure it. Very soon, the main character went to the tower of the third-level devil worshippers, with a maximum number of players ranging from 1 to 16. Around him were small monsters with sharp ears, who called the stranger a filthy pagan. The small monsters with long claws did not stand on ceremony and immediately rushed to attack the newcomer. Unperturbed, Yusun used ice arrows against them, preventing his enemies from getting close. For several minutes, he continued to use the sharp projectiles to prevent them from harming him. The brave warrior really enjoyed pumping up his abilities, and he shouted this at the top of his lungs, stopping the creature's advance. The ice arrows transformed the cold from the atmosphere into projectiles, and the synergy effect increased their damage and number. The speed system alerted the young man that the second wave was about to begin, but he was not fazed. The bloodthirsty demons called the guy the king of alcohol demons and begged him to send them to hell, where they longed to be. With a heavy sigh, the fighter prepared to give a worthy rebuff again, even though he no longer had any desire to do so. Flashing a confident smile, he grabbed his icy sword, ordered the rabble to line up, and said he would send them to a hot cauldron. After these words, he used a powerful technique that froze all the horned minions, causing them to panic. The player's level and abilities rapidly increased, and the spectacular attacks continued. The horned creatures continued to call him a vile heathen, and the brave warrior decided to check the digital scoreboard with the statistics. Suddenly, a critical notification appeared stating that the tower boss, the cult of the demon, had appeared, and it was an alarming sign. A monster in a robe appeared nearby, floating in the air, and said it would present the scoundrel's blood to the demon king. The terrifying devil pointed his finger at the enemy and ordered his minions to kill him immediately. The pathetic beast rushed into attack with cold weapons, while the unflinching warrior used arrows, wounding one in the chest. The demon cult was stunned and couldn't believe that their comrade had been killed so quickly. But that was the reality. The young man was informed that the frightened enemy was under the effect of a freeze spell. The fearless fighter was glad he had come here, as he now had an excellent opportunity to study his personal abilities. The synergy effect and the glacier increased the damage of the projectiles, as the digital display reminded him once again. Grabbing the blade with one hand, the young man decided to try one of the techniques that had caught his interest. He wanted to find out the maximum number of ice weapons he could create, so that's what the youngster focused on. At that moment, sharp spears began to emerge from the ground, which was already a good result for the first time. Very soon, they all rose completely and a smile appeared on Kan Yuso's face because it was a success. The brave young man gripped the hilt of the ice spear tightly in his hand, preparing to finally put an end to the demon cult. Moving from side to side, he rapidly approached his opponent, eager to finish him off as quickly as possible. A powerful blow struck the monster's frozen arm, which was thrown off balance but couldn't escape. The pitiful devil was pierced through with 3 sharp spears and had no chance of survival. The merciless young man continued to fire projectiles at the enemy to make sure he was dead. The system confirmed the destruction of the demon cult and the complete clearing of the tower, and a random equipment card was received as a reward. Opening the item, the fighter received silver armor, which was useless since he already had a legendary item. The pensive warrior realized that the ice sword did not lose its power even if it was cut into pieces, and he himself did not feel any difference until there were more than 8 pieces. Suddenly, the wary hero heard rustling behind him, which immediately caught his attention. The system notified him that one of the tower factions was very interested in him, and the young man couldn't believe it had happened so quickly. It wasn't entirely clear what was going on, but the young man was in no hurry to panic and decided to wait a little longer. The tower world was filled with various groups under the control of the ship, who wanted the warrior to help them increase their power. They were talking about the Shadow Council, whose members were dressed in black robes and plague doctor masks. The organization kept many things secret, and by establishing good relations with it, the hero could come under its protection and gain access to mystical powers. Surrounding the brave warrior on all sides, one of the faction members said that they remembered the mortal. The mysterious fighter asked if the warrior wished to meet the Shadow again and join their group. The daredevil thought the Shadow Council was a good idea and clearly remembered being with them in the 5th season, but something bothered him. He wanted to make a deal right away, but said that there were more than 2 factions in the tower that could fight them. The team leader said they would protect the young man and asked if he had forgotten how powerful they were. Calmly, Kang Yuseon replied that this was precisely why he wanted to make a deal with them, and the leader asked what he wanted. With a sly smile, the fighter said in a low voice that words alone would not get him what he wanted. Keeping a positive attitude and a smirk on his face, the brave man said that he could use a shadow beast. He also asked for a rare dark ability card since they were all gathered here, which shocked the faction members. The reserve leader asked the foolish mortal not to overestimate himself, saying that in this world all humans were pathetic creatures. The fearless youngster called them trash and suggested they never cross paths again, then decided to just walk away. But in an instant, the leader asked him to stop, and the cunning young man was convinced that he had caught his prey. At that moment, a shadowy creature resembling a cat appeared, its gaze meaningful. The frightening-looking predator began to move its paws, moving toward the hero, who was frozen in place. The young man received a notification that he had obtained the Shadow Beast, which was what he had been seeking from the faction members. He was also awarded 100,000 achievement points, which was a small cause for celebration. Crouching down, the boy began to gently stroke the cute cat with his finger, calling it a good boy. In addition, the warrior received a rare Shadow Blade card, after which the team leader asked if he was satisfied. Somewhat surprised, the brave warrior gave a positive answer and began to examine the valuable item. Raising his hand, he smiled and agreed to join the Shadow Council faction, which made its members feel more at ease. The fighter was also informed that his relationship with the organization had improved significantly thanks to this decision. Walking down the street, satisfied with himself, Kang Yuseon felt that this season would be a very good one. He wondered whether he should keep going while things were going well, or stop and keep what he had. Suddenly, the protagonist's peace was disturbed by a hoarse male voice, which made him turn around. Sighing heavily, the young man felt a little sad, realizing that another boring chore awaited him. A crowd of reporters rushed up to him, asking him to share his impressions, as the warrior had visited 2 third-level towers on the very first day of the season. The tired Kan replied that he was simply a skilled and incredible player and asked if they agreed. A man from the crowd said that fighters were participating more actively in raids this season and added that the Sword Lord from China had gone to the 4th-level tower. The unperturbed hero asked how many people had gone with him, as it sounded quite serious. They were talking about 5 veterans of the Chinese Communist Guild, but 4 of them had lost their lives in battle. With a heavy sigh, Kang Yusin said that the Sword Lord's ability was to use people as human shields, and he didn't understand who had given him that nickname. The stunned journalist asked if the fighter knew what awaited the people, but suddenly someone shouted that the swordsman had entered the 5th level of the tower. The calm young man asked how many people were with the Lord this time, and an alarmed voice replied that he had gone alone. Smiling, the hero called him energetic, knowing that there was no point in competing for speed at the beginning of the season. Everyone knew that St. Mary Jaeger first gathered abilities and items to strengthen her rear. The Tomb Guardian Georg had no plans to participate in the game and was busy working on documents. The focused Kan Yuso thought that the Sword Lord in the 4th-level tower had gotten a good item. A crowd of reporters eagerly questioned the hero king, as everyone was curious to know his thoughts on the matter. Tapping his temple with his finger and sighing heavily, the young man called the lone figure a fool, which was an unexpected statement. A concerned journalist asked if the young man was planning to compete with the Lord, as his attitude seemed to suggest. Laughing, the young man called himself a fool, then said that if he had to choose between being a loser or a winner, he would choose the latter. The tense man asked him to watch his words, and the daredevil asked who wanted to accompany him to the 5th-level tower. After a while, a system notification appeared in front of him, stating that only one would receive the glory of victory. Under the clown ruler's guidance, the others started betting, and most of them bet on Yuso, including the Ice Emperor. In the Town Hall of War, the brave man awaited a battle in the format of historical defense or an attack on a fortress, and there was no shop. The proud young man was confident that this would be a battle for his dignity and wanted to start fighting as soon as possible. A special condition was that players could not be on the same side, and the goal of the raid was to win. He told himself that it was time to play for real, because he was clearly a Lord of the Sword, and then decided to enter the tower. The evil empire of Kabbalist had started a war of conquest and arrived in the kingdom of Lodea, and now the warrior had to fight a historic battle. The system prompted the player to choose a side, which was very important. The situation stumped him, because making a choice was quite difficult and required careful consideration. The communist had already fought for the Kabbalist empire, so the brave warrior had no choice but to side with the kingdom of Lodea. Smiling, Kang Yuseon said that the game rewards those who are at a disadvantage more, so he wasn't upset. At that very moment, he received a system notification that he had chosen the side of good and would be transported to the fortress of Palace. A few seconds later, the fighter appeared in the headquarters, where surprised knights in armor were discussing their next moves. They were shocked to see a player appear before them, who in turn did not show even a hint of emotion. Overcome with happiness, the men began to cry, realizing that God had taken pity on them and that everything would now be different. The warriors began to embrace each other, saying that their savior had come to their aid, while he remained silent. Yusin, who remained calm, realized that they were working out battle tactics, but judging by their equipment, they were already ready to fight. A polite young man asked permission to sit down and then inquired who was in charge. Suddenly, the smiles and joy vanished from the fighters' faces, and they began to look away. The bewildered hero silently watched them, trying to understand the reason for their strange behavior, but he had no idea. At that moment, a man stepped out of the ranks and took a step forward, noting that their respected guest was quite carefree. It was a bald dwarf who called himself the commander of the fortress's defense, and said that in his presence, the young man was obliged to follow court customs. Unwilling to obey, the brave man asked the commander if he wanted to win the fight, which sounded quite firm. The confident man replied that although they lacked military might, the strength of spirit of their kingdom was unmatched. He solemnly declared that their young warriors would never lose, but the hero was already fed up with his arrogant behavior. Tolstupus continued to babble about invincibility, and the warrior struck him sharply in the stomach with his fist, pushing him back. Looking menacingly at the commander who had fallen with a crash, the brave warrior declared that he would now be in command. The hero suggested that the enthusiastic young men hold a meeting and asked how many units they had and what their class was. Soon the young man learned that the army consisted of 5,000 mobilized peasants, 900 of whom knew how to use a bow. Compared to the Empire, the difference in military power was enormous, and it was good that there was no magic in this world. Moreover, the Sword Lord did not possess fiery powers and was the heir to an iron ruler. Most players could only sign a contract with one lord and receive rewards from him alone. Kang Yuseon, however, was a special case and was rewarded by various rulers because the clown had made him an outcast. On the other hand, a ruler could take several people under his wing, but only one would receive special privileges as his heir. The governors always supported their chosen ones, but there were restrictions and, for example, the lord's abilities should not be related to the Iron Ruler. With a slight smile, the pensive hero said in a low voice that they had a chance of winning. At the same time, he noticed that the fighters were feeling pressure incomparable to his own, and it was unknown how real the worlds in the towers were. There was no way to know if these were real living people or mere creations, which greatly intrigued the warrior. Keeping his cool, the brave man told himself that other things were more important right now, and wondered how he could raise the morale of his men. A knight standing nearby began waving a flag from above, proudly shouting that a guest had arrived in their kingdom, and the people below cheered joyfully. The man firmly declared that the head of the division family was no longer their commander, and that the player next to him would personally give them orders. The stunned people were convinced that God had not abandoned them, since the fat man had been thrown out, and now they would be commanded by the young man. The knight told the savior that the soldiers were heartened when they learned that the brave man had dealt with the fat pig. This was excellent news because now the young man didn't have to worry about anything. But suddenly something alarmed him. A fighter on a nearby tower shouted at the top of his lungs that the Empire had unexpectedly launched an attack. The brave archers immediately drew their bows, ready to fight, even though their hands were shaking. Brave enemy swordsmen began to climb the ladders, but the archers tried to prevent them. The enemies moved very quickly and cohesively, so none of the arrows prevented them from climbing. The warrior told the young player that the Imperial army had approached the fortress gates, and that if he dealt with him, the enemy's fighting spirit would weaken. Without losing his composure, the brave Kan Yuseon, with a smile on his face, decided to summon the shadow beast to teach the scoundrels a lesson. The wary knights froze in place when they saw black columns of smoke enveloping the surrounding area. At that moment, a huge, hungry monster appeared, and the hero asked it to show its strength. The excited enemies below did not understand what was happening, nor did the young man's new allies. Someone in the crowd said that something dark and large appeared on the fortress wall, but the commander asked them to stop talking nonsense and get back in line. The strong man decided to have a short conversation with his subordinates, but suddenly his face changed dramatically, and he was overcome with anxiety. Freezing in place, the alarmed man began to look away, realizing that he was about to see something terrible. The rest of the troops were pierced through with bayonets, and a hungry beast pounced on one of them. Confused, the coward ran away, shouting that they had to get out of there immediately, but it was too late. The red-haired fighter ordered his men to leave this wall and said they should go to another one as quickly as possible. But suddenly, all the members of the enemy group were frozen, and now there was no question of escape. Completely calm, Kan Yuseon understood perfectly well that the cute little shadow creature must be hungry. He wished the little creature bon appetit and let it feast on the delicious soldiers. The panicking knights realized the horror of the situation, but there was nowhere to run, and all that remained was to accept their fate. At that moment, the bloodthirsty monster closed its jaws, and only a few ice crystals flew out from the bodies of the men. The defenders of Palace Fortress, in turn, continued to mercilessly beat the enemy, not even thinking of retreating on their own land. The cold-blooded hero also did not stand aside, swinging his icy sword to help his allies. One by one, the enemies fell victim to his attacks, which they were simply unable to withstand. After a few minutes, the young man stopped and began to look ahead intently, as if sensing something was wrong. The guy noticed that there were no traces of the Sword Lord's presence, and he remembered that when the player shows up, you never know how it might end. On the one hand, his presence boosted the morale of his allies, but on the other, it revealed his location to the enemy. However, no one risked their life, because according to the rules, the loser was simply thrown out and had to complete the raid. In the tower, players couldn't kill each other, but the structures themselves could, which was a key point. Kang Yuseon would not die in this town hall, but that did not mean he could lose, and now he understood what his opponent was planning. The brave man also had a plan for such a case, while the shadow beast continued to destroy the Empire's army. Very soon, the battlefield was littered with the bodies of soldiers who had not been lucky enough to survive. Slightly agitated, the hero asked if he really had to kill everyone to get to the Sword Lord. After these words, the blade stuck in the ground began to rise, and a wave of vibrations swept across the ground. More and more bloodied weapons began to leave the bodies of the wounded, which looked quite gruesome. The alarmed defenders of Palace Fortress wondered what was happening, but received no answer. Panic began to spread because the swords were moving on their own at very high speeds. The level-headed Kan immediately recognized the technique used to control the blades, but couldn't figure out when the Lord had managed to get the cards with it. Smiling, the fearless young man called his opponent lucky because not everyone was so fortunate. Making a sharp jump, the daredevil also suggested that the Iron Ruler himself had given the map to the communist. Without wasting time on idle chatter, the brave man quickly advanced, holding his icy blade tightly. Remaining positive, he noted that his opponent had prepared well, while cowardly hiding in the shadows. But with a sly smile, the young man emphasized that he had not wasted any time either, so he was not worried about anything. While running, the warrior again used shadow techniques, fully prepared to deflect the flying swords. A series of counterattacks followed, thanks to which many sharp weapons were deflected. Smiling confidently, Kang Yuseon said that the Sword Lord was too late, as he had already finished leveling up. Now he was armed with a shadow blade that could be created from the player's shadow and possessed a rare level. One of the stunned knights exclaimed that there was also a player on the side of the Empire, and added that the guest was fighting for them. The hero, completely calm, wondered if they had come for him and began to watch what was happening. The opponents engaged in battle, and the brave warrior said to himself that the tide of battle had suddenly changed. Running his hand along the sharp blade, the fearless warrior asked if the Lord had expected this to break him. At that moment, the young man exclaimed that the accuracy of sword technique was inversely proportional to the number of swords and attacked the enemy. In the same moment, a huge area was covered with a thick layer of ice, from which it was impossible for an ordinary person to escape. The main character spun all the flying blades around himself, creating a whirlpool and thus neutralizing them. The young man had no intention of standing on ceremony and slightly twisted his body, as if intending to do something special. In a loud voice, he exclaimed that the enemy's technology would not work on him, so resistance was useless. But in an instant, the young man's expression changed, and he looked intently to the side, as if he had seen something strange. Soon, a sly smile reappeared, indicating that a new idea had formed in the sharp-witted fighter's mind. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and the silhouette of a huge yellow cross appeared in the air. The system reported that Seraphim's shield had repelled the enemy's attack, while the tense Sword Lord clenched his teeth, shielding his face from the shrapnel. This was followed by a notification that the armor had been depleted and would take more than 100 hours to recharge. Smiling, Kang Yuseon asked if his opponent really hoped to capture the fortress with only this technology at his disposal. The exhausted warrior, standing 10 meters away, did not rush to answer and tried to formulate a sentence while catching his breath. Looking seriously into his opponent's eyes, he asked how he thought victory could be achieved in this tower. The Lord said firmly that even if the fortress and all the kingdom's degenerates were destroyed, the Empire would not win until he dealt with the hero. The positive young man asked if it was true that his opponent knew this, but still chose the side of the Empire to defeat him. The blood-stained opponent replied that the player was a hero, and his calling was to protect the world. Pulling a sharp sword from its sheath, he added that a scoundrel incapable of understanding this truth had no right to call himself a hero. Enraged, the Lord lost his temper and now wanted to fight to the last drop of blood to finish off the young man. Unperturbed, Yusun explained that the world the communist was defending was not made up solely of members of his country's guild. The Chinese man listened attentively to his opponent, though he did not quite understand what he was getting at. Enraged, he exclaimed that the scoundrel's death would be terrible and rushed into the attack with his sword in his hands. Smiling calmly, the hero said that he wanted to live a long life, so it was not for a pitiful swordsman to decide. The agile warrior managed to survive the enemy's sharp sword swing, which did not even leave a scratch on his body. Flying shards of solid ice appeared in the air, but they did not disturb the Sword Lord. The emotionless Khan continued to attack his opponent with ice crystals to keep him at bay. The angry Chinese man asked him to stop using dirty tricks, and behind him, a shadowy beast appeared. In an instant, the communist heard strange rustling behind him and turned around, catching a glimpse of sharp fangs out of the corner of his eye. Out of fear, the agile fighter leaped high into the air, and the monster's face struck the ground lightly. The Lord said that the rulers were watching their battle, so the hero had to understand the burden of defeat here. Laughing at these words, the brave man asked why, in his opinion, he was fighting, which sounded rather strange. In his hands, the strong warrior clutched the hilt of an icy blade, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. He decided to take his opponent by surprise, and without warning, rushed into the attack. following the correct trajectory. The Chinese man, covered in sweat, called the cunning young man a coward for talking to him in order to strike him in a weak spot. But that wasn't quite the case. And in that same moment, the fighter was struck dumb with bewilderment. Seeing Kang Yuso jump over the fence, the discouraged communist asked where he was going. With a smile on his face, the nimble warrior continued to run forward, leaving small clouds of dust behind him. He had been actively involved in the battle from the very beginning, not because he wanted to show how dangerous he was or to encourage the soldiers. The cowardly knights of the Imperial Army shouted that a player was approaching them and began to scatter in all directions. The tense sword continued to chase after his opponent, but he couldn't catch up with him. The man shouted loudly for the scoundrel to stop, but these words only motivated the trickster to speed up. Even as he ran, the main character grinned maliciously, as if another cunning plan was forming in his head. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Army barracks, alarmed commanders were trying to figure out how to stop this monster and were already thinking of fleeing. The worried Duke Barma didn't get what their player was up to, and his buddies told him to chill. Suddenly, someone opened the tent and sunlight poured in, alerting the knights. Inside came the cold-blooded Kang Yusun, who had finally found the cowardly soldiers hiding from him. Holding an icy sword in his outstretched hand, the emotionless warrior said that there was another way to complete the tower's task. With a sharp swing of his blade, the young man smiled, but his agitated opponents did not share his positivity at that moment. The panicking soldiers immediately realized that this was the same player and wondered if the god of truth had turned his back on them. His subordinates understood that they had to protect His Excellency Barmuda, but the brave man did not even consider them his enemies. In an instant, the fierce warrior spread his arms wide, as if summoning powerful forces to do his bidding. With a single swing of his icy sword, the merciless player dispatched several commanders of the army. Finally, the enraged sword-wielding lord reached him, calling him a scoundrel and thirsting for revenge. As always, the young man smiled and said that his opponent should have dressed the officers in civilian clothes and hidden them among the soldiers. Gritting his teeth, the communist looked at his opponent, who had managed to cross his path. Rushing into battle with his sword in his hands, the Chinese man called the young man a Korean degenerate who had caused him a lot of trouble. When the tip of the blade was close to his neck, the daredevil smiled again, which greatly annoyed the lord. During the Battle of Palace, Duke Barmet and all the commanders of the Kabbalist Empire were killed by an unknown mercenary, so the army decided to retreat. Unexpectedly, a technique was used that began to dissolve the weapons of the agitated communist in space. He could no longer harm Kang Yusun or even resist, so defeat was inevitable. The blue-eyed guy smiled when he got the message that the tower had been taken, while his rival failed to complete the mission. As a reward, the fighter could choose one of the enemy's abilities, namely the essence of the great sword, the martial arts of iron, or blade control. The young man called it kind of the communist to give him a choice, but he, being angry, called him a bastard. The Chinese threatened violence, but the calm player made his choice and chose the ability to control swords. Heroic-level technique allowed him to breathe his thoughts into his weapons to control them. The warrior gained metal synergy, and now the effects of his abilities with this attribute were greatly enhanced. The sword lord, banging his head against the glass, shouted that the bastard Khan couldn't even hope that this would be the end of it. In his hands, the smug Yuso held a rare card, which he showed to his opponent, further enraging him. In the second season of The King of Heroes, the guy was walking around the area and suddenly saw a white mask on the ground. The alarmed young man's gaze immediately fell on the strange accessory, and he considered picking it up from the ground. It was unclear whether it was safe to pick up an unfamiliar object, but curiosity got the better of him. After that, he received a system notification asking if he wanted to be a hero and proudly call himself one. The young man crouched down and picked up the mask, thinking to himself that he had been waiting for this day to make the same choice again. The accessory felt quite dense and pleasant to the touch, so any doubts immediately vanished. The system warned that the player would become a hero among his peers, and other people would no longer understand him. The powerful ruler smiled, calling it a hilarious irony and asking if the kid agreed. Putting on a clown mask, Kang Yuseon said in a voice only he could hear that this had happened countless times before. Then a notification was received that the Clown Lord and Kang Yuseon had signed an important contract. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and realized that it was all just an introduction, and he had simply been asleep. He was awakened by a loud phone call and strong vibrations on the table, which were impossible to ignore. There were already 4 missed calls on his mobile device, indicating the seriousness of someone's intentions. At that moment, someone started banging on the door, and a familiar male voice asked the young man to open it quickly. The hero was curious why he was having disturbing dreams, and he didn't understand why his acquaintance was knocking on his door so early in the morning. Opening the door, the sarcastic young man asked with a smile, what had brought the shy boy to his home. Pak Tae-sik, bristly and reeking of cigarette smoke, laughed slightly, saying that the youngster was acting like a big shot. After signing a contract with the murderous ruler, the man became known by his gaming nickname, the Striking Sword. He was among the 30 best players and, moreover, was the head of the Blue House's National Intelligence Department. Kang noticed that his friend looked tired and asked if he had been running around on his first day, but the gentleman replied that he had no time for that. Proud of himself, Park said that from the first day of the season, war enthusiasts around the world had been extolling its virtues to all players. Then the man asked why the boy hadn't answered his calls, and he replied that he had been asleep, even though the sun had risen long ago. The gentleman wanted to point out that Kang Yuseon had ruined his sleep schedule, but he unexpectedly slipped on a plate and fell face first onto the floor. Angry, he shouted, asking why the hero was selling t-shirts like a madman while living in a pigsty. Picking up the dishes from the floor, the guy said he was embarrassed, and Tae-sik remarked that judging by his lifestyle, he really was a child of darkness. It was slightly disgusting that the young man worked like a horse for money, but got his food from a nearby Chinese restaurant, which he praised highly. The young man said that the beef brisket was delicious, and Park asked him to order 2 large portions with Kaolian liqueur. Kang had met this unshaven old man with a smoky voice before the world became a game. Back then, the 15-year-old boy loved to hang out at a computer club, where one day he was playing a tense game. A stunned man on the phone was discussing Yuso's victory while the waiter brought him his order. It was the owner of the computer cafe, Park Tae-sik, who heard people praising the genius player. The man approached the youngster and asked him if he wanted to become a professional, which was very unexpected. Previously, the main character had played for fun, but the old man convinced his parents that he could become a pro. He then began to train the young man, analyzing his abilities and putting in a lot of effort. On the day the young man turned 18 and officially debuted as a professional player, something unexpected happened. In his very first season, there was an invasion from the tower that claimed the lives of many people, throwing everything into chaos. At that time, the wounded Kang Yuseon tried to crawl away to save himself, as he could no longer walk due to the pain in his legs. The young man was covered in blood, but he didn't pay any attention to it because a monster was approaching him. His eyes were filled with terror and fear, and he didn't even know if he would survive. The huge, hideous monster lunged forward, swinging its sharp-clawed paws, intimidating its wounded prey. At that moment, the brave Pak Tae-sik came to the rescue, unwilling to abandon his comrade in distress. Filled with intense hatred, the brave man plunged a sharp dagger into the monster's chest, covering everything around him in blood. The dark liquid splashed the monster and sprayed in all directions, causing the man to clench his jaw in nervous tension. Distraught, he asked if his student was okay, but the panicked boy immediately rushed to his mother. The desperate young man saw his parents lying in a pool of their own blood, showing no signs of life. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from his eyes as he quickly realized that his mother and father were gone forever. On that terrible day, Kang Yuseon lost the people closest to him and cried like a little child, not knowing what to do next. At that moment, he found his only hero, an old man named Pak, who was nearby and tried to comfort him. Now the old friends were having lunch, and the young man decided to ask why the old man had come to see him. Unexpectedly, the calm man replied that he had come to see him because of an association, which was a blunt statement. The stunned hero dropped his wooden chopsticks upon hearing this, realizing that the conversation would be serious. The tense young man asked if the members of the organization still wanted to use him for their own purposes. Kai was a state-run association of gamers, and the only all-powerful guild in the country that controlled gamers. Park Tae-sik then brought up the academy that the association had built last season, which was a factory for producing slaves. According to him, the first graduation exam would take place there in a week, and the Hero King had been asked to attend. Smiling, the old friend said that the young man who had suddenly announced that he would come there would take their place. The man was pleasantly surprised and couldn't believe it, so he immediately wrote to the association members that the young man would be coming to see them. The young man was curious to see the new players who were going to take on the burden of caring for the future of the country. A friend asked him on what terms he would go there, and the smiling fighter asked to postpone the exam until 5 o'clock the next morning. At 4:55 the next day, the final exam for the newly formed academy's players was already underway. The trainees saw Kang Yuso and were sure they would be accepted anyway, but they didn't understand why they had been called at 5 in the morning. The main character stood near the door, his hands in his jacket pockets, silently watching the students prepare. A man in a business suit said that their students had been systematically following the curriculum, and the warrior asked if they had been looked after from the very beginning. The head of the Kai, Lin Sung-ho, did not answer and asked the young man to appreciate the pride of their academy, the first generation of students. Dressed in a black coat with gold trim, the calm young man asked if he remembered his conditions. Calling forth an icy sword, the warrior said he would test the strength of the students, so the final decision on their graduation would also be his. The player decided not to waste time and begin the exam, while the head thought to himself that he was doing whatever he wanted. The cunning man's plan was perfect, as it was only the beginning of the season, and the students were well on schedule, so even the king couldn't ruin anything. But in the next few minutes, the smile disappeared from his face and was replaced by a blush of shock. The merciless hero clicked his fingers like popcorn and kicked the students out one by one, saying that they had failed the exam. None of them could stand up to him and fell in the first minute of the fight, after which they left in disgrace. Only the girl, surrounded on all sides by icy blades, remained, and to everyone's surprise, she passed the test. The excited beauty asked why she had not failed, and the young man replied that she was lucky. The warrior said that the girl was the luckiest of the 12, since she had lasted until the end, and asked her not to forget that luck is everything for a player. Finally, the fighter said he was done, and asked the lady to turn on the camera, then congratulated her on graduating from the academy. An angry Lin Sung-ho burst into the room with his surprised colleagues, shouting and asking what it all meant. The man, who was sweating profusely, reminded them that they had asked him to simply judge, and the young man asked if they really thought he wouldn't understand anything. The young man said that the students were either the children of executive directors or somehow connected to them, and recalled that he had been called in to evaluate their performance. He asked why they were giving places to those who did not deserve them, and suggested that it was being done to use people for their own purposes in the future. The brave man remarked that they were all rotten since they were doing this from the very first year, which greatly angered the academy director. The enraged gentleman called his opponent a brainless idiot and shouted, asking what he could possibly know. The man began to explain that players were merely weapons in the hands of the country, and asked if the fool really thought that they were treated any differently elsewhere. Clenching his fist tightly, the headmaster said that they were doing everything necessary for the welfare of the country, and that in the current world, they only needed war heroes. The stern leader said that the heroic king must understand the situation they were in and asked for his help. The perceptive young man realized that he needed the players for the war and was sure that these pathetic idiots would not understand anything until everything fell apart. Lin Sun-ho continued to rant about the will of the country, but suddenly an alarmed subordinate approached him with urgent news. After reading the information on the tablet, the bespectacled man's face changed, and he began to sweat profusely, unable to believe what he was seeing. The man refused to believe what he saw, while the calm Kang Yusun watched his agitation with pleasure. Gloating, he laughed, saying that it looked like the insignificant academy of players would close after a year of operation. A video appeared on the internet with a headline saying that the well-known educational institution was accepting students through connections. The daredevil reminded everyone that he was supported by the head of the intelligence department, and the shocking statement spread everywhere. The embittered head of the association looked at the main character, who had acted like a rat and exposed their deeds to the public. Smiling, the young man asked if they knew who the dark horse was, and his provocative glasses magnified his eyes many times over. The system notified that the clown governor was delighted with the contractor's actions, for which he received a gift. The attractive red box with a yellow bow looked beautiful, and he couldn't wait to open it. A few minutes later, the unruffled fighter left the academy building and began to descend the steps. His loyal Pak Tai-sik was already waiting for him on the street, and he thanked him first. The young man asked if his friend would be punished for the intelligence department's actions against the association, and the man replied that the government didn't like them either. He added that they were always fighting with each other, and the calm player no longer worried about it. Then the adventure-hungry fighter asked his friend to give him a ride to the 5th-level town hall. The goal of the raid on the Tower of the Pale Desert was to protect the caravan and deliver the item intact. Very soon, the young man was delivered to his destination, and Pa asked him from the car if he was pushing himself too hard, but the brave man was fine. After a short time, the daredevil began to move to the desert oasis camp, where the dangerous journey began. Under the starry desert sky, ordinary people were already fighting against vile mutants who had attacked them. Upon entering the tower, the player always found himself in the thick of the action, and this time was no exception for the fearless Kang Yuso. Taking advantage of the moment, the cold-blooded warrior swung his icy blade, destroying several monsters. One of the panicking men in a hijab begged for help, as a vile mutant stood right in front of him. Unexpectedly, the main character sliced the creature in half, proving himself to be a savior who appeared at the perfect moment. The agile fighter held his weapon firmly and skillfully, moving with precision and at tremendous speeds. This is what made him look even more impressive and grow in the eyes of the defenseless people he had saved. Finally, the situation calmed down a little, and the emotionless can slid across the sand, stopping nearby. The stunned civilians began to recognize the familiar player, whom no one had expected to see. Wiping the sweat from his face, the brave warrior, who did not seek praise, said that they could call him whatever they wanted. The townspeople rejoiced sincerely, for the god of light had taken pity on them and sent his messenger to them. The blue-eyed young man had a bad feeling and asked if there were any other threats besides the monsters. The man in front said that this was the territory of the divine kingdom, so there was no need to worry about attacks from pagans. Then he said that they were not far from their destination, but it would take 3 days to get there, and the hero realized that he had come here on impulse and had not rested. Seeing his goal behind him, the brave man smiled and said confidently that the people could sleep, because as long as he was there, the monsters were no threat to them. Impressed, the messenger of light asked the hero how they could repay him for his kindness. The player was hoping for a rare necklace of life force that slightly increased health regeneration speed. The system reminded him that he could open a gift he had forgotten about, and he found it strange that he had to do it manually. The boy received a high-ranking growth stone for heroes, which was the first worthwhile item he had received in a long time. Turning around, the level-headed youngster said that he didn't need the jewel right now and decided to save it for later. Behind him, he saw a whole crowd of poisonous scorpions moving toward him quite quickly. Summoning a dark beast, the fearless warrior said that it was time for him to eat, as there would be plenty of delicacies ahead. The hungry monster began to attack the scorpions, snapping them like seeds and not even allowing them to try to attack him. The daredevil said that it was a difficult task, but he couldn't trust his spirits completely, so he prepared an icy spear. Swinging his powerful sword at tremendous speed, the young man destroyed everything in his path, remaining unharmed. The blades moved at his will, which became apparent during the first test of his ability. With a smile on his face, Can called it a useful skill and continued to use it, destroying the scorpion. Without showing even a hint of compassion, the fighter, now in his element, dealt with the vile creatures. Suddenly, his sword-wielding ability increased, and the surprised young man wondered if it was all over. A voice nearby said that this was not the case, after which strong vibrations began to be felt underfoot. Out of nowhere, a huge, disgusting monster appeared, capable of destroying everything in its path. The enormous beast displayed its aggressive nature, and the brave young man realized that he was facing an adult sand predator. Smiling as always, the positive player said that it seemed his night's sleep had come to an end. Remaining completely calm, he turned again to the dark creature, who was ready to obey his master's every command. The hungry monster opened its terrifying mouth wide, eager to swallow the adult predator. At that very moment, the hungry beast bit into one of the long worm's patches of skin, from which green liquid immediately gushed out. The cool-headed Kan Yusun folded his arms across his chest and used his sword-wielding ability to attack the enemy as well. A multitude of sharp blades clearly reached their target, the monster's previously heavy body, which spoke to the warrior's professionalism. With a slight smirk on his face, the young man watched the proceedings, merely twisting the blades in midair. He did not stop his attacks and continued to send new icy spears, wanting to secure his success. The huge creature was in intense pain and agony, but it could no longer do anything. Soon a notification was received that the ability to create ice swords had been increased, along with control over them. The next sunny day began, with the convoy successfully moving through the desert toward its destination. The carts were accompanied by knights clad in steel armor, who looked serious and fearless. The main character noticed that there were soldiers among the peaceful citizens, although he had not noticed them before. The gentleman said that they were brave warriors serving the god of light, and the brave man asked what they had been doing the previous night. The man replied that their priority was to protect the goods, and the player was surprised that even in such a situation, the fighters did not abandon the cart. He then asked the soldiers which faction they belonged to, and the citizen replied that they were noble knights of the Order of the Bloody Cross. One of the stern warriors looked suspiciously at the boy, who was smiling as usual and seemed suspicious. The sarcastic boy asked if they were carrying a golden calf, since they were so concerned about their cargo. The reserved knight replied, asking the messenger of light not to pay attention to the carts. Looking at him with the utmost seriousness, the stern man said that he would do better to concentrate on the task entrusted to him by God. His severity only brought a smile to the face of the fearless young man, who had no intention of calming down. The knights used the aura of their hearts, and in addition, the messenger of light descended upon them, and it was clear that they had been entrusted with a difficult task. The confident player told his opponent that his words had made him even more curious, and the peaceful gentleman next to him was very worried. The interested young man wondered what kind of goods required such a high level of security. The serious knight remained silent and reserved, because according to the rules, he could not simply engage in combat. The anxious man in the hijab was very hopeful that the situation would be resolved and that conflict would be avoided. Suddenly, Kan Yuseong grabbed him by the neck and, without explanation, pulled him away. He then used his ice ability to create a shield for protection. The hero, completely focused, shouted that if the others didn't want to die, they had to duck. Holding up an ice shield in front of him, the guy looked into the distance, where a large number of arrows were flying. There were casualties, with 2 arrows striking one of the men in the throat, mortally wounding him. The panicking people around began to shout that they were being attacked by a whole horde of heretics armed with longbows. No one could understand how these evil heretics dared to invade the territory of the Sacred Kingdom. Nevertheless, the enemies did not stop and continued to advance on horseback, wanting to kill everyone. Confused, Khan wondered how the Knights of the Bloody Cross planned to respond to the attackers who were striking and retreating. The commander ordered his men not to let the heretics get their hands on the object, to stay in position, and to activate their mana shields. Quite a few members of the group were mortally wounded by arrows, and the hero realized that the fighters did not care about their companions in hijabs. Gritting his teeth, he moved forward with his sword, saying that they would defend their golden calf themselves. The task of completing the tower raid remained the same: protect the caravan and deliver the item intact. The cautious young man peered through the heretics' positions, trying to figure out his next move. 10 meters away, a professional archer sat on a horse, his bow already drawn, aiming at the running boy. The cool-headed warrior immediately aimed his icy spear, eager to thwart the treacherous enemy's plans. The enemy, clad in a cloak, exclaimed that the enemy's attacks would not reach them, and the spear did indeed stick into the ground. Although the attempt was unsuccessful, this was not what the shrewd player, who had thought everything through, had intended. As it turned out, he had used a shadow ability to provoke an explosion, causing the horse to fall and the heretic on it to fly up into the air. After a high jump, the daredevil grabbed the icy dagger tightly, preparing to finish off the scoundrel. In mid-air, he aimed straight for the head, not wanting to leave his opponent even the slightest chance of survival. But in an instant, Yuso's pupils shrank as his opponent turned out to be someone completely different without his mask. Lying on the sand was a desert elf who had been hiding under the heretic's mask and was now extremely nervous, realizing the hopelessness of his situation. The surprise quickly disappeared from his face, and gathering his thoughts, the main character began to think about what to do next. Seeing a sharp arrow flying from the side, he used an ice barrier to protect himself and the wounded man. Looking closely at the projectile, the young man wondered if the heretics also used auras. The embittered desert elf swung his sharp sickle, wishing death upon the scoundrel who believed in something else. With a sharp swing of his icy sword, the brave warrior knocked the weapon out of his enemy's hands, and the shadow beast was already behind him, waiting for orders. Putting the blade to the heretic's throat, the warrior asked what was in the cart, and the angry heretic asked how he dared to manipulate him. The evil heretic told his comrades to ignore him and shoot their bows at the enemy. The desert elves heeded their comrades' request and opened fire, hoping to overwhelm the enemy with their numbers. The fearless player continued to hold the big-eared man hostage, using his shield and remaining unharmed. The sweating heretic assured them that even though he had captured him, they would not get a single drop of information out of him. The blue-eyed fighter asked him to reveal what was in the cart, as he needed to know in order to decide which side to take. At one point, the brave man pushed his opponent away, asking if they really thought he hadn't wiped them out yet because he couldn't. The icy barrier shattered in an instant, and sharp crystals flew everywhere, threatening the people around them, which greatly alarmed the hostage. The cool-headed Kan asked if the elf understood what would happen to his companions if he so much as moved a finger. The excited young man realized that a stranger had stood in their way, and the daredevil asked again what was being transported in the cart. The heretic asked how he dared to call Princess Saria a thing, after which everything became clear to the young man. He asked him to return to his companions and tell them that he would do them a special favor and save their lives. The heretic said he could not do that, and the hero asked if it would not be better to get another chance than to die here now. After these words, the big-eared man stood up without ceremony and began to walk toward his comrades, thinking about the matter at hand. Within a minute, the desert elves were on their horses and galloping away toward their base. The Knight of the Bloody Cross immediately ran to the fearless messenger of light, Kanu. He asked why the young man had left the heretics alive and allowed them to escape, and the player replied that he needed to check something first. Then the daredevil started to walk away, and the puzzled warrior asked what he meant by all this. A horseman blocked his path and asked where the young man was going, and he replied that he had to check one thing. The man said he couldn't let the boy pass now, even if he was a messenger of light. With a frightening smile, Yusun asked him to get out of the way, asking him politely because he could use his shadow beast. The discouraged knight did not stand in the way any longer, but he was extremely dissatisfied that the insolent man had opened the doors without asking. Ignoring everyone, the emotionless player opened the carriage door without even considering the consequences. Seeing the woman sitting inside, the young man asked in a calm voice if she wanted him to save her. It was a charming lady in a red dress who had been handcuffed to prevent her from escaping. Biting her lips slightly, the beauty asked if the boy really thought she needed the sympathy of some foreigner. The princess of the kingdom of Ayub, the beautiful Saria, did not require any help from a stranger. The god of light told the messenger not to neglect his duties and to fulfill his duty, which was a warning about his actions. The attentive young man immediately noticed the system notifications and froze for a moment. Taking the icy dagger in his hands, the player said that since the woman had asked, he sometimes had no choice. With a firm blow to the steel chains, he freed the princess from her bonds, even though she had not asked for his help. The warrior then fulfilled a hidden condition to save Saria, who was surprised as she had not expected this. For his deeds, the brave warrior received 300,000 achievement points and stunned all the knights in the area. The objective of the raid was changed on the spot, and the tower's level was raised to difficult, but this only made the daredevil smile. Continuing to smile, Kang Yuseon said that the game was ruined, but called freedom an amazing thing. God said that he would have to pay for disobeying the light, after which yellow-winged angels began to descend from the heavens. One of the tower's forces turned against the main character, and light guardians immediately appeared. The guardians loyally served the ruler and carried out his will, while he watched over his subjects wherever there was light. The commander of the knights raised his sword to the sky, exclaiming that they must kill the heretic who had challenged the deity. The reckless hero remarked that they had become emboldened with the arrival of reinforcements, and the agitated princess asked what he was thinking. The fearless young man asked her not to worry, assuring her that he also had people to support him, which is why he was so relaxed. He shielded the frightened Saria with his body and was notified by the system that the Shadow Ruler supported his decision. The Shadow Council granted the brave boy a buff of absolute darkness, causing a smile to reappear on his face. The tense soldiers of the kingdom began to complain about poor visibility, and their morale began to fall. The main character knew that the rewards were better on this side, so he didn't bother with the knights. At that moment, most of the enemy soldiers were pierced through with bayonets, without even having time to understand what was happening. In the end, many saw only yellow-winged angels who were unable to help them in their distress. The stunned messengers of God did not expect such a turn of events, but they could not give up. One of them, embittered, began to pray for light, trying to deflect the flying bayonets and improve the visibility of the soldiers. The other messengers joined him, and together they tried to illuminate the area around them. The task was not easy, and this angered the seemingly restrained angels, who were hindered by the nimble Kan Yuseon. The chief follower gritted his teeth angrily, wanting to finally catch the little bastard who stood in their way. He became very alert when he saw that the light had suddenly disappeared, and someone had sharply swung a sword in front of his face. In that unexpected moment, the messenger of God was mortally wounded, and the merciless young man tried to cut him in half. His stunned companions could not believe that a mere mortal dared to do such a thing to an angel, but the warrior continued to appear in the sky. The brave man moved from side to side at great speed, while his defeated enemy fell freely to the ground. Khan remained completely calm, not even thinking about the terrible consequences of his actions. He received a system notification that the faction of Light Guardians had developed an irreversible animosity toward him. The goodwill of the Shadow Council increased significantly, and the faction's status rose, bringing a smile to the daredevil's face. Now his predisposition to darkness had increased, and he could finally see what he desired. But suddenly a notification was sent stating that an immeasurable number of organizations were watching the warrior in the tower. This statement made him think, and even a little wary, as it was quite serious. The Knights of the Bloody Cross and the Elves were creatures from the tower, and they were part of its world. However, their powers were on a higher level, representing the universe of the town halls themselves. The player was a mediator between the two worlds, the force that allowed the ruler to intervene in the world. At the same time, the fighters were not pathetic puppies who unquestioningly obeyed the will of the emperors. They sought hidden meanings, and think about it. Kang Yuseon remembered the captive elf he had tried to interrogate. Inside the tower, players could make their own decisions without relying on outside opinions. As the main character predicted, he would be better rewarded in the Shadow Council when he rose up against the light. He believed that if there was an idea, there was no need to doubt the necessity of its implementation, because even rulers could not oppose the laws that bound them. At present, only 5 emissaries of light remained, one of whom was aiming a throwing spear at the boy. The brave boy didn't care how many observers hated him and were plotting against him, because he was only concerned with his goal. His opponents tried to attack him, but he reminded himself that as long as they were in the 5th level of the tower, angels above the 8th level could not descend. Such were the rules of the towers, but there were still angry emissaries who already hated the boy. They hated the darkness and wanted to destroy it as quickly as possible, throwing golden spears at their agile enemy. One of the projectiles hit a cart near which peaceful people in hijabs were hiding, feeling very anxious. The projectile struck a knight crawling on the ground directly in the back, who nearly lost his mind from the pain at that moment. The bleeding soldier tried to pull out the sharp weapon, struggling to ask the messengers of light why they were doing this to him. Smiling, Kang Yushun thought to himself that this was insane power for a 9th-level warrior and said that the angel didn't care about his followers. He also realized that the fighters in hijabs were exactly the same, so he was sure they had no complaints. The young warrior's vision became clear for only a moment, and although the buff's power was astonishing, there was one thing. The veil did not distinguish between friends and enemies, so the higher the inclination and resistance to darkness, the more difficult it was to lower stats. Dodging a flying projectile, the brave warrior noted to himself that the enemy was strong. Flaming spears struck the knights in the bloody cross, who had been betrayed by the messengers, even though they believed in them wholeheartedly. The excited Princess Saria watched with trepidation, hoping that the brave young man would survive. Suddenly, she heard a man's voice asking her for forgiveness, which alarmed the beauty even more. The fearless warrior picked up the girl and ran away with her, while powerful explosions thundered behind them. The calm young man immediately summoned the dark beast to give it an important instruction, as he was struggling to cope on his own. He asked his beloved pet to eat the pink crystals and loyally protect Princess Saria. It was a high-ranking growth stone that granted a large amount of experience stored within it to its chosen target. Clutching the precious item tightly in his fist, the player decided to use it on the dark beast. Small fragments and crystalline ash rained down on the beast's head, which was very obedient. The worried girl shouted to the stranger that there was danger behind them, and at that moment, fiery projectiles were approaching them. The young man continued to feed the dark beast as if nothing had happened, ready to help at any moment and repel the attack. The frightened girl had already accepted her fate, and clenching her fists tightly, closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. The huge monster, whose body was covered in steel armor, turned its back, thereby saving the lives of the people. A multitude of sharp spears crashed into the impenetrable wall, unable to harm their enemies. The attacks did not stop, and more projectiles flew toward the enemies, though they did not reach their targets. Smiling, Kan Yusun decided to use his shadow blade, as everything was going exactly as he had planned. The enraged messenger of light shouted that his sword could not touch them, so it was useless to resist. The horde of angels continued to try to attack the brave warrior, who had prepared several flying blades against them. One of the divine beings immediately summoned a sword of light, preparing to accept the fight with dignity. The brave warrior began to hold back his onslaught, skillfully swinging his icy sword and preventing him from harming himself. The tense angel's eyes reflected the sharp, icy blades flying toward him. Complete chaos reigned around them, which played into the hands of the fearless hero who wanted to confuse his opponents. The messenger of light continued to swing his weapon, but the nimble young man managed to jump out of the way and remain unharmed. Close combat with his enemies threw the young man off balance, so he had to constantly dodge to the side. Clenching his jaw nervously, he wondered if he would have to keep moving forever. At one point, the wary fighter turned his head to the left, where he heard strange sword swings. The nimble angel struck sharply and hit Kan Yuso's shoulder, causing him to feel a slight impulsive pain. The absurd situation did not break the warrior's fighting spirit, and he immediately jumped to the side, continuing to fight. The tense young man wondered why his opponents were so fast, even under a debuff. The yellow-winged creatures continued to rush at him from all sides, and the brave warrior used his ice shield. The agile player covered his rear in every way possible, focusing his attention on all the enemies surrounding him. Somewhere he miscalculated and received another minor wound, but he was still able to stand. Jumping around was extremely annoying for the stern Kana, but the situation left him no other choice. The hero decided that it would be wiser to deal with everyone at once, and began to think about his next steps. He realized that he would have to use his shadow ability, as he knew of no other way. The nimble fighter began to move from side to side again, and the messenger of light asked if he really thought they would let him go. The tense young man was drenched in sweat, afraid to make a single mistake, as it could ruin his life. In one terrible moment, Kang Yuseon was pierced through by the spear of the follower of the god of light. Feeling a burning hellish pain, He bit his lip, realizing that he had made a mistake somewhere, but there was nothing he could do to fix it. The young man was caught and now had nowhere to run, which meant victory for the messengers of light. The yellow-winged angels began to approach him at high speed to surround him on all sides. The leader exclaimed that this was their only chance and ordered his comrades to tear the enemy to pieces. The blessing of the battle-hardened adventurers was confirmed to be 100% effective, and upon learning this, the living Khan smiled slyly. The effect of the death deception clearly worked, rendering the fatal blow ineffective. The location of the Sword of Light had already been identified by the system, and the brave man had only to wait a little longer. Suddenly, the light weapon was pulled out of the young man's body, causing the angel with a halo above his head to nearly faint. The alarmed messenger ordered the others to stop, as something strange was happening. The hero, who was directing a multitude of icy blades at the enemies, said that it was already too late to run away. A huge number of projectiles were lifted upward by the blades, and he himself acted very unpredictably. The blessing of death's deception rendered the fatal blow ineffective, and it took 720 hours to recharge. Spreading his arms wide and smiling slyly, the young man said it was time to finish off the pathetic yellow-winged creatures. At that moment, a multitude of icy shards flew toward the leader of the followers, mortally wounding him in the chest. The righteous warrior flew to the side, writhing in agony, but he was still able to move and decided it was time to get out of there. The fearless warrior stood on a huge sword he had created himself and now had a commanding view of the situation. The alarmed bald angel flew away as fast as he could, naively believing that he could escape alive. The daredevil, in turn, jumped off the large statue, and it was completely unclear what his goal was. At tremendous speed, the sharp blade flew toward the winged creature, preventing it from flying far away. Crashing into the ground, the weapon left a small crater, which the fearless Kanyuseon immediately approached. At that very moment, the fighter received 3 system notifications that his level had been successfully increased. Finally, the buff was removed as the battle came to an end, and now the dead emissaries of the God of Light and the Knight of the Bloody Cross lay scattered around. The young man allowed himself to breathe out wearily, as he had spent quite a lot of time and energy on the battle. At one point, the young man glanced to the side to look around and assess the scale of the tragedy. There were a large number of dead, bloodied soldiers lying around, and wooden carts were overturned. Then the hero felt a dark animal place its paw on his leg and decided to pay it some attention. Smiling, the young man noticed that the cute, yawning animal had shrunk in size and now looked like an ordinary cat. Suddenly, the brave player was approached by the charming Princess Saria, dressed in a red dress. With a heavy heart, she asked why he had betrayed his people and gone so far for her. The greedy warrior replied that the rewards were better on this side, and that he had long been interested only in money. The lady asked if they weren't his comrades and realized that he could count on a ransom after her rescue. At that moment, the young warrior was stroking a small kitten with his finger, enjoying its gentle purring. Remaining completely calm, he confessed to his opponent that he was afflicted with a terrible disease of hatred for people. Then the young man remarked that the princess's question was strange, and the agitated Saria lowered her sad gaze. He continued to stroke and praise the dark animal, while the princess watched him silently. A few days later, the companions arrived on horseback at the border of the elven kingdom of Ayub, where many soldiers were stationed. The lovely princess smiled sincerely at Kan Yuso, saying that she was greatly indebted to him and thanked him once again. The young man said that he still needed to receive his reward, and the beauty emphasized that he had a way with words. Suddenly, Saria held out her clenched fist in which something was shining and asked the young man to accept this gift. Instantly, the fighter received a notification that he had successfully cleared the Pale Desert Tower in hard mode. He received a pendant called the Ranka Trust Mark, which was a unique but rather attractive reward. At that moment, the true value of the item was unknown, but according to the system, it would definitely come in handy for a warrior someday. Confused and surprised, Kan looked at the jewel for a while, thinking about its properties. The princess of the elven kingdom of Ayub had been kidnapped, but a brave warrior had returned her unharmed, and after the king's death, she would become queen. Very soon, leaving the tower, Yuseon set off for Busan by train, wrapped up in a winter coat. 4 hours earlier, Park Tae-sik, who was typing something on his computer, told his friend that he would have to go there. The player, sipping hot coffee, asked if something had happened there, and the man replied that nothing had happened yet. The confused hero asked why he should go there, and the man said that something would happen a little later. Natasha Ivanova was a world-famous criminal and known as one of the 4 players. Hiding from the Russian government, she arrived illegally in Busan and began raiding towers with 4 accomplices. Madame possessed the legendary ability to create a veil of absolute darkness, which made her a big fish. On the phone, Park asked if Yuseon had encountered any zombies on the train, but the young man simply asked him to order a car. The gentleman said he had received information about the 5th level town hall, where Ivanova's group had entered, and asked the warrior to go there. The zombie apocalypse tower had a biochemical risk factor and was distinguished by its survival mode. After a short time, Can arrived at his destination by taxi, remaining completely calm. The goal of the raid was to survive until the appointed time, and the system also notified that 5 players had already entered. A few seconds later, a player dressed in a black coat said he had entered the tower and was ready to move on. At the beginning of the century, the pharmaceutical company Tiela discovered a deadly virus in its secret laboratory, which led to the city being locked down. Feeling unwell, the young man knew that nothing good could come from the 5th level tower. He had to survive the hungry infected in a secret support squad, which sounded very scary. In his first minute in the town hall, Kang Yuseon saw an incredibly disgusting creature, with many people clinging to it. Swinging his icy blade and dodging the monster's attacks, the guy wondered if it was right to call it a zombie. Suddenly, his expression changed as he saw shadows coming from nearby. Out of nowhere, a cute, dark animal appeared, looking at the hideous creature with admiring eyes. But the cunning kitten was only harmless in appearance. In reality, saliva was already dripping from its hungry mouth. Without warning, the little monster lunged forward, pushing the slimy creature back. The clinging zombies began to growl menacingly, trying to scare the beast, but it was all useless. In one unexpected moment, the entire disgusting mass ended up in the mouth of the hungry cat, which had grown significantly in size. Without ceremony, the dark beast began to aggressively chew on the pathetic zombies, eager to feed on them. Completely calm, Kan Yuseon watched from the sidelines, rejoicing inwardly, because he didn't even have to get his hands dirty. Admiring the spectacle, he noted that the growth stone had greatly changed the cat, but why it had taken the form of a whale was unclear. The charming kitten smiled sweetly at its owner, who really wanted to pet and hug it. Suddenly, a red-haired girl began to walk toward the daredevil, clapping her hands as she walked, which was rather strange. Dressed in a tactical jumpsuit, the girl said that she had been waiting for him, and the guy recognized her immediately. The lady noted that he was the very hero she had been waiting for, and behind her walked 3 soldiers armed with automatic weapons. It was the black player Natasha Ivanova, who said that the brave Khan clearly couldn't leave such a villain like her alone. Holding a long, icy blade in his hands, the unruffled young man turned to his opponent to talk a little. He said that the girl was a member of the Red Mafia, which was being hunted by the government, and added that they had landed illegally in the port of Busan. Giggling, the lady asked if the young man was going to arrest her and put her in jail, but he replied in the negative. Grinning, the positive young man prepared his flying swords, saying that he simply did not know what kind of opponent she was, so he asked her to relax for now. The warrior discouraged the girl by asking if it was true that judging him on behalf of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service was a rather thankless task. The brave man believed that the members of her small gang were also part of the cover and asked if they intended to surround him and feed him to the zombies. Throwing herself into the attack, Ivanova realized that the young man knew about her connections with Russian intelligence, but he had been brave enough to come here. Smiling fearlessly, Kang Yuseon asked if his opponent really thought he planned to become a snack for monsters. He added that there was simply no other way to steal the legendary ability, which was why he had come here. The clever girl began to jump aside in every direction, skillfully dodging the swords sticking into the asphalt. With a sly grin, she ordered her comrades to attack the young man, whom she did not take seriously. The fighters immediately opened fire with their automatic weapons, raising huge columns of dust, but the daredevil managed to dodge them. The nimble Natasha Ivanova moved away from the line of conflict to get behind the enemy. Her loyal comrades continued to fire, ensuring that the enemy could not even raise their heads. The fearless warrior remained serious and moved from side to side, not letting a single bullet hit him. Finally, he successfully reached the red-haired vixen and leaped forward, eager to attack her. But unexpectedly, the green-eyed lady made an indecent gesture at him, smiling irritatingly right in his face. The bewildered young man's face changed and his evil intentions were destroyed by his clever opponent. Leaning on his icy sword, the stern warrior landed and knelt down, quickly changing his plans. He realized that the red-haired brat had managed to escape, but there was a sly smile on his face, as if that was exactly what he wanted. The mercenaries continued to fire their machine guns at the enemy's back, but the cool-headed young man used his shield and did not let the bullets hit him. The trickster began to move in different directions again, trying to find Natasha and finish her off. Waving his sword, the player said that this trick might have worked once, but something was wrong here. As far as Kan Yuseon knew, the debuff of absolute darkness was currently affecting everyone in the area. Smiling positively, he wondered how Ivanova's gang could still shoot at their target. At that moment, a cute dark animal was sitting on his back, meowing and running its claws along the trapezoids of the guy's armor. Seeing the dark creature, the young man realized that the reason must be something else and said that he would need its help. The happy kitten began to make pleasant sounds, indicating that it was ready to obey its master's every command. The tense fighter with the machine gun said that the ice shield was too strong, so they needed to change tactics. Suddenly, he saw a black cat behind him, making plaintive cries which aroused his suspicion. In the same instant, the mercenary was pierced through with sharp blades, not even having time to realize what was happening, and began to bleed profusely. The same fate awaited the second soldier, but he was lucky because the sharp iron object hit his automatic weapon. The shadow of the small animal spread rapidly everywhere and posed a great danger to people. One of the alarmed mercenaries asked his comrades to step out of the cat's shadow, otherwise they risked losing their lives. Kumkan Yusyun smiled as he watched this, and was even slightly surprised that they could also see the dark creature's outline. Suddenly, a knife was held to his throat by Natasha Ivanova, who had come up from behind. But the smirk did not disappear from the player's face. The red-haired girl advised Kang Yuseon to behave himself, as it was up to him whether she would let him go alive. The perceptive fighter asked if someone who could really kill him would say such a thing, and the lady asked him not to underestimate their intelligence service. She suggested discussing the achievement points the young man had recently earned for clearing the tower, as there was an unusual amount of them. It was clear that the kid had defended the town hall in a difficult situation, but afterwards he had only gone for low-level missions, just like last season. Meanwhile, the dark beast continued to tear Natasha's comrades apart, not giving them a chance to attack him. Gently taking the lovely Ivanova's hand, the brave man smiled slightly and asked her to answer one question. Gripping her knife tightly, the fearless fighter asked how she intended to kill him if he wasn't real. The girl did not stand on ceremony and tried to run the blade across the soft fabric, but it was indeed a clone. What was happening angered and alarmed her greatly, for Natasha had never encountered anything like this before. Suddenly, several of Kana's icy blades were pressed against her throat. So moving was tantamount to death. The positive young man believed that from the very beginning, it was not a veil of absolute darkness, but a trap to lure him out. He was sure that the girl had created it to cloud his perception, and she, hearing about it, began to get even more nervous. The brave young man added that since the ability only worked on the enemy's senses, there was only one option. Finally, the main character said that this ability was a legendary illusion that allowed the girl to manipulate what her target saw. Upon hearing this, the red-haired lady dropped her sharp dagger and froze in place. Falling to the ground, the knife turned bright red, as if heated by high temperatures, and then deformed significantly. The perceptive Kan Yu-seon used his ability, causing huge ice shields to appear around him. Remaining conscious, Natasha Ivanova suddenly fell to her knees, a slight cut from the blade remaining on her neck. Units noted that she was good at deceiving others, but it seemed that this was not her true strength. In a frightening tone, he said that now it was the red-haired girl who would become food for the zombies. Holding out his outstretched arm, the fighter activated his ability again, but received a notification that the player had died. The surprised boy didn't quite understand what had happened, so he stopped acting until he could figure out what was going on. The tips of the ice swords suddenly stopped a few centimeters from the shocked Natasha's head. At the same time, a critical notification was received that Tarella's secret forces had detected the presence of survivors. Soon, a combat drone hovered over the ground, reporting that many living people had been spotted in Zone B. All were ordered to be destroyed, and Ivanova's alarmed comrades saw 3 thugs on a nearby building. The decision was made to run, as the Universal soldiers were already approaching them. A huge robot with a blue blaster, capable of reducing him to dust, stood in the way of the man who had frozen in place. The robot's voice said that a secret protocol was being followed, while the Hulk carefully examined him. At that moment, a powerful explosion rang out, its yellow light blinding the human eye, and Khan received a notification that another player had been killed. The tense fighter wondered if he could stop this, or if he should first disable the ice shield and rush into attack. The huge robot was not sleeping and immediately fired an energy charge at him, which greatly alarmed the guy. The brave man covered his face with his hands to protect himself from shrapnel, thinking about his next move in the fight. He realized that at this rate, everything would be too tedious, and suddenly a huge clock appeared nearby. Confused, Natasha Ivanova was speechless at the sight of the strange phenomenon and didn't know how to react. An unfamiliar girl appeared nearby, feeling sorry that 2 people had died without using their achievement points. Pointing her finger at the main character, she said calmly that it was all his fault. Giggling, the boy apologized for the incident and asked how he could make amends. The girl promised to make an exception and forgive him if he bought the yellow set of cards in his hand. When the store opens, there is no truce, but the fights in front of it make the girl sad. The little girl said that Natasha had the most points after her uncle and asked her to spend them before she died. The distraught woman almost burst into tears as she now realized that death was, alas, inevitable. The girl assured her that she would definitely not survive and asked her to buy a deck of cards, saying that if she drew the mythical card, she would survive. She also advised the smiling Kan Yusun to buy one, but he said he had the ability to acquire cards. Unexpectedly, Ivanova announced that she would spend all of her 374,000 achievement points, which greatly surprised the young man. She decided to spend them on decks with random abilities, which was a bold statement. The hero was already getting quite bored and simply watched what was happening, remaining silent. The tense lady began to open the sets, but the first two cards were ordinary, so there was nothing to be happy about. Over the next few minutes, only one rare item appeared, which was also of little value. The little saleswoman asked the woman not to give up and promised that she would definitely get the mythical card. Biting her nails, nervous Natasha was already beginning to doubt that she would hit the jackpot and get out of there alive. Kang, who had had time to get bored, said that people said watching a house burn down was the most fun thing to do. Unlucky Ivanova still only had her usual abilities, which was starting to annoy her. The large number of identical system notifications annoyed her, but she had to keep her emotions in check. Finally, the last deck was in her sweaty hands, and the girl asked her to be patient. The tense lady in her head kept repeating that she had to get at least one card, not even a mythical one, but a legendary one. Otherwise, she risked dying. Alas, the Russian spy was unlucky, and she banged her head against the asphalt and began to punch it viciously. The saleswoman asked if the nervous lady wanted to buy a potion for the remaining 4,000 points. Giggling, the hero said that the sale was over, and when the girl asked him to buy a deck, he asked her why she wanted it. The little girl said that considering the sudden deaths earlier and the fact that Natasha had sacrificed so much, it was probably the legendary card that had been drawn. Placing a box with a large number of sets in front of him, she asked her uncle to buy one of them, assuring him that he would get a valuable item. Upon receiving notification that the ruler of hell was shocked, the surprised Kan Yusion said he couldn't support her here. Enraged, Natasha Ivanova began to shout insults at the young man and the little brat. The fighter agreed with her, because it was not enough to curse the girl, but her words sounded convincing, so he decided to buy one set. Immediately, he received a system notification that he had received a card with the Ice Arrow ability, which he already had. The young man was asked if he wanted to increase the level of the ability using the combination, to which he immediately replied in the affirmative. The additional effect of 2 skill stars allowed the projectile to pierce armor, which was already quite good. The serious hero thought about what to do next and decided to turn to Natasha Ivanova first. Blushing with incredible anger, the scout asked him in Russian to shut up and listen. The puzzled young man asked if she was speaking her native language, and the saleswoman said that they would see each other again. The young man asked her to stop, but she disappeared immediately, leaving him alone with the frightening red-haired girl. The angry woman continued to hurl insults at him, and suddenly a huge robot appeared behind them. A whole company of thugs began to approach the survivors, as their mission was to destroy them completely. Loading a huge electric gun, one of the Universal soldiers said that a secret protocol was being followed. The soldiers needed to eliminate the witnesses who had drawn attention to them as quickly as possible. With a swift swing of his sword, the cold-blooded Kan Yuseon struck Natasha in the head, killing her once and for all. After that, he began to move forward at tremendous speed, wanting to destroy the robot standing in front of him. Without showing even a hint of emotion, the fearless fighter scanned the body of his target, thinking about where to strike. The damage was so great that the electric monster's head flew off its shoulders like a soccer ball. His closest allies immediately rushed to attack the boy, who used throwing blades against them. With titanic effort, he tried to push his enemies away from himself, remaining unharmed. 2 burly soldiers worked together, creating a powerful electric charge to finish off the boy. At that moment, a powerful explosion rang out, causing strong vibrations underfoot. Not at all frightened, the brave man managed to jump aside and once again escape death, leaving his opponents with nothing. Smiling as always, he noted with surprise that Tayela had quite a lot of resources. He decided it would be a good idea to buy some shares in pharmaceutical companies before returning home. Then the warrior began to twist his palm, summoning his icy ability, because it was his turn to make a move. Raising his hand, the man with the brilliant smile emphasized that he would not be buying shares in the company that was currently here. With a single snap of his fingers, he sent a multitude of sharp blades toward the robots. The Universal soldier, frozen in place, was somewhat confused because he did not know what to do. A large number of crystal shards pierced the skin of his opponents, leaving deep wounds on their bodies. The drone that transmitted information to the electric brain was also hit and began to collapse, falling to the ground. The sturdy steel armor of one of the robots was instantly destroyed, and its fragments scattered in all directions. An explosion followed, and Kan Yuseon successfully cleared the zombie apocalypse tower, receiving a random equipment coupon. As a reward for surviving, the winner could take one ability card that belonged to the losing player. The joyful young man said that he didn't even need to look at the options and immediately chose the Oculus coupon. After that, a blinding yellow light began to spread around, and a human scream could be heard nearby. When the tower was cleared, the players found themselves back in their own world, and the losers also returned, still alive. The pensive hero remembered that 2 mercenaries had died at the hands of the Dark One, and 2 others were so badly injured that they couldn't escape. This only happened if the fighters did not die in the town hall, but even Natasha Ivanova remained alive. Before leaving, the brave man waved to the guys, saying that they had done a pretty good job. Exhausted and upset, the lady wondered how this could have happened, because she was confident in herself and her team. Turning around, the young man said that if she wanted to be arrested, she could call the police and turn herself in at the nearest station, but it was none of his concern. The tense girl asked if the boy was really going to just leave her there, without even offering to help. The boy replied that she could go tell her people what an amazing hero the king was, and that it was time to stop fooling around. He added that dead men don't talk, and he needed someone to pass on the information. On the phone, Park Tae-sik asked why the young man had left them alive, and he replied that it was compensation for his legendary ability. The angry man shouted, asking why the kid had let those who had attacked him sneak away unharmed. Calm, Kang Yu-seong said he wasn't a psychopath and asked the old man to be kinder, since nothing had happened. The nervous gentleman emphasized that the boy was good at talking and asked why the freaks had come for him in the first place. Park didn't understand why he cared so much about the eccentric bully, but the hero reminded him that it was only thanks to him that the old man's cafe was still in business. His friend asked him to be careful on his way home and not to stress too much, and also not to make him worry. Smiling, the young man promised that everything would be fine and thanked his old friend for his concern. Inside the tower, the player was called by various names, such as Kang Yuso, the player, the alien, and the apostle. The same was true here, where a person could be called a weapon or a symbol of military power. In addition, a warrior could be called a living, unbalanced technique, which sounded strange but was indeed the case. But the players were not simple soldiers. They were heroes of war who deserved enormous respect. There were those who killed their homeland's enemies without hesitation, and Natasha Ivanova was a prime example. Feeling a slight uneasiness, the young man wondered if they wanted him to become such a person too. In his opinion, there was no such thing as a hero in the current world. But passers-by on the other side of the road suddenly recognized the king. Pulling his hood over his head, the young man told himself that he had been rather careless since morning. The tense young man told the girl not to point her finger because he was a thug, but she assured him that it was just an image and that he was actually a respected man. The girl said that without this man, their world would cease to exist, and that he secretly donated the proceeds from t-shirt sales to charity. Her boyfriend believed that it was all for show, which made Kang Yu-seon smile as he overheard their conversation. However, the main character was caught before he could get home, and now an interview with reporters was inevitable. Keeping his cool, the player glanced to the side, deciding that the best way out was to simply run away, and he took off. He headed for the Tower of Swords and Magic, which was a stylistic adventure, and its goal was to complete the storyline. The brave man decided it would be better to rest in the tower, since he was going there anyway. All around him were happy men rejoicing that the ceremony of the Holy Warrior had been successful. The cool-headed guy, hearing the mention of the Holy One, thought about it because the nickname sounded familiar. Before him stood a woman in a robe who was delighted to meet a warrior from another world who had answered their prayers. It was the charming and very kind Alicia, the 37th great martyr of the kingdom of Celestine. Smiling, the young man called it obvious in his inner voice, and immediately felt a surge of calm. Gently shaking the beautiful girl's hand, he introduced himself as a hero who saves the world quickly and without fuss. The player asked how he could help, and the saint said that in order to answer his question, she first needed to tell him about the state of affairs on the continent of Philia. The young man assumed that the problem lay in some kind of conflict between miraculous beings and demons. Alicia began to tell him that the devils, who were supposed to be imprisoned in the world of darkness, in the underworld, had begun to invade the world of light. Half an hour later, Kang Yu-seon, whose ears were almost twisted into tubes, asked if they could go and save the world from the attack of the demons. The saint said that the inhabitants of Celestina were afraid that humans might abuse the power of the arch, so the young man would have to undergo a trial. With his hands folded across his chest, the main character thought for a moment and realized that there was no point in staying any longer. Turning silently, he began to walk away quickly, and the excited girl asked where the brave warrior was going. The brave man said he was going to carry out his mission, but the worried lady tried to stop him because he didn't even know where the arch was. The cool-headed fighter asked if she knew where it was, adding that there wasn't much difference between them. Suddenly pulling his hand away, the young man continued on his way, but the alarmed Alicia did not want to let him go. Suddenly, a red portal appeared right inside the room, emitting a strange aura. A few seconds later, the bony hand of a demon and long horns became visible, which was already an alarming sign. The wary holy maiden decided to take a closer look, and it began to dawn on her. In a panic, she wondered how the devil's spawn could set foot on holy ground. Brave warriors immediately grabbed their swords and prepared to attack, saying that demons had no place here. The huge demon began to wave his hideous claws, eager to catch one of the pitiful humans. The blows of their swords did not harm him at all, which made the situation even more desperate and made everyone nervous. The vile creature stuck out its slobbering tongue, and the warriors could not understand why the divine magic and aura of the sword had no effect on it. The strong man summoned a small ball of fire, which he pressed with his claw to hurl at his enemies. The fearless Kan Yuseon ordered everyone to step back immediately, as the situation was too dangerous. Alicia, who was really worried, yelled that they should help the warrior, but one of the knights wouldn't let her run over to him. The brave man said he didn't need help and asked everyone to simply step back, covering the citizens with an icy wall. A bearded man held back the saint, asking the brave young man to be careful as he was risking his life. The worried girl was troubled by the thought that the fighter was putting himself in great danger for their sake. Falling to her knees, she folded her hands over her chest and began to pray to the goddess to grant them her mercy. Everyone around her joined in, except for the knights, who were obliged to protect them and remain on guard. Suddenly, the icy wall was destroyed, and the excited crowd immediately looked at the heroic king. Carrying Alicia was the first to ask if Kan Yuseon was hurt, but he silently covered his face with his hands. The demon sent telepathic messages and spoke with his voice, saying that soon the bright world they hated would be plunged into darkness. While the young man was experiencing a severe headache, the demon's frightening voice asked him not to stand in their way and just leave. The holy maiden, drenched in sweat from excitement, couldn't understand how this was possible, but she had to think of something. The stern fighter said there was no time to waste and asked Alicia where she thought the arch might be. The lady, who was almost in tears, couldn't believe that the end of their world was so close and said she had an idea. Very soon she was riding her horse across the bridge, knowing full well that they had to act as quickly as possible. Behind her rode Kang Yushun, who was glad that they were finally moving faster and getting down to business. The smiling young man told the dark creature sitting on his lap that he had done a great job imitating the demon's growls. It turned out that the dark creature had helped him a lot earlier and played along, so convincing the saints was no problem. The black kitten meowed sweetly at its owner, who gave it the attention it deserved and always supported it. Venitz decided to wait a while before using the Shadow Blade, since he had resorted to such a method, and asked the little monster to remove its spikes as well. Alicia, who was riding ahead, asked if they should slow down a little, but the warrior replied that there was no need. He believed that it was much more effective to do everything according to his instructions, and that this was the correct way to use the legendary ability. Oculus allowed him to manipulate what the target saw, but it was incompatible with crowd control abilities of the same rank or higher. Soon, the young people arrived at the Adventurers Guild, which was a rather simple and unremarkable building. The polite Khan said that, according to rumors, they had something that would allow them to enter the labyrinth, and the lady realized that he was talking about a searcher's license. The beauty asked the young men to wait a moment and handed them a ticket with the number 216 in line. The main character and Alicia went to a table and began to look around, seeing the well-armed fighters. In a low voice, the girl told her new companion that this place, Garcia, was a city with vortexes. It remained neutral, located between the territories of Queen Celestine and the Draga Empire, and was built near an ancient underground labyrinth. Smiling, the positive young man said that it would be difficult to find a more suitable place to hide the arch, the ancient weapon of the kingdom. Suddenly, the girl at the reception desk called room 216, which was the number of the young man who had just stood up from the table. A polite lady handed them a form and a quill pen, asking the young people to sign the documents. Sweet Alicia began to comply without hesitation, but the cool-headed Kang Yuseon suddenly stopped her. He read that no one was responsible for death in the maze and asked if they had to agree to this in order to obtain a license. The blonde replied that they provided everyone with equal opportunities to find great fortune and that adventure went hand in hand with risk. She added that it was entirely their choice, and the slightly nervous saint began to have doubts. Taking the quill pen from her hands, the calm young man noted that this disclaimer demonstrated the value of life very neatly. The yellow-eyed beauty at the reception desk wished the adventurers good luck and took back the signed forms. Very soon, the young fighters entered an ancient labyrinth with blue lanterns, where it was quite eerie and uncomfortable. The fearless warrior suggested they begin and asked if his comrade was ready, and she confidently answered yes. Out of nowhere, a whole pack of bloodthirsty rats appeared and indiscriminately attacked the young people. The brave warrior reacted quickly and thrust his icy blade into the monster's mouth, preventing it from biting him. Without losing her composure, the beautiful Alicia used her fire magic and directed it at the vile creatures. The attacking rat was decapitated in an instant, never reaching its target. The lovely beauty said that this was the beginning of the 5th level and noted that they were descending surprisingly quickly. The kind young man said that it was all because the girl was an excellent fighter and her magic was a blessing. The lady added that they had encountered adventurers everywhere who were holding back the beasts that were attacking them, thus clearing the way forward. She was very grateful to the fighters, and the hero assumed that this was the boys' hunting ground, so they were glad to see them leave. Clapping her hands with joy, the charmer said that if warriors helped each other fight, even demons didn't seem so scary. The calm daredevil said that she shouldn't fight too hard without them and promised to take her to the ancient weapons. Ahead of them, a crowd of people suddenly appeared, led by a bald, burly man with an axe, who decided to greet the newcomers. A big guy with a scar on his face said that the guys hadn't paid, but dared to venture into the maze on their own business. Unafraid, Kang Yuseon asked if these were the local gangsters that had alarmed Alicia. The hero didn't know what they were called in this world, but in every maze there were people who were called criminals or hunter-killers. The big man confirmed his words and asked if he would be willing to give up everything he had if he knew so much. Alarmed, Alicia suggested discussing everything, which greatly surprised the main character, who had no intention of bowing down to anyone. Smiling, the brave man said that conversation was good and asked if the bandit would mind hearing his story. According to him, in the beginning, there were Celestine and demons who wanted to destroy the world. The brave man declared that he was a warrior from another world who had come to save them, but to do so, he needed to find an ancient weapon. The people were puzzled, and the young man added that he was looking for an arch together with the 37th saint of the Holy Kingdom of Celestine. With a smirk on his face, the polite young man asked if they would be so kind as to let them pass, and the beautiful woman added that it was all for the sake of peace. For a few seconds, silence reigned, and the adventure seekers stared at the young people without taking their eyes off them. Laughing, the bald thug told his companions that the pathetic little boy thought he was someone important. His sarcastic companion with a bandage on his head suggested that the boy had lost his mind out of fear and was now talking nonsense. Alicia was upset and realized that there was no way to negotiate, and now it was unclear what awaited them next. Clenching his jaw in anger, Kan Yushun realized that everything had happened just as absurdly as he had imagined. The bandit with the scar on his face muttered something to the young man, but he didn't listen and called for his icy blade. With a sharp swing, the cold-blooded young man attacked his opponent, unwilling to waste any more time on empty talk. The stunned bandit almost fainted when he saw the blood gushing from his severed limb. The bald thug who had swung his axe at the boy was also wounded, but his attack was blocked. In a fit of rage, the thug threw the sharp weapon, but missed the hero, once again left with nothing, which angered him even more. Suddenly, a small portal appeared nearby, from which a female silhouette began to emerge. Holding a huge glaive on her shoulder, the intimidating lady asked the stranger on what grounds he was touching her people. Smiling, she noted that the young man was much more capable than he appeared, so he should not be underestimated. The face of the feisty madam was very familiar, and it soon became clear that this was the same polite blonde from the reception desk. Excited, Alicia asked if she worked for the Adventurers Guild, but for some reason she was lost in the maze. The confused girl didn't understand why this was happening, but the unflappable Khan figured out that the organization was in cahoots with the bandits. He explained that they lured novice players into dangerous situations and forced them to calculate the monetary value of their lives. According to him, if the players couldn't pay, their bodies would be sold, which made the saint panic and her eyes redden. Realizing the horror of it all, the beauty covered her face with her hands and asked in a trembling voice how they could do such a thing. The cunning blonde laughed at her naivety and said that this was the way things were in the Labyrinth City, so she had to accept reality. With fury in her eyes, the evil madam swung her axe in the air and screamed that she should have thought about it earlier. The clever hero immediately blocked the attack with his icy sword and prevented her from attacking him, remaining calm as always. With a beautiful smile, the brave warrior asked his self-assured opponent to watch her step. The wary woman immediately turned around, trying to understand what he was getting at, and saw the traces of a shadow behind her. As it turned out, the young man's dark beast had joined the fight, using spikes to terrify his enemies. At first glance, it was just a simple black cat, but its red eyes and menacing gaze made it seem otherwise. Less than a minute later, the dark creature began to smile, letting them know that all the horror was behind them. Unperturbed, Kang Yuseon told the frightened Saint Alicia that the way was clear and they could continue on. The beauty silently followed her confident companion, seeing a small homemade roadblock ahead. After a short while, the girl remained sitting by the fire while the daredevil scouted the situation from above. Jumping back down to his partner, the young man said that they would spend the night there and continue their journey in the morning. It was clear to see that the blue-eyed beauty was not the same as she had been at the start of their journey. The observant young man decided to talk about how she looked depressed after meeting the bandits. He asked if it was true that the girl was not used to dealing with the real world without her title of saint. Alicia, feeling anxious, said that the world was about to be destroyed and that people were foolishly fighting each other. She decided to ask if the brave warrior had gotten used to it, and it seemed like it was just another day for him. The young man replied that he wasn't sure about that and recalled Lin Song-ho's words that the world needed war heroes. Remaining completely calm, the player replied briefly that the world is the same no matter where you are. Feeling a slight sense of calm, the blue-eyed girl thought deeply about his words. Looking at the mesmerizing bonfire, the girl decided to ask about her companion's hometown. Lost in thought, Kang Yuseon began to tell her that his hometown had survived several crises. He said that there was no one who knew what to do when chaos broke out, and Alicia apologized if it was uncomfortable for him to talk about it. The brave warrior continued his story, saying that by the third time he had gotten used to it and fought bravely alongside the others. But one day when he came to his senses, it seemed to him that everyone was only concerned with themselves, and this thought continued to trouble him. Alicia listened intently to the story and asked what the young man had done in that situation. Smiling, the young man asked in a calm voice what the beautiful girl herself thought about it. After he asked the question, there was a brief silence as the saintess pondered the matter. For some time, she could not give an answer, afraid of offending her companion. Suddenly, the girl gently parted her lips, and it was clear that she was about to say something. After whispering her answer, the blue-eyed girl fell silent, and Kang Yuseon's expression changed instantly, not expecting such a response. At that moment, the guy laughed loudly, calling her guesses unbelievable, but did not dwell on it. Soon, the young people sat down and began to think about their own affairs, trying to relax a little. The slightly saddened main character did not understand why it was so quiet, as he was sure that it was high time to start getting ready. Suddenly, a young brown-eyed hawker appeared and asked if he would be so kind as to buy a card from her. Smiling, the young man asked her to show him the list of goods first, because he was already tired of sets. A few days later, at level 100, the brave warrior encountered demons who were shouting that they had to take the arch. A hungry snake blocked the fearless warrior's path, opening its huge and rather disgusting, slobbery mouth. Alicia, completely focused, put her hands to her chest and began to beg the goddess to have mercy on them. The dark beast, as always, used its spikes to prevent the bloodthirsty creatures from approaching the saint who was reading her prayer. In turn, the brave Kang Yuseon made a high jump and leaped straight into the predator's open jaws with a sword in his hands. Without hesitation, he swung his icy blade, inflicting enormous damage that looked very impressive. The red-skinned demon was hit and began to scream loudly in pain, but she could not help herself. As she was dying, she begged the demon god for forgiveness for her betrayal, because she had failed to get the bow. The exhausted hero breathed heavily, complaining that he was tired of this, but at the same time he received 10,000 achievement points and leveled up. The dissatisfied warrior did not understand why the demons appeared after he had passed the test and assumed that they had problems with timing. A sincerely happy Alicia praised the brave warrior who had single-handedly defeated many creatures. Suddenly, an emerald light shone on the partners from nowhere, which greatly surprised the saint. The girl was incredibly surprised, as she understood perfectly well that this was the long-awaited arch. The young fighter noted that it looked too simple for an ancient weapon, but he did indeed receive its white fragment. The excited beauty remembered the existence of the labyrinth, which they had to pass through as quickly as possible. Completely calm, Khan saw a blue silhouette nearby and assumed that the exit was there. Alicia said that they had made it out and felt a huge sense of relief, as they hadn't had to spend much time there. Suddenly, a familiar voice said that the saint and the warrior from another world had done very well. A blond man in knight's armor said that thanks to them, the imperial task of placing the arch would be easier to accomplish. Smirking, he added that the power of the weapon should be in his hands and ordered them to hand it over immediately. Positive Yu soon realized that the stranger was not on their side, and the worried girl said that this was the first principle of the Drago Empire. The young lord promised to spare their lives if they gave him the arch, but Alicia said that its power must be used to protect the world from demons. Showing the purple crystal, the prince firmly declared that when he gathered all the fragments, the devils would bow before his will. He said that the item from the quest had come to him on its own, but realized that the hero did not understand the meaning of his words and ordered the knights to rush into battle. His subordinates immediately grabbed their powerful swords, and the Lord exclaimed that the time had come for them to prove their loyalty and valor. The brave warriors raised their weapons and began to advance, and the system notified that the scenario had come to an end. A critical alert was received that the first prince of the empire, Drago, and his loyal guards had come for the power of the arch. The fearless warrior unleashed a barrage of blades while his comrade began to cast important spells. Saint Alicia granted him a holy defense buff, as well as sacred armor, magic enhancement, and an area of valor. The strong enemies were not afraid and continued to rush forward, but a terrible fate awaited them. The icy blades began to strike their targets with precision, piercing through their chests and leaving them no chance of survival. One of the alarmed fighters told His Highness that they must retreat immediately before they were all killed. The embittered prince nervously clenched his fist, deciding to use his ability to help his comrades. He wanted to gather all the fragments of the ancient weapon and strike his enemies with them, but it was still too early. A digital display with a critical notification suddenly appeared in front of the wary Kanyuso. To his great surprise, it said that the first prince, Milvas Drago, was using the power of the bow. The tense fighter sensed something approaching and told the excited saint that the enemy was using an ancient weapon. Trying to keep his wits about him, the brave warrior created an icy shield to prevent his enemies from getting closer. Everyone was stunned when Milvas Drago suddenly transformed into a huge mutant. His worried comrades asked if he was okay, but the monster looked around menacingly. With a single wave of his hand, he left deep wounds on the bodies of his comrades, calling them useless nobodies and ordering them to get out of his way. The panicked fighters began to scatter in all directions, while the unflappable Khan asked Alicia to refresh their buffs. At that moment, with a smile on his face, he began to don icy armor that was no worse than steel. Then the level-headed warrior asked his comrade to use the earthquake and fire potion, and vibrations could already be felt under their feet. The demonic monster that Milvas had turned into was caught in a ring of fire and became afraid to move. The fearless player rushed to attack the monster, circling it from behind and looking for vulnerable spots on its body. A powerful blow with his sword struck the monster directly in the back, which it did not expect at all. Grinning maliciously, the first prince, transformed into a monster, became even more enraged at the warrior who stood in his way. The brute asked if the pathetic little boy really thought he could hide in the fire and not be caught. But the young man suddenly smiled slyly, and icy vapors began to spread around him. The enraged mutant did not understand what was happening, and his body was rapidly covered with layers of ice. Jumping up and swinging at his enemy from above, the player asked if the power had intoxicated him so much that he couldn't see anything. With another powerful blow, he inflicted a lot of pain on his burly opponent, who didn't have time to realize what was happening. Heavily wounded, Milvas Drago began coughing up blood and breathing heavily, with no chance of victory. The cool-headed Kanyusion finally pulled the blade out of his enemy's body and had a chance to catch his breath. The system notified him that he had obtained the quest item, namely the second fragment of the arch, which surprised the young man a little. Standing over the remains of the huge mutant, the hero wondered what kind of third-rate scene from a mobile game this was. The fragments of the ancient weapon began to come together before his eyes, which looked very impressive from the outside. Everything happened quite quickly, and the partners could only watch intently, holding their breath. With her mouth open in amazement, Alicia stared at the arch they had been following all this time. Smiling, Can read this as the perfect ending, and the system wrote that he had reached level 50 and could enter the Tower of Awakening. Finally, the polite young player said that it was all over, and that the saint could now take the arch in her hands. The excited lady asked if he really wanted her to take the ancient weapon. The young man asked who else would do it if not her, but the girl said she was not capable enough to wield such power. The young man asked if the traitors of the Drago Empire were behind this, which made the beautiful woman even more nervous, as she was still unsure of herself. The brave young man said that it was better to use the bow herself for good purposes than to give it to some fools. Alicia could not treat the incomparable power of the weapon so irresponsibly, and the hero, handing it to her, decided to tell her something. He said that madmen, driven by power and destroying the world, were usually like that because of the burden of responsibility, but the saint would not fight alone. The girl froze in place and began to carefully examine the precious object she had been searching for so long. Pressing the bow to her chest, she smiled and thanked Kang Yuseon, saying that his words made her feel much better. The brave man said he was glad to hear that. after which he received a notification that he had cleared the Tower of Swords and Magic. Having obtained the weapon, Alicia stopped the demon invasion and preserved peace on the continent, and now she trusted the warrior very much. Sometime later, Kang was lying in his room, thinking that clearing the tower would be a great break, but he got too carried away because a week had passed. Meanwhile, posts were spreading on the internet that there was a chance the Hero King would clear all the towers by the end of the year. Leaning back on his pillow, the young man said to himself that it was only mid-January and there were more important things to do. A few days later, he was running down the street when he glanced to the side and saw something unusual. It was a crowd of journalists wandering the streets in search of the legendary fighter to interview. When they saw Kang Yuseon, they rushed toward him, begging for an interview, but the player decided to quickly enter the town hall. The stunned crowd did not understand where the king had gone, as there was no information about the location. A few seconds later, the shocked reporters assumed that the daredevil had decided to go to the Tower of Awakening. An unknown voice told the main character that he had been waiting for him and called him a child with 1,000 faces and talents. Opening his eyes, the cool-headed warrior said he could do without his nonsense and suggested moving on to the test. Suddenly, a multitude of mirrors appeared around him, and the voice remarked that the guy was damn impatient. The young player remained silent and calm, waiting for the test to begin without any emotion. The ruler, disguised as a clone of Kana, smiled, flashing a red gaze, and said that despite his remark, he had already been planning to begin. The mirrors reflected the various combat positions of the player, who was performing admirably in every battle. In an instant, all the mirrors were shattered, and the shards flew in all directions, leaving the young man in darkness. The brave man began to take slow steps forward, stepping on the glass, which crackled pleasantly under his feet. He kept a cool head and waited silently for the ruler, who loved to prolong the intrigue, to make his next move. The ruler, wearing a clown mask, asked if the young man was not even surprised, which was highly unusual. Showing no emotion, the brave man prepared a large number of icy blades and pointed them forward. His clone did the same, making the situation even more tense. But there was no turning back. In an instant, both opponents launched their projectiles, after which they had to rush into the attack. The fearless Kang Yushun was the first to rush into battle, holding his sword tightly, knowing exactly where to strike. The enemies began to attack each other, moving deftly from side to side, which emphasized the professionalism of both. The clown ruler continued to smirk annoyingly, waving his weapon, but this did not scare the young man at all. The brave warrior was not worried at all, as he understood that it was a fake, precisely repeating his movements. He continued to launch ice projectiles at the enemy, who still managed to dodge them. The main character fought her every season, but he still felt uneasy because it all looked quite dangerous. The shadow beast tried to use its spikes, but the clown deftly parried with his sword, deflecting the attacks. The agile Kang Yuseon made high jumps, closing in on his opponent, who kept smiling slyly. Serfima's shield deflected the enemy's attacks, so the young man used it in critical situations and remained unharmed. The blessing of having cheated death deflected an instantaneous fatal blow, which the player also took advantage of. The rivals once again separated and attacked each other from a distance, but to no avail. The nervous hero decided to summon a dark beast, but received a notification that summoning familiars was prohibited in this area. The trick didn't work, which made him very nervous, but in reality, everything was quite simple. The daredevil did not give up and continued to try to launch ice swords at the clown, believing that he could defeat him. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he lunged forward, knowing exactly what to do next. His gaze was as cold and focused as ever, because he had only one chance to achieve his goal. At that very moment, an incredibly powerful blow was delivered to the enemy's stomach, piercing him through and through. The fake clown grinned as usual and asked why the young man was so serious while she was bleeding to death. Then the clown ruler said that the young man could become a hero or a villain because it was up to him to decide who he wanted to be. He added that there was no need to worry so much, and Kang Yuseon, covered in blood, listened silently. With a wave of his hand, the rival calmly said that there was nothing in the world that could be taken seriously. After these words, the villain rushed into attack again, clearly repeating the movements of the agile protagonist. The fearless warrior said he knew a magic trick that would shut the pathetic clown's mouth. The scoundrel smiled annoyingly as usual, while the brave man's hand was pressed against his ugly mask. At that moment, there was a small explosion, after which the clone no longer had a head and finally shut up. Drops of blood could be seen on the ground, and in the hands of the unperturbed young man lay a white mask. Without thinking twice, the guy decided to put the accessory on his face, fully aware of what he was doing. Gripping the icy blade tightly, he asked firmly if this was the one he needed to deal with. A huge ruler appeared before him and asked the child to take his new face and talent. A short time later, an excited Park Tae-sik rushed down the hospital corridor, feeling a strong sense of unease. With trembling in his heart, he burst into one of the wards where Kang Yuseon lay calmly as if nothing had happened. The breathless man began to catch his breath, staring intently at the young player. The unruffled young man looked up from scrolling through the digital display when he saw his old friend. When asked where the gifts were, Park smiled and said that judging by the young man's sharp tongue, he was already feeling better. The sarcastic gentleman asked the king to stop pretending and to stop trying to maintain peace throughout the world. The hero asked if he really wanted to make him go to work with a hole in his chest, but Tae-sik was sure that the young man had taken the healing potion. The fighter said that the wound was unusual, and his friend noted that his ruler was rather peculiar, so the awakening should have gone as usual. Taking a breath and scratching the back of his head, the shy young man said that it wasn't as serious as his opponent thought. Awakening, available from level 50, had different effects depending on the player's ruler. As a reward for overcoming himself, Kang Yuseon received his own talent, in other words, all the cards and stats he had earned before. He already possessed all the good things, so he had an excellent opportunity to improve his abilities. The system asked if he wanted to use the merger to replace his skill with a 2-star Oculus. The young man got what he wanted, so everything was fine. And from Pa, he learned that his task was to find and beat up the villain. The man said that real criminals were rare these days and showed him a video about a terrible serial arsonist. The villain enjoyed the loud cries of people, which were soothing to him. Waving his pointer, he made the ignorant crowd tremble, and the bright flames warmed his soul. The madman elevated himself to the status of a venerable maestro and said he would show the way with his outstanding art. Loud cries of nervous citizens could be heard everywhere, and the fire truck could not get through to the scene of the fire. At that terrible moment, the ruler of fire was delighted and generously rewarded Baek Dong-soo for his professional actions. The madman shouted that, as always, only the ruler understood his art, while police officers slowly approached him from behind. The fearless maestro turned around and muttered that stupid little people with their weapons had come for him again. The tense officers froze in place as the madman created another fire. The excited crowd discussed how the criminal had suddenly entered the 4th-level tower arena, and the brave Kang Yuseon was climbing the steps. Nervous people saw that there was a limit on the number of players in the town hall, and the only goal was to win. The level-headed young man stood watching the blazing fire, his inner voice telling him that this player was no hero. He believed that Baek Dong-soo was the one who was setting the world on fire, so he called him an atypical psychopath. Without thinking twice, the noble warrior decided to enter the tower to find the villain and deal with him. The spectators cheered loudly from the stands, staring intently at the arena where the mad arsonist was already standing. The self-confident maestro turned to his opponent and asked what kind of fool dared to come out against him. But upon looking more closely at his opponent, the gray-haired man's face changed in surprise. The fearless warrior immediately grabbed his icy blade, firmly calling the abnormal man a psychopath. Encouraged, Baek Dong said that someone like a heroic king was capable of understanding his art. The young man realized that he was facing a mad creator, and he couldn't understand why the world was full of such crazy people. These words hurt the maestro, who lowered his gaze to the floor, but it was clear that his face was beginning to redden with anger. Creating flames again, the man shouted, asking how the kid dared to devalue his art, treating it like some kind of trash. The special ability of the Orchestra of Hellfire was extremely dangerous, but the brave boy managed to jump aside. The immoral figure began to use the flute and trumpet, directing a stream of fire from them toward the boy. Smiling, the brave boy said that the peculiarity of creators was that they acted alone, appearing out of nowhere. The enraged Baek Dong-soo wanted to finish off the king as quickly as possible, but he kept jumping back, remaining unharmed. Finally, in a fit of rage, the man used a kettle drum, which appeared directly above the confused fighter's head. The huge gilded object fell directly on the young man and covered him, so there was nowhere to run. But unexpectedly, the brave player jumped up and destroyed the musical instrument with a powerful blow of his sword. Rushing to attack the arsonist, who was frozen in place, the nimble young man said that this was not enough to catch him. He decided to end this circus, but the madman had no intention of giving up so easily and was ready to kill himself. But right in midair, Kang Yuseon hit his head on a golden plate and was unable to continue. Immoral began to laugh loudly, saying that he couldn't believe he had created such a masterpiece with the hero king. Suddenly, the main character smiled slyly and began to mutter something that was already a warning sign. Finding himself behind the enemy lines, he swung his sword sharply and said that it was just his residual image. The brave man was slightly surprised that the inconspicuous arsonist had even managed to dodge the blow. At the same time, the man had a wound on his neck and was very nervous because he knew that an illusion couldn't talk. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the smiling young man said he wasn't good enough to explain everything. The effect of the oculus allowed the user to manipulate what the target saw, and the visual information controlled by the user was marked with the word essence. Giving his opponent a menacing look, the warrior said he would gather a whole room full of clones like him. Finally, he said menacingly that he would do so because this was Baek Dong-soo's last performance before his death. After these words, many clones began to wave their weapons, causing the agitated arsonist to fall to his knees. However, the gray-haired man continued to smile maliciously, using his ability to fight to the last. Suddenly creating a fire, he shouted at the top of his lungs that his precious art would never die. Kang Yusun covered his face with his hands as the blast wave was quite strong. A few minutes later, the horror ended, and a digital display appeared before the stunned young men with a notification. The objective had been accomplished, and now he had to choose an exit. But there were two, which complicated the task. The player couldn't kill his opponent inside the tower, so the hero decided to finish off the scoundrel in the French city of Calais. The teleportation was very fast, and in a couple of moments, the brave man found himself in a beautiful place. Standing on one of the buildings, Khan saw the alarmed Baek Dong-soo, who was running away with his heels flashing. The merciless fighter knew that the nimble scoundrel was here and was convinced that he had made the right choice. Without a shred of fear in his heart, the warrior leaped straight at his enemy, who naively hoped to escape death. In mid-air, the professional swung his icy blade, confident that he would kill the scoundrel. Terrified, the maestro did not stop for even a second, but this did not bother the enemy at all. The cold-blooded Yusun swung his sword once more, aiming straight for the head of his fleeing victim. The gray-haired man continued to run with all his might, trying to speed up despite his age. The brave man continued to swing his sword, but in an instant he ran into something like a barrier, which was unexpected. Alert, he looked ahead carefully, trying to figure out the cause of the problem. Nearby was a group of people led by a tall girl in a short skirt. The charming blonde politely asked Mr. Khan Yuso to drop his weapon, continuing to hold up the protective dome. The fearless warrior complied with the request and immediately asked the saint what she was doing there. The beautiful Maria Jager, head of the Order of the Knights of Salvation, immediately stopped using the barrier. The French government had asked them to assist in the investigation of the black player, and they had been on standby the entire time. Mila giggled, and the young man asked the beauty if she would help him make a hole in the stomach of this vile arsonist. Suddenly, the girl gave a negative answer, saying that she couldn't let him kill Maestro Baek Dong-soo. The lady explained that killing during an arrest was only allowed under certain circumstances, and the young man remarked that she was talking like a saint. Continuing to behave provocatively, he recalled that Maria was one of those people, and she herself had said that revenge only begets revenge. Then Jaeger added that just because the musician behaved like a monster did not mean that the heroic king had to follow his example. The fighter said that killing the black player was nothing, and the girl noted that she was saying this not for herself but for him. She asked if the young man understood that such an act would have global consequences, and this greatly alarmed her. The cunning musician tried to escape from the dome by setting it on fire while the young people were arguing. A huge fire began to spread over a small area, but it had no effect. The confused Kang Yuseon asked if an attack from inside the barrier wasn't supposed to go outside. Maria Jaeger, completely calm, repeated once again that she was trying to protect the main character. She said that the criminal had been caught and that the incident was over, adding that they would take him where he needed to go and that the young man could go rest. Once again, the blue-eyed boy looked at the arsonist he wanted to deal with, but couldn't. Hiding the icy blade, he said calmly that since the saint had asked, there was nothing he could do. As he walked away, the fighter said that he had wasted his time coming here, and the blonde silently looked at his back. But suddenly, a purple shadow appeared at his feet, indicating that the game was not over yet. Sharp bayonets were aimed at Baek Dong-soo, who was lying on the ground, but Maria knew full well what he was capable of. Without even looking, the saint stopped the spears with a sweet smile on her face, saying that the guy shouldn't even try. Exhaling wearily, the young man no longer resisted, realizing that he would not be allowed to deal with his enemy. Then he muttered that it was to be expected, and the alarmed Jaeger turned her gaze to the criminal. At that moment, the helpless musician was in someone's huge mouth, where he was threatened by very sharp teeth. The blue-eyed girl watched the scene with utmost tension, sweating profusely and not knowing what to do. A woman's healed foot was walking through the pools of blood, heading toward Kan Yuso. The young man remained completely calm, raising his hands above his head, while the tip of the woman's blade was pressed against the back of his head. The fighter's provocation level rose rapidly, and the clown ruler fell into hysterics while the brave man was surrounded on all sides. The young man asked if they knew how many people had died because of this madman, adding that there were children among them. The hero said he couldn't spare the scoundrel because there was simply no reason to, and the people around him listened intently. He added that the black players were destroying the world faster than towers, and the agitated Maria Jaeger began to pray. A player asked if it was true that whoever punched a hole in the monster's stomach would soon become one himself. Unafraid of punishment, the brave man calmly said that he was ready to accept everything as it should be. But unexpectedly, the Blonde's guild members lowered their swords, and she herself placed her hand on Kan Yuso's shoulder. The lovely girl looked sincerely into the eyes of her opponent and said in a gentle tone that he was not a monster at all. The blue-eyed boy looked at her silently, after which he was released and they all dispersed. At home, he received a call from an angry Park Tae-sik, who shouted that the boy had said he wasn't a psychopath. The nervous young man said that his parents would kill him and asked what the problem was if the boss himself had asked him to kill the arsonist. The man said he hadn't told him to do it in public and added that the French government was begging him to bring the king back. He added that he had found a plane for tomorrow evening, but the hero said he still had things to do. My friend asked what other trouble Khan was planning to cause, and the guy replied that he had a personal life too. An angry Park Tae-sik was about to say something, but the young man didn't waste any more time and ended the call. Taking a deep breath, he thanked the girl sitting with him in the room for her help. Then Yusung added that he was indebted to her and that it was the least he could do, and there was no reason to refuse. The charming Maria Jaeger, sitting on the bed, smiled sweetly at her counterpart and said she was glad to hear that. The polite young man told the beauty that she could feel at home, and she replied that they would see each other tomorrow morning in Paris. The main character noted that she was good at setting boundaries, and the slightly tense lady looked at him silently. Before she left, the young man asked if she had anything else to say, which made the blonde stop. Smiling sweetly, the blue-eyed woman replied that she had already said everything, then wished her colleague a good night. The beautiful saint left Kana's room and paused for a moment, deep in thought. Feeling very uncomfortable, she wondered if she should have asked the heroic king for such a favor. In the tower of the 6th level of the Revolutionary War, the player was facing system crashes, and the store was unavailable. The goal of the raid was to complete the scenario, and at that moment, criminals were moving through the streets in luxurious carriages. Behind them, the fearless Kan Yuseon was chasing them, shielding himself and using an icy sword. On the run, the agile young man threw projectiles at the enemies, who needed to be revived urgently. The warrior was extremely serious and focused, as the situation left no room for error. He said that there was a bridge ahead where they could block the criminals' path, and according to the script, they had to protect the king's nobles from the army. Unexpectedly, the brave player made a high jump, and Saint Mary Jaeger was already standing on the stone crossing. His companions were ready to fight as long as necessary, as the difficult situation demanded. For the first few minutes, the bridge was half destroyed, and it was impossible to move forward. Now the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army could not advance and were forced to stop. With a sly smile, the fearsome hero asked them to advance, fully prepared to give a worthy rebuff. Suddenly, the commander of the detachment ordered his men to cease fire, as if intending to resolve the matter peacefully. The man calmly addressed the visitors to the city and asked what they were doing there, but this puzzled them. Then the military officer asked if they had not been fighting for the Revolutionary Army and for a new world spirit. He firmly exclaimed that it was only thanks to the return of the saint that they had a chance to win the war. Unable to hold back his tears, the gentleman, overcome with emotional pain, asked why she was not fighting for a righteous cause. He couldn't understand why Maria had sided with the corrupt kingdom of the nobility. The cold-blooded Khan asked if that was why Jaeger needed her help, but she was unable to respond. Without showing any emotion, the young man realized that this world was not the first for his comrade in arms. With a slight smile, the holy beauty confessed that this was her first time in the 5th level tower. Without hesitation, the brave lady fought alongside the army for the freedom, equality, and unity of France. These words sounded familiar to the young man, and the girl said that the Great Revolution had the same slogan. The young man said that those who believed they were fighting for a just cause were now enemies of Marie, so she felt like a hypocrite. The blue-eyed girl said that they had to defeat the soldiers to reach the 6th level tower and clear it. Taking a deep breath, the brave man confidently said that they would do what they had to do, namely move on to the next stage. His fighting spirit brought a smile to the beautiful Jaeger, who thanked Kana for being there. With a single movement, the warrior created a protective barrier, and the commander of the squad of soldiers turned back to the guests. Suddenly, the captain was thrown back by an icy blow, feeling intense pain in his stomach, which alarmed his companions. The fearless Yuso smiled at the fact that the group's leader had called them dear guests, which sounded ridiculous. Preparing to use the charge again, he asked Maria who she thought they were being taken for. The brave man said that the bridge was destroyed and ordered the soldier to retreat, as he did not want to spill any more of their blood. The reserve commander said he couldn't retreat and added that even if he died, he would do so in battle. Unexpectedly, he donned the knight's incredibly sturdy remaining armor, eager to fight to the last drop of blood. The armor began to glow with a powerful blue energy that gave its wearer great strength. The other soldiers followed the captain's example and were ordered to prepare to use magic. The war-crazed leader proudly proclaimed that he was ready to die for freedom and equality in battle against the foreigners. A small guard began to fire relentlessly at the two players, not even allowing them to raise their heads. Maria Jaeger was thrown aside by the blast wave, but the unflappable Khan did not succumb to panic. The saint used the power of her faith and deep convictions, protected by Seraphim, to help her partner as much as possible. The brave man, in turn, began to move from side to side, dodging bullets and gradually approaching the enemy leader. The effect of the holy armor's blessing was instantly increased to 1,000%, which surprised him somewhat. Even more shocking was that everything suddenly slowed down, but the young man still tried to remain calm. The cold-blooded fighter swung his icy sword, and small crystals flew at his enemies, posing a threat to their lives. At one point, the young man remembered that the lights turned off at this level, and his brave comrade was using her abilities to the fullest. The tense girl asked her companion to step back immediately, saying that she would take care of everything herself. But suddenly, her expression changed because everything around her had suddenly grown dark, and now it was more difficult to act. Maria froze in place and started calling out to Yuso, but he didn't answer and was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the calm young man was defeating the soldiers, who also couldn't see him. It was obvious that the 6th level would be more difficult, so the young man was not particularly surprised. But he couldn't have imagined that one day he would have to fight in the dark, so he asked the saint to activate her shield immediately. The girl clearly heard her comrade's request and immediately complied, her mind completely focused. In an excited tone, she asked Kana to lift the veil of absolute darkness, as otherwise she would not be able to fight. The brave warrior said that she didn't need to fight, while he continued to swing his icy blade with all his might. Suddenly jumping onto a large dark beast, he said that Maria's presence was already enhancing the effects. Smiling as always, the positive young man said that the experience points would be divided equally anyway, so there was nothing to worry about. Surprised, Jaeger froze in place and silently watched her comrade destroy the enemies. A few seconds later, the calm young man looked into her eyes with a smile and said that thanks to her, he was already done. Around him lay a crowd of dead soldiers from the Revolutionary Army, who had been dealt with swiftly. The charming girl closed her eyes and decided to remain silent for a moment to realize that it was all over. Now all that was left for the players to do was to get off the bridge, as there was no point in staying there anymore. Reaching out his hand, the brave Kan Yushun asked his comrade to grab hold, but her sad gaze was lowered. The cheerful young man said that she needed to catch up with the pot-bellied king, so there was no time to waste. He asked if the blue-eyed girl understood that it was all in vain if the city the soldiers were fleeing to fell. Nevertheless, Maria settled herself on the huge beast, saying that he didn't have to do all this, but the young man replied that it was great fun. The hero said that with the strength that the hunter gave him, he would kill everyone for her, adding that there might not be another chance. The girl wrapped her arms around his waist so as not to fall, and whispered that that wasn't why she had asked him for a favor. The brave man confidently declared that he was already on the job and was doing all this for her, then continued rushing into the burning city. A fierce fire was spreading around, causing buildings to collapse like sand on a beach. Merciless soldiers fired at the fleeing civilians, shouting that the enemies of the revolution must be killed. The scoundrel on horseback said that these were the orders of the iron-blooded duke, who had ordered that even children should be spared no mercy. Soon Kan Yusun and his companion arrived in the town and saw many dead innocent people around them. Shocked, Maria couldn't believe that such a terrible situation had occurred in the duke's town. She couldn't understand why the revolutionaries didn't spare the innocent and killed everyone in their path. Taking a sword in his hands, the brave man said that this was the nature of any ideology, adding that the same would have happened to the inhabitants of the settlement from which they had fled. The companions received a critical warning that the Lord's personal guards, iron-blooded soldiers, were blocking their way. Smiling, Kan called it ironic that now they were not revolutionaries fighting for a just cause, but simply murderers. Snapping his fingers, he confidently said that in a few minutes everything would change, and thus summoned the darkness. Very soon a notification was received that the noble faction had won incredible victories and that the warrior had cleared the tower of the revolution. He also accomplished the feat of clearing the tower on his first attempt and was to receive a set of skill cards and a random artifact as a reward. When it was all over, the excited journalists begged Maria Yager to tell them about her raid with the Hero King. A young player noticed that the girl was not in the mood and that it was impossible to get a word out of her at that moment. Still, the saint began to say something about the safety of all countries, but the guy beat her to it, saying that the night had been hot in every sense of the word. With sarcasm, the young man asked what else a man and a woman could be doing alone in a tower at night, which made Jaeger tense. The agitated lady exclaimed that it wasn't what the journalist had thought, and the hero reminded her that she had previously been happy that they were together. The angry girl, realizing that they had embarrassed themselves in public, shouted at him to shut up. Yusin's provocation statistics grew at an astonishing rate, while the clown monarch lay on the floor, clutching his stomach. Trying to collect her thoughts, Maria decided to say something normal to break the awkward silence. Noticing this, the cunning Kang smiled at her, as if a new idea had formed in his head. The ghost rewarded him with a set of skill cards, and the assassin with a deck of rare and higher-level assassination abilities. In turn, the ruler guide granted the young warrior the sixth sense of a guide, which made him smile. Rumors had already spread across the internet that the Hero King and Saint Mary had spent the night together. Reading this, the sarcastic young man said that it was too late to say they were just friends. In response, the beauty smiled silently and mysteriously at him, as if considering the possibility of being paired with the hero. Soon, the young warriors approached the entrance to the Tower of the Ice Dead, where a crowd of frightening skeletons and a huge dragon awaited them. The worried young man began to grin as usual, trying to avoid being sent to the town hall with the saint. Completely calm, Maria Jaeger called him dear and asked what had happened, realizing that the young man had chickened out. Summoning her powerful sword, the fearless maiden asked him to get out of the way, ready to fight alone. The charming girl said that after a hot night, one needed to cool down a bit and decided to do just that. With a cry, she rushed into battle, and within a couple of minutes, word came that the town hall had been cleared of the icy dead. Surprised, Kang Yuseon only managed to cover his head with his hand and didn't even understand what had happened. But victory had already been won. Then over the course of a month, the two fighters carried out successful raids, completely clearing one tower after another. On their way, the guys spared no one and sincerely enjoyed their favorite activity. Finally, the day of their return home arrived, and the main character was already standing at the airport with his suitcase when Maria approached him. The guy asked if lovers don't kiss each other goodbye, and the girl suddenly confessed that she envied him very much. She asked how he could be so carefree and said that in his case, it was a compliment. Even so, the charming blonde was glad that she had a player she could trust completely. Smiling sincerely in response, Khan said that those words should be said by him and added that they would definitely see each other again. Waving, the lovely Jaeger asked him to be careful on his way back, and the young man silently made his way to the boarding gate. The girl also thanked Yuso at the end, which made him stop for a moment, slightly surprised. The saint was grateful to him for everything he had done for this world, because a great deal of strength and time had been spent. Looking out the airplane window, the hero said that working together was much more effective, but national interests always came first. He had an idea to invite Maria to visit them sometime, and the angry cat suddenly asked how long he was going to keep scratching him. The stunned guy couldn't believe that the animal was talking, and the stern cat said that it had evolved. The young man asked why she had only spoken now, and the pet asked him to open the set of cards he had received as a reward. Encouraged, the boy immediately complied, asking to pray that they would get a hero level. He said that if the cards gave so much, then as soon as they opened them all, they would become invincible. With admiration in her eyes, the cute cat watched what was happening, and her owner decided to unlock the set of unclaimed rewards. While the opening process was underway, Kang Yuseon said to himself that synergy and class were the most important things in this game. He had already obtained the first one, but he had not yet encountered the second, which needed to be corrected. The brave man pressed the button on the digital display and instantly received a notification that he had acquired the Shadow Assassin class. He finally got the item he wanted, and now the synergy of darkness and assassination complemented each other, enhancing their effects. Hugging the cat close, the hero suggested finding a tower to test his new abilities upon their return and wished her sweet dreams. Sometime later, the Hero King was seen in front of one of the city's buildings, the reason for his visit unknown. People couldn't understand what the daredevil was doing at the entrance to the club in the middle of the day, but he silently began to descend the steps. Downstairs, the young man saw a young man with his face buried in a table, sniffling quietly. Kicking the furniture, an angry Kang Yuseon shouted, asking if he had seen the time, and reminded him that he had asked him to come at 9 in the morning. The young man complained of a terrible hangover and asked what had happened to the degenerate they had been talking about. Raising his outstretched hand, the cool-headed hero began counting down from 3 and asked him to follow him. The drunkard threw a glass at him, but the unperturbed player dodged it, letting the glass shatter against the wall. The insolent kid asked how someone like a warrior could give him orders and whether he even knew who his father was. Enraged, the alcoholic said that his father was the chairman of the ONH company, so he should be spoken to with respect. The fearless Can smiled and, placing his hand on the youngster's head, suggested that he was younger than his father's disappointment. In public, the warrior began to lead the insolent young man away, gripping his hair tightly while the latter, still in a state of rage, hurled insults at him and begged to be let go. Recalling his conversation with the association director, the warrior said that he had made a mistake in hiring one of the players, thinking that everything would be different. Then the man, adjusting his glasses, recommended a promising newcomer who had awakened this season. The brave man couldn't believe it was the same kid, but he heard that he had successfully cleared the third-level tower. The guy who woke up with a hangover realized that this was the same hero king who had come to take him to the fourth-ranked town hall for free. Suddenly, the newcomer said he was already very tired after the previous capture, and Khan noted that his personality and skills were completely mismatched. Soon, the fighters entered the butcher's shop, which was the fourth-level tower, where the atmosphere was immediately very tense. The cool-headed hero decided to give a little instruction to the boy dressed in knight's armor. The king secretly kicked the youngster in the rear, ordering him to first show what he was capable of, and he slid across the floor on his stomach. Suddenly, the confused novice raised his head and froze, holding his breath, because what he saw was not at all pleasant. Before him stood a crowd of hungry butchers with sharpened cleavers, eager to chop him into mincemeat. Terrified, the young man immediately jumped up and rushed to the side, not even knowing what to do next. In a panic, he begged Yuso to get rid of them. But Yuso, emotionless, replied that he didn't listen to advice from those weaker than him. Covering his head, the crying boy shouted that if anything happened to him, the hero would also suffer. The professional player noticed that the novice had a cool weapon, but he didn't know how to use it, so he still had a lot to learn. Like no one else, the king knew perfectly well that those who cannot fight await a sad end, but the panicker begged him to save him. The unflappable warrior immediately used the shadow cloning technique, deciding to help the youngster after all. This ability allowed him to control the shadows of a selected area, and shadow synergy enabled him to activate it 3 times as it regenerated. After dispatching the butchers in one fell swoop, Kan Yuseon said that practice is the best teacher, but there were still hungry bats above, their vile tongues craving something to feast on. The fearless player immediately summoned the blood spellcaster's technique, while the stunned novice watched silently. The ability allowed the mage to summon spirits, and with the synergy of 2 copies, create blades from the bodies of enemies. The pathetic creatures, their eyes bulging with pain, were firmly grasped by hard, bloody hands. The brave one asked if it was time for the kid to change his pants, but he, being embittered, told him to watch his language and again threatened to call his father. Patting the boy on the shoulder, the mentor said that he was just motivating him to succeed so that his cute little puppy would be the best. The shy boy asked if he had just made that up because it sounded rather insincere. The mysterious fighter explained that it was because the youngster wasn't ready to hear the truth that he was trash, not a player. He immediately used a killing skill that marked the victim and added a lot of points to his stealth and attack. The tense kid asked what his opponent had done, and the system announced that the black mark had been successfully applied. A couple of seconds later, his pupils shrank in size and blood suddenly began to spurt from his chest. The cold-blooded Kang Yuseon said that the hero king does not deal with such pathetic scum, and the newcomer's life quickly faded away. Smiling, the hero emphasized that if he considered it unfair, he could always defeat him in battle. Soon the boys returned from the tower, where they immediately attracted the attention of interested people. The excited young man asked what was going on, but his mentor did not understand what was wrong with his face. Looking down on him, the warrior added that he had not killed the player painfully and asked if he still did not understand that he was dead. The angry boy, as always, began to threaten his father, saying that he would tell him, but this did not bother his opponent at all. Laughing, the brave boy said that he would tell his father everything himself, so there was no point in threatening him. Clenching his jaw in anger, the kid smiled slyly, saying that the bastard didn't even realize how much trouble he was in. Moving sharply closer to him, the stern fighter made an obscene gesture and asked if the kid was really going to hire a hitman to kill him. The brave boy asked what would happen if the head of the ONH became his enemy, explaining that another freak would simply join the queue for murder. Showing no fear, Kan pointed his index finger at the young fool and asked if he really thought he was special. Then he touched the forehead of the very nervous guy who didn't even know what to expect from the madman. Suddenly, the guys received a notification that a new season update about the Endless Maze had been released. The players had to organize a raid, emerge victorious, and receive their well-deserved rewards. Upon seeing the message that the clown monarch had greatly influenced the tower's rules, Yushin began to move somewhere, which made him very nervous. He was chosen to run through the maze, and within seconds he found himself in the right place with people lying on the ground. Putting his hand to his right eye, the main character began to look around, thinking about what to do next. Seeing a newcomer who had hit his face, the guy called him a spoiled child in his inner voice. The other newbies also began to get up, surprised and confused about where they were. One of the surprised guys opened his eyes wide when he saw the well-known king not far from him. The girl, seeing the inscription about Team A on the floor, said that they should work together. But Kan understood that the situation was a stalemate. He knew it would be very easy for him, since his teammates were just a bunch of newbies. Suddenly, a digital scoreboard appeared, and the nervous young man immediately turned his gaze to it. He had to familiarize himself with the rules of the maze, which could be cleared by defeating the boss, the Green King. The guys carefully read the rules, but one of them said that they had nothing to worry about because they had the Hero King with them. Smiling, the brave man greeted the newcomers and then asked the monarch to show his skills. Soon, the team entered the jungle maze of the Manhunter, and Yusun, thanks to the blessing, was able to follow the right path and not get lost. Suddenly, bloodthirsty goblins with wooden clubs jumped out, greatly frightening the new recruits. With a single blow, he dealt with his enemies, and in his mind, the hero said that the group was making good progress, thanks to the blessing. Then he noticed a young man at level 5 who had just started playing and still had a lot to learn. This division was supposed to balance the teams in terms of strength, but there were surely veterans of the game in other groups. Calm Kan Yusun thought it was not surprising that they looked like easy prey and ordered his comrades to stay together in one spot. Suddenly, the entire group was enveloped in a shadow barrier, and the brave man smiled, saying that guests had come to visit them. At that moment, a whole group of enemies burst out of the forest, eager to destroy everyone in their path. The merciless warrior instantly dealt with one of the enemies, but the rest quickly rushed towards the newcomers. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the king said that rule number 5 stated that if 3 players were killed, the entire team would be disqualified. The nervous enemy was stunned and didn't know what to do next, while his comrade looked at Kan Yuso with surprise. Still, they had no intention of giving up and wanted to fight to the last, but the system announced that Team C was out of the game. The stunned hero silently watched the unusual disqualification process, which made him hold his breath. Sharp spears suddenly rose from the ground and pierced the enemy group. Immediately, a notification appeared stating that 2 players had failed the raid, and the daredevil remembered rule number 2. If a person died at the hands of the labyrinth, they could not respawn even after it was cleared. But Yusun showed mercy and killed the enemy himself. The king's team continued on their way, but a ninja in a cloak was already following them nearby. The man realized that if he and his comrades killed Kana, his entire team would be wiped out, so he decided to pass the information on to the others. Behind the assassin, the main character suddenly appeared and calmly asked how long he had been resting there. The speechless fighter admitted that he was a fan of the brave warrior, but that didn't change anything. Smiling, the blue-eyed warrior said that he already knew that, and then asked where his opponent's team was hiding. Soon, the exhausted ninja ran up to his comrades, exclaiming that he had found another team, and that was interesting. A small crowd of men immediately rushed to the place where the enemy group had been spotted. The man with the scar on his face said that one of the rivals was dangerous, but the others posed no threat, so they had to work together to take him out. The tense assassin asked if they were going in the right direction, as it was too dark around them. The fighters didn't even realize that a huge mouth of a dark beast was hanging over them, its teeth incredibly sharp. In an instant, the wary warrior with a scar on his forehead realized that they had been lured here by a traitor. A few seconds later, dead ninjas lay on the ground, and Team E, according to the system notification, was out of the game. Soon after, Team D was also eliminated, having survived for only a short time. In the end, the fearless Kang Yuseon received a notification that he had passed the seasonal update of the first maze. Achievement points were awarded to all players on Team A, who rejoiced and thanked the Hero King. They were awarded random blessing tickets, but they had to choose a player to receive the reward. After reading the message that in case of disagreement, no one would receive anything, the guys tensed up a bit. What was striking was that the system only gave 2 tickets per team, not to each member. The brave one said that he had done all the work, so the reward should belong to him, and hoped that no one would object. Suddenly, the newcomer in knight's armor, who had already annoyed the hero quite a bit, expressed his disagreement and dissatisfaction. The spoiled child said that he would turn a blind eye to what happened in the tower if he was given 1 ticket. Another angry guy shouted that the fool hadn't lifted a finger, while he had at least helped catch the monsters. The insolent boy, as always, hid behind his father, and his opponent asked who he was without his influential father. The fighters began to argue among themselves, while the cool-headed Kang Yuseon watched them silently from the sidelines. The expression on the stern warrior's face made it clear that he didn't particularly like what was happening, but he didn't intervene. The excited girl asked the boys not to fight, and the newest player suggested settling everything with a duel. Suddenly, sharp blades flew at both hot-headed boys from a daredevil who decided to settle things without further ado. He asked the young men to have a conscience and reminded them that they had already gained experience points and achievements without doing anything. Then the warrior looked at the two confused players and asked if either of them thought they deserved a second ticket. The frightened young men were too afraid to even answer him, so they decided to silently say goodbye to the reward. Unperturbed, Kang Yuseon decided that he would take the reward, and in that moment, the golden set was in his hands. When he returned home, the young man began to open the ticket of random blessing, but he already had one. He received fire resistance and a favorable wind sail, which were useless, and the cat laughed, calling him a loser. The system asked if the young man wanted to combine his existing abilities, to which he replied yes. Now he had the blessing of a fire shield, which sounded quite solid and confident. The ability to attack with fire was activated and increased resistance to explosions for 10 seconds. The monk's blessings did not reset with each season, but remained with the player forever, making them even more valuable than ability cards. Kang Yuseon wondered whether he should go to the Tower of Fire Attributes to practice his new tricks. He went to the Phoenix's Nest Town Hall and asked the cat what she thought, and she suggested going somewhere dark because she didn't like fire. The young man called the animal a fussy creature and began to look at the digital board for other places that would suit her requirements. Suddenly, the Tower of the Sacred War of player Kim Yuso called him, and the rank accessories of the Sign of Attraction had a powerful effect. The system asked the surprised young man if he would accept the challenge, and the pendant stopped near the tips of his fingers. The complex 7th level town hall only allowed one player at a time, but there was a shop available inside. Clenching his fist and donning a black coat, the daredevil smiled and said that he wasn't being given a moment's peace. The goal of the raid was victory, but it was important to note that there were entities in the tower that could take part in the war. A few seconds later, he found himself at the entrance to the town hall of the Holy War, where the queen sat on the throne. The woman with her hands folded said that the goddess of shadows had heard her prayers, for which she was very grateful. It was the charming Princess Seria, who was glad that Kang Yuseon had also accepted her challenge. Earlier, when the brave warrior wanted to save the girl, she had rudely replied that she did not need the pity of a pagan. But in the end, the beauty was saved by the noble knight and was sincerely grateful to him. Smiling, the calm young man asked if she was indeed the princess of the desert kingdom of Ayub. The warriors raised their spears before him, ordering him to show respect to the queen, but Her Majesty ordered them to calm down. She said she could not describe in words how indebted she was to this man, and now he had come again, so he deserved the status of an ally. The shy young man remarked that the charming woman had succeeded and had truly become queen. The raid on the outer tower ended with Seria's coronation, which made Yuso wonder if she was in danger again. Earlier, the enemy emperor had been informed that the sacred land had been captured by Ayub. Upon hearing this from a close subordinate, the man nearly fainted, as this was terrible news for him. Nevertheless, he dropped his sword and fainted briefly, but very soon passed away forever. After Urvano III suffered a heart attack, the new pope, Gregory VIII, turned to the kings of men. The man decided to join forces with the evil Emperor Richard and the bloody-bearded Barbarossa. The Supreme King Philip II was also part of the team, but all this led to a holy war between the elves and humans. Each side fought to the death and did not even think of retreating, for this was a long battle for every man. Hearing the story, the hero realized that it was all about a conflict of interest between the two races, but he couldn't understand why they couldn't just divide the land equally. Empress Seria said that the kings of the three nations had gathered their armies, and their goal was this fortress, as it was closest to the sacred land. With a sly smile, the charming ruler asked the brave warrior if he would fight for the elves. Somewhere in the distance, the young man suddenly saw the evil king, and the surprised lady did not even expect him to have such good eyesight. The daredevil immediately used his pocket workshop to replace the eyepiece with an ice bolt. The blessing of his mentor's sixth sense was instantly activated, and a rifle appeared in his hands. The bolt, which had 3 stars, significantly increased range and damage, and also made it possible to project a firearm. Closing one eye to take aim, the young man said that the beautiful Seo had nothing to worry about. Somewhere above the desert, a proud eagle flew by, and below a whole horde of enemies could be seen, whom Kang Yuseon did not fear. The fighter, completely focused, took aim with his sniper rifle to show off his power. One of the knights caught his attention, his life in danger, but he did not yet realize it. At that moment, the cool-headed hero fired a shot and hit the enemy right in the head, not even giving him time to realize what was happening. The enraged commander immediately raised his sword and ordered his men to get their shields, as the situation was heating up. The brave man continued to shoot, but the king's army was well-trained and took cover. The young man accepted the gift from the Monk of Frost, and now he was everywhere. But he did not understand whether these shields were blessed by the ruler of fire. At that moment, the second squad was ordered to find the guest immediately, which meant that the sniper had not yet been discovered. Deciding not to waste any more time, the agile warrior rushed down the cliff, picking up speed. Even as he ran, the young man smiled, ready to give a worthy rebuff to an entire battalion of soldiers. As the nimble young man advanced, the people were attacked by elves armed with bows, making the situation even more tense. Solid barriers took the full brunt of the attack and prevented the soldiers from being injured, but they were still worried and began to think about uniting their forces. The commander shouted that they must first find the guest who was firing at them without revealing his position. A fighter said that no arrow could pierce the helmet, but at that moment a projectile hit him right in the forehead and his life was cut short. The archer from the Desert Elf squad, pleased with himself, noted that everything had happened exactly as the guest had predicted. From his vantage point, he had been watching the events below closely, without revealing himself. The stunned knights who had been attacked by shadow snakes did not understand why someone was fighting for the eared creatures. The soldiers begged for help, but no one could provide it, as the merciless creatures gave no one a moment's peace. The dark beast Kanyuso, who had summoned the huge whale, watched the spectacle with pleasure from afar. Loud human screams of incredible pain could be heard everywhere, but nothing could be done to help. Suddenly, one of the knights shouted an order not to retreat even a single step, which surprised the hero's cat. The remaining fighters on horseback rushed into the attack, raising their swords and the red banner of the army. At the head of them all ran Richard, the king of evil intentions, whose gaze was terrifying and made everyone freeze in place. Raising his mighty sword, the leader ordered his men to charge into battle. But in an instant, his wary gaze was drawn backward, for a black shadow had suddenly appeared. As it turned out, all the knights rushing into battle had fallen into the mouth of a hungry whale, from which it was difficult to escape. This obstacle did not stop the fearless Richard, who struck the veil with his sword, allowing him to move forward. Tense, he ordered his comrades to continue following him, as there was no time to waste. Waving his sword in all directions, the big guy ordered his men to kill all the elves in their path, because they had managed to annoy them. At that moment, they saw the silhouette of a man in a long black coat who did not even think of stepping aside. Suddenly, the terrified knights cried out in unison, their eyes seemingly hypnotized. The young man, feeling awkward, didn't even know how to react to what was happening, but he wasn't worried at all. Looking at the approaching crowd of enemies, he just smiled, not taking them seriously. A few seconds later, a sharp, icy blade appeared in his hands, but something surprised the heroic king. Suddenly, a volley of shots rang out, mowing down the entire group of enemies and raising huge columns of dust into the sky. Out of nowhere, an elf rushed out, asking the guest to simply follow the target and not strain himself. The fighter, eager to take revenge on his enemies, said that following the queen's orders, they must destroy all the knights. The trio of assassins didn't even think about the consequences and just wanted to fight those who had invaded their land. Smirking, the brave man asked if it was true that they were just a bunch of fanatics, but he never got an answer. The desert elves began to sneak up on the confused soldiers, who were too slow to react. The agile warriors attacked from all sides and, despite their small numbers, emerged victorious. They helped each other, distracting and striking their enemies, which emphasized their professionalism. Very soon, the battlefield was littered with the bodies of dead knights who had not even managed to scratch the agile elves. Dark human blood flooded the sand around them, and the elves loved it, getting into the spirit of the battle. Almost the entire squad had been killed and sent to join their ancestors, but the burly Richard was still on his horse. At that moment, the fierce warrior looked into the eyes of the cold-blooded Kan Yuseon, who was ready to fight him. The brave player challenged his opponent to a fight, and without even answering, he rushed into battle on his horse. The unflappable hero began to swing his swords in all directions, confident that he would win. The powerful king swung his huge sword at him, calling him a guest and asking him to say something. The giant did not understand how the young man dared to stand in his way, but he paid no attention to his words and continued to approach him closely. The brute asked if the youngster knew who he was, but the nimble fighter wasted no time on small talk and attacked him from behind. Smiling, the boy called Richard an enemy, for whose defeat he would receive a reward, and that was enough for him. The daredevil said they would test whether he really had the heart of a dragon, and a black mark was placed on the enemy's head. The wary emperor had no idea what was going on, But he didn't panic, as he was no fool either. Suddenly, the system notified that weaknesses had been detected, which greatly alarmed Kanyuso. The attack modifier, agility, and evasion were reduced by 500, and Richard said that defeating him would not be easy. The big guy tried to swing his sword, but suddenly his sword hit the king's horse right in the neck. Pulling his weapon back sharply, the emperor threw the dead beast aside, ready to continue the battle. The impulsive hero could not understand how his opponent had done it, for he had marked him with a black mark. Looking at the spurting blood, Richard exclaimed that he was sacrificing this blood to a pathetic boy. He asked to be given the strength to defeat this vile pagan who thought himself powerful. The astute player immediately took advantage of the discovery of the treasure chest to replace the ice bolt with a sword. The young man aimed 3 hefty blades at King Richard, but this did not frighten him at all. Focused and tense, the warrior scanned for the enemy's weak spots to prevent any mistakes. The battle promised to be spectacular and dangerous, but it was impossible to avoid, though that did not stop the opponents. The bloody hands of the main character's ability instantly wrapped around the knight's head, preventing him from moving forward. With each passing second, they grew faster from the ground and soon completely immobilized him. Thanks to the abundance of blood around them, the grip was stronger than usual, which somewhat surprised the player. The completely calm guy said that this created the perfect conditions for increasing the skill's range. His actions were successful, and now he was confident that victory would be his. Keeping his cool, Kang Yushun ordered his opponent to stand up and began to think about how to finish him off. The knight, feeling powerless, his eyes red with rage, slowly began to get to his feet. King Richard, in great pain, shouted at the top of his lungs, but no one could come to his aid. Nevertheless, he said that the boy could not stop him so easily. But something unexpected happened. Together with the other survivors, the man looked away, and his pupils shrank in size. As it turned out, the player had used the ability of the Walking Dead, which resurrected the dead and allowed them to be controlled. Around them, undead knights began to rise to their feet, in great pain, but there was nothing anyone could do. All this horror was reflected in the king's vein-filled eyes, as he realized that he would not escape alive. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the giant prepared to fight to the last drop of blood, but this was naive of him. Accepting that death was inevitable, the emperor stopped in his tracks and decided to turn to the god of light. The system notified Kana that the radius was too wide to use necromancy abilities, so the skill ceased to function. But at that moment, the young man had already approached his desperate opponent and pressed the icy blade to his head. In that instant, without showing even a shred of compassion, the brave man decided Richard's fate, staining himself with his blood. After some time, he returned to Saria and presented her with the head of the evil king who had been their enemy for a long time. The queen said that they were infinitely grateful to the guest for his service, but only one of the 3 enemies had been defeated. The Holy War had only just begun, and it was clear that many battles still lay ahead. When it grew dark outside, Kang Yuseon stepped out onto the porch, closed his eyes, and sank into his own thoughts. Suddenly, the young man raised his hand and saw something strange on his palm, but did not pay much attention to it. There were traces of dried blood and dirt on his fingernails, which he had picked up during the desert battle. Remaining silent, the warrior slowly moved forward, still focused on his thoughts. Behind him, green gears appeared, indicating the structure of a mobile store. Sure enough, a square-eyed girl appeared nearby and addressed the hero as uncle. She said that he had reached the highest level of skill in creating ice swords, and if he improved the store, he would be able to buy the awakening stone. This information brought a smile to the brave warrior's face, who had now stopped thinking. In a calm tone, the player admitted to the little shopkeeper that he had been worried she wouldn't show up at all. The upgrade process and the purchase of the stone were successful, and the experience points gained awakened the skill of creating an ice sword. Now the warrior had Frost Smith at his command, who possessed cold chi energy and the ability to control frost magic. Very soon the fighter went into battle, where he decided without hesitation to test his new improved ability. At tremendous speed, he destroyed his enemies one after another, without even allowing them to scratch him. The sarcastic warrior called it a beautiful day to die, and did not hesitate to tell his enemies so. The stunned knights admitted that the guest was too strong, and their confidence in victory was shattered. Smiling, the young man said that their captain was probably so fat that he couldn't even move. The provocateur added that the army of fools was suffering defeat, and he couldn't be bothered to lift his ass, which was clearly too heavy to move. In an instant, the enemy squad was frozen and no longer posed a threat to Kang Yuso, who was deciding their fate. Earlier, the serious Sayori told the guests that they had received news of where the bloody-bearded Barbarossa had stationed his troops. The young man interrupted her, saying that the elf spies had done a great job, and the lady admitted that the scout was a human. These words caused Kang Yuseon to be slightly puzzled, and the queen added that the three kings who had participated in all the wars had never gotten along. She added that these people were still at odds, and whether the report was true or not, it still gave them a chance. Barbarossa, the Bloody Beard, was the most powerful, so Seori decided to send his best warriors and asked if the brave man would lead them. Initially, it was planned that the main character would kill the villain silently, but in reality, everything turned out quite differently. The information seemed true, but there was no target, and he was tired of searching every tent. At one point, the young man stopped in his tracks, using his icy ability to improve his search. Ahead, he saw a man sitting on a bed drinking wine and asked if such a big man was really a coward. Suddenly, the big man fell to the floor unconscious, dropping a wooden cup from his hands, which alarmed the young man a little. The brave young man decided to go closer and examine the contents of the cup to understand what was going on. After thinking for a moment, the unflappable Yusen suggested that the cup contained poison that had killed the man. Then the brave man took another step forward, carefully looking around so as not to fall into any traps. For some unknown reason, the young man began to smile, as if a puzzle was forming in his head. The elf scout told the guest that everything was clear outside, but was puzzled to see him laughing like a madman. The boy realized that the holy war was a lie, and the tense girl asked if the man was dead. From the first day of the season, the rulers had done nothing but force nations to fight each other, sending hired assassins to eliminate the best players. The rulers pursued only their own interests, just like the head of the Players Association, whom the Hero King often thought about. Out of anger, the young man crushed the wooden cup containing poison, and his mind was now clear and he understood the situation. Nervous Khan considered the whole situation madness and soon decided to return to Queen Ayuba. The puzzled woman asked if Barbarossa had really been poisoned by one of his own people, and if the information had been leaked for someone else's benefit. The fighter replied that the battle had simply convinced someone that the bearded man was doomed, and Sari couldn't believe they were capable of such a thing. The player said that the Holy War had allowed them to do so, adding that they would receive all the glory and cause discord among the three nations. However, the treacherous Supreme King remained, still afloat and posing a danger. The Empress said that now they would have to fight Philip II, but the warrior replied that the remaining army would not retreat. In a calm tone, he added that the troops had been disbanded and had probably joined the other side. Late at night, an unknown knight ran into a tent located on the Allies' territory. The man reported that the assassin who had attacked the Bloody Beard had brutally killed his soldiers. The soldiers suggested that they be held responsible for Barbarossa's death, but the pensive leader did not respond at first. Nevertheless, the Supreme Philip said that in that case, the remaining soldiers would easily carry out his orders. It was said that the king of evil intent in the bearded man had fallen at the hands of the pagans, whom the subordinates wanted to exterminate along with their commander. Smiling slyly, the commander, who respected his soldiers, promised that he would not deny them this favor. Rejoicing like a child, Philip exclaimed that truth spoke through his lips and added that the Holy Land would be brought closer to them. The commander ordered Richard and Barbarossa's troops to be sent to the front, and the knights kneeling clearly understood the order. The long-haired fanatic reminded them that angels were watching them from heaven, so he asked the fighters not to falter. The confident leader wore a golden fanaticism, a black surcoat decorated with a golden cross. It was a coat that had become famous during the Holy Race War and had been blessed by an archangel for a devout knight. Meanwhile, the fearless Kan Yuseon stood before a whole horde of armed soldiers, but showed no fear. In his path stood the cavalry of the king of evil intent, as well as the armed infantry of the Bloody Beard. The third group was knights who were members of an army the main character had never seen before. Looking more closely into the distance, he came to the conclusion that Philip was going to use the enemy troops as a human shield. The fighters began to raise their swords, shouting that in the name of peace and the God of light, they were obliged to kill all the pagans. Exhaling, Khan said that all these slogans were identical, as if copied from a template, and wondered whether it was possible to establish peace through violence. Behind him stood an entire division of desert elves, ready to fight for their land to the last drop of blood. In the store, he purchased a western wind, which made battles flow smoothly, like a gentle breeze at the end of spring. He immediately used the enhancement of his newly acquired ability, which remained active until the very end of the battle. Filled with harmony, Yusun felt a surge of strength, and a gentle breeze played softly on his fingers. The horde of enemies saw the young man standing on the hill, and many rushed to attack. The commander exclaimed that this was the very elf assassin whom many sought to avenge His Majesty Richard. A knight running behind everyone shouted that they would never lose to these ignoramuses, while Philip II remained in the rear. Raising his mighty sword, the cool-headed leader turned to the God of Light and asked him to guide them on the right path. The monarch immediately blessed the human army, and the warriors of light joined the battle on their side. Flames began to spread from the great warrior's sword, further raising the soldiers' morale. The warriors were also blessed by the ruler of fire, and as a result, the fiery destroyers also came to the aid of the people. In turn, the Shadow Monarch sided with the army of desert elves, who began to aim their bows. The Shadow Council also joined the battle, whose armed forces were distinguished by their particular composure. The Monarch of Cold did not forget the boys and sent his ice guards to help them, showing mercy. Slightly agitated, Kan Yuseon looked around, deeply pondering the horrors unfolding before him. Powerful explosions thundered nearby, sending shrapnel flying everywhere, wounding the elves. The knights used their shields relentlessly and remained unharmed, no matter how hard they were attacked. Lost in thought, the hero could think of nothing but the rulers who were enjoying watching this. He wondered if their thirst for violence and the smiles on their faces made them evil gods. As always, the sleepy cat asked the young player to shut up and just do what he was paid to do. Pushing his thoughts aside, the warrior agreed with the dark beast, and rushing down said that the war would end today. The brave warrior's task was not to disappoint the council, which had generously rewarded him with 100 shadow puppets. Suddenly finding himself on a flying warrior wearing a plague doctor mask, the surprised boy realized that they were being supported. 59th level angels, identical to those from the previous encounter, were ready to fight them. Seeing the shadow warriors flying toward them, the unflappable Khan was sure that these guys would take care of the warriors of light. Not far from him, the young man saw an enemy he had to deal with on his own. Standing in his way was the powerful Supreme King Philip, who had no intention of standing on ceremony with a guest. The cold-blooded ruler began to swing his sword, but the nimble player was lucky enough to dodge as always. Confident in his abilities, the man tried to put psychological pressure on his opponent, and his cloak seemed very familiar to the young man. Shocked, the hero immediately realized that his opponent's attire was the same as his own, which came as a huge surprise. Laughing maliciously, Philip asked if it was true that everyone called a stupid young pagan a guest. The young man realized that this was not a player, but an enemy, who declared that in the name of the God of Light and the Supreme King, the scoundrel would not go anywhere. What was terrifying was that the enemy had placed God and people on the same level, so Yusun called him a true religious fanatic. The fearless king tried to attack the young man, but the brave youth did not lose his composure and blocked the blow. The young man couldn't believe that this game couldn't possibly get any worse, and noticed that everyone had wings behind their backs. The Shadow Monarch suddenly blessed him with the wings of a raven, which greatly surprised the main character. Stunned, Yusun now had the ability to fly, with huge dark appendages behind his back. He didn't mean that he needed it too, but it was like a fashion accessory for the game and looked pretty cool. Fighting in the air like this, the daredevil's plan was now just a useless piece of paper. Philip, swinging his sword, was glad that a worthy opponent had stood in his way and that their battle would become legendary. In the sky, at that moment, a spectacular battle began between two powerful fighters. The stern-looking Khan put up a worthy fight against his opponent, who was his equal in strength and ready to fight to the end. The laughing man noticed that the boy was already tired and called it his punishment for betraying the God of Light. The player realized that the enemy lived as the rulers wanted him to, which meant that they wanted him to poison the bloody beard. Grinning, the long-haired knight called it a cheap trick that would not fool him. Not wanting to waste time on empty talk, the brave man fired a volley of icy blades at him, but they all broke in midair. The blue-eyed man admitted that the gods truly wanted Barbarossa dead, and he would not deny him that pleasure. Moving from side to side, Philip added that he was the blessed ruler of Seraphim. He desired exactly the same thing as his master, whose shield had successfully blocked the attack of the nimble Kanyuso. To the left of the frozen Supreme King, an icy silhouette suddenly appeared, its sword pointed at him. Then the man heard strange sounds nearby and received a notification that his shield had been destroyed. The main character knew that he wasn't the only one unhappy with the wings limiting his field of vision, and at that moment, he pierced his enemy through and through. The sharp, icy blade pierced the very center of the enemy's chest, and in an instant, the confidence vanished from his lips. The 8th level ruler, Seraphim, moved into the body of the Supreme King, causing intense tension in the brave warrior. At the same moment, the large white wings began to emit a yellow light, and the nervous young man decided to fly away. A powerful explosion followed, but it did not cause the brave player to panic. Shards of ice still protruded from Philip II's Venus chest, and his heart continued to beat. Suddenly, he rose above the ground with a sword in his hands, and his strong wings prevented him from falling. The man's gaze was filled with coldness and emotionlessness, but he was still very dangerous. Yusun, wary, did not even know that angels were capable of such things, but he was ready to continue fighting. The fiery destroyers forged a sword of light in hellish flames, making it very difficult to destroy. The Ice Guardians created an icy blade in the cold river of Kokit, and it was just as powerful as its opponent. Both opponents were fully prepared to fight to the death and, deciding to stall for time, rushed to attack each other. They flew through the dark, gloomy sky, while desert elves and human army troops fought on the ground. Suddenly, a heavy downpour began, which the knight, raising his head to the sky, noticed first. Somewhere in the distance, a bright blue light could be seen, its brilliance momentarily blinding the human eye. Two warriors continued to rush about in different directions, but they still couldn't hit each other. The hero, tensed to the extreme, clenched his jaw tightly, putting titanic effort into the fight. The cool-headed Philip swung his sword with precision, but the brave warrior dodged and tried to test the ground. The angel smiled menacingly, never taking his eyes off him, completely confident of victory. His next attack was unsuccessful, as the agile fighter blocked it with his icy blade just in time. Glaring menacingly at his opponent, the Supreme King rushed back into battle, trying to put psychological pressure on him. Nervous, Kang Yusun shouted at the top of his lungs and realized that he had to act now. But a multitude of sharp shadow blades flew at the enemy, piercing him and causing him intense pain. Ice swords were then thrown into the battle, so Philip was no longer a threat. Putting his hand to his throat, the exhausted hero told himself that at this rate, he risked losing his voice. Before departing for the next world, the long-haired enemy turned to the young man, calling him a guest, but he did not have time to say anything else. The young man received notification that he had killed the Supreme King, the body of an archangel, but there was no particular emotion on his face. The brave man was sorry to say it, but he didn't need wings to fight on the ground, so he had to get rid of them. At that moment, the precious object disappeared, and the young man began to stretch his arms, which had already begun to ache. The excited soldiers below saw the falling yellow object and assumed it was an angel. Their eyes were wide with surprise, and everyone began to look closely. It turned out that the dead body of Philip II had fallen to the ground, and every knight in the army was deeply saddened. Following him, the messengers of the God of Light also fell, and the system announced that the course of history had been changed. It was said that history would remember the legendary cloak of the player who had defeated the Supreme King. As a reward, the hero received a special achievement related to damaged equipment, as the cloak was now stripped of its gold plating. In addition, the daredevil earned a whopping 100,000 achievement points through his titanic efforts, which was a pretty good result. Breathing a sigh of relief, he smiled wearily and muttered that the whole nightmare was finally over. Upon returning to his world, the Hero King was surrounded by a crowd of journalists, as usual, because he had successfully raided the first tower of the 7th level in the season. The young man remembered clearly that he had entered the town hall near his home, but he couldn't understand where he was. An excited reporter asked if the warrior had changed his outfit inside the tower, because the golden cross had disappeared from his drawing. The journalists were curious to hear Yushun's comments as a player, as he had started to engage in more intense battles. Park Tae-sik arrived at the destination, red with anger, furious that they had arrived late. But then he took a closer look and, calming down, said that something had clearly changed here. Taking the microphone in his hands, the well-known king said that reporters like to write sensational articles and trumpet about feats. The fighter admitted that he sometimes didn't understand why he had to work so hard to save the world. The guy noticed that he had been moved to speak and asked the admiring audience if they would listen to more of his revelations. The brave man smiled menacingly and looked hungrily at the people asking him questions. One of the slightly nervous journalists decided to ask the legendary warrior how he felt about war. The guy asked if they really wanted to know his opinion on molten iron being poured on a person as they climbed the castle walls. It was also said that arrows pierced the warrior, and his insides spilled out when he was slashed with a sword. The stunned crowd was not prepared for such a blunt statement, and the cameraman's camera almost fell from his trembling hands. Clearing his throat slightly, Kang Yuseon added that everything was correct because they were now in the 21st century. He added that they should start with rockets falling from the sky, bullets piercing people through and through, and fighter jets bombing innocent people. Smiling, the player said that even though they live in modern times, people still lose their guts in battle. Completely calm, the hero asked the astonished audience how they felt about war. The stunned people replied in unison that there was no one who would like it. Everyone understood that whether the war ended in victory or defeat, many people would still die. Earlier, Saria had confessed to a guest that she was happy because they had been avenged, but at the same time, she was scared to death. A brave warrior asked what the lovely lady holding a glass of wine was afraid of if their people had won the war. The perceptive queen replied that what she feared most was the end of the war, blood, and death. It was very painful to watch the terrifying scene where battle-weary elves dragged their dead comrades from the battlefield. Feeling emotional pain, The girl wondered if this was what their goddess wanted. At that moment, Kang Yushun, who had folded his arms across his stomach, said that he also agreed with the journalist's position. He emphasized that no one would enjoy the war in vain, and then asked how people felt about heroes. One of the surprised reporters replied that they liked absolutely all the brave people who had shown heroism in battle. A young player asked the audience how, in their opinion, ordinary soldiers become great heroes. The enthusiastic warrior declared that only those who prove themselves in war become heroes, so he asked the reporters once again how they felt about war. He suggested that they be honest with each other and said that they all liked the slaughter, which shocked the people around him. The journalist considered this a provocative statement and said that the situation was simply a relic of the past. Calm, Khan said that even now, their neighbors on the left, right, and above sent hired killers after him at the start of every season. The man said that espionage was also considered war, so there was no reason to doubt his words. The tense reporter asked if he meant that other countries had attempted to assassinate him, shyly placing his hand over his lips. The sarcastic Yu Sung remembered that this was classified information, so he kept his mouth shut. People began to catch up with the man from upstairs, and the young man whose phone rang said that if he revealed who it would be censored. In front of the building where the press conference was being held, another black car suddenly stopped. The brave man emphasized that as soon as he started talking about the war, many important things immediately came to mind. In a cool tone, he added that even if the world collapsed tomorrow, people would still be tearing each other's throats out today. Countries even wanted to send their best players to the front lines, using them as weapons in bloody battles. The main character was told to bear his sword, but not before the enemy of the world, but before the enemy of his country. The warrior felt that even without his intervention, the season would be excellent, which was a surprising statement for journalists. Traces of a shadow ability began to spread beneath the young man's feet, and he asked why he was there. It was not entirely clear why he had to go through all these trials and save the world, risking his life. The shocked audience, along with the tense Park Tae-sik, listened to the revelations of the heroic king, not daring to interrupt him. Unexpectedly, the fearless Kang Yuseon asked whether this terrible planet deserved to be saved. The live broadcast was also being watched by Saint Maria Jager, who was very worried about her friend. The fearless guardian Georg Billmeyer and the sword lord Ray Chan were also watching, but they did not show any particular emotion. The shocked crowd of journalists was speechless, and no one could even think of an answer to the question. Suddenly, a brave man from the crowd exclaimed that the world deserved to be saved, and the fighter asked him to provide arguments. People believed that they could not allow innocent people to suffer, so it would be irresponsible of Kana to stop being a player. Behind the smiling boy, more shadows appeared, indicating the arrival of the clown ruler. The double behind him muttered that the young man would either die or live long enough to become a villain. Smirking, the hero said that these were just words and asked the people not to take them so seriously. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm and pulled him sharply, causing the young man to become slightly alarmed. It was an agitated Park Tae-sik who pulled his old friend away because he had already said too much. Showing his pass, the man asked the reporters to get out of the way and not block the passage, his hand on the hero's shoulder. Finally, the fighter asked the audience not to say anything more about the player's duty or responsibility. Getting into the car, the warrior angrily added that if they provoked such an arrogant bastard as him, no one would take responsibility for the chaos in the world. The embittered Yusun expressed his hope that all his words had been recorded, but the journalists wanted to talk some more. The clown monarch expressed his satisfaction, and the ruler of chaos was delighted and blessed the daredevil with the god of war. In the car, Mr. Park said that he was going home, so the young man would have to deal with all of this himself. The young man was informed that the ruler of the alternate reality had entered a berserk state and given him an amulet to find his enemies. The legendary item gave the enemy a code word during battle, and the worst part was that only the wearer could hear it. Without showing even a hint of emotion, the exhausted Khan simply closed his eyes, having fully absorbed the information. News spread across the internet about the terrorist threats the hero king had faced from other countries. Returning home, the tired Theshik took a shower and, stepping out, happily opened a cold bottle of beer. The man asked with a smirk if the kid had caused all that commotion and was now afraid of the news he had been listening to so intently. Feeling anxious, the boy admitted that he thought his friend would be angry, but he couldn't do that. Running his fingers through Yuso's hair, Park asked how he could be angry with him, knowing what he was going through. He also reminded the boy that he had no one closer to him than him, and he smiled silently in response, feeling calm. At one point, the young man said that he had Saint Mary in France, but Tae-sik believed that she was as distant from him as the moon. Kang thanked his friend, and he, taking a sip of beer, noted that the boy understood that he should be grateful, and that was already good. Then the hero learned that his friend was now a pure-blooded assassin and asked if he had any special costume after waking up. Dressed in warrior armor, Park showed off the Heartbreaker, a bloody blade that was a legendary ninja weapon. The man heard that Yuseon had also obtained equipment, and he shyly replied that he had indeed managed to do so. The assassin noted that it was necessary to rest occasionally, as working to exhaustion had never helped anyone, and suggested taking a break. The conversation turned to the 7th-level Godfather's Tower, where secret organizations and scripted infighting awaited the players. The two fighters soon moved to the entrance and learned from a notification that the goal of the raid was to revive the Capone family. Smiling, the fearless Tashik asked his young comrade to get ready, but he didn't quite understand what he was talking about. The master said promisingly that betrayal, secret enmity, and the unmatched vileness of the organization awaited them. In response, the sarcastic young man said that in that case they'd better switch to noir, after which they entered the town hall. Late in the evening, there was a heavy downpour, and a mysterious lady standing under an umbrella told her companion to sort things out before the upcoming meeting. Going inside, the guy replied that he understood everything, and the girl decided to remind him of one important truth. She asked him to repeat to himself that all this was being done in the name of justice, and that they were not to blame for anything. After a short while, the young lady noticed that the gold watch had stopped. Her godfather had given her the precious item, but it had stopped working at the most inopportune moment. Suddenly, Pa and Kang appeared, unhappy that they had gotten caught in the rain, but the young man asked his companion to put something on his head. A man standing frozen in place began to watch them from behind, guessing that they were actors. The woman turned to the knight, asking for help and explaining that this was the town of Black York and that the Capone family was in crisis. The main characters said that they were there to fix things, and the lady asked them to follow her, promising to take them to the boss. Upon entering the room, the calm Theshik looked around while the girl in front of him was talking. She said that the town was ruled by 5 prestigious crime families and added that a meeting between businessmen was scheduled in 4 days. Not long ago, the godfather and former head of the Capone family, as well as his close associates, had been brutally murdered, and the family had lost many valuable people. The blonde added that she was an orphan and had been picked up off the street when she was just a little girl. She was lucky that her abilities were awakened, but it was of little use as she was still bullied. The sweet girl's life only improved when her godfather adopted her, so she considered him her savior. The emotionless Yuseon shifted his gaze and noticed Pak, who was reading something on a digital display. The tour guide continued talking and mentioned the terrible day when the Capone family was attacked. Rebecca said that she had only managed to save one person, the son of the former head, who is now the current boss. Upon entering the room, the gentleman first saw a huge portrait of the imposing head with a cigar in his mouth. Behind the chair, they heard the voice of a boy who called himself the head of the powerful enterprise in the Capone family. He then decided to turn to the guest to introduce himself and chat a little about current affairs. Silent Can was stunned, and sarcastic Thesik asked if this was really the same boss milkman. The boy on the verge of tears shouted, "How dare you say that to the face of the family boss, the rightful heir?" The polite blonde said that these men were not very intelligent and assured him that the mere presence of the head of the family commanded respect. Calming down, the boy said they didn't have much time and decided to get straight to the point, asking Rebecca to begin her explanation. Dressed in a business suit, the girl was completely ready and decided to gather her thoughts. The unflappable hero was ready to listen carefully, realizing that there was a lot to consider for further action. The girl briefly explained that their goal was to restore the Capone family to its former glory. She added that at the upcoming meeting of the leaders of the 5 families in 4 days' time, they had to attract the most attention. It was also necessary to find those responsible for the murder of the godfather and the best people, the mention of whom alarmed the young man. The level-headed Yusun first asked who was not suspected, and Rebecca replied that it could be any of the other 4 clans. The woman began laying out photos of the leaders on the table, with Falcone and Caliolo at the top. Next came Sanchez and the prominent Gambino, whose leader was currently in a precarious position and was more inclined to war than the others. The calm player began to familiarize himself with the files and photos in order to draw some conclusions. At one point, it was suggested to simply kill all the clan leaders, but these words caused the young boss to become nervous. The beautiful Rebecca confirmed that it was not a bad idea, as it would eliminate all potential enemies of the family. The observant Can noticed that his boss didn't like the idea, as his face looked very unusual. People asked if this was true, but the alarmed young man denied it, and his behavior was strange. He said that the Capone family had gained influence under his father, and now he had Rebecca, who had been observing his strategy for 20 years. The boy said that the beauty's methods were the essence of the family, so he believed she was completely right. The main character said that he was the leader, not the girl, but the tense young man replied that she had more experience. The brave boy asked if he also wanted to kill all the leaders, and the crying youngster replied that it was better to maintain business relations if they were not involved. Then the boss looked at the charming Rebecca and calmed down, a slight smile appearing on his face. Excited, he asked if they could leave everything as it was, as that was what his dead father would have wanted. With a sincere smile, the woman replied that it was possible, but emphasized that the leader was too soft. Go outside, the reckless Park Tae-sik suggested to his comrade that they deal with the Kallio family who were closest to them. The young man, who supported every move, agreed, noting that his friend was now talking like a real villain. The assassin said that to find the criminal, you had to think like him, because in the end, life was a game. The man lived by the principle that a person chooses his own role. So soon the fighters found themselves on the battlefield. Alarmed guards stood in their way, one of whom asked who dared to enter the Kallio family's territory. The cool-headed Pak moved swiftly from side to side, destroying his opponents, while the hero acted more humanely. The stern man promised to spare those who did not resist, so the mafia members had no choice but to surrender. The fighters shouted that they were ready to die for the family and loaded their guns, rudely telling the enemy to get lost. The gentleman, who did not repeat himself twice, immediately took the lives of the rude men, as he had no intention of tolerating such behavior. The emotionless Kan noted that his comrade had gotten carried away, but couldn't stop him. More fighters came to help, one of them holding 2 automatic rifles, and he asked if the scoundrels had deliberately attacked before the meeting. Grabbing the bandit by the shirt, Puck asked him something about the family boss, but the man replied that the head would never stoop so low as to fight such ghouls. Throwing his opponent aside, the flawless warrior asked Yuso to have some fun with the pathetic fools on his own. He remembered that the young man had come here to relax, so he asked to be allowed to deal with all of this himself. The surprised young man froze in place, not even knowing how to react to his friend's arrogant behavior. Then the daredevil laughed, not wanting to deny his close friend the pleasure, because he really wanted to fight. Grabbing his icy blade, the confident warrior said he would clear the way, so there was no need for Toshiku to worry. Throwing himself into the attack, the assassin, enjoying the battle, exclaimed that it was delightful and called the young man his boss. Meanwhile, the brave warrior used his icy ability to prevent his enemies from getting close. A black high-heeled shoe stepped onto the roof of a nearby building, which was suspicious. With a flap of her huge black wings, the mysterious lady flew away, leaving only a raven behind. Meanwhile, the merciless Pak was dealing with his enemies, but he could see a mysterious creature in the window. The wary gentleman noticed a huge bird flying past the window, its feathers falling to the ground. This caught the attention of the observant Yusun, who found the situation suspicious. He immediately looked up and saw red-eyed crows sitting on the roof, but something bothered him. At that moment, the brave man had a bad feeling, and it seemed that this was not the end of his trials. The mysterious lady with large wings flew away into the distance, but she intended to continue watching. In the previous chapter, the Kallio family was eliminated, unable to defeat their powerful opponent. The fighter's current target was the Gambino faction, which Tae-sik also dealt with skillfully. Kang, waiting for him below, said that he hadn't seen his friend on the battlefield in a long time, but now the building was shaking because of him. The guy didn't want to show his violent side either, and in that they were alike, but he enjoyed watching what was happening. The dissatisfied black cat said that the kid was making himself comfortable, and he, feeling her, reminded her that he was here to relax. After a while, the friends went to a restaurant, where Pa asked the young man if he was tired of eating cheeseburgers for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Wiping his greasy mouth, the boy replied that the local burgers were top-notch, and he wanted to enjoy them to the fullest while he was here. The man said that there were other delicious places to eat, but the hero rarely took time off, so he didn't want to stress himself out over choosing a restaurant. Then the daredevil decided to ask how things were going with the Gambino family, but the assassin didn't know where to start. He said that the faction boss said he didn't know what was going on, and that had already brought the situation to a standstill. Tense, Yusun reminded him that his friend had asked him to trust him, but he was giving vague answers, and the boss had said that the leader would not meet with him. After the beating, the head of the family lit a thick cigar and began nervously calling someone on the phone. The blonde man continued to dial numbers, but there was still no answer, which made him even more nervous. With bloodied lips, he clenched the smoking device and said that neither Sanchez nor Falcone were answering the phone. Throwing the phone down in anger, the man wondered why no one was answering and refused to believe that the player had killed Capone. Suddenly, blood began to pour from his mouth, and it became very unpleasant to continue smoking. Earlier, Tae-sik had said that in 72 hours, the blood flow in his heart would stop, followed by the organ itself. The terrifying assassin held his opponent by the throat, while his dead comrades lay around him, unable to protect their leader. The stern fighter said he could prevent such a terrible outcome, but of course, not for nothing. With a sly smile, the ruthless gentleman asked if the Gambino leader understood what he was getting at. The gentleman promised that the family would skip the meeting and added that they were ready to cooperate in finding the person responsible for the death of Capone Sr. The arrogant Pac called him a smart kid and asked him not to mess up because the matter was indeed serious. After that, the mysterious fighter began to walk away, looking around, while the wounded man remained sitting on the floor. At that moment, the angry man was biting his cigar, realizing that he was in a very difficult situation. Filled with rage, he simply bit off the tip of the cigar, and the blood on his face quickly began to dry. Upon hearing this story, Kan Yuseon, who was chewing on a cheeseburger, simply said that they were left with nothing. Touching his head, the calm Taisik asked him to stop chewing on the ice, saying it was bad for his teeth. Looking away, the assassin said that they would find out more at the meeting, so there was no point in speculating. The man also added that he thought there was someone else besides the 5 families, but that was just a guess. The sun was already setting, but black crows were still sitting on the rooftops, watching the situation. A black limousine stopped below, and the young head of the Capone family emerged, accompanied by armed guards. The leaders of the 3 factions soon gathered at one of the restaurant tables, but the atmosphere was not the most comfortable. Bandage boss Marcello Collio decided to break the awkward silence by saying that it was already quite late. The tense Gambino family leader noted that 2 of his colleagues were still missing, although the reason for this was unclear. The paranoid Capone suddenly said that Falcone and Sanchez had killed his father since they hadn't shown up at the meeting. Calm, Rebecca whispered to him not to jump to conclusions and just watch, and the young man emphasized her wisdom. The small compliment brought a smile to the charming blonde's face, but she said nothing in response. Suddenly, a worried man burst into the establishment, exclaiming that the boss needed to know something urgently. An agitated Marcello immediately jumped up, which caught the attention of Yusun and Taisik, who were sitting nearby. The shocking news for those present was that the heads of the Falcone and Sanchez families had been killed. Upon hearing this, the calm hero told his comrade that they clearly had another enemy. Now the assassin understood why the families seemed weakened, and the guy eating a burger said that he felt like he had become stronger. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out, which made everyone tense, as the reason was unknown. After that, everyone's attention was drawn to the stage, where a mysterious man in a black robe stood under a yellow beam of light. He said it was very convenient that all those who defamed the city had gathered in one place at one time. The mysterious man said that they were in league with corrupt politicians and manipulating the trade union, stealing from poor citizens. The stranger also added that they were all liars and smugglers, calling them despicable criminals who only sowed chaos. Shouting loudly, the fighter pointed his finger at the flying black birds and said that this was their doing. After that, the Night Raven introduced himself and threatened that the vile scoundrels would get what they deserved. Chaos suddenly broke out in the establishment as his winged minions began attacking the people. Junior Capone, who had been wounded by the mammal's claws, nervously asked if the mysterious warrior had killed the other 2 bosses. The Raven said that they were all scoundrels for whom even death was too low a price to pay, and suddenly declared that he had also killed the young man's father. The confident daredevil added that the pathetic blonde would soon meet his dead father. He threw sharp feathers at his enemy, called the boy a criminal, and wanted to finish him off as quickly as possible. At tremendous speed, the weapons flew toward the enemies, their tips glinting in the air. Quickly raising her shield, the tense Rebecca asked her boss to step back, as it was too dangerous in front of her. The wary Night Raven couldn't believe that the girl had sided with a member of the mafia family. Her brother reminded her that the scoundrel had killed their father, but she calmly replied that she knew that very well. Smiling, the beauty said that a fair price must be paid, and there was no arguing with that. The angry warrior wanted to wipe the pathetic boy off the face of the earth in order to bring him to justice and restore fairness. But the cool-headed Kan Yuseon intervened, quietly saying that a son is not responsible for his father's actions. With his powerful, icy abilities, the brave warrior decided to stop the enemy, which was quite unexpected. Patting the hungry dark beast on the shoulder, he smiled and asked if it was true that the Night Raven had been the main villain all along. The agile enemy began to move from side to side, but the shadow spread very quickly. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation and that even his sister couldn't help him, the guy became very nervous. The main character remained completely calm and acted carefully to avoid any mistakes as he approached his opponent. In his mind, the young man noted that the guy was quite clever, so he decided to try a different approach. The calculating fighter managed to grab his opponent by the wing, which made the situation somewhat easier. The wary raven turned around and saw that the cool-headed Yusun was already reaching for his mask. A professional in his field, he acted clearly and cautiously, without showing even a hint of excitement. The black mark was set, after which the detection of weaknesses began, and now the enemy's hit, dexterity, and evasion modifiers were reduced. Then the brave warrior used the code word snitch and finally let the night raven go, jumping aside. The enemy detection amulet provided detailed information about the detected target's stats and allowed the weakness detection to be applied once. The yellowbird sang that the opponent's energy came from his cloak and sharp feathers, and that he had a lot of explosives. When the merciless blonde tried to attack, the unflappable Kanyuseon dodged, ending up behind him. The tense raven couldn't believe that the guy could weaken his opponent and asked if he was really a sir. Realizing who he was dealing with, the fighter, who had no intention of giving up, stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. The harsh birds flying around the establishment were startled by the whistle, which their master used to call them to him. Small explosions began to rumble around, and the agitated people scattered in all directions, covering their heads from flying debris. Tense, Pak Tasik rushed back and forth across the battlefield, trying to be the first to attack the birds carrying the explosives. Being nervous, the assassin emphasized that there were too many winged creatures, and he didn't even know how to deal with them all. Alarmed, the master, who was fighting one-on-one, suggested that Kang Yuso switch roles when he saw him fighting a night raven. Smiling, the young man replied that all the bosses belonged to his comrade and that he was the hero, so he would fight them. The young man added that Park was better suited to the role of bodyguard, but he jumped up and down in frustration, shouting that he was a pure-blooded killer. With a promising smile, the calm Khan reminded him that murder was his element. After these words, he sharply swung his icy blade, trying to put as much pressure as possible on the tense night raven. The nervous blonde asked the sir why he was acting like the devil's advocate if he was supposed to save the world. His words seemed delusional to the main character at that moment, and the fighter covered himself with his arms from the blows. The battered warrior said that the rotten souls of the bandits had simply fooled Yuso because they were just a bunch of thugs who had killed his family. He added that the scoundrels had left the hall unpunished simply because they had connections and money. He exclaimed that they could not be allowed to go unpunished because they would become emboldened and take revenge on everyone. The raven, in emotional pain, shouted that this city was rotten, which was why he was fighting for justice. The young man said that it was not too late to do something, but his words did not evoke even a hint of emotion in the player. The young man said that it was not too late to restore honesty and began to take slow steps toward his opponent. The blonde man offered the brave man to take his side, but at that very moment he was deeply stabbed by several bayonets. The merciless fighter said he was tired of talking, and his opponent fell to his knees and began to bleed. Slowly approaching his badly wounded opponent, Yusun decided to finally see his face. Roughly tearing the mask off the blonde man's head, he said that it didn't suit him and began to look more closely. It cannot be said that the main character was surprised, but what he saw was not what he had imagined. Kneeling before him was a wounded, blue-eyed boy who muttered something about honesty. Grabbing his enemy by the shirt, with tears in his eyes, he exclaimed that justice would prevail. With his bloodied hand, the boy pressed the red button on the detonator, indicating the extreme seriousness of the situation. Alerted, Khan immediately looked away and asked what the young scoundrel had done. The wounded raven said that Rebecca had told him about the meeting 3 days ago and asked how much explosives they had managed to set up, in the hero's opinion. The shocked warrior pointed out that the blonde was on her brother's side and was just a mole in the Capone family. Concerned, Deheshik immediately rushed to his friend, realizing that they had to get out of there immediately. He wanted to grab the guy and pull him aside, but suddenly a shadowy beast appeared and prevented him from doing so. His master was saved from death by a huge loyal cat, which grabbed him in its teeth and ran away. At that very moment, an incredibly powerful explosion rocked the top floor of the building, causing a loud commotion in the city. The next day, the beautiful Rebecca sincerely thanked the brave players for their loyalty to the cause. She said that thanks to them, most of the businessmen at the meeting had been killed, and now the Capone family was on the ropes. The brave Yusun added that their boss, the young upstart, had survived as they had hoped, so victory was theirs. The woman summed up, saying that the fighter's work was also done, but the daredevil wanted to add something else. Holding several icy blades to her head, the warrior asked if it was true that she had orchestrated everything. Trying to remain calm, the girl asked what business it was of theirs, but the tip of the sword left a scratch on her neck. The fearless Yusun said that he had been hired to eliminate the enemies of the Capone family, while the silent Pak listened silently. The young man was certain that Rebecca had a hand in the murder of the family head, and had even persuaded the Night Raven to kill the other leaders. The girl said they had no proof, but the warrior showed them a feather and said that her comrade had betrayed her. He added that the blonde had provided information to the attacker, and based on that, she was the traitor. After that, the black feather was knocked out of Kana's hands and fell freely to the ground, while Rebecca watched. The hero said that she had eliminated her rivals and appointed Capone as her puppet boss, becoming the woman who practically ruled Black York. This also made her an enemy of the family. But the completely calm lady did not agree with this at all. Smiling, the blue-eyed girl said that it was all done for the sake of the young Mr. Vito. The little blonde boy was too kind and innocent, and she didn't want anyone to hurt him. Rebecca had eliminated her godfather, who wanted to make the young man his successor, and all external enemies, just to protect him from the cruel world. The beauty did only what was required of her as head of security, so there was nothing to blame her for. The player said that she stabbed the man who had taken her in and raised her in the back and put her puppet in the boss's place. Park Tae-sik intervened in the conversation, adding that the woman was only thinking about her own safety. He added that because of her, Vito was a completely dependent person, which confirmed that Rebecca was only thinking of herself. Smirking, the blonde replied that Sir didn't know her at all, so he had no right to say anything. The man suggested that the girl hiding behind the barrier ask the boy himself, who would not lie. The tense girl seemed to lose her voice at that moment, looking at her boss, whom she had not expected to see. Tears of disappointment began to roll down the boy's cheeks, because he had not expected that the person closest to him would turn out to be a traitor. The dome was destroyed in an instant, and Rebecca began to insist that what she had said was a lie, which the young man acknowledged was true. Keeping his cool, he clenched his fist tightly and aimed the gun at the woman with his other hand, saying that this world was indeed cruel. The murder of the Capone clan's enemies and the acquisition of privileges at the family meeting were accomplished, and thus the players successfully cleared out the Godfather's tower. On the way home, the tired Pak said he wanted to be a detective in a movie, and Kang said it was more like a fight between a superhero and a villain. The man suggested hanging out like this sometimes, but suddenly a subordinate ran up to him from behind and exclaimed that they had a problem. The flustered lady said excitedly that the 5th-level town hall in the center of Seoul was currently on the verge of collapse. Her words stunned both the main character and his colleague, who was dripping with sweat and couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yuson, frozen in place, didn't even know how to react to what was happening, but he had to think fast. The tower in question had been created by players from the association who had failed their first attack but didn't stop there. Then one of the nervous players grabbed another by the robe, asking what he was going to do about it. The guy exclaimed that they had received 3 penalty points for the failure, which would lower everyone's level. The young man, sweating profusely, promised that they would fix it, but no one understood how he planned to do so. Suddenly, he said they would organize a high-level raid, stunning all his comrades around him. Laughing hysterically, the brave man asked if his comrade really wanted to end up at the bottom again and become a slave to the association. All his comrades agreed with him, and no one argued, because it was the truth. That's why the fighters had to make up for the penalty points any way they could, and the incredibly difficult raid was their only chance. After that, the players decided to carry out a difficult raid and were completely destroyed, which was a rather sad story. Kang Yushon, who was driving in the car, knew that the association's system of awarding merit points and penalty points was cruel. Feeling sorry for the guys who died, he barely held back his tears and said that it shouldn't have happened. At the time, such incidents were rare, but during the first and second seasons, this disaster passed relatively easily. At that time, proper raid methods had not yet been developed, and failures were considered commonplace. However, the solution was not easy to find, and many fighters for justice died long before that. The main character himself lost loved ones, namely his beloved parents, who were killed. All of this happened both before and after he became a player, leaving many scars on his heart. The tough fighter often recalled the funerals of his mother and father, where he struggled to hold back tears and couldn't cope with the task. Currently, the guy was driving at high speed on the highway, saying to himself that everything was different now. While driving, he used a digital display, deciding to unlock unassembled equipment and skill sets. A rare amulet for finding enemies, a wind bracelet and a power ring were added to his inventory, which was a pretty good result. The veil of absolute darkness could extend the user's shadow, and the power, stealth, and evasion modifier of the stones increased sharply. The resolute Yusun decided that he would not allow anything that could compromise him and put on a wind bracelet. The blood chain was connected to Charlotte's web, which gave the fighter's abilities even more power. Suddenly, a critical notification was received that the tower was about to be breached and preparations had to be made for the monster invasion. The driver said they had arrived at their destination, after which the hero king got out of the car, where he was immediately recognized by someone. The stern warrior began to survey the area ahead, trying to figure out what awaited him next. The excited players in front were very happy to see the legendary fighter and were sure they were going to die. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, causing a large number of stones to fly everywhere. A huge red beam appeared in the sky, blinding the human eye and causing people to tense up. Then the countdown to the tower's destruction began, with only 10 seconds remaining. The excited fighters said that everyone needed to get ready because the invasion was about to begin. With 7 seconds remaining, the unflappable Yuso placed his hand on the shoulder of one of the men. The main character said that anyone who fit one of the following 3 criteria should take to their heels and get out of there. The first criterion applied to those who were caught in the shadow of a brave warrior who was not afraid of monsters. Next, he talked about players who couldn't keep up with him, as they would simply be a burden during battle. Finally, the third criterion was that those who were not themselves must disappear, which sounded arrogant. During these loud statements, the brave man smiled confidently, knowing that he could win even alone. When the countdown ended, all sorts of monsters, including centaurs and dragons, instantly invaded the tower. Most of the confused players scattered in different directions, not even having time to do anything. None of the frightened guys were able to face their enemies with dignity, which was exactly what the perceptive Yusin had expected. The warrior himself did not stand still and immediately used his shadow ability, which spilled the blood of many creatures. The young man said that this place was teeming with monsters of various kinds, where he had even spotted orcs with reptilians. There were also monsters he didn't even know how to name, but he knew clearly that he had to kill them all. Judging by the name of the tower, the enemies the players were fighting were probably people from the kingdom inside it. This meant that the creatures that had escaped from the town hall had nothing to do with the one the hero was raiding. But in that case, he had no idea where they had come from, as there had been no prior indication of their presence. At that moment, a helicopter flew over the battlefield, carrying a reporter who was admiring the actions of the hero king fighting the horde of monsters. Although the young man was a rather controversial figure, his skills were impeccable. The monk of the abyss awakened darkness from the deepest places, and the journalist was pleasantly surprised that the gates began to change color. The man said that the ominous hue must be a sign of a monster of the void, but it was unclear how it could appear in a 5th-level tower. Meanwhile, the brave player ran around with an icy blade in his hands, enjoying the battle. With a frightening smile, he asked if the attention of the spectators wasn't delightful and told the reporter to get out of the way before the monster ate him. As he continued to move forward, the fighter wondered if the ruler was acting on his own accord. At that very moment, a critical notification was received about the appearance of a monster from the abyss, which was already an alarming sign. Smiling, the fearless Yusun said that he had been waiting for this and had long since prepared for a spectacular battle. He began to watch the monster's movements closely, trying to figure out where its weak spots were. Delivering incredibly powerful blows to various parts of the beast's body, the brave warrior landed and asked if that would be enough. The cold-blooded warrior threatened to finish off the pathetic monster with a single move. Using his ability, he summoned a multitude of icy spears that instantly rose from the ground. Then, maintaining complete concentration, the unflappable young man prepared to do something else. At that very moment, he used a rare skill, Charlotte's Web, whose attribute was killing. Exerting tremendous effort, the young man began to direct a shockwave at his enemy, standing firmly on his feet. The skill connected the 2 points with a thread of death that possessed incredible cutting power, so the monster of the abyss could no longer escape. A few seconds later, its disgusting remains scattered, and the system wrote that the huge creature had been defeated. The monk blessed the player with a stone of emptiness to express his satisfaction, after which the tower hack was complete. Looking at the jewel, the cold-blooded warrior saw his reflection and realized that it was all over. As always, the excited journalists were the first to learn of the hero king's deeds and rushed to interview him. The legendary fighter was idolized by the people gathering around him, and he proudly spread his shoulders, enjoying the glory. The camera also caught his well-fed cat, which looked quite cute but could kill anyone if provoked. Very soon, news spread that Kang Yuseon had single-handedly stopped the tower raid, and people were now crazy about him. In an interview, the guy said that the Players Association was hopeless and doubted that there were any normal organizations in this country. He said that the players who died had failed during the tower assault and were afraid of penalty points, so they tried again but lost their lives. After the king's statement, reporters asked the association leaders a couple of questions, but it turned out that the rules weren't really effective. Watching TV, the hero was surprised that they really intended to achieve something this time, and Taesik said with a smile that they had been given many reasons to do so. The young man believed that the organization deserved it, and the man added that they should not miss the chance to clean it up. The young man asked if his friend was running for president, and he angrily replied that he was talking about organizing a guild. The brave man said that the law did not allow it at the moment and asked what Park wanted from him. The gentleman replied that they should take advantage of the fact that there was not a single player among the association's leaders. According to him, these people had never been to the tower, but they set rules for others and promoted only those who had support, neglecting the rest. The man did not want to tolerate this nonsense and believed that it should be directed toward public opinion to repeal the guild law. The calm Yuseon wished him luck, but Taisik noted that he was reacting as if it didn't concern him. The frivolous young man said that was indeed the case, but his friend said that he would be the one to organize the guild, which stunned him. Jumping up from the sofa, the nervous Kang exclaimed that he would never do such a thing, and Park asked him to pay attention to the people's opinion on the matter. Soon the news reported that a petition to allow the formation of a players' guild had gathered nearly 200,000 signatures overnight. As for the organization, the majority of votes were cast for the hero king, who was highly respected by the people. The embittered head of the association, Lin Song-ho, understood that Mr. Park and Kang Yushong were behind it all. The angry man said that they did not know how dangerous players, especially black ones, could be to peaceful citizens. He understood perfectly well that the scoundrels could become emboldened and start picking on people, which would lead to chaos. In some countries, the government loosened its grip, and guilds colluded with the criminal world. There were even states that turned into empires of black players, which sounded quite terrifying. Even the United States, where private organizations were permitted, kept its best fighters under control through military service. The warriors were a time bomb, and Linson's leader realized that if control became impossible, it was time to choose the lesser of two evils. Enraged, he said that stupid degenerates had no idea how the world worked. Suddenly, a notification was received from the system, which believed that geniuses are often unrecognized by society. The evil monk took an interest in the nervous gentleman and asked him if he would like to participate in the tower trial. With a trembling hand, the association leader reached for the digital display, but it was unclear which answer he had decided to choose. Huge banners throughout the city displayed a photo of Yuso in armor, holding a phone in his hands. People were unhappy that the photo from last season had not yet been removed and was still being displayed. The hero himself disliked it the most, and as he stood on the street, he thought about the guild again. Earlier, Taisik had said that as a hero king, the young man should organize his faction and show off a little. The guy replied that he hated working with stupid people, was generally impatient with idiots, and showed no desire to have anything to do with them. The Lord said that he would simply show his face, and after him, other guilds would follow, and by competing with each other, they would gradually get rid of each other. The young man didn't understand why all this was necessary, but Pak, who was delighted, replied that it was all for a better future, and only a brave warrior could do it. The assassin said that the king is always the one who goes to the front, and these words stuck in the young warrior's mind. Late in the evening, the calm Yusun strolled down the street, moving slowly and thinking about the pressing issues. In his mind, he said that it was his duty to raid various towers. The system began searching for town halls of level 7 and above, but there were no results, so the radius was increased. After a couple of minutes, it finally found a tower located 226 kilometers away from the hero. There was always a way to get into the town hall, even if the player wasn't looking for it, and that was an indisputable fact. For example, you could receive something as a gift from the town hall or simply wait for a call. The fearless Can had previously received a gift from the boss, a sharp dagger stained with blood. Gifts like Rebecca's knife, given as a sign of trust, served as a means of communication between the world and the towers. Hiding the weapon, the guy thought to himself that he wouldn't be called, but for now it was better to just wait. Suddenly, everyone around him received a notification related to the tower that rang loudly in their ears. The very tense hero also heard a strange melody that was painful and unbearable to listen to. A voice on the radio said that a new town hall would appear shortly and asked viewers to enjoy the raid by the best players on the planet. Kang, frozen in place, received a notification calling him a child of 1,000 faces and talents, asking him to entertain the monarchs. The clown ruler insisted that Yuseon take part in the cleanup, which didn't even surprise the young man. There was no information about the building whatsoever, and all that was known was that it was of an elite level. To enter the town hall, one had to be among the top 10 players, and of the 2 fighters from the same country, the one with the higher level would pass. Saint Maria Jager also received the shocking announcement, and feeling confused, did not know what to do. It was said that no one would die inside the tower, so people should not miss the opportunity to establish useful connections. All incidents inside would be broadcast live, and upon hearing this, Lord Ray Chan dropped his wine glass. The striking fact was that if the plan failed, 100 million random people, including innocent ones, would die. The information greatly distressed the main character, but he clearly understood that there was no other way out and that he had to fight. He slammed his fist on the digital display, gathered his thoughts, and was ready to go into battle. At that moment, he put on a black coat and said with a smile that he couldn't believe it. A voice asked everyone to wait until all the participants had gathered, and the people around couldn't believe that the Hero King was entering the tower. It was announced that the live broadcast would begin shortly, and the extremely serious Kang Yuseon said that he was a volunteer. A few minutes later, he found himself at his destination, where several other guys were already standing in front of him. Among them was the powerful Lord Ray Chan, as well as the charming Maria, who had missed Yuseon very much. Also present was the fearless guardian Georg Billmeyer, who was happy to see the young master again. With an emotionless expression, the young man said that the feeling was mutual, as they hadn't seen each other in a very long time. The young man was truly happy to see the powerful players, who were not just some newbies but experienced warriors. He looked into each of their eyes with a sincere smile on his face, though he was slightly embarrassed. The hero started talking to the older man first, but the beautiful Jaeger was already rushing towards him. At first, he thought it was some kind of strange cosplay, but then he recognized the saint and didn't understand what she wanted. The beautiful Maria was glad that Khan was normal now, and he asked with slight confusion if he had once been eccentric. The girl remembered that during the raid on the 7th tower, the fighter had given an interview, saying that he didn't understand why he had to strain himself to save the world. The blue-eyed girl was worried when she saw this, because the brave man looked exhausted and very tired. Now the warrior understood what she meant and felt the sincerity in her words, as she was not shy about talking about it. Gently taking the girl by the hand, Yusen said that he was fine now and would not stop his raids. One of the players behind them interrupted, saying that if the young fighter was tired, he could just give it up. These words came from the dissatisfied Sword Lord Ray, who said that the hero was the last one. He didn't like that the kid had taken so long to decide whether to save 100 million innocent people from death and had been the last to show up. He added that real heroes do not hesitate in the face of danger and claimed that he had been the first to arrive. The unflappable Khan believed that accepting the offer immediately was a direct path to failure, which is why Chan could not outrun him or the gravedigger. These words angered his opponent, and the provocateur asked if he knew how well the gray-haired old man on the left had everything figured out. Looking at the old man, the stunned young man asked why he didn't have any equipment with him, and Georg was glad that he had finally noticed him. Smiling, the cheerful Billmeyer said that he hadn't even started the season yet, which amazed everyone around him. He also reminded them that no one would die inside the tower, and that people from all over the world were watching them live. The system stated that until the players left the town hall, they would be temporarily provided with a set of items from the 5th season. Equipment skills were added to every fighter who was dressed from head to toe and received weapons for combat. Georg, CEO of Artifact, said that this even reduces the chance of any of them dying. Everyone present began to examine their bodies, trying to understand how good their armor was. Saint Maria Jaeger was dressed in a knight's breastplate and held a steel shield and a mighty sword in her hands. The woman standing next to her couldn't believe that warriors were crossing paths at such an inopportune time. Lady Lydia, a law enforcement officer, noted that it was all due to the men's inferiority complex. The blonde agreed with her, because the guys seemed to have forgotten how many lives were at stake, and the tall man next to her said she was right. The Commander-in-Chief of U.S. Special Operations, General Kilgore, said that they had a duty to their country and the entire planet. The polite Billmeyer asked the players to remember how they were behaving, and the smiling hero Yusun said that the live broadcast should have already started. He tried again to provoke the sword-wielding lord, who glared at him viciously but tried to restrain himself. A man's foot suddenly entered the area, and a voice asked if he had made people wait. A stranger wearing a clown mask on his head said that it was a holiday in honor of the beloved saviors as a sign of gratitude. Then the gentleman greeted all the heroes of the land, who raised their heads to look at the sun's rays. Smiling, the hero asked if they were really celebrating despite the fact that their fellow monarch was dead. The clown replied that it was in his best interest not to provoke the rulers, and noted that it would be more accurate to call him a monarch killer. Earlier, the brave man had indeed been given this title for eliminating the boss of the season, the Lord of the Plague. The sword-wielding lord, who had a grudge against him and wanted the title badly, remembered this incident well. Gritting his teeth, the fighter thought to himself that he didn't even know that the vile bastard had received it. He then asked what they should do, and the masked man repeated that it was a celebration in their honor as a sign of gratitude. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, the lord rushed into the attack and swung his sword sharply right in front of the clown's face. The warrior used the blade of a fencer who had spent his entire life searching for someone strong enough to defeat him, but died alone. The swordsman also activated a passive skill that allowed him to deliver 9 strikes with each attack. In a state of rage, Ray Chan rushed into the attack, asking if the monarch really thought they would enjoy the deaths of 100 million people. The other players watched from the sidelines, not even thinking of interfering in the slaughter. After taking a closer look, the calm Kang Yusean said that this was to be expected from a lord who loved to play to the crowd. The unflappable clown said that all attacks were canceled, so he asked the young man not to waste his energy. The mysterious man smiled as always and said that he would now explain the rules of the tower to the boys. Announcing a vote for their favorite hero, he told the esteemed audience that only they could make the choice in this town hall. Alarmed passers-by watched the live broadcast on the streets and couldn't believe what was happening. A dissatisfied daredevil exclaimed that the monarch could easily rig the election results. Quickly covering his mouth with his hands, the clown asked the hero king to be careful with his words, adding that they were just following the rules. He whispered to the young man that his mission was to attract as much attention as possible and entertain people. It was said that it didn't matter how exactly this was done, and that the prize would go to whoever got the most votes. The monarch also warned that if there were not enough votes, or if the boys annoyed the audience, the raid would be considered a failure. This meant that a huge number of people would simply lose their lives, which greatly distressed Saint Maria Jaeger. The ruler asked what the players were waiting for and ordered them to use their heads, tongues, or bodies to entertain the people. At that moment, the swordmaster, despite the gravity of the situation, decided to publicly challenge Kan Yuso to a duel. The brave man, who was being held back by a clown, asked what would happen if he refused. The monarch said that they would be resurrected if they died during the fight, adding that they could not leave the tower until the end of the vote. Suddenly, the man declared that he would build an arena for them, after which the ceiling of the room opened and the players found themselves under the clear sky. Surprised, Lady Lydia and Maria looked around, unable to believe what was happening. The fearless young man asked Ray to allow him to ask a question, and the warrior replied that to him, he was a master of the sword. The provocateur asked if his opponent would fight after his defeat and assured him that he would get the minimum number of votes. Drawing his sword, the knight said that if he won, all these statistics would be meaningless. Filled with rage, the brave fighter exclaimed that he was eager to avenge his defeat on the first day of the season. At tremendous speed, he rushed into the attack, moving from side to side and swinging his sword relentlessly. His face was stern and extremely serious, for his hatred for Yuso had overcome his reason. The unperturbed young man stood his ground, waiting for the right moment to launch the perfect counterattack. Looking arrogantly at his opponent, the young man smiled, not taking him seriously at all. Running forward, he said that taking candy from a child wasn't that much fun, even if it was easy. Alert, Ray Chan's expression changed when he saw his opponent moving with such confidence. Unexpectedly, the hero king used the 9 swords, capable of destroying any enemy. Stunned, General Kilgore, like the other players, couldn't understand where the young man had gotten such a powerful weapon. Thoughtful Lydia noticed that Khan was using not only the same blade, but also the same technique as the swordmaster. The observant gravedigger Georg Billmeyer realized that the young man had used his skill of reproduction. Extremely nervous, Ray couldn't help but notice that his opponent was using his equipment and techniques, which made it more difficult to fight. He began to suspect that the king was being helped by the Mirror Monarch, but immediately dismissed the thought, telling himself that such a thing was impossible. The enemy's blades clashed more and more loudly with every passing second, making the atmosphere even more tense. The tense warrior could not understand how the boy managed to win, given that he had devoted his entire life to this one sword. The kind-hearted Georg considered it a miracle and called the nimble young man an invincible hero of all heroes. Being sincere, the man noted that none of them were a match for the fighter, and Lydia looked at him with dissatisfaction. Smirking, the lady said that it was ironic to hear this from his gravedigger, since he himself had tried so hard to get rid of the youngster. Laughing, the gray-haired old man asked the lady to look at the situation more deeply, but it was not entirely clear what he meant. Pointing to the real players on the right, he said that these were the people who seriously believed they had a chance. It was unclear how they could behave so terribly, knowing what a hopeless situation everyone was in. Hearing the conversations of the people standing nearby, St. Mary thought to herself that 100 million lives depended on clearing this tower. At the same time, she couldn't understand why all these pathetic people could think of anything other than killing the top player and taking his place. Earlier, in an interview, Kang Yuseon said that even if the end of the world came tomorrow, everyone would continue to hunt each other. The perceptive girl was now convinced that the main character, who seemed to sense everything, was right. She remembered that in the first and second seasons, the players had cleared out town halls to save the world. All the fighters fought side by side, destroying all enemies in their path and not quarreling with each other. Now everything had changed dramatically, and this upset the saint, who wanted justice and peace. The charming Maria couldn't understand why everyone had become so cold and heartless towards those around them. Madame Lydia, Georg Billmeyer, and General Kilgore were just the same, even though they seemed like kind people on the outside. Placing her hand on her face, Jaeger said in a voice only she could hear that the players were getting stronger with each season. The complexity of the towers grew rapidly along with the strength of the monsters and bosses inhabiting their territory. The beauty realized that saving the world was just a silly fairy tale, for she was no longer that naive girl. The worldviews of the fighters present in the town hall, their religions, and even their skin colors were all different. The wise Jaeger was concerned about whether they would be able to save the world if they couldn't unite in a game where its protection was at stake. At that moment, her gaze was extremely troubled, and it was visible even to the naked eye. The blades of the powerful rivals continued to clash, sending bright sparks flying. The tense swordmaster found everything that was happening strange, even though the game was not fair, and until that moment he had accepted it. It didn't matter how strong the Hero King was. He clearly had some kind of secret that Ray had to uncover. The cold-blooded warrior showed no emotion toward him and simply did his job. The Lord was confident that he could defeat his powerful opponent, but in an instant, everything went wrong. The guy was badly wounded in the stomach, and the tip of the blade was sticking out of his back, but that didn't stop him. At that moment, the stern player didn't mind losing to Count Yuso because all he wanted was to figure out the secret of his strength. The swordsman tried with all his might to confuse his enemy, using various abilities, but it was all in vain. Both warriors fought with dignity and skill, but the battle dragged on. Once again, coming face to face with the embittered sword master, the unflappable Kang said that he had forgotten his place. The arrogant expression stunned Ray, who froze in place, realizing that things had gone too far. Unexpectedly, the daredevil struck his opponent's jaw with his heel, sending him reeling and nearly knocking him unconscious. Rising from his knees, the swordmaster glared angrily at his opponent, who continued to amaze him. The brave man promised to show him the difference between them and once again swung his sword. In that same instant, the steel weapon was driven straight into the stone ground beneath his feet, causing severe damage around him. The agitated opponent, clutching his wounded side, watched the scene completely baffled. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind began, raising dust into the air and blinding everyone around. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the main character used the side panel and then immediately activated the exchange function. In the thick fog, only his black silhouette was visible, and the spectators could not draw any conclusions. A few seconds later, the wind stopped and a long-haired demon appeared before the Sword Lord. The players standing on the podium were stunned by what had happened, as no one had expected such a turn of events. Exhausted, Ray almost lost his voice, but still managed to whisper that this simply couldn't be happening. The brave man, whose eyes were filled with red rays, continued to keep a cool head. He stunned everyone by using a mythical-level skill possessed by only a few. Those who used this skill could temporarily manifest the divinity and combat skills of a heavenly demon, known as the God of the Sword. The silent Yusun rose slightly above the ground and rushed toward the wounded enemy at high speed. In midair, the warrior used the three-sword technique, specifically its first form, following a precise sequence. Next, he activated the splitting technique, which looked very scary and unpleasant. The helpless Ray was mortally wounded and riddled with the actions of his merciless opponent, who had proven his power. Bleeding profusely, the brave player tried to remain silent, knowing that he would not survive. The cold-blooded Khan had no intention of stopping and executed the second form of the three swords of the heavenly demon. Now he decided to activate the destruction technique, after which absolutely no one would be able to survive. Maria was stunned and couldn't believe it, while General Kilgore and Georg Billmeyer even smiled as they watched the spectacle. A bloody trail could be seen on the stone floor, left behind by the mortally wounded swordsman. The Clown Monarch declared the match over and emphasized that the spectacle was simply incredible, as expected from a hero king. The fearless Yusun was awarded over 2 billion points, while his defeated opponent received half as many. The award ceremony continued for the other players, while the desperate Ray couldn't believe he had lost the battle. The heavily wounded young man's hand trembled violently, and his face changed as he tried to come to terms with the situation. The emotionless hero silently looked at the other people standing in the stands, admiring his actions. A brief silence fell over the arena, and the now silent lord remained kneeling, bleeding profusely. With a sly smile, the brave man raised his sword and pointed it at one of the players watching. Stunned, the gravedigger Georg couldn't believe what was happening, but the brave warrior said nothing in response. The demon-like fighter continued to point his blade at him, as if challenging him to a duel. Stunned, Madame Lydia and Maria Jaeger couldn't utter a word, their faces identical at that moment. The audience was amazed that the player was so powerful that he was able to copy the gravedigger's skills and equipment. Peaceful citizens in one of the city's bars were also watching the live broadcast on TV, feeling slightly excited. One of the guys called Kang Yuseon a monster, but his friend asked him to watch his language and reminded him that they were alive thanks to this man. The young man asked how he should address the legendary warrior, and his opponent replied with a smile that it was obvious. The brave player deserved to be called a hero king, for he undoubtedly deserved it. With a flash of a grin, the fearless fighter asked those watching from the stands if this was the first time they had seen the skill of copying, since they seemed so stunned. The gravedigger believed that the descent of the heavenly demon could be explained by ordinary imitation, but Lydia said that it was something else. She had fought a man with this ability, who was the worst of the black players, copying all of his opponent's settings, right down to his face. The woman added that the daredevil's fighting style was similar to his, but that this ability had clear limitations. Smiling, the trickster said that his skill was not exactly copying, but something new, and asked if they were really that curious. The audience stared at him intently, but Georg Billmeyer, unlike the others, smiled proudly at the young man. The completely calm young man emphasized that their faces were worth seeing, because emotions were irreplaceable. Remaining unperturbed, he decided to tell the people who were listening to him intently something. At one point, the young man began to speak in a whisper, maintaining a slight smile and a positive expression on his face. He confessed that he had actually signed a contract with the Lord of Truth, which made all this possible. Thoughtful Lydia became interested in this topic and tried to remember what the ruler looked like. According to the terms of the contract, the hero could only tell the truth, and even if the whole world was watching him, he would not lie. Remaining calm, the gravedigger Georg said that his next opponent would be him, but he heard a sharp negative response. As if transformed into an angel, Kang Yuseon said that he hated battle more than anything else in the world. The equally honest warrior also harbored a deep dislike for arrogant scoundrels who did not know their place. Hearing these frightening words, the wary man fell silent and continued to listen quietly. The old man asked what the young man planned to do next, and he decided not to hide his future plans. The long-haired demon declared that he would try to convey the truth to the audience, surprising those around him. The masked clown emphasized that advertising oneself was the best tactic for getting votes, which he immediately saw through. Suddenly, the players on the podium felt a strong jolt under their feet, which almost caused them to fall down. Without wasting any time, the main character moved the microphone toward himself, and his hand briefly glowed yellow. Returning to his true attire, the brave man decided to check the equipment and greeted all the spectators. He understood that the citizens had no choice, as he was being broadcast on all channels. In any case, the warrior said that 10 heroes who appeared to be unflappable had gathered in one tower. The brave man said that now the people must choose one of them whom they consider powerful. It was said that if they did not gather enough votes, 100 million people would receive a ticket to the afterlife, which greatly alarmed the audience. Kang Yuseon said that even the worst tyrant could become president through voting, and then felt a severe headache. Yunchul added that if something went wrong, the most likely outcome would be the worst-case scenario, and the nervous gravedigger asked the hero king to watch his words. The fearless player asked if his words about usurpation had made the old man feel uncomfortable. Smiling, Kan noted that people definitely revered national heroes at the time when he was fighting the others. Then the provocateur added that the man's dream of recreating the Third Empire was a secret. The stern old man asked how he dared to accuse him without proof, and the hero repeated that he had made a contract with the Lord of Truth. Looking at Georg Billmeyer through his fingers, the positive young man said he simply couldn't lie. The brave man said that absolutely everything he was saying was the absolute truth, even if many people didn't like it. The fighter expressed hope that the audience would approach the vote responsibly and added that it was time for him to go. His arrogant behavior began to infuriate the gravedigger, whose important secret had been publicly revealed. Suddenly, the young man said that there were not one or two crazy people here and turned to the silent Count Vladimir. The vampire, who was examining his nails, immediately looked at his counterpart, not quite understanding what he wanted. Smiling, the reserved man replied that he had no idea what Kang Yuseon was talking about, so he didn't take his words to heart. The hero asked if he hadn't said he wanted to resurrect the empire, after which the cold-blooded Vladimir used his bloody ability. The vampire attempted to attack the chatterbox, who added that he had planned to kill the president and become king. The brave man asked him to demonstrate his magic in turn, and expressed his hope that the count would use his own blood. The reserved gentleman politely said that he would not tolerate insults toward his homeland and president. Smiling, the calm young man noted that Vladimir was so pious despite his fiery temper. He then turned his attention to General Kilgore and asked if he also enjoyed playing with fire. The young man was referring to his habit of dropping bombs on enemy countries, which he had been doing all his life but had tried to keep secret. Clenching his fingers in anger, the tense man asked the player Kana if he was aware of the consequences of his words. The completely composed hero understood everything perfectly and, without even thinking of stopping, continued to speak the truth. He said that, frankly speaking, the heroes who saved the world were crazy nationalists, imperialists, and military fanatics. His words made Count Vladimir clench his teeth tightly, as he did not like public insults. But along with him, General Kilgore, who had been publicly humiliated along with his colleagues, prepared to attack. The smiling Kang Yuseon thought that the people would like this news, and the soldiers rushed at him to attack. At the last moment before striking, the stern king stopped him, grabbed his hand, and asked what was wrong. The nervous man asked if the youngster really thought he could take on an experienced soldier who had fought in many wars. The crazy old man exclaimed that he would show the boy a jet fighter, and he quietly used his ability behind his back. At that moment, a black portal with a golden border appeared, greatly alarming all the other players. Lydia, feeling anxious, wondered if the idiot wanted to kill them all, and St. Mary asked her to hide behind her. General Kilgore wasn't going to stand around, so he used his exclusive skill, summoning Diablo F-23 fighter jets. A huge number of attack aircraft flew in from both sides, preparing to surround the young king. But suddenly, the old man's expression changed, and he no longer seemed so confident in his power. The flying machines began crashing into each other, which was a very unexpected outcome for him. The stunned man couldn't believe that Yushin had copied his exclusive skill, but it was indeed true. Knocking him to the floor with a kick, the brave man, frightening in his severity, said that the skill wasn't really that unique. Then he looked into his opponent's eyes with a smile on his face, which didn't even have a single scratch on it. The smirking gravedigger Billmeyer asked if the hero king really thought he could get away with it. The warrior asked why the people whom George considered his comrades tried to stab him in the back at every opportunity. The old man called it a misunderstanding, but the young man was ready to prove him wrong with important arguments. Looking fearfully into his opponent's eyes, Kan Yushin asked how he could lie when his contractor was the Lord of Truth. Looking at Count Vladimir, who was trembling with excitement, he noted that the players were doing whatever they wanted. But as soon as the truth came out, they immediately began to justify themselves, and it was impossible to argue with them. The system notified that the young man's provocation skills were rapidly increasing, and the clown monarch was pleased with his actions. Putting his finger to the microphone, the hero asked why they were all so upset that there was no one like them. The king could have continued to spread the truth to the masses for a long time, but he knew that these words could not change the world. Calm Georg Billmeyer asked if that meant the young player was planning to burn this world down like a hurt child. Smiling, Kan confirmed that he was just a boy, which is why he was bored with them, the old men. The ruler asked the child of 1,000 faces and talents what he wanted, since he was behaving so unpredictably. The daredevil began to say something about the descent of a heavenly demon, but no one around him could understand his intentions. The tense gravedigger wondered what trick the kid would pull this time. The monarch's voice promised that his wish would be granted, so Yuso's confidence was now boundless. The clown suggested moving on to the next hero, since the youngster had succeeded and they had to give everyone a chance. Suddenly, St. Maria Jaeger raised her hand, as she also had something to say to the peaceful citizens. The host with the microphone thought for a moment and, snapping his fingers, gave the floor to the beauty. Unexpectedly, all the participants found themselves in the room and were now sitting in chairs, at first not even understanding how it had happened. The dissatisfied hero asked what kind of kindergarten morning performance this was, and the Lord of the Sword felt uncomfortable standing next to him. Looking calmly into Mr. Kan's eyes, the beautiful Maria convincingly asked him to shut up. The nice young man did not deny his beloved the pleasure, but she continued to remain serious. Gathering her thoughts, the girl moved the microphone closer to her mouth and decided to make a loud statement. She exclaimed that she would show the world the true qualities of the heroic king, which she knew so well. All the players present were stunned by what they heard, but no one dared to say a word. The audience was also stunned that St. Mary was supporting Kan Yusun, but it was unclear how he had achieved this. The situation made even the bravest among them nervous, as they had not expected Jaeger to take his side. A slightly confused young man interrupted the beautiful woman's speech and, rising abruptly from his seat, began to point at something. The charmer smiled and asked her beloved what was wrong, but he asked if it was too late to apologize. The girl smiled in response, looked at the young man, and decided to continue her monologue. Suddenly, the hero found himself in another room, receiving a notification that he had successfully cleared level A of the tower, but the results had not yet been announced. Soon, a digital scoreboard appeared, showing that the king had taken first place, followed by the saint, and in last place was the gravedigger. The nervous young man tried to count the number of votes, but couldn't even understand what the number was because there were so many digits. It said that the top 5 players would be awarded prizes according to the number of people who voted. Surprised, Khan began to suspect that it was a fraud, but there was nothing he could do about it. The system stated that the participant who took first place on the list would receive a mythical level skill. The brave warrior received a card summoning a heavenly demon, which made him happy because everything was going exactly as he wanted. Now the main character had all 3 divine relics, namely equipment, rank, and skills, and he had achieved all this in just 3 months. Looking at his inventory, you soon realized that he had never used the Black Death he had received after defeating the Lord of Moor. It was a mythical chest containing a pair of blades previously used by the ruler, and it also emitted an ominous aura. Since equipment and skills of this level could not be used without sufficient skill, there were penalties. If the test was failed, the result would be either a decrease in stats or the player's death. Even the Swordmaster Ray had a huge penalty for failing the battle, as he lost first place to the Gravedigger. But the brave Khan had already tried in the previous season, so he thought he would succeed. Remaining emotionless, the young man looked at the card he had just received, thinking about what to do next. The young man finally decided to give it a try, thinking that he could change his weapon later, but his skill needed to be changed now. The procedure was successful, and at the same time he received a notification that he had activated the descent of the heavenly demon for the first time. The fearless king's task was to prove with all his might that he was worthy of this powerful skill. Finding himself in a field where a strong wind was blowing, the brave man gripped his sword tightly, seeing an unknown fighter ahead of him. This time his opponent was a mysterious heavenly demon who covered his eyes with a hat. At that moment, the bearded man threw away his headdress, took up a fighting stance, and showed his readiness to begin the battle. The young man suggested that if nothing had changed since last season, they should just get it over with quickly. The gray-haired man did not utter a word in response, only looking into the eyes of the young man burning with battle. The participants received a message that the test, in which they had to block 2 basic attacks from the heavenly demon, was about to begin. The brave man grabbed his sword with both hands, waiting for the right moment in the enemy's next move. The grim gravedigger had no intention of standing on ceremony and decided to use a powerful technique, wanting to end it all as quickly as possible. With a sly smile, the brave Kang Yuseon allowed him to get closer, as if pursuing some goal. Right on the run, the old man used the first strike of the heavenly demon with a 3-pronged sword, which looked quite impressive and frightening. But the nimble youngster managed to dodge the attack with ease, leaving his cool-headed opponent with nothing. Sharply thrusting his blade forward, the young man signaled his readiness to block and parry Billmeyer's further blows. He found everything that was happening interesting, but he was not afraid, because he had already been through this and knew how to behave. Gathering himself to attack the old man, the young warrior continued to smile, not doubting himself for a moment. The young man tried to use his newly acquired skill, which had taken him a lot of effort to activate. The gray-haired man used his ability against him again, creating strong whirlwinds around him. The agile fighter managed to block the enemy's attacks with his sword, but he didn't even think about relaxing. From a bird's eye view, only strong sparks could be seen on the ground, but not the 2 fighting players. After a few minutes, the fight stopped, and the old man stood frozen in place with his mouth open in surprise. Hiding his sword back in its sheath, the old man asked if Khan Yuso now had a different name, and remembered his title. Shocked, the gray-bearded man asked if the hero had really killed the ruler, since he had been given the title of Monarch Slayer, and he confirmed it. Laughing, the young man said that the test was over and that he could now summon the demon to wave his sword. The polite young man extended his hand to his opponent to make peace and never fight again. With a sly smile, the gray-haired old man muttered something about the young man killing a powerful ruler. Withdrawing his hand, the brave young man flashed a grin and asked if the old man didn't like that. Taking 2 sharp katana swords in his hands and frightening the young man, the grim gravedigger replied that he liked it very much. Suddenly, the stone ground beneath their feet began to crack and crumble rapidly, which was difficult to explain. Cobblestones began flying in all directions, and the alarmed Khan Yuseon did not understand what was happening. His opponent, who had no intention of giving up, looked at him coldly, eager to continue fighting. Without warning, the old man rushed into battle and asked the young boy to show him how he wielded his sword. With difficulty holding back the onslaught of the senile old man, the innocent hero reminded him that the trial was already over. The strong old man didn't care about his words and continued to swing his swords, wanting to finish off the youngster. The polite young man said that the old man could kill him this way and asked him to be careful. The merciless old man noticed the weapon in his opponent's hands and asked if it was the sword he had used to kill the monarch. He said that he would not recognize the young player if that was indeed the case, which was quite a bold statement. Yusin was very tense, gritting his teeth, not knowing how to behave or what to do next. The impulsive young man asked how he could possibly defeat a heavenly demon with his current skill level. Hearing his words, the calm old man stopped and sheathed his sword, wanting to talk to the young man. Still wary, Kang began to watch him closely, hoping to resolve everything peacefully. The long-haired man said he would give him a different test, which alarmed but did not scare the player. Suddenly jumping up, the old man caused significant damage to the stone floor. The overly nervous Hero King did not quite understand what the heavenly demon was doing, as he behaved unpredictably. With a sharp kick, the gravedigger tried to break through the young man's defense, but he managed to block the blow with his sword and remained unharmed. Still, there are no casualties in war, so the brave man was thrown several meters to the side, not having time to understand anything. A black abyss appeared before him, and looking into it sent shivers down his spine, but he couldn't give in to panic. Smiling, the warrior said he didn't understand why the demon had come so far and asked him to tell him the reason. The majestic long-haired demon reminded him once again that he had previously killed the monarch. The man replied that perhaps the answer he was so desperately seeking could ultimately be found in Kang Yusun. Suddenly, the heavenly demon transformed into a young brunette, whose gaze was still terrifying. The tense hero couldn't make sense of what was happening, and was drenched in sweat as the enemy used his three-pronged sword. The merciless opponent instantly raised his weapon and used his ability without thinking about the consequences. Looking sternly into the eyes of the pitiful boy, he asked him to try to stop him. Strong gusts of wind prevented him from doing anything, making the young man even more nervous. But he did not panic. His gaze became puzzled, and the young man froze in place, thinking about what to do next. After a few more seconds, the action stopped, which completely threw the stunned hero off balance. His opponent immediately threw the blade aside, leaving the confused boy even more stunned. The king, dripping with sweat, asked what his opponent had done, but the latter was in no hurry to answer. Looking emotionlessly into his opponent's eyes, the long-haired brunette became lost in his own thoughts. The demon had spent his entire life wandering in search of a warrior who could defeat him, and he had done so day and night. But in the end, the brave warrior never tasted defeat, and this somewhat upset him. Looking at his blood-soaked enemies, the heavenly warrior did not understand the essence of defeat, although he wanted very much to comprehend it. Even when the brave warrior looked death in the eye, nothing inside him changed, and he was ready to give up hope completely. The omnipresent transience caught up with the man, but he never managed to find what he had been searching for his entire life. Before he could blink, he found himself an old man, surrounded by monarchs with long, ugly tongues. For a very long time, he wondered if there was anyone who could defeat him. Every time he meditated and concentrated completely on himself, the bearded man asked himself this question. Masters from all countries, empires, and continents, including even the Grim Reaper, bowed before the old man's sword. Then the old man realized that everything was meaningless before the sword of the heavenly demon, but there was something very important to note. The elderly warrior saw for the first time the man who had killed the Lord, which greatly surprised the silent Kang Yusu. His opponent asked if the boy was different from the others, but he was so nervous that he couldn't say a word. The brunette also said that he might end up killing him, just like he had killed everyone else before him. In a slightly raised voice, the opponent asked the young man to explain what all this meant to him specifically. Deep in thought, the hero began to recall how he had met the director of the association, calling himself the player of the season. Then bloody battles came to mind, where he showed courage and rushed into battle first. He remembered the moment when Saint Mary Jaeger stood up for him, calling him kind and gentle, just like his warm heart. What troubled the warrior most was the moment when his closest comrade died before his eyes with tears in his eyes. The skilled warrior was called a crybaby and a coward, and it even seemed as if he were a spoiled child who could only get in the way. When a comrade dies and a raid on the tower fails due to a bad strategy, the Hero King cries for a whole week without stopping. At first, the young man would go to the funeral hall where his friend was buried, missing him with all his heart. At that time, he cried incessantly and couldn't collect his thoughts, as if he had turned into a hysterical little boy. Saint Mary just listened to his confession, holding him close, and it was this truth that she revealed to everyone on live TV. Thinking about this, Kang Yuseon, who was experiencing emotional pain, seemed to turn into an icy man. Before him stood the heavenly demon, looking at the young man who had simply fallen to the floor with his arms crossed over his chest. Lifting his head up, the gray-haired old man asked if the main character could give him an answer to his question. In an instant, the young man asked what answer the gentleman, whose face had changed greatly, wanted. The young man asked if he wanted to know the meaning of defeat, death, or life, but the bewildered demon could not understand how the boy was still alive. Earlier, the saint had also mentioned something similar, saying that despite his weaknesses, the king would go to the end. That is why the persistent fighter began to get to his feet at that very moment, without even thinking of giving up. He said that it didn't matter how much pain he was in, how scared he was, or how many times he was broken into pieces. The king of heroes continued to fight for the good of the world, and problems were just obstacles that he ignored. Even if it turned out to be pointless in the end, the warrior did not give up. And that is exactly how Maria Yeager described him on live TV. Smiling, the fearless young man emphasized that only what exists can be broken. The player firmly believed that this was the meaning of life, and the shocked old man was briefly speechless. The daredevil met his end long ago, so the heavenly demons will not be able to break what remains now. Reaching for his sword again, the tense man began to say that it was a question for them. The boy's words about being on the same level as the old man and his understanding of the essence of meaninglessness seemed untrue to him. The gentleman asked if it was true that Yusun called himself an idiot who ran around everywhere just to protect something meaningless. The boy realized that his opponent believed he was doing this out of a sense of duty, but that what he was doing was actually true nonsense. The brave man said that saving the world had become a habit, but they were still going out of their way to do it. On the other side of the barricade were madmen firing at them with all their weapons without a shred of mercy. Taking a deep breath, the main character wondered if there was anything more absurd. The calm man looked down at the floor and froze in place, agreeing with his words. A slight smile appeared on his face, after which he decided to put his weapon back in its holster and end the battle. The unperturbed heavenly demon admitted that he would eagerly await their next meeting. Soon, Kang Yuseon received notification that he had been deemed worthy, and he rejoiced while the black cat looked at him in bewilderment. In the young man's hands were small fragments, and as he looked at them, memories flooded his mind. Calm, the warrior wondered if this was what it meant to be a hero. Now he could use the true power of the heavenly demon, but suddenly he began to fall to the floor, greatly surprising his pet. Sitting down in a chair, the exhausted warrior began to feel unwell and let out heavy sighs. After a while, Kan was already lying in bed and, after taking his temperature, saw that it was 37 degrees on the thermometer. The excited cat asked why its master was so weak, and he replied that he was strong because he was ranked first in the world. The pet was very nervous because the young man was sick, but pushing him away, the young man assured him that this was not the case. The daredevil said that he was just angry because of the scoundrels and decided to show the dark beast his phone. People in the comments began to portray the hero king as a child after Maria Yeager revealed his identity. The embittered fighter decided that he had to go on a 9th-level tower raid to calm down a little. As the season progresses, the levels of the town halls will increase, but even so, it will take at least a month. High-rank buildings do not appear in the territory of a specific country, but in a universal area. The main character clearly understood that as soon as they were unlocked, he would be able to enter any of them, just like in a game. He was curious if the 7th-level tower he hadn't gone into was open, but the strict cat said it wouldn't let him go anywhere. At one point, the little pet saw a notification on the digital display and decided to share it with its owner. She thought that the town hall of the Stilsong Orc tribe would be more suitable for the daredevil, so he soon found himself there. The man with a good memory noted that this tower was similar to the one he had destroyed first this season. Smiling, the adventure-hungry warrior reminded himself that he had not come for loot, but to let off some steam. He wielded the true 3-pronged blade of the heavenly demon, saying that stupid characteristics added useless suffixes and prefixes. The true descent temporarily embodied the divinity and power of its owner, allowing him to master some of the devil's abilities. Now the fearless player had become even more powerful and could crush any enemy in his path. In an instant, the guy became very alert, receiving a warning that the demon's summoning was affecting his body. At that very moment, he returned to his former appearance, clutching his stomach where he felt an impulsive pain. It felt as if the fighter was being torn apart from the inside, and all he could do was endure it, as there was nothing he could do about it. The next minute, the stunned Yusun began coughing up blood, which poured out of his mouth without stopping. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up around him, and the tense hero realized that it was all because of the old senile man. The system notified him that the vessel was ready for adjustment, and upon hearing this, the brave man clenched his hand into a fist. Now his muscles were filled with even more strength and became harder, like the veins beneath them. The power was absorbed into the young player's body, who felt a stabbing headache and could do nothing about it. The fighter couldn't believe that the power of the heavenly demon was now with him forever, and he had suddenly received the blessing of the devil's bone. Then Kan wondered if his body would be completely transformed under the influence of this indescribable power. The inspired player clenched his fist tightly, finally realizing that this was a change down to his very bones. At the same time, he hoped that this would not affect his appearance, but suddenly saw a blinding orange light above him. Within a minute, a whole horde of orcs armed with huge steel axes appeared in the room. The floor collapsed, and now access to the second floor was open, so the thugs rushed down, attacking the young man without ceremony. The unruffled blue-eyed warrior was ready to meet his enemies with dignity and immediately grabbed his icy blade. They decided to test their new weapon on the goblins, who were rushing forward headlong, eager to fight. Very soon, Yusin was sitting on a pile of corpses, thinking that he now possessed the third basic technique that had not been included in the demon's descent. His skill level was A, so the warrior had access to techniques that could slice through razors and destroy his blade. As he moved on, the hero wondered why the nameless technique had not been included in the previous descent. Then he thought deeply about the powerful sword, which was shrouded in many mysteries and incomprehensible things. He remembered the powerful heavenly demon, terrifying in its strength and fierce gaze. Soon the player stopped at a huge double door and instantly summoned an icy blade to prepare for any outcome. Looking ahead, the young man wondered how much he could use the incredibly powerful blade. Deciding to put his thoughts aside, Khan used his skill to quickly change his appearance. In that moment, his eyes turned black and red, and the warrior knew that as soon as the doors opened, he would enter. The synchronization process was not the fastest, but the first percentage appeared immediately, which made the situation seem less hopeless. Then unexpectedly, a fusion with the deposed Sword Lord began, which greatly alarmed the Hero King. The player immediately remembered the task where he had to stop the ritual of the Plague Lord's descent. The green, sinewy head of the monster in the respirator was etched in his memory and sent shivers down his spine. Without even thinking of stopping, the brave man wondered if the heavenly demon was also a lord. The young man remembered his words about how, in his search for a talented fighter who could show him what defeat was, he had first encountered a mortal who had killed a monarch. Finally, the king realized that his opponent had reacted that way because he had killed a ruler equal to himself. Gathering the courage to open the huge door, the stunned young man froze in place, his face changing. At that moment, he received a system notification that countless lords were silently watching him. The clown monarch looked at the young man with an empty gaze, feeling no emotion toward him. The young man was extremely tense because the divine being did not even take his eyes off him. With a frightening laugh, the ruler asked why the kid was so serious, but heard no answer. Together with the flying mass, he continued to smile, shooting purple rays in the boy's direction. Continuing to try to open the gate, Yusin, trying not to pay attention, called the lords terrible freaks. After putting in enough effort, he received a notification that he had finally reached the floor with the tower boss. Ahead, the brave warrior saw a huge horned orc, who menacingly declared that the time had come. The giant immediately rose from his throne, stomping his feet on the floor to show how serious he was. Without ceremony, he rushed into the attack, asking the young man to entertain him before he went to join his ancestors. The fearless Yusin smiled slyly, ready to give the pathetic brute a worthy rebuff. In that same moment, the town hall boss was finished off with a series of sword swings, even though he was completely confident in his victory. The filthy remains of his body scattered in different directions, and the young man was informed that he had successfully defeated the leader. Now the tense warrior understood the true power of the heavenly demon he had previously encountered. Suddenly, his hand began to throb violently, clenching the icy sword, which was an alarming sign. In excruciating pain, the player tried to throw away his weapon, grabbing it with his other limb, but it was all in vain. Unconsciously clenching his jaw, the main character wondered if he had overplayed his hand with the third move. His body was not yet able to master this skill, so the streams of energy collided and fought each other. Out of nowhere, a long-haired devil appeared and said in a calm voice that it was all futile. Looking around, the man continued to say that everything in this world was meaningless. Trying to remain calm, Yusin first assumed that these were the memories of a heavenly demon. In them, the warrior looked up at the heights, wondering if he was worthy of the title of Great Lord. After gathering his thoughts, the brave man told himself that it didn't matter where this power came from. Now it belonged only to him, so he delivered an incredibly powerful blow, causing severe damage to the floor. Chaos erupted once again, and fragments of cobblestones flew everywhere like shrapnel from a battle shell. After a few minutes, calm and harmony returned, and Kana's gaze fell on the beautiful pink sky. The endless beauty warmed his soul and made him smile sincerely, feeling safe for a moment. Returning to his world, the main character decided to call Pak Teshik and ask how things were going. But in response, a man with a strange accent asked if the king hero really needed help and had come running to his daddy. The young man, thrown off balance, wondered if he should consider French citizenship. Putting aside the jokes, the department head Park asked the young man what had happened. The cheerful fighter said that nothing serious had happened and he just needed a sparring partner. The head of the department didn't understand when the National Intelligence Agency had become Yuso's errand boys. The sarcastic young man suggested changing the company's name to King Hero and His Minions, which caused great dissatisfaction. The man asked what the conditions were, and the hero replied that they would have complete freedom of action and would only use the demon's heavenly descent. The warrior declared that he refused to use artifacts or reinforcements, and the shadow beast would also not participate in sparring. The reserve pack considered this acceptable and then asked what the guy would say about weapons. Suddenly pulling a blue card out of his pocket, the smiling daredevil said that now they would find out everything. The shocked people from the department knew what the object was, but couldn't believe their eyes. The unapologetic fighter immediately selected the weapon equipment function, causing swamp slime to appear under his feet. From the thick liquid, a powerful blade suddenly rose, slightly curved in shape. Another sample appeared, and the brave man immediately took both swords in his hands, smiling menacingly at the people standing in front of him. Shocked, Tahishik and his colleagues couldn't utter a word, but everything before them was real. The young man began to demonstrate spectacular tricks with the daggers, causing even more amazement in the eyes of the audience. The stunned department employees quickly realized that this was the well-known power of the mighty Lord of the Plague. The tense Mr. Park turned to his old friend to ask a very important question. One of the guards had already drawn his gun, waiting for the order to shoot, but the leader tried to resolve the situation peacefully. The stern leader of the team activated the assassin's ability and began to transform into him, and a sharp knife appeared in his hand. The man asked if Kang Yuseon had passed the exam, but the young man decided to torment people for a few more seconds. With an enthusiastic smile, the boy called it a stupid question, but answered in the affirmative. Laughing, the nervous Tai Sik asked him not to scare him like that, and the rest of the group breathed a sigh of relief. The player held the blades of the Plague Lord in his hands, imbued with his poisonous energy and granting a special blessing to their owner. The effect was that one of the 666 available poisons had a chance of being inflicted on the enemy. Soon the positive hero asked the guys to hurry up, as it was time to go, and asked why they were all so gloomy. He repeated once again that he could only use swords in the descent of the heavenly demon, but had no other skills in his arsenal. The cautious Mr. Park asked the young man to promise him something, as it was important to him. The man said that the other boys were like cattle being led to slaughter, so he asked that they be allowed to die painlessly. The cheerful young man promised that the inexperienced fighters would not even have time to realize that they had died. After a while, he stood up in the middle of the room and began to stare at the floor, as if preparing to give orders. The brave man said they would start as soon as the fireworks were set off, and the nervous player nearby listened intently. The main character asked the guys to give it their all and expressed his hope that their assassin unit had trained well up to this point. A few minutes later, the fuse of the steel device began to smolder, signaling the imminent start of the test. Smirking, Kang Yuseon promised that today he would teach his subordinates a very useful lesson. Hearing the explosion of fireworks, a whole group of soldiers jumped out from behind corners, throwing sharp daggers at him. Without giving his opponents a chance to react, the cold-blooded warrior dispatched one of them, leaving a deep wound on his body. The same fate awaited the rest of the attackers, and despite their numbers, the brave warrior managed to fight them all off. The young man even managed to react to the attack of the powerful Pak Theshik, who did not leave a scratch on his body. With a sharp swing of his arm, the young warrior sent the man flying first upward and then sideways, like a sack of trash. He had no intention of giving up, and while still in midair, he threw his throwing knives at his opponent. Seeing two objects approaching, the daredevil focused on them, but managed to hit the target standing behind him without even looking at it. Another assassin, with whom the king had not even made eye contact, was also seriously wounded. For a couple of seconds, Kang Yuseon's face became somewhat wary, but it was all for show. He had already calculated the actions of his enemy in midair, so he smiled slyly. The focused gentleman used a unique heartbreaker skill that allowed him to seize his opponent's weapon. Putting all his strength into it, the fighter began to press down on his enemy, who loudly exclaimed that he would not fall for such a pathetic trick. The bristly Pak merely smiled in response, as if he already had a brilliant idea in his head and everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, he simply vanished into thin air, and several sharp daggers flew toward the main character. The tense young man tried to figure out where his opponent had gone, but he was nowhere to be seen. Turning his head sharply upside down, the stern Yusun began to look at where the knives were coming from and what trajectory they were flying along. Their reflections were visible everywhere, which confused the situation a little, but the daredevil did not give up and remained calm. A group of 4 assassins jumped off the roof of the building behind him, determined to kill the young man. The fearless Kan merely smiled, ready to welcome his guests with open arms. Focusing on his targets, the agile player began to attack everyone in his path, not letting them get too close. One of the assassins hid and activated Charlotte's web, whose 3-star effect turned her into a weapon for a short time. The brave warrior continued to swing his sword left and right, creating a reliable cover for himself. Stone slabs began to rise into the air, which looked quite alarming. They all lined up in a row, and then a thin thread of web began to pass through them. Using his skill, the hidden young man bound many slabs together, while his comrades tried to attack the main target. The observant young man noticed the confused assassin, whose hands were shaking as much as his own. In a calm tone, the young man said that his opponents had managed to get to him, but they did not understand his words. Suddenly, the clever young man made a high jump, and the huge slabs were ready to collapse to the ground. The cautious fighter continued to move from one point to another to avoid being attacked. He jumped very impressively and quickly, so his enemies didn't have the slightest chance of catching him. In midair, the warrior wondered whose web it was, but he already knew perfectly well where it was coming from. On the roof of one of the buildings, the King of Heroes saw a shy boy who naively believed that he would not be found. The excited boy was a little confused by the surprise, but immediately began to gather his thoughts. The merciless Kan Yushin immediately struck a crushing blow with his sword, but the stunned best student was lucky enough to jump out of the way. The young fighter was quite the provocateur, and with a smile on his face, he told his opponent that he was not afraid at all. During the fight, the kid asked his opponent if he thought they would fight one-on-one, after which several more comrades jumped out. Not at all frightened, the red-eyed hero used the double blades of the Plague Lord to teach the kids a lesson. Suddenly flying upward, he directed hellish energy toward the crowd of enemies, who did not have time to jump out of the way. Incredibly tense, Park Tae-sik tried with all his might to hold back the onslaught, but his fatigue was rapidly increasing. Still in the air, the completely calm Kang noted that the powerful daggers were twice as effective. Descending to the ground, he began to walk forward as if nothing had happened, his gait calm. Deciding to relax a little, the king looked into the distance and began to enjoy the beauty of the large full moon. Nearby lay the surviving assassin, who began to move his fingers, trying to regain consciousness. Terrified, Mr. Park exclaimed that he had thought he was about to die, but he was lucky to be alive. Cheerful Yusun smiled as if nothing had happened and asked the boys if they were tired yet. Exhausted, Tae-sik asked if he wanted to continue beating them, but the boy replied that something was wrong. With sweat on his face, the leader looked around and said that the boy had turned the place into ruins. The man asked if the hero had ever thought about taking over the world, but he called the question strange. His friend believed that the youngster could easily handle it, as his abilities were impossible to measure, which meant he was quite strong. The brave man said that they needed to clean up the tower as soon as possible and go back to rest, and very soon this was accomplished. Sometime later, the head of the organization found himself in the company building, where he began to wake up his subordinates lying on the floor. One of his agitated colleagues suddenly opened his eyes and, coming to his senses, wondered when he had died. The smiling Yu-sung said that, as he had said, the guys hadn't even noticed, and Park thanked him and asked him to contact them if necessary. After the conversation, the powerful player received a message from the system saying that the Tower of Alternative History was waiting for him. It also said that Lieutenant General Kilgore needed his help, which greatly surprised the young man. Recalling the beating of the old soldier, the shocked fighter wondered how he could turn to him for support. The tense warrior called it reckless, and the curious Thesek wondered if something was wrong. The brave man gave him no answer and wondered if there would be an invasion if he refused the man. Then he said that he had warmed up well for a real battle, and Park, frozen in place, did not expect this to happen right now. Smiling, the young man waved goodbye to his old friend, thanking the group of assassins for the warm-up. His colleagues were baffled by the brave man's actions, who had decided to go and clear out the 7th level town hall. The confused leader didn't understand what the hell was going on and couldn't even string 2 words together. Thanks to the enormous efforts of a necromancer in the 194th year of the current era, the dictatorial empire of Pochi defeated the nation of Kitten. Focused on familiarizing himself with the information, Yushun tried to figure out where the empire in question was located. Behind him, the player suddenly saw an angry man in military uniform saying that the wings of democracy were being broken. The boy asked how long he had been so interested in the world inside the towers, and Kilgore, stunned, did not expect to meet the kid. Grabbing his machine gun, the general expressed confidence that this town hall had nothing to do with South Korea. The serious soldier asked how the old man could say such a thing after sending a request for help, but to him it sounded like nonsense. The embittered man asked if he looked like someone who would ask a youngster for anything, and it turned out that this was a surprise for Yuso from the system. It became clear that the clown ruler was just playing the tense hero, realizing that the request was fake. The young man admitted he was wrong, but justified himself by saying that he had been summoned and had to come to the destination immediately. Suddenly, a message came in that those who were armed and opposed democracy looked like a threat. General Kilgore thanked the player for participating, as there was nothing that could be done to fix the situation, and all that remained was to accept it. Proudly embracing Yuso, the military man, as someone who had grown up in a democratic country, said loudly that surrender was not an option. The gentleman decided to join Mr. Kanu, as there were no doubts about the player and his ministry. Soon after, a message was received that the newly formed allies would be heading to the starting point of the story in a moment. The young warrior said that it was perfectly normal to have doubts, and the gray-haired man listened attentively. The young man asked if his counterpart agreed that if they faced the fear of becoming one big family, it would undoubtedly lead to success. He asked if Kilgore would like to join forces with the old man and the towers, being a man who hates imperialism. The soldier asked him not to even mention that bastard, but the hero reminded him that he had done so anyway, and realized that the soldier was simply afraid of him. Pointing his finger at the lieutenant general's chest, the brave man threatened to kill him if he dared to deceive him again. But the conversation was interrupted because the players found themselves in a room where people in business suits were very happy to see them. The angry man asked who they were, while Kan Yuseon whispered a prayer to God. A small group of men in dark blue uniforms lined up in front, demanding the commander's attention. Lieutenant Aldo Pitt said that he was currently the commander of a guerrilla unit belonging to the Kitten Nation's internal forces. The main character did not understand why they were here, instead of in a military camp, and began to wonder what kind of place this was. The stern general asked for a report on the current situation, and the leader replied that the degenerates from the Pochi Empire had destroyed their base. The unflappable Khan found this too predictable, and looking out the window, he realized that they were in the center of an enemy camp. At that moment, a black car was parked on the street, with 3 armed men standing around it. Aldo explained that necromancers were the most elite troops, and added that these guys were definitely not joking. With a confident laugh, General Kilgore said that they could struggle as much as they wanted. Raising his index finger, the fearless man declared to everyone that they had only one mission. With trembling hearts, the fighters listened to him, sweating profusely and not even knowing what they would hear in the next few seconds. With a menacing smile, the old man said that their task was to kill all their enemies. After that, it was decided to begin the operation, but first he decided to explain the plan to his subordinates. The commander said that now they would go and kill everyone who stood in their way, and his subordinates understood the order clearly. Eager for battle, the commander ordered his men to kill the enemy in a cruel and brutal manner. A few minutes later, he ran out into the street first, clutching his machine gun tightly and shouting something about democracy. An elite squad from the 101st Battalion of the Puchi Empires began to surround the area, and the allies were notified by the system. The fearless Kilgore took advantage of the protective dome and spat on the hail of bullets from the enemy. The admiring crowd of fighters, led by Lieutenant Aldo, saw for the first time a barrier that bullets could not penetrate. Enjoying the battle, the leader ordered his men to follow him, explaining that his shield would cover them. Filled with anger and hatred, the crowd of partisans began firing at the enemy, fearing nothing. Taking the double blades in his hands, the emotionless Kan Yuseon acknowledged that it was beautiful, but he felt no pleasure. A crowd of soldiers led by General Kilgore, known for his marksmanship, continued to fire. Alone, the elderly man managed to hit numerous targets, inflicting fatal wounds. The main character, in turn, noticed 2 enemies watching from the roof of a building. Using his shadow ability, he moved behind them and drew his daggers to finish them off silently. Without even thinking of showing mercy, the brave man swung his sharp blades, taking the lives of both enemies. The daredevil held a knife to the head of the enemy on the next roof, causing him to be terrified before his death. He leaped from one building to another at tremendous speed, attracting the attention of the lieutenant general standing below. The merciless warrior continued to deal with members of the empire, and the commander-in-chief watched in amazement. At one point, the young man stopped to look down and compare the successes of his allies. Flying up with the help of a strike drone, the calm Kilgore turned to the player to talk to him a little. The man asked if he hadn't told the boy to kill the scoundrels cruelly and viciously to make it more effective. Not wanting to hear a lecture, Yusun said that the enemies were doomed anyway. But the old man pointed out that he needed to demonstrate his cruelty. He explained that they would see how brutally his comrade had died in order to imagine the pain he had felt. According to him, it was so terrible that the mere thought of their sins would make their enemies' throats dry up. The young man said he understood, and the lieutenant general noted that the enemy forces had brought out fighter jets. Lieutenant Aldo Pitt's alarm detachment was greatly confused when they saw the strike force, as they had nothing to oppose it with. The confident commander asked to be allowed to demonstrate how real aces work. Raising his index finger with a smile on his face, the leader activated his powerful ability. At that moment, a strong wind picked up, ruffling the hair of the unflappable Kanyuso. A few seconds later, the legendary F-23 aircraft appeared in the sky, capable of destroying any target in their path in an instant. The attack aircraft flew across the sky at tremendous speed, and upon detecting enemy targets, immediately opened fire. Very soon, the first enemy aircraft exploded in the air, and its remains began to fall, burning on the way down. More and more aircraft were destroyed, causing a loud roar, but it looked very impressive. General Kilgore's new allies began jumping up and down, rejoicing in their nation's glorious victory. Jumping towards them, the commander ordered his men to throw the enemies back into the Stone Age and avenge them for everything. With his arms spread wide, the confident Kilgore asked his comrades to remember what they must do for the sake of peace. Coming down from the roof, the cool-headed Kang Yuseon asked if they really had to prepare for war. Laughing, the elderly man held his stomach, while the young man looked at him incredulously, remaining silent. The commander said that in order to achieve peace, they all had to start a war, which sounded rather harsh. However, he was completely sincere in his statements and firmly believed that this was the key to success. Very soon, a notification was received that the Tower of the Continental Meeting had been successfully cleared. Many discussed that the players had appeared on the side of the Alliance and deserved a generous reward for clearing the 7th level Town Hall. Meanwhile, the gravedigger Georg, addressing the immortal monk, said that he had paid his debt. But to truly realize his ideology, he asked the ruler to be generous and postpone this moment. The old man looked at the statue of the great man with great hope, believing that he would not hurt him. The ruler immediately replied that he would allow him to indulge himself a little, so the return was postponed. Incredibly happy, Billmeyer sincerely thanked him and promised to prove his loyalty. At the same time, the joyful Kilgore repeated once again that in order for peace to come to Earth, war must be started. F-23 bombers continued to fly across the sky, dropping huge numbers of shells on the city. Fires raged everywhere, covering a huge radius, while the calm King of Heroes watched silently. The young man asked if this was not the land of an ally, which should not be turned into gray ash. Sometime later, driving along the highway, the general decided to light a cigar, saying that he loved the smell of napalm in the morning. The relaxed man put his feet up on the hood, pleased with himself, while Yusen, sitting in the back, said that it smelled like gasoline everywhere. The commander-in-chief called it the fragrance of victory, which sounded somewhat delusional. Unafraid to speak his mind, the brave man said it was disgusting and continued to gaze at the vast horizon. At one point, the commander turned to the tense Lieutenant Aldo Pitt, who was driving the car. He asked where the enemy's command center was, and the soldier replied that the building was located in the Kingdom of Keaton. Upon learning that it was in a skyscraper, the nervous Kilgore asked if the heart of the Alliance had become their Governor General's office. The lieutenant confirmed this, saying that the bronze statue of the president was their symbol of freedom. The stern leader ordered him to step on the gas, shouting viciously that he wanted to destroy that damn sculpture. Soon they reached the section where the roadblock began, and it was unclear whether it was worth breaking through. The 13th Elite Occult Battalion of the Pochi Empire prepared their clubs, waiting for the enemy to make a move. One of the agitated fighters said that they were necromancers, but the fearless Khan Yuseon declared that he would deal with them. The stern general said that they would go around and head for the main base of these degenerates. At that terrible moment, vile, bloodthirsty zombies appeared on their path, craving something to eat. Activating his dual blades, the brave Kang told the creatures that it was time for dinner. Looking at the monsters armed with automatic weapons, he emphasized that these guys were just handsome. Now the young man understood why they were fighting so desperately and asked how many crazy idiots there were in the world. A voice inside suddenly told him that Yuso shouldn't talk about that, which greatly surprised him at that moment. He asked how these creatures differed from the main character, who was frozen in place, watching them. The brave man decided to recall the moment when the valiant warrior fought against a whole crowd of blacks, showing them particular hatred. Smiling, the young man said that this was different, but his voice acknowledged that human life was indeed complicated. In front of him stood crying zombies who continued to fire their machine guns, tormented by the gunpowder fumes. Remaining calm, the young man said that he had no choice but to fight. Focusing all his attention, he decided to use the equipment of the Plague Lord's blade. His opponents suffered minor injuries, but they didn't even have time to understand what had happened, which played into the brave man's hands. Suddenly, all the monsters began to turn around, still holding their loaded automatic weapons. Without hesitation, they opened fire on the necromancers who had summoned them, who immediately panicked. One of the warriors tried to call for reinforcements, but was shot in the chest, and the creatures feasted on human flesh with relish. Emotionless, Kan Yushun watched from the sidelines as the hypnotized creatures prevented the enemy from raising their heads. Suddenly, a male voice addressed the young man, asking if he had already understood the beauty of necromancy. A man in military uniform was nearby who did not expect the hero to be so loud, but the young man said that they still had an American soldier. The honorable leader, Georg Wilmir, did not surprise the brave young man with his appearance, but his visit was not entirely clear. Then the enthusiastic old man asked the boy to evaluate his wonderful uniform, which fit him perfectly. The extremely serious warrior called him an old eccentric and still held his double blades firmly in his hands. Flashing a stern look, he firmly said that this circus looked like cheap bragging. The man realized that Yusin possessed the skill of a heavenly demon, so he simply could not lose to him. Without further ado, he decided to use the ability of the Lord of the Graves, which summoned a huge skeleton. The player asked when Georg had acquired such abilities. Since he was rumored to be a manager at a company, his opponent wanted to ask the hero a question, saying that he was not just a heavenly demon, but also wielded the Plague Blade. The gray-haired gentleman expressed a desire to have the same sword in his collection, which was a direct hint that he would soon obtain it. The perceptive Khan immediately activated the cancellation of weapon equipment, and Vilamir realized that he was hiding his daggers. The fighter used an internal shift and changed the raising of the dead soldier to a frosty craftsman. The old man realized that he could handle him without the power of the elders, but he considered it pointless to use his skill against a necromancer. The man noted that the youngster had learned to rant properly during his absence. At that moment, a huge skeleton struck the ground with its bony hand at his command, causing elastic shackles to appear. The chosen target did not meet the condition of a living being, and the Plague Lord's ability was activated. The vile zombies that Khan had previously pinned down were bound by the enemy's forces and no longer posed a threat. A few seconds later, only the skeletons of Georg remained in their place, who said that ashes must become ashes. The skeletal monsters held loaded automatic weapons in their hands, waiting for orders from their commander. Without hesitation, the brave man activated his Dark Baptism skill, creating a veil of darkness. The player's attack power, stealth, dodge, correction, and dex stats skyrocketed as the system notified him. The pushy old man received a debuff from the veil's effect and exclaimed that it wasn't just the kid who had resistance to darkness. At the same time, he ordered the skeleton to open its mouth wider, after which a wave of powerful energy poured out of it. The bearded man cried out that, unlike the rest of his subjects, he could see absolutely everything, so he was not worried about anything. Rushing into the attack, Georg Wilmer said that it was very foolish to think that a necromancer could not fight in close combat. In an instant, his expression changed when he realized that he was facing only an illusion of the cunning and perceptive Yuso. But the frosty sword was definitely real, and the man could not be mistaken about that, though he became wary. The cunning hero came up behind him and grabbed him by the head, noting that the pathetic old man couldn't see everything. The brave man then activated the kill notification, suggesting that they check something and see what would happen to the gravedigger. The stern warrior grabbed his gray hair more tightly, swinging his sword from behind to increase the force of the blow. Making an incredibly sharp and quick jump, the main character turned his attention to the huge skeleton. Without giving him a chance to react, the player delivered a series of rapid sword swings, cutting the enemy in half. In midair, the emotionless young man moved very quickly and flipped upside down. The bony monster split into two parts, and the gravedigger Georg Wilmir realized that he was missing a great opportunity. The elderly gentleman was about to make a promise to himself, but suddenly Kan swung his weapon at him. The bloodstained man noticed a strange feeling, and a voice told him that there would be no next time. Before him, he saw Yuso with a clown mask on his face, smiling menacingly and saying that Georg was dead. The cold-blooded warrior continued to strike, but Vilamir thought to himself that a player couldn't kill his opponent inside the tower. The man said to himself that the guy shouldn't have killed him, but everything turned out completely differently. Suddenly, he laughed out loud, unable to believe what was happening, while the system asked Khan to leave immediately. In the next few seconds, a powerful explosion rang out, and the Elder of Immortality forcibly removed Georg. The Monarch of Jesters and his unknown colleagues mocked him, which the system informed the hero about. The Ruler of Death expressed his satisfaction with the young player, who clutched his head, which was splitting with pain. The brave warrior saw a rocket taking off and received a message that he had passed the Tower of Alternative History. As a reward from the Ruler of Death, the warrior received a legendary accessory, an executioner's axe, which was of immense value. Soon, reporters asked him if he had captured the town hall with the general, and he replied that the man had begged him to join him in the raid. The daredevil addressed President George through the camera to tell him something, which made Kilgore very uncomfortable. The stern old man was angered by the boy's words that, as far as he could remember, There had always been guys who came in second place at school. Banging his fist on the table, the man ordered his subordinate to send letters to Mr. Lee, whom they had already contacted before. Looking out the panoramic window, the gentleman said that he needed to find a way to go to South Korea. Meanwhile, the lieutenant general asked Yuso to shut up, and he whispered that the gravedigger couldn't stand his nonsense in front of the camera. Then Kilgore told the journalist that before becoming a player, he had been a staunch patriot, so he wanted to say only one thing. Standing tall, the commander-in-chief declared that America must be restored to its former greatness. The players said that they had two great things, namely the number of people who believed in angels and the size of the national defense budget. Suddenly, a male voice addressed the young man from behind, and he immediately turned around without showing any emotion. A stern man in a black business suit asked the young man to come with them, which sounded quite intimidating. The reckless young man immediately guessed that he was facing CIA agents who looked like they had stepped out of a picture. Unfazed by the provocation, the gentleman silently showed his ID, confirming his identity and rank. Tense, Yushan asked if they understood that they would be held responsible if they kidnapped him, and General Kilgore also looked at the document. The confused young man asked if the agent would really reveal his identity so easily, given that they valued security above life itself. The CIA agent asked the young man not to make a fuss and said that he had come with an offer of cooperation. Smiling, the young man replied that his manager had advised him not to follow strangers, so he refused. He preferred to follow an American soldier in uniform rather than some suspicious men. But unexpectedly, one of the employees brazenly grabbed the boy from behind and pulled him along, which greatly surprised him. General Kilgore asked the journalist not to worry, explaining that it was just a security procedure for the hero. The young man was pushed into a car, even though he asked to call his manager and asked where he was being taken. The video was filmed by someone in the crowd and soon reached the nervous Pak Tesik, who ordered that these people be tracked down. The company boss first tried to call his old friend, but the number was unavailable. After some time, the hero was taken to the headquarters in New York, where an agent said that they were planning to prepare a private plane for the next day. Looking at his counterpart emotionlessly, the brave player asked calmly why they were doing all this. The man explained that it was already March, and if the player, Kang Yuseon, used a regular passenger plane, other people could be in danger. He added that they had already looked at 500 towers in the country, but unfortunately had been unable to find one connected to South Korea. The enthusiastic hero said that if he went ahead with it, war would break out, but the agent knew that very well. After that, the guy lay down on the sofa and pretended to be a sleeping cat, saying that he would take a nap himself because he was tired from the trip. The men did not detain him any further and decided to leave him alone, going about their other business. After a while, the young man saw two CIA agents arguing in his sleep, but he didn't understand what had happened. When he woke up, the first thing he did was ask if anything had happened, since they had disturbed his rest. The guy said he heard his name, and his counterpart replied that they had received orders from their superiors to disclose information to him. The man held the phone up to his face, and the surprised Yuseon emphasized that the situation really did resemble a horror movie. Looking closely at the photo, he saw a blood-stained room with furniture scattered around. In the next few seconds, the brave man's expression changed as more frightening images appeared. In the photos, he saw a dead man lying on the floor, and it was impossible to look at him without feeling compassion. The player fell silent at the sight of the horror and didn't even know what to say, but he had to figure out what was going on. The agent said that the place was East Harlem and that the incident had occurred about 4 hours after the hero had completed his raid. The man also showed him a map left at the crime scene, which depicted a monster with a bag tied to a string. Yusen, looking extremely serious, muttered that the personality collector who had caused so much trouble before had reappeared. He understood perfectly well that the tragedy had occurred precisely after he had finished his raid. The warrior asked the law enforcement officers if he could consider this a provocation. Suddenly, the fighter started walking quickly somewhere, and the agitated CIA agent asked where he was going. The angry player firmly stated that he wanted to teach someone a lesson, and no one could stop him. Exhausted, the brave man asked to be led away and asked if it was important for the special services to find the criminal. Meanwhile, the enemy was in one of the city's buildings, surrounded by the bodies of dead victims. The Elder of the Mirrors expressed his satisfaction with his subject, who had behaved very honorably. The villain joyfully raised the bloody knife, rejoicing in his achievements and invincibility. Then he concentrated because some information was being transmitted through his headphones. The executioner was asked to remember that no mistakes could be made in the presence of the target. Behind the mask was a charming pink-haired girl who politely replied that she would take the information into account. She said she was tired of playing the villain and the mirror monarch began to urge the beauty to play. He even said that Chilo could become anyone, and the guy in the girl's guise saw his reflection in the mirror and agreed. It became known that he would have to face the Hero King, who was studying the information in the meantime. In this world, people could consciously choose not to use any skills or equipment, and the leaderboard featured players who hid their names. These were people who existed in a closed territory known as the depths of the sea. Experienced fighters were intelligence agents from various countries who needed to hide their identities. They were either special forces that were secretly building up their strength or black players hiding and waiting for the right moment to commit a crime. The identity collector had escaped from a fighter who had finished 10th last season and killed several advanced players. If Kang Yuxiang had known he would meet him like this, he should have listened more carefully. The main character was summoned to the tower, primarily because of this guy, before the criminal and him were put on stage. It was clear that the clown ruler was behind all this, wanting entertainment because of his boring everyday life. Soon the player arrived at his destination and got out of the car, and the CIA agent was supposed to escort him. Both of them started moving forward, seeing the building ahead where the terrible situation had taken place. The young man noticed that the police had already completely cordoned off the area. It was strange to him that they were not near the right place, but he did not dwell on it for long. Upon entering the reserved Kang Yushun, saw two men standing near the body of a dead man. The cool-headed warrior said that something was wrong here, but added that he was not a detective and was usually responsible for destruction. After removing the mask from the dead man on the floor, one of the agents said that the young man should take a look. Everyone present turned their gaze to the dead man, whose expression was very frightening and sent shivers down their spines. Even more unexpected was that the eyes of the murdered man suddenly turned yellow and seemed to fill with fiery energy. No one present had any idea what was happening, but suddenly the dead man rose from the floor. Smiling, the fearless Yusin asked the collector of identities what he was trying to do. The CIA agent standing behind him smiled slightly and asked if the young warrior had any ideas. The enemy in front put on a terrifying mask, making it clear that everything here had been staged. The other people there who were against Kana also had makeup on their faces. Spreading his arms wide, the man in the business suit told the naive player that this was a trap for him. With calm steps, the fearless Yusun began to move forward, thinking about his next moves. Not taking the situation to heart, the daredevil scratched the back of his head, quickly activating his icy ability. Looking closely at his target, he muttered in a low voice, "Let's go eat that bastard, hero." Rushing into the attack, the brave man emphasized that they would see who had lured whom into a trap. In the first minute of the fight, the enemy who stood in his way was mercilessly deprived of his arm by the harsh player Khan. The next opponent received a kick to the jaw and nearly lost all his remaining teeth. The third target tried to swing his katana at the young man, but also failed as he managed to hold back the attack. In unison, all those standing in the way asked if it was true that the boy with the ice sword was strong. The warrior, frozen in place, looked at them in surprise, not knowing how to react, but keeping his weapon at the ready. Still, he smiled and called the collector of personalities strange, and he wasn't afraid of him at all. His opponent said that the boy was not unique either, and believed that M was the only one who recognized him. The clueless hero suggested that he was some kind of boss of a secret organization, made up of the strongest from the depths, and the one who pulled the strings. The enemy confirmed this, saying that the leader only had to give the order and they would kill dozens of players like the youngster. Taking two sharp blades in his hands, the brave man said that it would be impossible to kill him quietly, but his opponent snapped his fingers. It sounded somewhat incomprehensible, but the collector asked the hero not to worry, and he silently slung his sword over his shoulder. A few seconds later, the brave man found himself in a place resembling an arena where he was immediately surrounded by opponents. His first thought was whether this was a subspace barrier skill. Not giving into panic, the fighter realized that the collector of personalities had thought everything through, so he had to be taken seriously. It was clear that the plan was to eliminate him, and in the first minute, one of the enemies with a knife in his hands was behind him. At that moment, the warrior used his ability and, turning sharply, delivered a lightning-fast counterattack, scattering the scoundrels in different directions. Aiming his pistol, Khan asked if the enemy really wanted to play the villain, knowing that the world was about to end. As he began firing icy projectiles, he said that he was thoroughly tired of this job. He was referring to protecting the world, a mention of which enraged the brave man, but he tried to restrain himself. A large number of enemies were frozen by well-aimed shots, and now none of them posed a threat. The personality collector had no intention of giving up and continued to plot against his rival. Taking slow steps forward, the criminal asked Yusin if he wanted to see the planet collapse. Destroying his frozen comrades with a squeeze, he smiled at the young player in his new form. The scoundrel greatly missed the scene from the first season, when the entire earth was in flames and the endless screams brought him pleasure. But that wasn't why he wanted to kill the main character, and after saying so, he picked up a new mask. Pulling the mask over his face, the scoundrel asked the boy to listen carefully and remember. With a terrifying laugh, the ruthless man said that without the pathetic Khan, the world would be much better off. He found it amusing that the boy thought he was the center of the universe, or its guardian. Still smiling, the personality collector added that this world would fall very easily, and there was nothing that could be done about it. He thought it would be a good idea to make the king of heroes disappear and then reappear as if nothing had happened. A huge number of enemies surrounded the brave warrior from all sides, attacking him with flaming swords. Without losing his composure, the warrior dodged and caused all the blades to clash against each other, remaining unharmed. The enemy now wanted very much to take his face and become a powerful fighter known to all. Covering his eyes from the bright light, the hero said that the pathetic newbies had never even gone on raids against the seasonal boss. Without even using a weapon, the merciless Yusun tore all the scoundrels to pieces, sending them flying in different directions. Scratching the back of his head as if nothing had happened, the identity collector remarked that the young man was simply delusional. The man said he simply didn't go after the boss because the season was over, there were no rewards, and he didn't want to risk his life. The unperturbed Khan realized that he would have to tell him the truth, because he naively believed that without him, the world would continue to exist perfectly well. The warrior began to repeat that there was only one land in the whole world, and also mentioned the characteristics of the hero king. He then used an ice sphere, and his opponent, standing 10 meters away, listened silently. Suddenly releasing the ice ball, the emotionless young man said that everything was centered around him. Without showing even a hint of fear, the brave young man said that the day of his death would be the day the earth ended. Smirking, the slightly ice-covered collector of personalities called him crazy because it sounded ridiculous. Speaking about the characteristics of pseudo-madness, the player said that all this was nothing compared to the real truth. Looking frighteningly at his opponent, he moved close to him and aimed the sharp crystal directly at his face. With an incredibly powerful blow, the main character pierced Chilo through and through, who this time did not have time to run away. The enemy noted that one of the strongest had forgotten his place, while the player said that everyone was weak in the face of depth. Suddenly, the glass in front of him shattered, and the shards flew in all directions, which greatly alarmed the young man. Ahead, not far away, Kang Yuseon saw the silhouette of a long-haired girl peeking out from behind a rock. The pink-haired girl said that she would no longer hide her strength, and that the boy's face would soon belong to her. Smirking, the warrior, who did not take his opponent seriously, asked if she really wanted his face. The fighter immediately used the characteristic of pseudo-insane villains, deciding that he needed to knock all the nonsense out of the collector's head. The nimble girl jumped from side to side, provocatively asking the boy to hit her if he could. Smiling slyly, the scoundrel in the body of a lovely lady exclaimed loudly that, like their childish pranks, he could see everything. But in an instant, after making a sudden lunge forward, the beauty stumbled on something, and deep wounds remained on her body. She had no idea how it had happened, but she had neither the ability nor the strength to get up. Yusun, completely calm, approached the real collector, who realized that the enemy had used an oculi. Kneeling down, the warrior said that the fool had been destroyed using the same method used by black players. Grabbing the enemy by the face, he asked him not to mention that he had combat skills after decapitating several players by cowardly sneaking up on them from behind. The fighter added that they hadn't expected this and emphasized that dying and killing in the tower were completely different things. Ripping the mask off the face of the identity collector, the cold-blooded king of heroes said that they should not have died. Flashing a menacing glance, he also muttered that now the pathetic scoundrel stood before him. Taking the spiral ice blade in his hands, the brave man said that he never loses to such degenerates. At that very moment, the hate-filled player decided to deal with the scoundrel who had ruined so many lives. Outside, a loud explosion rang out, shaking people's ears and causing underground vibrations. A team of police officers rushed toward the building, their main task being to find the hero king who was somewhere inside. Upon bursting inside, the rapid response team froze in place, their mouths agape in astonishment. In front of them, they saw a huge number of dead bodies, led by Kang Yuseon, who stood with an icy sword in his hands. The warrior, dissatisfied with what was happening, wanted to ask how they could have been late for such an important mission. The commander had no intention of listening to his story and ordered him to raise his hands, his weapon already aimed at him. But the calm Lieutenant General Kilgore suddenly intervened, ordering his subordinate to step back. Noticing the lifeless bodies, the man first asked the player, Khan, what had happened. The emotionless hero replied that he had been lured into a trap and the identity collector was waiting for him inside. In the end, the brave man sent the ghoul to his maker and remained virtually unharmed, though he had lost some time. The guy said that the enemy was a little disfigured, but could still be identified, and the soldier at first didn't even believe that it was the same criminal. Tense Kilgore said that according to the CIA report, it seemed that the player had unilaterally unleashed his barrier abilities. The stern young man asked if he really had to report now, even though he had been kidnapped as soon as he left the tower. He said that the general was so stupid that he couldn't even recognize spies, which greatly angered the gentleman. Together, they threw the dead collector aside, and the fearless Yusun asked if the old man was also involved in this. Looking at the young man who had picked up the sword, the nervous lieutenant general did not respond at first. The Lord called it the most reckless idea, because if he were the one who set the trap, he would clearly not have sent a single collector after the player. Exhaling wearily and feeling a trickle of blood running down his chin, the warrior admitted that it sounded true. On the way to the car, the young man asked Kilgore if he would let him go home, adding that the fake CIA guys had called a charter flight. Upon his return, the kid was met at the airport by his angry-looking boss, Park Tae-sik, who immediately called him a bastard. Grabbing the boy by the hair, the man said that this bastard from the Secret Service was causing trouble and hanging around. The boy said that for the sake of peace, he had given the villain a ticket for the express train to the Sanju River and asked if that wasn't too harsh a remark. Soon, a joyful Park said that the media was discussing everywhere that the daredevil had fought with the collector, but he was not happy about it at all. The news had already reported that the King of Heroes had defeated one of the worst black players, making him the greatest. Late in the evening, Kang Yuseon stood on the balcony, calmly drinking beer and thinking about life. Looking into the distance, he said to himself that it was already March, but these freaks weren't nervous at all. Various forums were still spreading the news that the great warrior had saved the world from the personality collector. Earlier, an agitated man in glasses had asked people to understand that they could be subjected to a terrorist attack. Then the hero said that the number of players was gradually returning to normal, and the tired Pak replied that they had already started local wars between players in Russia. At that moment, the fighter opened the status and equipment windows, followed by the inventory with personal items. After thinking it over, he said that one tower could be opened within this month. The perceptive Yusun was sure that it would be the 8th level town hall, which he had been thinking about conquering while still on the shore. He was about to face a boss that only appeared in the first season, and in the second season, there was a breakthrough. It was a multi-level tower that had managed to erase part of the world map, making it terrifying for many players. On the digital display, the boy pressed a button to receive something, hoping for a good reward. He got the Executioner's Oath, a heroic accessory that applies 3 stacks of weakness debuff to enemies during combat. Laughing, the youngster asked if the Elder of Death really liked how the ruler of immortality had been humiliated. He asked to be allowed to open the packs of cards and decided to open all 7 available sets. It was also decided to activate the skill card pack of general level and above, but only those with the Frost attribute. Alas, the main character only got ordinary cards, so there was no reason to rejoice. The daredevil did not get discouraged, because today was the end of his life, so he just had to move on. At least there were additional calibrations for the Frostmaster skill, and he wanted to compare it with the Freezing Spear. The guy decided not to open the rare sets because even in the current build, his cards were very well set up, so there was no point. Then the warrior saw a digital display with complete information about himself, right down to his skills and various equipment. He was surprised to see 5 stacks using kill notifications, 1 using an oath, and 3 using a pledge. After thinking about it, the young man realized that the weakness debuff could be converted into a full set. Very soon, information about a terrifying villain began to circulate on the player forum, which sounded somewhat delusional. The fighter who uttered the expression "wah wah" before killing was, as expected, an advanced player who was smurfing to raise his arena points. Excited people in the comments under the post wrote that they had seen this scoundrel, and some suspected that he was the King of Heroes. One observer read the comments with his keyboard enabled, but didn't dare to write anything to add. The head of the association, Lin Sung-ho, became nervous and said to himself that it was probably really Kang Yusheng. The man didn't know who he was, but it seemed like he had a lot of free time, even though he couldn't believe that this man was on the side of the hero. The leader still believed that he had to catch this whiner and punish him, but then he saw a post on a forum with a strange name. People were unhappy that the villain was roaming around downtown Seoul, but the association did nothing and didn't even check his identity. The angry man ordered the executive authorities to be sent out to catch the scoundrel, after which checks began in the streets. After a while, the agitated young man asked his girlfriend to look in the direction where something strange was happening. Peaceful citizens could not understand why a whole crowd of grim reapers dressed identically, had suddenly taken to the streets. One of the squad members said he would go to the tower to deal with the scoundrel and ordered the others to capture him as soon as he came out. The leader of Team B, Pai Li Shihyuk, was very angry at the scoundrel who dared to break the rules. Upon entering, he saw a player in a black robe and asked if he was the villain who was walking around and bullying the newbies. Turning around, the masked warrior said menacingly that it was so hot in that robe that he had to cover his body with ice. The enemy's voice sounded very familiar to the great warrior, and his nerves were so frayed that he began to sweat profusely. The icy knight threw off his cloak and grabbed his spear, ready to give the enemy a worthy fight. The warrior said viciously that they had never considered the hero king valuable, for which he hated them very much. Spreading his arms wide, the fighter exclaimed that since they liked Wawa so much, he had no choice but to live up to their expectations. Excited, Pai Li said that writing comments was an order from higher authorities, and they had nothing to do with it. Angry Kang Yuseon couldn't believe it, and the frightened young man was afraid to even move when he saw his face without a mask. Taking off his knight's armor, the fearless hero decided to finally put an end to this circus. Giving his opponent a stern look, he said that in that case, he must not miss this chance. The panicked red-haired boy turned blue with fear, but he was frozen in place and didn't even think of running away. Quietly uttering a short phrase known to all, he pierced Shihyuk through and through, who didn't even have time to react. The main character won in the arena, and once outside, the other Grim Reapers had to stop him from leaving. Smiling and wiping the sweat from his forehead, the polite Yu Xian said that he had worked hard today and that they had apparently had a rough day. The discouraged fighters couldn't believe that the king of heroes, who should be treated with respect, was standing before them. Nervous Pai Li reminded them that according to the association's rules, high-ranking players were not allowed to hunt low-ranking fighters. The clueless Kang calmly asked if everyone in this world had a low status except him. Then the warrior, like a child, exclaimed that the king also wanted to enter the arena, since he also used loser cards. Angry, the young man asked why the crowd was staring at him as if he had committed a crime. The brave man added that the association was not the law, so he was not obliged to follow its instructions. Smiling, the young man warned that the boys could try to stop him if they wanted trouble. Scratching the back of their heads, the group of reapers lowered their eyes to the floor, realizing that no one wanted to mess with him. The player decided to continue searching for the scoundrels who had mocked him in order to teach them a lesson, because then there would be fewer of them. With a confident grin, he added that now the whole world would know how powerless the CPA and the executive branch were. After that, Kang Yuseon continued moving forward, refusing to bow down to any of the leftists. His self-confidence greatly annoyed one of the group members, but there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, the attentive hero stopped because he heard a male voice trying to say something to him. The young man confessed that he had been posting nonsense on a forum, surprising his comrades standing around him, but not the brave man. Placing his trembling hand on his chest, the young man gathered his courage and asked the king to deal with him. The rest of the group began to delete their photos, but at that moment, another one of them confessed that he had also been doing the same thing. More and more people began to admit that they had left hateful comments about Kang Yuseon. The smiling commander Shihyuk rose from the ground, supported by one of his comrades. The whole group suddenly shouted joyfully that they had to stop the villain they called Wawa. The extremely serious fighter realized that they were just playing the fool, but he didn't think much of it. Soon he received notification that he had entered the arena tower, while outside the sun was setting mesmerizingly. Late in the evening, the warrior thanked the reapers he had beaten for the pile of points and promised to use the items they had given him. Returning home, the young man lay on his bed and saw that he had received a key card and completed the creation of his second deck. Then he saw in the list that he could set up a frost kill with glacier synergy, but decided to move on to the second page. The transition to the end throne began immediately, which made the young man anxious, as he had been transported somewhere else. Finding himself in zero gravity, the young man tried not to panic, although it was very difficult. Shocked, Kang Yuseon looked around, trying to finally understand where he was, but it was all in vain. Soon, the brave young man landed on the surface, but everything around him was still shrouded in darkness. An unknown voice greeted the respected king of heroes, and black silhouettes in robes could be seen around him. The tense warrior immediately realized that he was standing before the throne of the end, the place where 999 elders had gathered. Trying not to show his fear, he asked in a calm voice why the rulers had summoned him here. Suddenly, a yellow light appeared in front of him, signaling the arrival of another ruler. It was the elder of the games who apologized to the stunned player, Kan Yuso. The young man silently examined his pale face, formulating a proposal. He said that there were many things for which they must apologize, so he asked for clarification on what exactly they were talking about. The ruler said that when the warrior fought the gravedigger Georg in the Tower of the Alternate History, He had already raided it. The ruler added that the old man had been granted an exceptional reprieve and could remain in the world's coordinates. The wary young man listened attentively to his counterpart and asked him to continue his story. The monarch added that all this was thanks to the agreement of the elders, who wanted to see the battle of the Hero King. The brave man asked if it was true that, despite this, they had still interrupted the duel and sent the gravedigger to hell. The ruler added that the disappointment of their superiors was immense, and each of them was upset in their own way. The reason was that it was a one-on-one match which resulted in the elder immortal being overthrown. But before his overthrow, he spoke of the possibility that Yuso's sword would overturn the rule that a player cannot actually kill an opponent. In the end, the deposed monarch insisted that the fight be cancelled, and the angry Khan said that he could not possibly kill his enemy in the tower. His opponent said that was not true, which surprised the young man, who asked for more details. Folding his hands into a pyramid shape, the Lord of Games smiled and reminded the young man that he bore the name of the Destroyer of Elders. The probability was very close to zero, because even the Throne Council had to consider it, and the fighter asked what his decision was. It was said that 995 monarchs insisted that the old man had been falsely accused of immortality, while the remaining 4 interrogated him. The tense hero asked why they had called him at all, since the ruler had been found innocent. The monarch said that in addition, one great elder was questioning the responsibility of the ruler of immortality. As a result, the suspect was found guilty, and the mere mention of the great ruler greatly surprised Khan Yuso. The Lord of Immortality had to pay for his actions, and the brave man was given the opportunity to receive a reward. The young man did not understand what was going on, but his counterpart explained that everything that happened in this game depended solely on him. He added that this had always been the case, after which the process of teleporting the main character began. The fighter found himself at the entrance to the tower of the deposed monarch, whose level was unknown and only allowed one player at a time. The player immediately noticed that he couldn't change his deck, and he was also curious about the reward for completing the town hall. Seeing that the raid objective simply did not exist, the young man shouted, asking what he was supposed to do here, but suddenly heard someone's voice. Highly alert, he turned around and looked toward the source of the sound, but did not fully understand what was happening. The voice asked the young man, who was stunned with surprise, to look down and start digging in the sand. Scratching his ear, the young man replied that he was too lazy, and the stranger asked if he was the player who had captured the tower. The man said that he had seen many young people come here and die, so the place was indeed very dangerous. He also added that he could help the young man get out, after which the young man picked up the sword, preparing to dig up the sand. A loud voice told him to be careful, and at that moment, a skull suddenly flew out of the ground. Confused, Kang Yuseon wondered if this was a classic RPG, as he was now facing a talking skeleton head. The frightening head shouted for him to come quickly to a world where there was no death, but this did not faze the brave young man. Being cautious, the boy asked how to get out of there, as he had no idea. The skeleton replied with a slight smile that, to be precise, the boy would be reborn every midnight. The creature always came back to life with its head in the sand, and the curious player began to ask how it worked. His new companion replied briefly that the great immortal emperor had sacrificed this world. The young man did not understand how this was possible, and the skull replied that in order to be restored by the monarch, he had to give up what he loved most. The head added that the ruler adored his empire, which is why he had to part with it. Finally, it was said that a curse of eternity had been placed on this world, and therefore there was no death here. Brave Khan said that his own life was more important than anything else, and suggested talking about the treasures kept in the tower. Remembering the jewels, the skeleton said that in that case, they should go to the imperial palace. He added that there had been no guards there for a long time, and the young man began to take slow, calm steps forward. Looking at the horde of creatures ahead, the warrior prepared his weapon and asked what the skeleton thought they were. His companion replied that they were their friends who made adventures more interesting, and greeted his colleagues. Rushing into battle with the dark beast on the black ones, the brave man said that it was time to pay for the food. Not noticing that the sun had set, the young man continued to swing his icy blade, destroying everyone in his path and increasing his level. Yusen's movements were light and sensitive, not stopping even for a moment. In an instant, the battle was over, and now he had the opportunity to look up at the sky. There were countless skeleton bones scattered around, and the guy just muttered that midnight was approaching. Then he looked around and saw that the remains of his enemies had simply disappeared, which seemed surprising. But looking ahead, the emotionless young man saw another horde spawning before his eyes. It dawned on him that the creatures were simply constantly respawning, which was a good way to gauge their level. Smiling, the battle-hungry fighter said that this was the best method of farming and prepared to continue fighting. After some time, Kang Yushun found himself at a small lake with a beautiful grassy shore. On the digital display, the player read that sword manipulation cost 1 million plus an awakening stone. This was a heroic ability that allowed him to revive a blade and control it freely, and he could also give it a keyword. Encouraged, the hero was happy that his level had risen to 69 and decided to start searching for treasure. The skulls said that they would now go to the Imperial Palace and become immensely rich, as it contained many precious jewels. Soon the hero found himself on one of the hills, from where he could see a glowing purple building. Taking a deep breath, he looked more closely so as not to make a mistake and calculate the approach correctly. First of all, the young man noted that it looked rather suspicious, but he had no choice but to continue. Stepping on the wet ground, the brave young man thought about the obstacles that might stand in his way, but he was not afraid of them at all. The entrance to the Emperor's palace was completely flooded, so the player had to prepare to dive. After taking a deep breath, he dove underwater, thinking to himself that it would be a shame if he didn't find anything. Soon, the fighter successfully swam out, and the gasping skull said that he had already thought he would die and be sent back under the sand. The player asked him to stop talking nonsense and show him where the treasure was, but the snotty skeleton was afraid of the Emperor. Yusin, frozen in shock, couldn't believe his eyes, but there on the throne sat the Elder of Immortality. The cowardly head said he was a loyal subject who obeyed only the monarch and added that he had brought the robber. The burly man in shining steel armor silently surveyed the uninvited guests, maintaining his composure and coolness. His severity showed his readiness for the inevitable battle, but it did not scare the cunning Kana, who had faced similar situations many times before. The warrior rushed into the attack, and the bird whispered to him that the Emperor possessed combat abilities and used high-level necromancy with black magic. The perceptive young man realized that it was just an unfortunate shell, so there was nothing to worry about. At that very moment, the ability to cast a veil of darkness was activated, but the brave man did not relax and continued to swing his swords. The enemy was also alert and prepared to strike, which made the young man a little wary. A devastating attack was launched instantly, causing severe damage to the stone floor. The ruthless Elder of Immortality used his ability to prevent the boy from catching his breath. The player received 3 curse cards of weakness, evil hand, and many other things that were supposed to make the situation more difficult. Smiling, the youngster said that if only he had changed his deck before coming here, everything would have turned out differently. Remaining fearless, the daredevil said that this situation excited him, and he was ready to fight as long as it took. The King of Heroes decided to take extreme measures and used his shadow ability to speed up the process. The cold-blooded warrior's attack was aimed at a burly knight who was trying to move in different directions. 4 debuff stacks of weakness were applied to the target, making further resistance by the Elder very difficult. The giant felt his strength failing and dropped his sword, trying to regain his composure, but it was all in vain. However, to his great surprise, he managed to swing his sword sharply, even though the nimble Kan Yusen had jumped back. The main character realized that he should have activated the murder warning before coming here. Due to the movement speed debuff he had received earlier, the young man couldn't even touch his enemy. However, the warrior did not rush and remained completely focused so as not to make any mistakes. A whole team of ghosts dressed in robes appeared around him, fighting on the side of the immortal monarch. They had nothing to lose, so they threw themselves into battle without any fear, naively believing in victory. Reacting quickly, the nimble hero used his icy blades against them, not letting them get close. The ruler, who was experiencing weakness, was still conscious, so he posed a threat to his opponent. With a tremendous effort, he swung his shadow sword, but this did not faze the emotionless Kana. The boy's eyes turned red in an instant, indicating the activation of a skill capable of destroying any enemy. The Steel Knight tried to deliver a crushing blow, but the young man, though fragile in appearance, was not lacking in spirit. The big guy swung his sword at his opponent with all his might, but the brave kid managed to block the attack. The young player received an additional curse from the evil hand, and the debuffs were instantly increased. The side effects were already giving the young man trouble, but now he had to contend with the Elder's sword skills. Suddenly, a message appeared stating that the skill, Descent of the Heavenly Demon, had been unlocked. This ability allowed the user to temporarily summon a divine state into their body and deal with their opponent. When clashing blades with a powerful enemy, it was possible to absorb a fragment of their experience and memories, which was a new opportunity. Absorbing the experience and memories of strong opponents seemed interesting to Kan Yuso, who was bravely fighting the monarch. The strong enemy had no intention of surrendering and continued to plot against the young man, but he was managing just fine. The fighter swung his 2 swords relentlessly, trying not to let his opponent get close. Keeping his cool, The warrior tried to put pressure on his opponent to drive him into a corner and finish him off. Suddenly, memories of a young fighter who had persistently practiced his moves flashed through his mind. Freezing in place, the hero realized that these were the memories of the immortal emperor, now encased in steel. The giant took advantage of the opportunity and raised his weapon to the sky, eager to finally finish off the tiny insect. The brave man made sure that it was indeed a broken skill and caught a glimpse of the ruler on a white horse. Grinning, the young fighter continued to hold back the enemy's onslaught, waiting for the right moment to strike. As he rushed into the attack, he thought to himself that every time he faced a strong opponent with a sword, he destroyed their technique. The giant in knight's armor, who intimidated his enemies with his size, was no exception. Preparing to strike again, the young man smiled as always, showing his confidence. Now he could see how the Elder of Immortality wielded his sword, so he could easily deal with him. Glaring sternly at his enemy, the player Kan jumped up in place, swinging his icy sword in midair. The big guy didn't have time to react and was simply knocked off his feet by the youngster, who was 3 times smaller than him. The immortal emperor was seriously wounded, pierced through and through, and fell to the floor with a crash. Watching this, Yusun merely smiled, convinced that he had done everything right and that his thoughts had been correct. The dying enemy struggled for a few more seconds to get to his feet, but it was all in vain. The warrior hanging from the spear calculated the trajectory to jump down safely. As he landed, the brave warrior stepped directly on the head of the ruler, who was already showing no signs of life. Finally, the sign of death was successfully obtained, which was what the determined young man, who always got what he wanted, had been striving for. A weakness debuff was applied to the target, currently at its maximum stack. For several minutes, the king stood on the emperor's body, absorbing his memories and experience. The process was fairly quick, but it was important not to move in order to avoid interrupting it. The young man saw before him a picture of a long-haired heavenly demon who said he did not want to die. A red-haired girl calmly asked him not to worry, but he was so upset that he couldn't even smile. Licking the old man, the girl asked him to do as she said and promised that even death would not dare harm him. Suddenly, the wary Yusun noticed that the voice sounded very familiar. However, he decided not to pay much attention to it because something else was much more important to him at that moment. Pulling a small piece of the thick steel helmet off the ruler's face, the brave man saw only a skeleton skull. The warrior decided that he had to finish off his powerful enemy so that he could not be resurrected. The player heard a voice saying that he would become an immortal emperor and repeating that he simply could not die. After defeating the monarch, the young man received a system notification that he had cleared the Tower of the Elder of Immortality. The world inside the town hall began to collapse, and the completely calm Yusun uttered a phrase in an incomprehensible language. At that moment, a skeleton approached the fighter, called him a colleague, and with a slight smile said that he believed in him. Looking at him suspiciously, the stern Khan called his opponent a degenerate because he had previously set him up. The skeleton did not think that the fighter would defeat the great emperor and admitted that he had never seen such a strong man before. Not wanting to listen to nonsense, the hot-tempered hero asked him to reveal the location of the treasure before the skull was killed. The monster said that he had actually saved his life and therefore owed him a generous reward. Suddenly turning into a red-haired girl, the skeleton began to shower his savior with generous rewards. Among them was a pack of command and curse skill cards of rare and heroic ranks, which was quite impressive. Extremely surprised, Kang Yuseon also received the blessing of the immortal king of rank S and the black heavy armor of the great emperor. The tower around them began to crumble, and the boy decided to ask how he had saved the skeleton. The skull explained that since the monarch was dead, the curse of resurrection had been lifted, and now no one would be reborn here. The fighter asked if it was true that he wanted to catch a stone with his head and go to his ancestors, but the skeleton said that even if he died, he would return to his world. He explained that this was the promise made by the elders, and the stunned hero could not utter a word. Pulling his hood over his head, the frightening monster told the player that they would meet again, and then the cobblestones began to fall. Soon the young man returned home, where he sat in front of a digital display and studied important information. He wanted to build a deck of ice assassins, which had the synergy of powerful kills. The command included an army of death, a curse of weakness, and the hand of evil, while the descent of the heavenly demon was not activated. Dressed in heavy steel armor of the emperor, the warrior muttered that the third deck was finally complete. Smiling, he said it was a really good reward, and the skeleton had been quite generous. The guy remembered that before leaving, the monster had promised that they would definitely meet again. At the same time, the young man was troubled by the fact that he had no idea who this skeletal mutant really was. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Uncle Paktheshik, whom the young man hadn't spoken to in a long time. The nervous man immediately asked what the brat was up to, as his achievement points on the leaderboard looked strange. The kid replied that he had just been lucky to find a good hunting spot. But even after reaching the new level, the 8th level towers were still closed. The gentleman asked if it was true that he was only one step away from his second awakening, and the young man confirmed it. Laughing, the uncle said that at this rate, Kang Yuseon would become the elder of the heroes, but he heard no response. The mention of the ruler made the player a little nervous, but he still managed to smile slightly. Then he asked if there was a town hall that Park could recommend to him, but the man replied in the negative. However, the company manager said that there was one tower that looked a little strange. After several guys went inside, they abandoned the raid and returned, saying they had to guard the structure. The puzzled man told his nephew everything honestly, without hiding anything, but he didn't know if he should recommend such a quest. The guards seemed very strange, but Teshik suggested that someone with a high resistance to brainwashing was needed. Thoughtful Kang said that he had only one blessing, which gave him some kind of insane resistance. The mirror of pure water knew that the heart of a knowledgeable person was free from random thoughts, and that pretense and greed were like calm water. The curious hero wanted to know the name of the town hall, and within seconds he found himself inside. Confused and sweating profusely, the player looked around, not understanding anything. Ahead he saw children rejoicing in life, running down the street, enjoying the sunshine. Nearby stood a young mother with a baby in her arms, showering love on her only child. What was shocking was that the purpose of the raid was a massacre, the mere mention of which stirred the warrior. Trying to control himself, the stern-looking fighter began to look at the peaceful, innocent residents. A man suddenly approached the young man from behind, immediately realizing that he was facing a warrior. Turning around, you soon saw 3 people in brown robes with vague expressions on their faces. Looking at them suspiciously, the young warrior remained silent, but decided to approach them a little closer. The elderly man greeted the guest, who immediately noted how quiet it was there. The bearded old man agreed with him, but said that, on the orders of the elders, the knight had come here to kill them. It was not entirely clear how the old man knew about the intentions of his superiors, but it was indeed true. Slightly surprised, the young man looked at him silently, but was not afraid of the pitiful man's condemnation. Pulling a sturdy steel helmet over his head, Khan made his intentions clear by asking what they would get out of it. The Lord said that there were only old men, children, and widows with newborn babies here, so no one would fight him. The inhabitants of the small town fell to their knees and begged the stranger to spare them, promising to do whatever he commanded. They begged him to let them live and show mercy, for they had done no harm to anyone and had not crossed his path. The hulking knight Yusin began to examine all those present, deep in thought. This was the world inside the tower, which must have been complex, especially since it was said to be the 7th level. The warrior turned to the bearded old man and asked him to explain why the elder wanted their blood. The man said that there was no significant reason and added that the evil gods did the same. The main character explained that the rulers were not mere scoundrels and that they were not gods at all. Intimidating the gentleman with his gaze, he said that he would do better to stop giving meaningless hints and trying to brainwash him. The alarmed old man asked if the knight would really do it, and he called the situation unfortunate. However, the brave man also had a world to protect. So without hesitation, he rushed into battle with his sword. The shocked old man thought he had misheard, but the warrior had indeed said something about protection. Suddenly, people who had turned into fallen angels stood in Kana's way, but this did not bother him at all. The brave warrior asked if they, the guardians of light who had betrayed their lord, thought they could flee in disgrace and be left alone. The impulsive enemy exclaimed that the elder had ordered them to destroy these innocent people. The player asked if it was true that they had decided to disobey the order and protect the people, and his opponent confirmed this. Turning to the angel in the middle, the knight asked if he was their leader, and the answer was yes. Looking sternly into his eyes, Kang Yuseon silently told himself that this was not brainwashing, as they would not have been able to get to him thanks to his blessing. The main character's sight, smell, and hearing were all fine, so what was happening was not an illusion. Holding his sword in front of him, the brave warrior pressed his thumb against the hilt, ready for battle. The young man wondered what his level would be if he joined the people, because if he stayed on the side of the elders and killed them, it would be the 7th. The fighter began to doubt whether he needed to kill them to complete the raid, and the angel asked if he truly believed that his actions were just. Without even taking offense at being called a puppet of the senders, the focused player calmly gave a negative answer. In an instant, the surprised creatures froze in place with their mouths open, watching as the knight's helmet disappeared. The crying girl said that they were all willing to sacrifice their lives, but begged for the children and angels to be spared. The cold-blooded player said that sometimes you have to choose the lesser of two evils, and raised his sword. The angry messenger of light immediately understood that he planned to sacrifice their world to protect his own. The brave man assured him that this was exactly what they wanted to do, so there could be no complaints against him. The nervous opponents reached for their swords, but no one could say anything in their defense at that moment. A loving grandmother hugged her frightened grandson, realizing that most likely they would all meet their end. Unexpectedly, Kan Yuseon finished his sentence, saying that if he had to choose between two ashes, he would choose neither. These words threw the angel standing in front of him off balance, who had already drawn two swords to fight. Stabbing his powerful sword into the swampy mud, the guy stopped in his tracks, preparing to make an important statement. The people standing around listened intently, not knowing what to expect from the stranger. The player refused to carry out the raid on this tower, causing the Elder of the World to fly into a rage, but his decision was supported by the system. After that, the Shadow Ruler banished Kan Yuso to the outside world, where he returned without any victories. A few seconds later, the young man stood in the middle of the square, as if nothing had happened, his hands in his trouser pockets. The rulers laughed and supported the warrior's decision, but this was already the second failed attempt to capture the world's town hall. A critical notification was received that the destruction of the 7th level tower was inevitable, which made the young man very tense. The news reported that barricades had been erected around the park where the building was located, and those nearby were ordered to evacuate. Kang asked on the phone to be allowed to handle it himself, because even if someone else was there, he would pull him down. An angry Park Tae-sik said that it was a 7th level tower, and he didn't even have a second awakening. But the young man still didn't back down. The hero said that he had fought and hunted in the town hall and killed many creatures, so he had nothing to fear. The exhausted man asked why, in that case, he had refused to kill the fallen angels earlier. In response, the young man flashed his usual smile, calling it an excellent question. But then there was a brief silence. Mr. Park did not rush him, and Yuseon himself thought for a moment to give a clear and detailed answer. In the end, the legendary player replied that he simply had to deal with everyone. The manager asked if he understood that the situation had gotten out of hand, to which the hero replied without hesitation, yes. After that, silence fell again, as the daredevil noticed something nearby. At that moment, heavy steel armor reappeared on his body, and the young man became slightly wary. The destruction of the tower had already begun, and now the fallen angels invaded the outside world with evil intentions. Without losing his composure, the stern knight summoned twin blades from the slimy liquid, preparing for battle. The voice of the ruler exclaimed that he would pay for his sins with light, after which the envoys rushed into the attack in a rage. The Elder of Light remained in a state of rage, while the tense Kan Yuseon wondered if 5 kilometers would be enough. The ruler of Light, who did not follow the rules, received a serious warning, and a barrier was created to ensure fair play. A huge flock of winged enemies found themselves inside the dome and could not move forward, making them vulnerable. The system stated that as long as the player did not die, the Guardians of Light could not leave the barrier, which brought a smile to the hero's face. At the same time, the brave man and his summons were given a very useful but temporary boost: Shadow Wings. The combination of heavy armor and flying devices seemed very interesting to Yuso, and he decided to test them in action. The warrior called it the perfect image of his uncle, then flew upward, raising a mighty sword above him. He ordered the army of the dead to rise, and at that moment, skeletons armed with automatic weapons appeared below. Soon a fierce battle began between the angels and Kenna's horde, but it looked very impressive from the sidelines. The brave young man himself swung his sword at the leader of the emissaries, who was also strong and had no intention of surrendering. During the battle, the young man shouted loudly, raising his fighting spirit and trying to use his shadow ability. The battle showed no signs of abating, even though there were already many dead fighters lying on the ground, who had given their lives for what they believed was right. The hero who had fallen to the ground glared at his enemy, still holding his weapon tightly in his hands. The fearless warrior's mind was filled with severity, and his desire to destroy his enemies was even stronger. The strong messenger of light began to press forward with his sword, but the main character held him back, not losing his composure despite his excitement. 2 strong opponents were arrayed against him, but this did not faze the sturdy fighter. He pushed his enemies away in every way possible, not allowing them to get close, which could have led to him being cornered. Suddenly, the player thrust a sharp blade into the ground, causing an immediate and inexplicable reaction. The huge wings on his back helped him stay steady, so there was no risk of being knocked down. The brave warrior pressed down on the fallen angel with all his might, who was finding it increasingly difficult to resist. At that moment, the ability to explode the body came into play, causing great damage and blowing up the dead. The highly tense enemy tried to take cover, even though he knew he risked being destroyed. At that moment, the aura of the Immortal King's S rank increased the class of the dead around the player. The black heavy armor of the indestructible Great Emperor, the banishment of death, increased the rarity of the dead's weapons. Weakness was also applied to the target, and an evil hand was used, making it even more difficult for it to resist. The merciless Kang Yuseon decided to use everything at once to finally deal with the pitiful angels. Finally, he cast a curse on the fallen angels, summoning 2 graves. The embittered creatures understood the gravity of the situation and tried to jump out of the way to avoid being struck. A swarm of locusts was activated for the powerful blade, which immediately began to scatter everywhere. Gritting his teeth nervously, the brave Kan chose the second deck with his voice, then decided to start exchanging 3 cards. He decided to change his class from Cursed Dark Mage to Magic Killer, thereby destroying and altering the synergy of the curses. Maintaining his concentration, the warrior decided to use Charlotte's Web, holding his fingers together. Creating a makeshift rectangle, he directed his gaze toward the messengers of light, confident in his actions. The plan worked, and now a small swarm of locusts attacked the enemies, while the web prevented them from moving. Chaos erupted around them, and several enemies were cut in half before they even had time to react. The angels who remained alive fell into a state of rage and threw themselves at the player with their last ounce of strength. The merciless Kang Yuseon knew exactly how they would act, so he was ready to meet them head-on. The stern knight struck first, depriving his enemies of their wings, which did not even leave a scratch on his body. A few minutes later, only the remains of wings and bodies of angels who had failed to defeat the hero lay on the battlefield. The huge barrier was now removed, and the Shadow Wing's power was cancelled, as the warrior had destroyed them all with his essence. Now the young man could wipe the sweat from his forehead because the destruction of the tower had stopped. His level had increased, and a quest for the second awakening had opened. As always, the Hero King was spotted by journalists, who immediately rushed toward him with cameras, tripping over each other in the process. The guy was slightly surprised, but he wasn't particularly happy to see the reporters he had to deal with after every victory. First, he used his shadow ability to summon a dark beast, but it was unclear why. The player was riding a huge cat, and people began to ask why he had refused to go to the tower. Smiling, the young man said he would answer all questions, but asked them to be asked in order. One of the excited reporters asked if it was true that Kang Yushun had deliberately refused to capture the town hall. Remaining completely calm, the young warrior replied that he had indeed done so on purpose. His statement shocked all the journalists gathered around, who could not believe their ears. A disheartened man from the crowd said that this could be considered an official act of terrorism. Jumping off the beast, the reckless young man grinned as if nothing had happened and asked what was meant by those words. He understood that people from OSU, an organization involved in criminal activities against gamers, had gathered here, seeing an opportunity. Among the crowd stood the cold-blooded and intimidating Alias, who was a killer of ordinary fighters. The hero understood that he had refused to go on the raid without explanation, and they might think he had gone mad, but there was no need to worry. Showing a positive attitude, the guy said that he hadn't completely lost his mind, so there was no need to worry. The player said that he had been ordered to kill all the children and old people in the tower, adding that if the reporters didn't believe him, they could ask the people who lived there. He added that they could ask the fighters who had arrived there before him and had also refused to participate in the raid. Everyone who came to the terrible town hall fled when they realized what measures would have to be taken. A concerned journalist asked the young man if he understood the problems his irresponsible decision could cause. With a weary sigh, the warrior said that he had managed to prevent the destruction of the tower without any casualties. An angry man shouted that there was no guarantee that the world inside the tower was real, and even if it was less important to them. His words elicited a slight smile from Kang Yuseon, who was ready to spell everything out for the particularly gifted. The hero asked if he really had to kill all the innocent people inside the town hall, just so that fools could sleep peacefully at night. He added that among the citizens who had to be dealt with were also small children. Someone from the crowd asked if it was true that the fighter had endangered the world because of his conscience, and he replied that he had not weighed the importance of life here and there. The young man said he could transfer money from his bank account to compensate for the damage caused to some trees and plants in the park. To alleviate their fears, Khan advised the nervous people to seek professional help, but not from him. From the crowd, Alia's voice was heard, saying that the young man's moral dilemma could lead to the destruction of the world. His remarks elicited a slight laugh from the main character, who was indifferent to criticism. Smiling, he said that there were far more important moral issues and asked why he should save this planet. Alias believed that the hero was nothing more than a childish defense mechanism that Yusin was displaying to keep the world as a hostage. Laughing, the brave man asked how a sparrow could know the will of a phoenix, and the bronze, silver, and gold classes, the vulnerabilities that the pretender saw. Taking off his armor, the guy in the white shirt held his hands out in front of him, suggesting they just get it over with. It was said that the Phoenix had reached the lower mid-tier, and the harsh player killer locked eyes with his comrade at that moment. Unexpectedly for everyone, Alias rushed at the relaxed boy at lightning speed. Two of his companions also ran toward the enemy, who was exposed on all sides and had become an easy target. It was said that according to international player law, Kang Yushun was responsible for the collapse of the tower. But suddenly Mr. Taesik came to the young man's aid, catching him in midair and dragging him away. The shocked fighters below froze in place, unable to comprehend how this could have happened, as they had been certain of the operation's success. At that moment, only a red trail from Pak's leader was visible in the sky, which greatly stunned everyone standing around. The man covered the hero with his back, and a young player appeared in front of them, ready to defend them. The Lord of the Sword said that until international law was announced, they would treat the accused in accordance with national law. Osupi's member became angry when he saw the clever young man and did not even know how to respond. The silent Kan Yusyun was handcuffed in the same moment and didn't even think of resisting. He said that a characteristic feature of the Grey Cardinal was his constant smile, but his opponent noted that this was no time for jokes. Getting into the car, the player said that the guys who tried to arrest him were actually gangsters, and moreover, they always had an escape plan. The driver said they would leave when the manager arrived and asked the young man to wait a little longer. The elder of the land bestowed upon the warrior the blessing of an unstoppable body, and the ruler of the wind granted him a favorable wind of rank B. The Lord of Frost improved the blessing level of the winter bearer to S+, and the monarch of destruction granted the skill of the word destroyer. A nervous Park Taesik got into the car and asked to drive faster, adding that he had already started losing his hair and that it was only getting worse. His colleague asked if he wasn't at an age when hair falls out without external stress, and the man replied that now was the time to apologize. The positive hero joked as usual, and the tired gentleman began to unfasten his handcuffs, glad that there were no casualties this time. Remembering something important, the player asked how much time was left before the 8th level tower opened. His opponent replied that it all depended on the player's experience, and the young man said with a smirk that even Manager Park didn't know that. The young man said that he wasn't sure about it until the end of last season, but now everything was falling into place. Suddenly, all three people sitting in the car received system notifications, and their expressions changed in surprise. The same notifications were received by the shocked people on the street, who read the information with wide eyes. The message said that 8th level town halls had been opened en masse after Kang Yuseon had achieved a special qualification. The self-satisfied hero said that thanks to his efforts, the towers had appeared much earlier, and the ability to protect this world had been expanded. Now huge prospects opened up for the players, and the brave hero himself couldn't wait to go on another raid. Meanwhile, someone sitting in an office held a coffee mug with a trembling hand, reading the information from a notification. It was the gravedigger Georg, who was shocked to learn that additional tower upgrades to level 15 had already been added. The system asked the fighters to protect the world from new threats that were unlike anything seen before. The news was already reporting that Mr. Kan was accused of deliberately collapsing the town hall. A worried colleague said that, as Mr. Billmeyer had said, they needed to stop the Hero King's rampage. Smirking, the bearded old man asked if his colleague wasn't at all frightened by the tower upgrade. His counterpart replied that as the level increased, the players would only become stronger, and once again said such things with a smug expression. The elderly gentleman took a sip of coffee and suggested they return to their conversation without further distraction. Seriously, he said that the truth was that some high-ranking fighters and countries had secretly formed an alliance. Last season, they even tried to take control of Yuso, but they didn't succeed. The fearless warrior then asked why his so-called comrades were always trying to stab him in the back. The man did not argue that what the main character had shown was overly distorted and exaggerated. The serious head of the association, Lin Song-ho, listened carefully to his comrade and began to think about the situation. Georg said that there was a strict hierarchy within the organization's tower, headed by China's Russia, who advocated the elimination of the king. However, the world is still alive thanks to his efforts, and the death of the brave man is not what this planet desires. Their goal was to suppress the unpredictable actions of the great player and prevent the world from plunging into chaos. The polite old man said that this is why cooperation with the CPA, the largest organization of players in the country, is important to them. Looking at the gentleman who had extended his hand, the association leader thought for a moment, as the topic was serious. After shaking hands, the cheerful man said that they would cooperate based on their future shared opportunities. Calm Billmeyer promised to contact him later, but his colleague asked if he could ask one last question. He asked what the chances were of a successful season without the hero king, in his colleague's opinion. With a smirk, the gentleman replied that player Kang Yuseon had earned his high title after clearing the season's tower single-handedly. On that terrible day, quite a few fighters had died, and Saint Mary and Lord Ray, the swordmaster, were confused and exhausted. It was said that his attempt to capture the tower had been interrupted once before in the second stage, but he did not stop. The old man added that since the town hall appeared, the warrior was the only one with experience clearing the 12th level tower alone. The experienced gentleman said that without the king, the probability of getting through this season was 0, and it was impossible to argue with that. Meanwhile, the main character was in the interrogation room, sitting under the dim yellow light. The worried investigator behaved politely, and the guy said that the world was in turmoil after the appearance of the 16th level town hall. He found it funny that the King of Heroes was locked in this room, chatting amiably when he could have already set out to capture the town. His counterpart asked him to cooperate because the government needed to submit a report stating that the results of his mental evaluation were within normal limits. The nervous man explained that when he said a word, the brave man would have to respond with the first thing that came to mind. A few seconds later, the emotionless Yu Sung uttered the word idiot, staring intently at the investigator. The smiling gentleman asked him to say something else, and in response, the young man mentioned a saint, which was an excellent result. In addition, the brave man added that all the other heroes were morons and was sure that his answer would be edited anyway. Laughing, he said that the well-known player was like a scapegoat for all these idiots. He called them a bunch of fools, and the tense investigator suggested changing the situation a little. The polite man asked Kana to simply answer his questions as if they were having a normal conversation. When asked about his life as a player, the fighter replied that it had ended so long ago that he couldn't remember anything and was now only doing it for the money. Behind him stood the silent Park Tae-sik, who did not interfere and simply watch what was happening. The specialist asked if the young man had any negative thoughts, and he replied sarcastically that he had nothing but negative thoughts. The manager left the room, and the young man was asked why he had refused to clean the tower, thereby causing its destruction. The agitated gentleman clarified whether it was true, according to the protagonist, that this was done to protect two worlds. The young man understood what was being asked and began to think about how to phrase his answer to avoid any misunderstanding. His counterpart asked if it was a conscious decision between the player's duties and his own moral principles. The psychologist, based on his experience treating PTSD in the military, understood that many soldiers also suffer from it and need treatment. Stunned, Kang Yuseon asked if the young specialist really thought he had lost his mind. Sweating profusely, the nervous gentleman was afraid to answer, not knowing what the consequences might be. Unexpectedly, the young man laughed loudly, which puzzled the man, who asked what he had said that was so funny. With tears and a smile in his eyes, the young man replied that he had made a joke, but was in no hurry to tell it to the specialist. The agitated man asked if he could share it, but the intimidating young man stood up and replied that he wasn't sure. He said he doubted that the psychologist, who was looking at him with great surprise, would understand the joke. Leaving the room, the tired Kang remarked that pretending to be crazy was very difficult, and Park said that he had done a good job. The manager said that even if the kid agreed to cooperate, they would just make up nonsense about psychological treatment. Mr. Park finally removed the handcuffs from the young fighter's hands, who said that the staff had already done so. The man said that the US and France had expressed strong support for the brave man, and that was already a reason to rejoice. Their government's position was similar. While Russia and China were making a mountain out of a molehill, and, according to Tae-sik, this was not their last stunt. Encouraged, the young man asked if he could now, having sorted everything out, go to the tower to have some fun. Hugging him, the manager said that was not all and went to his phone to show him something. He said that while the boy had been locked up here all these days, Saint Mary had fiercely defended him, and he decided to show him a video clip about it. As soon as the news about the main character reached her, the beautiful Jaeger began to defend her friend wherever she could. The beauty participated in many press conferences and gave interviews to various reporters. She beat her chest, proving the innocence of the King of Heroes, whom she knew personally and was sure was the best person. Kang Yuseon himself watched excerpts from the interview, his face looking quite surprised. Park Tae-sik, who was still hugging him, looked at the boy with a smile, realizing that not everything was so bad for him. Stroking the boy's hair, the kind man said that not everyone in this world was his enemy. Feeling warmth in his heart, the calm boy said that he would have to personally thank the charming Maria. Suddenly, he became determined again and chose a new outfit, then accepted the quest for his second awakening. The nervous manager said he wasn't finished yet, but the adventure-hungry hero promised to listen to him when he returned. At that very moment, he headed to the tower entrance to complete his task, while his old friend just smiled. Finding himself surrounded by a huge number of mirrors, the unflappable Khan received a system notification with a greeting. The voice called him a child with 1,001 mass and talent and asked if it was true that he needed them again. The completely calm young man replied that it didn't matter how many he had, because it would never be enough. The self-assured fighter said that in a world full of complete degenerates, he was the only one with common sense. The elder asked the child to turn his head, which he did, maintaining his cool composure and silence. Pointing to the side, the clone said that there were 3 colorful roads that the King of Heroes could choose. The Mirror of Truth, in despair, allowed one to learn the goals of monarchs and the essence of the game, while the Red Mirror helped one gain the purest power. The reflection of domination and loneliness allowed all people in the world, including the players, to kneel before the warrior and express their obedience. The ruler's voice emphasized that whichever path Kang Yuseon chose, any of them would grant him freedom. It was said that there was no right or wrong answer, and the silent young man slowly began to move forward. Before the yellow road, the young man saw the clown's words that there was nothing in the world that deserved to be taken seriously. In the Red Mirror, the monarch said that it did not matter how much effort the player put in, and asked if saving the world had any meaning at all. And finally, in the blue reflection, the ruler said that under his leadership, this planet would remain in absolute peace. The voice asked the child to make his choice, and the boy smiled, already knowing which path he would take. Emotionless, the young warrior stretched out his hand, completely confident in his desires. A few hours earlier, during an interrogation, the psychologist asked King Yuso to respond with the first thing that came to mind when he said a word. The man said the word hero, and the emotionless young man casually replied with the name of a saint. Meanwhile, Maria Yeager confidently stated at a press conference that she fully supported the decision of the King of Heroes. She believed that this was not just a title for a strong player, as they were the ones who protected people's lives from the dangers of the world. Unafraid of the live broadcast, the beauty firmly stated that for them, warriors, humanity was paramount. Finally, as an ordinary person, like Maria, she asked the people to remember that heroes are people too. After the interview ended, the young woman thanked her colleagues for their help and asked them to be careful on their way home. Left alone, the lady sat down in front of her laptop with a smile, realizing that she had finally figured everything out. Exhausted, Yeager rested her face on the table and began to ponder the pressing issues, feeling anxious about something inside. Gazing out the window with her bottomless blue eyes where the sun was already setting below the horizon, the girl thought about something. She was very curious about how things were going with Kang Yusun, who was being interrogated at that moment, and she was very worried about him. Earlier, the main character had received a message from the system informing him that he had failed twice in the World Tower raid. During an interview, a dissatisfied journalist accused the young man of deliberately causing the destruction of the town hall, putting them in danger. Maria, who was worried, wondered what the fighter was thinking when faced with the reporter's dirty questions and accusations. Unable to calm down, the girl reached for the pack and took out a cigarette to smoke and distract herself a little. The saint successfully lit up, but her thoughts never left the hero because she didn't know where he was. She decided to use a search engine and type in the guy's name to read some news about him. Footage of the fearless Yuso being led to a car in handcuffs had already spread across the internet. There was also a clip of the angry association president, Lin Song-ho, rudely talking about the young man. The news only talked about the reckless king of heroes, whom no one could intimidate. In addition, several photos were published showing the stern Kang Yu-sung standing at a microphone. In the last frame, a sympathetic Park Tae-sik hugged the young man, who looked very upset. Maria found a video of the hero's first interview, where he happily said that he was trying to live up to his title so as not to be ashamed of his fame. At the time, he promised to give his all to protect the world, but now the girl watched without emotion. It was very painful for her to watch, as those were wonderful times when the brave young man did not care about money. Leaning back, the beauty wondered why it was impossible to return to those peaceful times. The next morning, 3 female employees greeted her in the hallway of the building, and she greeted them politely as well. A colleague showed her the sacred schedule, the forms she had taken from her hands, and thanked her for her work. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the girl was standing at the blackboard explaining minor work issues to the employees. By 11, the busy lady was already giving interviews to journalists, standing in a lilac coat at the entrance to the building. 2 hours later, the beautiful Maria met her friend, who had been eagerly awaiting their meeting and wanted to hug her. Very soon, the lovely Yager went to see her little children, who brought her happiness with their love and desire to play. Later in the evening, dressed in knight's armor, the warrior held a press conference together with the Pope. She smiled constantly and was extremely polite, not showing that she was worried about Kang Yuseon. Finally, at night, when all her work was done, Saint Mary climbed onto the roof and decided to be alone. Staring unceasingly at the starry sky, the girl wondered in a low voice if she was doing everything right. The dissatisfied lady said that she had not cleaned a single tower all week and wondered if this was really the path of a so-called hero. Reaching into her pocket, she found it empty and was somewhat surprised, but soon remembered. Earlier, a colleague had taken a pack of cigarettes from her, saying that it would be inappropriate for a saint to smell of cigarettes when meeting the Pope. Tired, Jaeger leaned against the partition, and suddenly a girl entered the roof and asked her what she was doing there. Encouraged, Maria asked if she had come to return her cigarettes, but her counterpart replied in the negative. Her colleague asked if it was true that the saint had come here to think about Yushun, and she replied that everything was already complicated and the guy was only making the situation worse. Her colleague suggested they stay there a little longer and said that this might be the last season. Hearing this, the battle-hardened Jaeger fell into deep thought, remembering everything that had happened. Long ago, the proud hero had said that after 3 attempts, they had finally defeated the seasonal boss. The lovely Winter Princess said happily that now they would live happily ever after, enjoying glory in peaceful skies. Maria asked if she wasn't ashamed to call herself that without her own tower, then began to pinch the girl's cheeks. The crying little girl asked how this girl could be a saint, and Kang asked if she was sure she would survive if she continued. Swordsman Ray praised Yuso for his good work and suggested that next time they discuss everything before rushing into battle. The Happy Hound said that Lady Lydia had saved him, and she hoped that he would not refuse to help her either. Currently, a colleague asked if Jaeger was reminiscing about the 3rd season again, and emphasized that it was a golden age for heroes. Feeling warm inside, the blonde smiled slightly, continuing to think about pleasant moments from the past. However, she said that even then, it was already noticeable that the players were beginning to lose their strength. The girl remembered that General Kilgore had asked Miss Lydia to talk before she left the tower. Looking at him suspiciously, the woman asked if it was really that important, as if sensing something was amiss. The stern Lieutenant General replied that it was definitely important, and assured her that he really needed to talk. Nervous Maria said that at least 3 people had realized even then that the golden age of heroes was coming to an end. She herself only realized this after the next season, and now said that politics had consumed the players. One terrible day, she witnessed the murder of a comrade whose death she had least expected. The defenseless girl didn't even have time to understand what was happening before she was pierced through with a sharp object. Stunned, Jaeger immediately rushed to the dead Winter Princess, receiving notification that Aaron Makian had passed away. Filled with rage, the crying saint grabbed the clothes of the villain Georg, asking how he dared to do such a thing. She exclaimed that he had been nearby but had allowed this to happen, and the old man replied that he was not responsible for watching over the other players. Pulling the blonde's hand away, the greedy gentleman said that he did not make unfavorable deals. He added that the country of Aaron was not their ally, so there was no point in watching it like a child. The man asked if he really needed to help another country in a world where a player's strength was equivalent to that of a nation. At that moment, the excited Kang Yuseon and Ray Chan rushed to help, but it was already too late. Maria said that from that day on, even when high-level towers were opened, the heroes did not want to cooperate because they simply could not trust each other. The saddened comrade noted that even for Jaeger and the king of players, it took a whole year to become a team, not counting raids. All of this was because the young man had started playing alone from the 5th stage, and the girl still couldn't believe that he had cleared the 12th level. The concerned woman asked if it was true that this season would be a little different from the previous ones. The thing was, Maria would be on the same team as General Kilgore from America, as well as the main character. The excited blonde remembered perfectly the interview, where the brave man stood in front of the cameras with a soldier. She was still unsure about it, knowing full well that it would be very difficult to return everything to the way it was. Her colleague said that if there was even the slightest chance, she would like to see the team of heroes in full force. The girl believed that the gathering of all the legends would be a magical event and imagined it vividly in her mind. With a sparkle in her eyes, the young woman said she wanted to see the elite team of the top 10 players. The smiling Maria Jaeger patted her on the head because her colleague had lifted her spirits. The girl asked not to be treated like a child, and the polite lady said that she was just little and apologized. Suddenly inspired, the blonde said she would go into the tower with lots of monsters alone as soon as Kang Yuseon showed up. Her excited partner said she had just come to tell her that the Hero King had been released. She added that he had immediately gone to the town hall of the Second Awakening, which greatly surprised Maria. Smiling, Jaeger called the young man a fighter to the core and said that she couldn't afford to sit around and do nothing either. Before leaving, the saint asked her stunned colleague to bring all the remaining meetings for tomorrow, which was very sudden. The blue-eyed warrior said she would go to the 8th level tower because she knew the hero would do the same. Meanwhile, Kang Yusun found himself at a fork in the road where he had to make a choice, but he wasn't afraid. Before him were the mirror of truth and despair, the power of ignorance, and also domination and loneliness, each beckoning in its own way. The elder's voice asked the child to make his choice, and at that moment, there was not a trace of emotion on his face. With a smirk on his face, the warrior said that the mark of a noble person is to fully commit to their strength. Soon he emerged from the red portal, whose color indicated the path the hero had chosen. Ahead, the brave man saw the ruler hiding behind a clown mask, whom they had met earlier. The young man's clone smiled as always, but remained silent, knowing full well the path that had been chosen. The elder of the land bestowed a blessing on the body, the monarch of frost improved the ability of the bearer of winter, and the lord of destruction gifted the destroyer of words. Finally, the emperor of jesters expressed his satisfaction with the young warrior, who remained cool-headed. On the day when the brave young man prevented the destruction of the tower, the rulers rewarded him generously. Sitting in front of his computer, Kang Yusion rejoiced, realizing that this season would be problem-free and that he had even managed to get one extra blessing. Suddenly, he received a message that the Lord of Balance had expressed concern about the excessive power and rewards given to the player. Many elders, including the Emperor of Immortality, agreed with this, which made the fighter nervous. The ruler of the games denied the concerns and issued a stern warning to his colleagues, after which the young man rejoiced once again. His attention was then drawn to a sealed chest containing a set of rewards for the second awakening of Pure Power Quest. Without thinking twice, the curious young man decided to see what was inside and began to pull the chains off the object. He found the unchanging essence of the plague, unstoppable power, and a changing and variable frost elixir. These were items with bright colors that were tempting to pick up and finally try out. He also found a legendary level, mutable essence of darkness that could be used on many items. The perceptive warrior used one of the copies on the Frost Master skill, and as a result, increased its level. He also used the Frosted Elixir on the Undead Army skill, turning them into ice, which was also a success. The lucky Kang Yuseon obtained the Dark Ice Mage class and decided that the setup of his fourth deck was complete. Then the full list of available towers was revealed, from which only one could be selected. Among them was the Zombie Apocalypse Town Hall, which attracted the warrior because it was recommended by the system and had the appropriate mark. The description said that it was full of extreme biochemical threats, and its type was survival. The tense young man remembered Natasha Ivanova and realized that this very place had returned as an 8th level tower. The goal of the raid was to survive until the specified date, and the system notified him that 4 players had already entered it. After that, they entered the Zombie Apocalypse Town Hall, where there were already 5 people. If the opponent was successfully eliminated, there was a certain chance of receiving a special reward. Activating his armor, the brave Khan grinned, saying that from now on, they would kill each other. According to the plot, the fighters were in Orda, a closed city under a dome, which was an enemy of the Tyrell Corporation. The warrior in armor noted that it resembled a type of tower that did not allow anyone to leave a certain area. Summoning his icy blades, he also pointed out that the town hall looked like something out of Cyberpunk, which was quite interesting. At that moment, a critical notification popped up warning of a large group of infected approaching. A multitude of zombies began to approach the lone knight, eager to feast on his delicious flesh. The cool-headed player glanced at his enemies and quietly ordered his subordinates to rise up. At that very moment, a whole horde of ice skeletons in armor appeared, some of them armed with machine guns. The main character's loyal soldiers were ready to open fire on their leader's command, not afraid of the pathetic ghouls. Raising his hand sharply, the brave man ordered his comrades to charge, while he himself threw several sharp daggers. The blades hit their targets with precision, causing the monsters to panic as they saw their comrades dying one after another. Looking into the distance, the unperturbed Kang Yuseon said that there were no other events visible yet. He began to suspect that it was a trap, and at that moment, a treacherous zombie appeared behind him, reaching for his head with its claws. Without a hint of mercy, the warrior pierced the enemy with several icy daggers, not even letting him touch him. The young man was curious about the other players who had entered the tower, and it seemed that they would be a greater threat than the tower itself. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful explosion rang out, startling even the brave knight. A fiery beam passed through several tall buildings, but this was not something a simple fighter could do. The surprised hero immediately turned his gaze to the source of the energy to see who had done it. Standing nearby was Saint Maria Yager, holding a sturdy shield and a long-handled weapon. With sarcasm, the maiden asked how Mr. Kan's character was getting worse and worse every time she saw him. The fighter emphasized that she only gets better every time and added that the mace perfectly complements her image. The beauty felt relieved, realizing that the warrior had relaxed enough, and he said that everything was always fine with him. Suddenly, Saint Jaeger approached the young man and grabbed the ledge on his steel breastplate. Looking at him sincerely with eyes full of emotion, she asked if he was sure. The young man was somewhat surprised by Maria's behavior, because no one else was so concerned about him. Taking off his iron helmet, the blue-eyed Yusin smiled sincerely, assuring her that he was indeed fine. Laughing, he said that he was completely healthy and in his prime, because he had told everyone everything, and the lady did not know what to say. After sending a proposal for cooperation, Jaeger asked if he agreed to pull off this little scheme together. Her blessing of holy protection increased the effects by 1,000%, and the buff of valor blessed Kana and his summons. The Guardian's decision boost also supported the main character and the powerful skeletons under his command. The guy who was acting strangely began to confess his love for Maria, saying that it had been a long time since he last received this buff. Laughing, he asked if she felt morally superior looking at the improved skeletons, and the tired girl agreed with him. After calming down a bit, the hero thanked the charming blonde, which was quite unexpected. The beauty looked at him in surprise as she hadn't expected such sincere words from him. Feeling shy, the lovely Jaeger calmly said that she had simply done what she had to do. The young people looked away and saw that the salmons had been struck by an unknown monster. The elder of the repulsive fusion significantly increased his influence over the tower, saying that they would be reborn as one. The brave man was happy that something had finally happened, but Maria, who was worried, did not lose her composure. The real threat in town halls of level 8 and above is the rulers who sit in power and are capable of extending their influence over them. At present, the monarch has single-handedly created a huge vile creature consisting of countless zombies. The hideous monster flailed its limbs wildly as the wary fighters tried to figure out what to expect from it. The two-headed creature began to stick out its disgusting tongue, and its sticky saliva flew everywhere. Another huge mouth was located around the monster's waist, and just above it was a bulging eye with a red pupil. Calling for his helmet, the stern Yusun said that his breakfast had suddenly decided to escape and see the world. Meanwhile, the warrior's samurai continued to fire at the huge monster, but their bullets only tickled it. With a single blow, the giant scattered all the skeletons in different directions, remaining completely unharmed. In a state of rage, the giant rushed to attack the knight in heavy armor, who was using ice daggers against him. Meanwhile, Saint Mary jumped from one slab to another, pursuing her goal of getting behind the enemy. Choosing the right moment, the fearless girl jumped, swinging her mace at her enemy while in midair. The crushing blow landed precisely on target, sending the vile slime flying everywhere. The main character and his companions began to applaud the beautiful Jaeger in unison, who had proven herself very worthy. An enthusiastic Kang Yuseon emphasized that the girl's character was becoming tougher with each season. Maria was not at all pleased, and her opponent was convinced that violence in games really does change a person. The charmer asked if the guy wanted to see how cruel she had become, and he said that even when she was wearing a helmet, he could see her face. Her comrade said it was time to move out, but they received a warning that thanks to the merger of X3 data, the hive virus had become immune to damage. Now the monster was immune to frost, darkness, light, and even destruction, which made the situation very difficult. Additionally, the combination of X-5 data activated the ability of accelerated regeneration. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Kilgore was somewhere nearby, holding a rocket launcher. At that terrible moment, the red monster began to grow in size, turning into a pile of rubbish. Count Vladimir watched the events unfold from afar, while the monster developed immunity to fire and blood magic. The main core of the Have virus had successfully mutated, leaving the players in a dead end. The elders said that they were all one and ordered them to stop merging until everyone in this world was connected. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocked the area, causing strong shock waves. Tense, Kan Yuseon noticed that most types of immunity had increased, so something had to be done urgently. He himself was protected by a strong dome, but the enemies continued to press forward and closed in. The nervous hero couldn't understand why the blue-skinned creatures looked as if they were only resistant to the cold. Saint Mary asked if he could handle this deck, but the warrior had no choice because there was no store and he couldn't change his equipment. The young man came to the conclusion that someone had used a frost skill after entering the tower, and whoever it was, they had only made the situation worse. His comrades said that they needed to decide what to do next and suggested joining forces with other players. The knight, understanding the consequences, emphasized that giving the others a chance to get used to them was very risky. He suggested that they stay together and destroy the core of the dangerous virus as quickly as possible. The brave fighters began swinging their swords in all directions, preventing the vile monsters from getting close. The young man said that the heavy armor was slowing him down, and Jaeger told him to stop talking nonsense and move his feet. The nimble warrior decided on the fly to change his equipment from death-dealing to sacred darkness, and did so twice out of the 3 allowed attempts. Excited, Maria asked what Yusun wanted to do, and he asked if she had ever been sledding. He abruptly put the girl on his back, told her to hold on tight, and began to move forward at high speed. The fearless fighters moved forward confidently, destroying the vile creatures that stood in their way. The fighter was using Commander Kilgore's controllable fighter, and now the problem of finding other players was solved. A combat helicopter flew nearby, from which a paratrooper was about to jump. This soldier was a fearless lieutenant general who, without hesitation, rushed down, keeping his composure. Slowly descending onto the roof of one of the buildings, the cautious man saw Kan Yuso flying by at tremendous speed. The sarcastic young man asked if the gentleman was once again working hard to preserve world order, but was sent to the forest. Slightly surprised, Kilgore did not expect to see a saint who politely greeted the fighter. The blue-eyed beauty asked if the man, wise from military experience, was going to wait for the other players. After thinking for a moment, the general said that among those who used blood magic, only Count Vladimir could reach the 8th level tower. Encouraged, the old man decided to take a look at the main core and aimed the cannon with a smile on his face. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out, severely damaging several buildings. As the smoke rose and slowly dissipated, a human silhouette with a staff in his hands became visible. It was a mysterious magician with light hair who was not the least bit frightened by what had happened. The sorcerer immediately spotted 3 targets ahead and used his ability to confront them. Tense, Kilgore asked what the player was doing, and the quick-witted Maria Yager immediately created a barrier around them. Angry Kan Yuseon realized that this man had increased his immunity to frost, which annoyed everyone else. Together with his comrades, the brave man tried to attack the scoundrel who had outplayed everyone. Thinking himself great, the daredevil asked his opponent to stop destroying everything around him and make a choice, after which a brief silence ensued. Drenched in sweat, the straightforward hero asked the strong player to either fight with them or against them. But suddenly, seeing the man turn into a vile monster right before his eyes, his face changed. The terrifying creature said that they would all be united, and his human features began to fade. The discouraged king of heroes asked if this was really a player or just a zombie in disguise. Surprised, Kilgore asked if this was the same guy from the Frost Apostles, while Jaeger wondered if he would return to normal if they got rid of the tentacles. The brave man recalled the incident with the Lord of Plague and said that even if they killed the boss, the infection would not disappear. He realized that with the ruler's death, they had a new player, and they didn't know how to bring him back to normal. At that moment, the warrior decided to retrieve all 3 decks and ordered the monster's tentacles to be destroyed for his sake. The synergy of the undead began to dissipate, resulting in the formation of the assassin's synergy. A weakness-revealing debuff was applied to the target, and the hero suggested that his companions kill the monster quickly before it mutated even further. With a demonic glare, the fighter said that this was the most merciful thing they could do for the player. Somewhere nearby, Count Vladimir was hiding, reading a spell from a thick book. Now the cunning vampire could see everything and began to watch the situation closely, thinking about his next move. With a sly grin, he muttered that blood was only a small part of this grand and complex harmony. The very angry elder asked how the scoundrel dared to break their agreement and in the end betray him. He threatened that the scoundrel would suffer eternally from the inevitable curse of blood, after which the count was bound by tentacles. The blood monarch let out a cry, consumed by an indescribable feeling of betrayal, while the vampire began to rejoice. The Emperor of the Abominable Union blessed the player Vladimir with a merger if he accepted him as part of himself. The ruler's contract was annulled, and the count immediately concluded a new one, after which the process of unification began. The long-haired man was still bound by the vile tentacles, but he didn't even struggle. The player transformed into a monster, screamed for them to be made one, but it was just delirium. At that moment, the fearless Kan Yuseon quickly approached him and swung his icy blade with lightning speed. The confused mutant immediately noticed the crystals hanging over his head. They burst very quickly and began to rain down on him, but it was all just a small diversionary tactic. The brave warrior wasted no time, and pointing his sword at his enemy's belly, continued to run towards him. Suddenly, shadow spikes began to pass through the mutated player's body, and he began to bleed profusely. Excruciating pain made the creature scream at the top of its lungs, and the weakness debuff reached its maximum stack. The brave warrior used the first form of the heavenly demon swordsman, leaping directly over his opponent. The severely wounded man could no longer return to human form, so he could only be put out of his misery. The brave fighter completed his task and landed safely, completely unharmed. The tense Kan received notification of the destruction of the Hive X1 virus, but it was still too early to relax. Firing his cannon, General Kilgore shouted that he had not received a message about the raid's failure. Nervous Yusin froze in place, thinking about what was happening, but he did so in vain, as he needed to keep both eyes open. An agitated Maria Jaeger asked her comrade to take care of himself, as sharp tentacles were aimed at him. With a single swing of his icy sword, the fearless warrior destroyed all approaching targets. The remains began to fall to the ground, and the Holy Lady and the soldier watched, ready to continue fighting. The trio moved closer to the virus, which began to rage violently, as if the end of its existence was approaching. The surprised commander couldn't believe that the result had been counted, while the tense hero understood that something else was going on. Suddenly, a critical notification was received that a violent collision had occurred. The trio did not lose their composure, but they were a little surprised as the scene in front of them had changed dramatically. A young couple appeared before them, led by a short boy, but his gaze was quite mature. This was the family, a faction of high-ranking vampires who served the Blood Elder and shared the same lineage, as well as drinking human blood. The extremely serious young boy said that they had finally found the players they had been hunting. The cool-headed Kanyuseon said they had the wrong address and added that there were no players from the family in the team. The young man grinned and calmly said that unfortunately they had come to the right place, so the operation was useless. The brave one asked if the guys were sure that a faction like theirs would attack players in the 8th level towers. The short demon smiled slyly, as if a cunning idea had already formed in his head that he wanted to carry out. He snapped his fingers, smiled again, and asked them not to misunderstand, but the fighters did not understand. At that very moment, a powerful explosion occurred, causing destruction that alarmed the trio. The tentacles around them began to die off and posed almost no danger, which was quite strange. The polite vampires said that they did not want to fight and on the contrary wished to join the team of players. The distrustful hero asked if, in exchange for their help, they should not expel the Count and establish relations with him. A young member of the family faction clenched his fist, saying that this was not the case at all, and prepared to explain the situation in a popular way. He explained that Vladimir had broken the agreement made with their elder, so they had no respect for him. Despite everything, the traitor had begun the process of uniting with the Emperor in a repulsive merger. According to the vampire, the Count had become a follower of another lord, which caused a great shock to the brave man and St. Mary. Therefore, the members of the faction wanted to ask the king to add them to the team to take revenge on the scoundrel. The Bloodlord offered him a temporary bilateral contract, but the agitated Jaeger whispered that his comrades should not agree to it. The fearless guy firmly refused and asked what they would do in that case. Without missing a beat, his counterpart said that they would find another player who was just as strong and offer him the same deal. Thinking of someone who was just as strong, the main character immediately remembered the gravedigger Georg Billmeyer. His surprised companions looked silently at the young man, realizing that at that moment everything depended on him alone. Yusin's face was gloomy, but he showed no other emotions and tried to keep a cool head. Remaining completely calm, the young man asked what the guild members could offer him in return. The young vampire took slow steps toward him to look him in the eyes and explain everything in detail. Bowing respectfully before the King of Heroes, he said that according to the Blood Unity Agreement, they could give him anything that was allowed by the rules of the game. Without further ado, Khan agreed, and the ghoul smiled politely, saying that, as he had expected, it was a pleasure to deal with him. Maria, excited, whispered to her companion not to make any hasty decisions, but he assured her that everything was fine. The brave man knew that people like the family faction, who lived by the rules, would not try to deceive him. The young guild member suddenly used a method to transform into a vampire, a process that the hero watched with interest. Finding himself in the middle of an abyss, the player saw a small fountain ahead and immediately decided to approach it. He saw his reflection, and the voice of the elder asked him to drink his blood and accept the agreement of unity. Without hesitation, the young man dipped his outstretched hand to gather some liquid and consume it. Unperturbed, Kang Yuseon drank some blood and immediately received notification that he had successfully concluded a contract with the monarch. The family recognized the player under the contract. The power of immortality permeated his flesh, and he also received the blessing of the bloody scent and body of a perfect vampire. His magical abilities were greatly enhanced, and the ruler granted the young man a temporary deck of the Blood Prince. The system stunned the fighter with a notification that after the temporary deck expired, all cards would be available regardless of the season's progress. The young man, pleased with himself, said that this was a skill worthy of a hero king and noted that he was good at deals. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the Lord, who asked the child with 1,002 faces and skills if he liked it. The elder jester laughed wildly, but the unflappable Yusin reacted without any emotion. Smiling, the brave man said that regardless of the level of awakening, rewards would always be insufficient. Now the legendary player knew what could be gained from diligently improving oneself. The young vampire looked at the silhouette in the thick smoke and said that its elimination was left to the trio. At that moment, an unknown figure began to approach the players, causing the atmosphere to gradually heat up. The cool-headed Can watched the situation closely, trying to figure out who was coming toward them. It was Count Vladimir, who had been looking for them all this time, and the heroes said that they had been waiting for him too. A slight smile appeared on the vampire's face, but he didn't know what to say, so an awkward silence ensued. The brave man was curious how good a deal the scoundrel had been offered that he had decided to join forces with a monster. Huge tentacles immediately reached out toward the trio, and the villain said that the contract was very tempting. However, the Count said that he understood everything and was aware of the situation, while his opponents were already having to dodge attacks. Smiling, he said that in a situation where everyone is alone, and alone is everything, there can be no exceptions. The stern Count Yusion called this nonsense and added that the degenerate would be able to tell the worms in his grave about it. The merciless fighter plunged his blade into Vladimir's chest, who regretted that he could not understand this beauty filled with order and harmony. With a sly grin, the vampire said he would show the youngster everything once they returned to reality. Looking into his eyes without emotion, the brave young man asked why they should meet, since they had never even spoken before. He firmly said that he didn't want to see him anymore, then pushed his opponent aside. Vladimir Alexievich failed in his task, and all the hostile factions opposing Maria Jaeger's team had now disappeared. The tense hero wondered what the Count, who had decided to blow himself up, was up to. Reports came in about the successful clearing of the zombie apocalypse tower, and the distribution of rewards began. Soon the young man found himself in his bed, where he immediately heard the sound of a notification on his phone and felt it vibrate strongly. The guy asked what had happened, and Park Tae-sik asked him to turn on the news and see if he hadn't seen it yet. Reporters showed the terrible sight of the Kremlin in Moscow, saying that the culprit behind this biochemical terror was Graf, the hero of Russia. Stunned, Yu Seon immediately remembered Vladimir's words, who had previously said that he would show him everything as soon as they returned to reality. The manager said that the Russian government had allowed the King of Heroes, the Master Swordsman, and the Saint to enter the country to suppress the act of terror. A short time later, the brave man arrived at the entrance to the portal and immediately asked his friend who was standing next to him. The man said that since this was a special case, the gatekeeper from Kipo had arrived, and the young man asked if it was true that they would not be flying there by plane. The brave man asked why they had not asked other heroes for help, adding that it would be easier if they had called the old military man or Miss Lydia. Compax said that the American general and the head of Kipo had been denied entry for intelligence security reasons. The warrior explained that what they were about to face was the craziest elder, who wanted to unite everyone into one. But how he was going to do that when idiots continued to fight each other, even when the earth was coming to an end, was unclear. Smiling, the warrior said that the Russian capital was being brutally destroyed, while their players were hanging around here to get a miserable portion of food. The daredevil equipped the Blood Prince's temporary deck, which instantly activated the energy of sanguinomancy. The class of the Frosty Killer changed to that of a vampire lord, and Kang Yuseon smiled menacingly and said that today was truly wonderful. The clueless Tae-sik said that it was noon, but the young man pointed out that it was already 6 o'clock in the evening in Moscow. The gatekeeper told the player that the gates to the Russian capital were open and he could go there. Inside, St. Mary was already there, silently watching the fighters shoot at the disgusting snakes. Seeing the unperturbed Yuso, the girl immediately rejoiced, but he walked forward as if nothing had happened, his hands in his pockets. Smiling sweetly at the beauty, the young man said that the moon was beautiful tonight, meaning that he liked her. The puzzled lady said that it wasn't that dark yet, and Kang replied that she wouldn't understand because their cultures were too different. Then the warrior noticed that the Swordmaster Ray had not yet appeared, although he had always been the first to arrive. The man behind him said that China had refused to participate, and the hero called it unsurprising, since they had always behaved that way. Without showing any emotion, the brave man looked away when he heard loud noises. He saw a player in knight's armor fighting bravely, effectively defeating snakes. The King of Heroes took a loudspeaker from the table to address all the people fighting on the battlefield. Confident, the young man asked if everyone could hear him, and the fighters looked up from the battle and stared at him in confusion. The boys were very happy, and 2 of them held back tears, realizing that help had arrived and that everything would be all right now. Calling for his twin swords, the fearless Kang Yuseon said that the problem solver had arrived at his destination. The brave King of Heroes and St. Mary were asked to stop the cursed monster from advancing. The enterprising Jaeger suggested striking all at once and exclaimed that no one would surrender. The warrior raised her shining mace high, signaling that everyone would soon rush into battle. The brave Yusun was very happy that he now had a buff and said it was time to start the show. With a smile on his face, the fearless warrior rushed into battle alongside his comrades, confident of victory. The merciless fighter skillfully swung his swords, and the huge monster's blood splattered everywhere. The perceptive young man understood that he would not even need to use his skills against all these creatures. As always, there was a slight smirk on his face, and his confidence in victory did not waver for even a second. One of the creatures close to him was riddled with holes in just a minute, which looked very impressive and masterful. The fearless Khan was pleased with his work, but he had to keep moving and not relax. Thanks to the blessing effect, the agile hero could control blood, which he used quite skillfully. Red veins began to appear on the body of the huge snake, signaling the successful activation of the ability. Mutants with weapons in their hands began to appear everywhere again, saying that they would all become one. Yusan was wary but did not panic. He had not expected such a turn of events and began to look around carefully. He thought that this might happen, but he knew that if he killed the Count, there would be a coup d'etat. Enraged, the brave warrior wanted to quickly deal with Vladimir, who had already caused trouble for everyone. Without a moment's hesitation, the warrior rushed into the attack, ready to destroy every mutant in his path. Holding his blade in front of him, the fighter began to gather even more speed, aiming at the monsters. A huge amount of blood was spilled in that terrible moment, but the young man had no other choice. The dark liquid splattered in all directions, staining the brave warrior, who was completely unfazed. The heads of the mutants flew off their shoulders like feathers, and the merciless Kan Yusun was convinced that he was doing everything right. The remains of tentacles also lay scattered everywhere, causing nausea in ordinary people with their foul smell. The King of Heroes advanced further, stopping for no one, so as not to waste time. Every enemy that stood in his way fell to the ground at the same moment, showing no signs of life. The main character's twin blades were stained with blood, but he reacted with particular composure. Wherever his foot stepped, there was a small puddle left by the mutants, but such was the situation. Soon the brave warrior stopped and looked around, seeing only a large number of dead bodies. Anger made his head spin, and his jaw clenched involuntarily with hatred for the Count. Suddenly, several tentacles headed toward the frozen boy, eager to strangle him. The fearless warrior instantly activated the skill of the Realm of Thorns, knowing exactly what to do next. The ground beneath his feet turned to blood, but the warrior stood firm, ready to face his enemies with dignity. In that same moment, all the approaching snakes were decapitated, and Kang Yuseon remained unharmed. A small red sphere appeared in the space, emitting long, blinding rays. Maria Jaeger watched in amazement, frozen in place, not even knowing how to react. It turned out that the King of Heroes had summoned a huge swarm of bats capable of devouring any enemy. The warrior was as focused and cool-headed as possible, which eliminated the risk of making a mistake. Around him lay many dead bodies, and the bats, following his orders, rushed forward. The monster in front succumbed to the crushing blow, its eyes bulging out of their sockets in pain. The brave warrior continued to press forward, leaving the creatures no chance of survival. Suddenly, he heard sounds approaching from behind and turned around to see Maria running toward him with a weapon in her hands. The enraged saint rushed into the attack at high speed, holding the long head with both hands. The girl stopped and, raising her hands above her head, began to release bright yellow rays into the sky, which looked spectacular. Several fiery charges flew to the ground and struck the remaining monsters, of which there were not many left. The excited players watched what was happening with sweat on their faces, afraid to even move. The remaining creatures were defeated, once again highlighting the professionalism of St. Mary. Concerned, Jaeger immediately ran to Kanyuso, who stood there as if nothing had happened. Smiling, the carefree young man asked how she knew he was already done. The clever boy started running forward because he still had to catch the traitor, but the girl asked him to wait for her and rushed after him. Meanwhile, the dark beast feasted on the dead mutants, doing so with particular relish. The rest of the defenders of the homeland were ordered to follow the heroes, who knew their business well. Raising their hands, they shouted firmly that they would defend their land from the monsters that had come to destroy them. The main enemy was Vladimir Alexievich, who endlessly summoned the slobbering creatures. The cold-blooded Khan said to himself that the Count was no longer the man he once knew. The ruler of the Jesters had previously told him that he could be either a hero or a villain, and that it was up to him to decide which he would become. The young man continued to move forward, and the resilient Maria kept up with him, but remained silent. The young man wondered if people would continue to believe in great warriors if the world learned that it was easy to become a villain. At one point, the brave man stopped and said that he thought they had arrived at their destination. Looking at the huge tunnel ahead, the warrior noted that the Count had prepared well for the final battle. The elder's voice asked the King of Heroes to unite with them, which was already getting quite tiresome. Then a notification was received that the ruler of the abominable merger was mocking the player, Kan Yusu. The guy asked Maria where she thought Vladimir might be, and she said that the place looked like it didn't belong to their world. The Blood Monarch called on the warrior to fight the enemy face to face, but he remained calm and called him impatient. The fearless young man said he was already on his way and stuck his hand into the portal, greatly alarming the beautiful Jaeger. The excited girl exclaimed that she would go with him because she did not want to part with him. Upon entering the tunnel, the hero said that this was a battle between two elders, so she would not be allowed to pass. He asked the beauty to just relax and take a walk around Moscow, and she wanted to object, but it was already pointless. Finally smiling, the brave young man promised that he would return soon and continued on his way. The lovely girl felt a little calmer from his smile, and her anxious thoughts disappeared for a moment. In a gentle tone, she said that in that case, she would wait for her companion here the whole time. The loyal girl now stood silently in place, with armed soldiers behind her. The King of Heroes wandered calmly through the filthy tunnel, knowing full well what awaited him. Suddenly, a voice said that it had been waiting for him, and added that this was the highest beauty of harmony and order. The transformed Count Vladimir asked the warrior to enjoy it to the fullest, even though his appearance was terrifying. The cold-blooded player replied that he was too busy to listen to his nonsense and wanted to end it all as quickly as possible. Then he took up his twin swords, showing confidence and readiness to begin the battle. Looking eagerly at his opponent, the brave man said that someone was waiting for him outside and he had to hurry. Laughing, the vile monster called it all nonsense, repeating the words of the elder of the disgusting fusion. The ruler offered the young man to become one with the absolute being that looked down on them from above. The Lord of the Fusion chattered excitedly, saying that the boy could gain power beyond human capabilities. He said he was giving him a wonderful chance to work together, and for a moment the king seemed to really consider it. With cold composure, the warrior slashed his opponent, leaving a deep wound on his body that was incompatible with life. Count Vladimir warned that he was no longer just an ordinary player, but the fearless Khan was well aware of this. The brave man called him a crazy idiot who had been seduced by the elder's power and had succumbed to his promise. Attacking the young man without warning, the vampire noted that he was a good fighter, but that could not save him from death. The devilish spawn screamed that humans were just a lower race that would crumble to dust if they refused to unite. He rudely called them creatures whose path led to self-destruction, but the skilled fighter didn't care about his words. The mutant added that by endlessly dividing and fighting, they would eventually become nothing more than tumors, destroying the order of the universe. In a terrifying voice, Vladimir asked the boy to look at him and said that he had rejected this pathetic shell of a niche. Unperturbed, Kan Yusun did not attach any particular significance to his words and thought about his next move. The young man said it would be better if the scoundrel continued to babble about being human. Suddenly, part of the power from the title was unlocked, and now, during the battle with another elder, the warrior's attack power increased significantly. The main character also received the title of Enemy of the World, after which an icy storm began, making the vampire nervous. The characteristics of the new skill were unknown, but it was written that its level was unique. Standing firmly on the ground, the brave warrior said that he was unlikely to lose to a pathetic monster. After making a high jump, he began to ricochet in different directions, gradually approaching Vladimir. In a state of rage, the player prepared to destroy the enemy, who had already grown tiresome. Some of the elders tucked their tails between their legs in fear, while the jester's ruler was seized by a fit of laughter, and the count shed a tear. At that very moment, the harsh and merciless Yusun cut the huge creature in half, splattering blood everywhere. He held the hilts of his swords tightly, showing not even a drop of compassion for the vampire, who could never be the same again. The mutilated mutant no longer posed any danger, and his remains fell to the ground with a crash. At the same time, the Count himself was still able to speak and asked if the enemy really thought he would lose so easily, like these tumors disrupting the order of the world. The warrior had no intention of listening to his ravings and continued to swing his swords to finish off the scoundrel as quickly as possible. Sticking his dagger into his enemy's mouth, the brave warrior asked what he was going to do if he wasn't planning to surrender. Without even thinking of showing mercy, the player slashed the vampire, leaving him no chance of survival. Now Vladimir's large mouth was always open, and small streams of blood flowed from it. A voice asked what he was going to do now, and the wary Khan immediately began to look around. He received a message that the elder of the repulsive fusion was activating his full power. The enraged Count with his wide-open mouth was still alive and began to emit a terrifying roar. The warrior, keeping his cool, grabbed his twin blades, ready to continue fighting. The mutant with a huge number of tentacles was once again endowed with powerful energy and posed a danger. With a smirk, the King of Heroes expressed his joy that his opponent had finally become more serious. A critical notification was received that the world boss, the ruler of the abominable fusion, had arrived. After reading the information on the digital display, the carefree young man didn't even flinch with excitement. With a flash of a smile, he dismissed the message as nonsense and wanted to meet his main enemy as soon as possible. The notification stated that they couldn't keep such a wonderful spectacle to themselves. After that, the monarch of anonymity began to giggle, holding his stomach, and started a live broadcast for the whole world. What was happening greatly alarmed Maria Yager, who was watching the situation with excitement in her heart. The panicked girl began to pound her fists on the barrier, begging for it to be removed so she could rush to her comrade's aid. The Lord of Blood protested against the Saint's interference and demanded a one-on-one battle from the Elder of the Games, who agreed and created an arena. Meanwhile, the cold-blooded Kan Yuseon looked at his opponent, who had his back turned to him and was dressed in a robe. This was the ruler of the abominable fusion, whose hand was repulsive and consisted of twisted tentacles. Approaching his opponent, he said that nothing in this world could exist in harmony on its own. Stopping in his tracks, the mutant began to study the young man, trying to figure out where to strike. The young man, completely calm, warned the monster that he could not show something like that for free. The fanatic decided to attack without warning, saying that everything is one and exists for the good of one. Behind him, several mutated people gathered, repeating after their leader. In an instant, they all rushed to attack the main character, who instantly summoned icy daggers. Dodging his opponent's blows, the angry warrior said that these cheap tricks resembled gang fights. He then joined the fray and began to take out one zombie after another, not allowing them to leave even a scratch on his body. The mutants fought bravely and didn't stand still, but the brave warrior was very experienced and knew how to outsmart them. The guy didn't relax for a second and constantly looked around to prevent the monsters from getting behind him. Exhausted, Khan said that it looked like he wouldn't be having dinner tonight, as the situation was indeed dire. There was no end to the monsters, and realizing how many there were, the hero began to doubt that they were all players. As he continued to fight, he began to suspect that all creatures originated from the world of the Elder. The excited spectators did not understand why there were so many monsters and wondered what would happen if the king lost. Maria Jaeger, worried, clenched her fist for her comrade, who was the only one she could trust. The brave warrior seemed to hear her prayers and fought valiantly against the mutants, not letting them get close. His face was as calm as ever, and his hands gripped his twin blades tightly, preventing them from being knocked out. The live broadcast was being watched by Lord Ray, the Swordmaster, who was slightly unsettled by what he was seeing. The tense fighter turned his head away, biting his lip as if something was troubling him deeply. With a sharp movement, the warrior used his ability to push away the monsters that were unable to stay on their feet. A confident smile reappeared on his face, and there was not even a hint of doubt about his victory. Raising his weapon above his head, the fearless Kang Yuseon prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Continuing to smile menacingly, the player said that he simply had to do it. An incredibly powerful blow was delivered directly to his feet, causing the ground to shake violently. A huge wave of blood simply washed the enemies away, preventing them from achieving their desired goal. Soon the main character found himself in the Baskerville estate, surrounded by several hunting dogs. The frenzied dogs were ready to attack on their master's command, eager to finally feast on flesh. The monsters cried pitifully, waiting for the elder to order them to rush into battle and destroy everything in their path. The bloodthirsty dogs were the first to lunge forward, one of them already flashing its slobbering jaws at the mutant within seconds. The merciless predators began biting their enemy in various places, not allowing him to escape. Unperturbed, Kun Yuseon watched the spectacular battle from the sidelines, marveling at the dog's skills. He considered what was happening incredible, and wondered if this was the power of the Elder Assassin. The daredevil assumed that this would help him deal with the crowd of unfortunate mutants, and he wouldn't even have to get his hands dirty. The warrior picked up his sword and decided to think about what to do next so as not to waste time. Filled with excitement, the young man asked why his opponent would not come out and fight him one-on-one. The mysterious monarch silently glanced at him, also thinking about his next move. Making a sudden leap, the brave player aimed his dagger at the enemy, who was just standing there. Filled with the desire to kill, the ruler glared at his opponent, using one of his techniques. The monster opened its huge mouth from which thin tentacles began to emerge, looking simply disgusting. A voice said that it didn't matter how strong the boy was, because he couldn't be pitted against those who were constantly evolving. As a result of their union, the Lord of the Repulsive Fusion gained resistance to various types of damage, The creature said that they would adapt endlessly, but Yuso's blade had dealt a very powerful blow to its body. The brave man said that he too must simply evolve and cast the nanovirus effect on the blades of the Black Death Swords. The stunned elder couldn't believe it and froze for a moment, but it was a mistake. After landing a good blow, the agile young man remarked that he was too talkative and called him a useless fool. Then the young man wondered if the broadcast was still on because he wanted people to see the fight. The daredevil said that it was only March and the ruler had already relented, adding that the world was fairly peaceful. Many believed that the land would remain peaceful even without a hero king, but it was curious to see if he could defeat the monster alone. Georg Billmeyer was also watching the broadcast, and the commentator asked if the warrior would be able to clear the new 16th level tower. The tense General Kilgore and Miss Lydia also watched the live broadcast, paying close attention. Maria Jager believed in the main character the most, a slight smile playing on her lips, and a brief sense of peace filling her heart. The stern player swung at the vile creature in midair, causing it to panic. A very effective blow was delivered directly to the monster's belly, causing it to explode instantly. The hulking creature, made up of tentacles, was blown up on the spot, once again proving the professionalism of the King of Heroes. Watching the broadcast, the Swordmaster Ray suddenly slammed his fist on the table and stood up, while his opponent looked at him in confusion. Biting his lip, the young man suddenly rushed off somewhere, causing the people sitting with him to become alarmed. At tremendous speed, the fearless Yusun charged forward, eager to finally finish off the despicable ruler. Shedding tears of incredible pain, the Lord called the young man a cancerous tumor of this world and said that he would never bring them to their knees. At that very moment, a successful series of double sword swings was executed, and blood began to splash around. At that moment, Kang was cold-blooded and showed not even a hint of compassion for the scoundrel who was greatly hindering him. Finally, the brave warrior received a notification that he had defeated the elder of the abominable fusion. The contract was fulfilled, and now the Blood Monarch laughed mercilessly and congratulated the great player on his victory. Then the young man received a notification that he had obtained the essence of the ruler he had killed, and a slot for it was unlocked. The unique item granted healing during battle, and resistance stacked up to 9 times. The brave man noticed signs of cheap gameplay in the huge number of slots, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. Taking the essence in his hands, the calm young man began to examine it closely and was even a little surprised. The only surviving cell plunged into the endless darkness of the universe and began a long journey after the destruction of the Elder's planet. Squeezing the round object slightly, the boy made sure that it was indeed the enemy of the world, and then continued on his way. The player silently climbed the steps, heading toward the entrance of the estate, completely calm. Inside was an incredibly happy Maria Jager, who had been eagerly awaiting the return of Kan Yuseon all this time. The saint thanked the gods that he had returned unharmed, and the boy showed that he really didn't have a scratch on him. The girl noted that it was a brilliant idea to put the virus on his weapon, and the young man smiled in response. Then he suddenly asked why she had stopped, and the puzzled blonde asked him what he was talking about. Sarcastic Kan thought that Maria was so upset that she would rush at him with strong hugs and kisses. The calm girl asked if the hero was out of his mind to say such nonsense in public. Smiling, the frivolous young man said that everything was fine, but Jaeger didn't think so. In an instant, all smiles disappeared from his face, and his gaze became emotionless, as if something had happened. The reporters gathered around the portal froze in place with their cameras, as if they had seen something mesmerizing. Confident, Yusin asked the Swordmaster, who had arrived why he had shown up when he hadn't even been seen before. The lord from the country bordering Russia lowered his gaze to the floor, then addressed the heroic king in a calm voice. Suddenly, he said that while watching the brave man fight, he remembered the battle against the Elder of the Plague. The events were terrible, and it was impossible to remember them with a calm mind, for they had left a deep scar on his soul. Kana was puzzled by the master's admission that both now and then, he had emerged victorious, performing well. Approaching the young man, Ray said that he had been right all along, but that disputes had arisen between them. The man said that the young man had all the qualities to be called the King of Heroes, but his words frightened him, and he asked the saint for help. The sincere opponent paid tribute to the player in the name of all the sacrifices and actions he had demonstrated to the world. The unexpected statement stunned the blue-eyed young man, with whom they had often quarreled in the past. After that, the Sword Lord turned around and said that, as the young man had said earlier, if it weren't for him, no one knew how many people would have died. Ray admitted that during the raid on the Plague Lord, he had left the Chinese Communist Party Guild, which had led to a breach in formation. The statement shocked the reporters, who began to ask if he had really abandoned his comrades and simply run away. The young man, who was in great emotional pain, confirmed that he had simply chickened out and left his comrades on the battlefield. Then, despite people's pleas to stay, the guildmaster was afraid to die and simply ran away. He ran off as fast as he could while the other fighters were defeated and died for him. The King of Heroes was the one who jumped into the breach created by the master and fought with all his might against the ruler of the plague. The brave warrior showed unwavering courage when he rushed into battle without hesitation. The Lord believed that the player Kan Yuseon was unquestionably worthy of his title, while he himself looked puzzled at Maria Yeager. Suddenly feeling guilty, the man fell to his knees and tried to hold back his tears, which was very difficult. Even now, Ray thought about it every night and slept very little, as the torment never left him, even for a minute. If he had stayed, then instead of chickening out, the real heroes who died in his place might have survived. It was very difficult for the soldier to live with this, but there was no way to go back in time and fix what had been done. The young man could no longer be strong, and giving in to his emotions, burst into tears in front of the journalists. The reporters took photos for the press non-stop while the main character and his comrade looked at the swordmaster from behind. The silent Kan Yuseon was deep in thought at that moment, but he remained silent and showed no emotion. The 10 heroes were the emblem of this world and were obliged to protect it, remaining a symbol of faith, or so they thought. However, the player Count Vladimir succumbed to the temptation of the power of the Elder of the abominable fusion and was ultimately infected. Another Lord Ray, despite all his responsibilities, simply chickened out and fled the battlefield, abandoning his comrades to their fate. Concerned, Maria approached the pensive king, noticing that he seemed a little downcast. Now the young man knew how easy it was for those called heroes to turn into villains, and now the whole world knew it. The excited girls wanted very much to support the young man, but he did not even answer her. The only childhood memory Ray could recall in his foggy mind was the moment when he picked up his first sword. He had been training in the art of swordplay long before he became a player, and even before he started school, so his life was devoted to it. The young fighter dreamed of becoming a hero, and when he finally became one, he thought he had achieved his goal. But when the group lost to the boss of the second season and the world was about to be destroyed, a man appeared who saved them. It was the King of Heroes who was the target of the Sword Lord, and at the same time, a comrade whom he planned to surpass at all costs. But this dream proved unattainable for the young man, who was constantly tormented by it. Having achieved nothing, Ray learned that there were people who surpassed the warriors hiding above him on the ranking table. These individuals were called the Power of the Depths and were feared by many, though there were also those who had never heard of them. They possessed great power but were not interested in saving the world, despite the fact that dozens of heroes had been on the brink of destruction more than once. From that moment on, the title lost its meaning, and the whole situation went downhill, which was quite difficult to accept. Consumed by an inner monster, the bloodied swordmaster fell during a trial against a heavenly demon. The warrior continued to hear the disapproval of the guild members, who claimed that the party would fall even if left alone. He believed that ordinary fighters could not surpass the elders, who were much stronger and more powerful. Ray Chan remembered that once, because of his fear, the enhancement of the Valhalla warrior had been cancelled, and the conditions for equipping the honor medal artifact had not been met. In the end, the system cancelled the blessing of the Iron Ruler, and the coward simply fled the battlefield. Fearing for his life, the Lord simply ran away, and the Hero King once again saved the world, as he always did. The guy promised himself that he wouldn't embarrass himself in the new season, but suddenly the man behind him asked him to take a few people with him. It was a young knight and a girl of the same age, both looking very unsure of themselves and excited. Then the swordmaster smiled sarcastically, saying that it was easier to hunt alone at the start. The master whispered that the guys were talking nonsense about him being a coward and abandoning his comrades, and that if they returned, they would have to change guildmasters. These words greatly upset Ray Chan, whose gaze at that moment met that of the green-haired boy. The unnamed member of the MSS Players Association bowed slightly, respectfully greeting the Lord, who understood that they wanted to kill him. Soon, most of the warrior's comrades died in the unequal battle, while he quickly fled the battlefield. In his mind, the man repeated that he was a coward, which made him feel even worse. He had been ordered to leave the murder at the tower, but inside, the master was in turmoil because of the pain. Hearing the drops of blood dripping from the blades, the desperate Ray continued to call himself a coward in his mind. He remembered all this as he stood by the window on a rainy day, touching it with his fingers, sweaty from excitement. A man suddenly entered the room, obviously there to talk to the gloomy young man about something. The unnamed man asked if Chan really thought that anything would change if he told the foreign media. The unemotional player replied that the world would not change, while the man emphasized that he had done what he had done anyway. The Lord of the Swords said that only by acknowledging mistakes can they be corrected, and he always stuck to this phrase. The young man promised himself that he would make amends, and even if it killed him, he would be satisfied. But the association member asked him to stop talking nonsense. The gentleman said that the young man had acted very rashly, but the party made an unexpected statement. It was said that, given the Lord's activity and loyalty, he would be given one last chance, which he had not expected at all. Officially, the case was that Ray had not abandoned his comrades during the raid on the Plague Elder. The man said that the fighter would be informed when the exact scenario was ready, and until then he was forbidden to leave his home. His communication with the press and the internet would be restricted, and he would remain anonymous during his period of rest. Suddenly, Chang admitted that he was curious to hear what the MSS member would say, who looked at him in bewilderment. The young man couldn't understand how such a coward, who had abandoned his subordinates to save his own skin, could dare to voluntarily become a hero. Snatching the phone from his hands, his opponent said that he could deny it, but he would still retain his rank. Looking coldly into the eyes of the insecure master, the gentleman reminded him that he was a warrior. The swordsman couldn't understand how the green-haired man could see all this, but it was impossible to argue with his words. His comrade looked at him with a slight frown, not fully understanding what the conversation was about. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Ray realized that even the manipulation of personal data had gone smoothly. Stabbing his weapon into the soft sofa, he asked if the nameless man himself would like to become a puppet and play the hero. Smiling, he said that he was sick of the pain, which seemed impossible to bear. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man advised him not to provoke him, as he knew very well that he might not be able to control himself and strike. Jumping up and grabbing his sword, the green-haired man cried out that the player knew perfectly well that he could never become one. His attempt to strike was stopped by a skilled warrior who managed to raise his blade and block the attack. At that moment, the enraged Ray summoned a couple more weapons, which were thrown at his opponent, but he dodged them. Both opponents were giving it their all and not letting each other hit them, because no one wanted any scrapes on their face. The cool-headed gentleman delivered a sharp blow to Chan's jaw before he could react, causing him to start bleeding. The angry, nameless one exclaimed that he would have become a hero long ago if he had wanted to, adding that he didn't need help from a fool. Waving his swords, the young man shouted, asking why Ray cared about such things when he had everything he wanted. The emotionless lord said that even if he kept his title, he would never become a true warrior. Smirking, the association member asked if he had been so influenced by the heroism of Kang Yuseon. At that moment, an incredibly powerful energy strike was delivered, sending the young man flying backward. Now the bloodied sword master lay in the corner, but he was still alive, albeit briefly, and had lost consciousness. In his mind, the warrior told himself that there was nothing he could do, and he had thought about this before. When the swordsman regained consciousness, he wanted to become a true hero and could not overcome this desire. Approaching the unconscious young man, the nameless warrior said that he had made a good impression, no matter what he did. As he prepared to finish off his merciless opponent, the member of the association called it the end of a pitiful and useless puppet. Looking sternly at his opponent, the green-haired man asked if he understood what it all meant. Still able to speak, Ray, without looking into his eyes, asked if his opponent would kill him. With a slight smile, he added that the gentleman would make his elder happy by taking his life. It didn't matter how Chang died, because the Communist Party would come up with a reason for his death anyway. With a trembling hand, the nameless man began to strike his enemy, whom he hated with all his heart, with his sword. All of the slain man's armor and maps were scattered on the floor and stained with blood, which looked very unpleasant. The Elder of Pain was outraged by the contractor's actions, who had dealt with his enemy too quickly. Placing his hand on his head and smiling, the fighter asked if his master was not satisfied. The member of the association said that even if the Lord considered himself a fake, he was real to him, so he had killed the idol with his own hands. The madman laughed and said that now he would have to envy the doll that did not shine, and the monarch of pain reluctantly nodded. Shedding a tear, the gentleman noticed a message saying that the Iron Ruler was offering him an apostolic contract. Rising from his knees, the nameless man wondered why this foolish Chan wanted to create a problem. At that moment, the living swordmaster standing near Kang Yuseon and Maria Jaeger was being shown live on TV. Dissatisfied members of the MSS Players Association also watched the broadcast, not understanding what was happening. It was stunning for the green-haired guy to see the hero king whom Ray Chan had paid homage to. The main character flashed a beautiful smile at that moment, which was very much appreciated by many of his fans. At that very moment, one of the city's high-rise buildings was blown up, and from the outside it looked very scary but impressive. The angry, nameless man believed that it was all because of the cursed Yuso, who had gone mad and could not tell the difference between heaven and earth. The next morning, the dissatisfied hero picked up the phone and asked why he had been woken up when he had just gotten off the plane. He was told on the phone that the sword master was no longer there, which left the guy speechless for a moment. He was told that it was forbidden to broadcast this in the news for the time being, but that by now everyone must already know. The stunned young man couldn't believe that Ray Chan was dead because they had been talking to each other just yesterday. He remembered that the Lord had looked unwell, but upon his return it seemed that the situation had improved slightly. In the evening, the driver said that due to the increased terrorist threat, the players would be transported by private planes. Sitting in the back seat, Kang Yushun asked the silent swordsman why he had done all this. The young man did not quite understand the question, and the king looked at him nervously, feeling a drop of sweat trickling down his face. Remaining calm, Ray wondered how he had lived if he should have done this a long time ago. The wary brave man asked if he was really okay, and his opponent simply asked him to remain a hero. The tense young man asked why the swordmaster was speaking as if he were about to die. The player asked why he should die, and the agitated Maria Jaeger looked at him silently. At the airport, Chang, who was suspiciously calm, said goodbye to Kang Yusung, telling the saint that he would go first. The young people found his behavior strange, as if he was planning something but was afraid to admit it. At one point, the beautiful woman asked the Lord to stop because she wanted to ask him a very important question. She asked him directly if he would continue to be a player, since he was very good at it. Turning his head slightly, the warrior with the scar under his eye smiled and calmly replied that he would continue doing so. At that moment, the angry hero couldn't believe that after everything that had been said, the master had passed away. Manager Park Tae-sik tried to use his connections, but according to the landlady, the young man had been killed after all. The man added that there was plenty of evidence, and that apparently the most powerful forces had made their move. Kang called them trash, and his old friend realized that his enemies were up to something and asked the young man to be careful. After that, the phone call ended, and now the young man was left alone with his thoughts. A sleepy cat asked why its owner was frowning in such strange weather, and he agreed with her. The fighter said that he was in complete chaos and decided to distract himself a little, so he opened the digital scoreboard. The player opened the list of available towers, and the trust symbol had a powerful effect on him at that moment. The silver pendant began to glow brightly, as if urging the warrior to make the right decision. The hero set off for the Tower of the Queen of Conquest, level 8, where the condition for the raid was victory for his faction. A few minutes later, he was standing next to Princess Syria, looking out at the seashore where many soldiers had gathered. The emotionless young man said that, according to rumors, the most fun thing was to watch someone else fight. Then he asked if he really had to just sit there and do nothing, or else he would be considered very stupid. At that moment, the desert elf thrust his spear into the angry knight who had come to conquer his land. The king had lost count of how many forts had been destroyed, and all without him, but Queen Syria asked him to be patient. The Sultana assured him with a smile that the hour of the young man eager for battle would soon come. The beautiful lady asked the young man to stay by her side, calling him her trusted knight. The smiling young man called it ironic that a man was protecting the queen of the elves, while she and her army were conquering the land of men. The calm woman asked if Kan Yushun regretted betraying his kin by joining her side. The brave man simply remembered how, some time ago, he had looked at the distraught Syria standing in the moonlight. The lady realized that he was thinking that she had changed, and placing her hand on his shoulder, confirmed his guess. The Sultana said that the lands between humans and desert elves were separated by a water channel, and the former had always tried to cross it to attack. With a cold stare, the queen declared that now it was her nation's turn to act. In response, the fearless player said nothing, but merely nodded slightly, expressing his agreement with her plans. Soon he arrived at the last stronghold of humanity, an impregnable fortress, a place that Syria had entrusted entirely to him. Placing his palm against his face, the focused warrior began to ponder his next moves and draw conclusions. Around him lay a large number of dead soldiers, their bodies pierced by sharp blades. A man in brown pants approached the main character and admitted that he had been waiting for him. A little taken aback, Kang Yushun asked the nameless man why he had killed his own soldiers. With a sly smile, the member of the association asked who cared whether the tower's inhabitants lived or died. The brave man said he was just curious, since the green-haired man was clearly a dangerous lunatic. His words elicited a slight smile from the young gentleman, who behaved shyly for a moment. The stern hero asked if the nameless man was also one of these crazy art lovers. Scratching the back of his head, the young man admitted that he was just tired of waiting for the king and really wanted to test his new strength. At that moment, he summoned a multitude of swords, and the reckless Kan noticed that everyone already had mythical weapons. Suddenly, the player's expression changed and he froze in place. His mouth closed as if he had seen something extremely unusual. His opponent, completely calm, asked if he agreed that swords of this level weren't so bad. What was shocking was that the main character recognized the brave swordmaster, Ray Chan, in his actions. Trying to remain calm, he noted that the blade looked familiar and was sure he had seen it before. At that moment, it dawned on the king that the green-haired scoundrel had mercilessly dealt with the Lord. With a sly and somewhat irritating chuckle, the scoundrel looked into the eyes of his opponent, confirming his suspicions. Suddenly creating several strange creatures, the member of the association asked if any of this mattered now. He suggested that the brave man retrieve the blades of the Plague Elder and finally fight one-on-one. Putting his hand out in front of him, the serious young man decided to use his ability to prove himself. Instantly, several icy swords appeared in the air, each aimed at the enemy. Looking at him in bewilderment, the nameless man called it a disgrace to use the Frostmaster's deck. He wondered if the King of Heroes had used it to defeat the Face Collector, which made him a little nervous. After listing the skills, the association member admitted that the way the daredevil used them against the enemy was truly impressive. Unperturbed, Kan Yuseon noted that the green-haired man knew a lot about him, but he didn't understand where he had gotten that information, since no one could have seen the battle with the Collector. What was surprising was that the enemy listed the skills of Murder Notification, Descent of a Heavenly Demon, and an Eye from the deck of an Ice Killer. Rushing into the attack, the fearless warrior suggested testing whether the scoundrel had the ability to insult him. The summoned spirits proved useless, so very soon the warrior began to press the shaggy fool. Not even feeling the tension during the battle, the strong player asked if that was all the nameless one was capable of. In a malicious tone, the warrior exclaimed that even after the enemy had taken Ray Chan's equipment, he was still a weakling. With a circular swing of his blade, the fighter threw his opponent several meters back, not allowing him to leave even a scratch on himself. What was happening greatly angered the cunning enemy, who loved it when everything went his way. The cold-blooded Yusun continued to rush into the attack, hypocritically saying that he was very sorry that their paths had crossed inside the tower. The system announced that the death mark had been applied, and upon reading this, the nameless man smiled maliciously. Laughing maliciously, he asked if Kang really thought he could be defeated by the first technique of the Heavenly Demon Sword. The tense hero couldn't understand how his opponent had managed to block his powerful attack. The green-haired man said he wasn't stupid enough not to prepare before meeting the King of Players. Spreading his arms wide, the association member calmly said that whoever defended this stronghold would not be defeated. A sincere smile appeared on his face, which should have made the brave man, who did not understand the situation, nervous. A few hours earlier, a mysterious man had reported over the radio that things would become more problematic because of the King of Heroes. It was said that the mistress's surveillance had intensified and that things were not going as they wanted, so something had to be done. The bearded man smiled slyly, thinking that someone had to take care of Kang Yuseon, as he was an important target. He asked if there were any volunteers among the staff, and at that moment, an unnamed gentleman was on the communication channel. The green-haired young man said he would go, and the slightly puzzled man asked where he was going. Now the guy told the hero that the words about the defender of the stronghold were magical, and he understood that the enemy was calm because he had hidden his trump card. At first it seemed to him that it was an impregnable fortress, but it was just a castle that had been given a spiritual name. The interested fighter asked what level the enemy's tower was, and he replied that it was the 6th. Tensing up, the king realized that a balance had been created, so it was now more difficult to find a way out. Reaching out his hand, the nameless man said that although it seemed unreasonable, the world of the town hall was truly just. The cool-headed Yusun said he wasn't sure about that and moved very close to his opponent. At that moment, he used one of his techniques, saying that even here he was so strong because he felt injustice. Not at all frightened, the gentleman remembered that the sword master had also mentioned something similar earlier. Stopping, the main character asked why the scoundrel had killed Ray Chan, who was a very good man. The scoundrel retorted, asking why keep a useless jester on stage, and the warrior clarified who had decided that the Lord was of no use. The enemy replied that these were people whom the pathetic young man could not even imagine. The warrior asked if it was true that his cowardly boss M was also one of the members of the company of idiots. The king switched his equipment and chose the Black Death blades, which were only available 3 times. Without thinking twice, the reckless player rushed to attack the scoundrel who had caused so much trouble. As he ran, he said that people like the nameless warrior were tough at first, but then they fell to their knees, grabbed his pants, and cried their eyes out. The shaggy young man was not easily intimidated, and with a slight smirk, he threatened to show Yuso what real hell was like. Just a couple of minutes later, the young man was lying on the ground, his throat parched, begging to be finished off. The merciless warrior said that he couldn't move on to the next level, but he could move on to the next scene. At that very moment, the hero received a message that he had defeated the player, who in turn had failed the tower raid and would be transferred to the outside world. The elder ordered the elven degenerates to get off his land, and the young man knew that he would hardly be allowed to finish the cleanup so easily. The Monarch of Light was furious, and the Observer faction joined the war, and soon the fallen angels arrived on the battlefield. The fearless warrior was even slightly pleased by this, as his experience farm had come to him. However, he was already beginning to get bored, as he had already encountered the winged creatures more than once. After these words, a notification popped up, stating that great magic had been used on the Observers of Light. The fighter was once again convinced that he should keep his long tongue behind his teeth, but now all that was left was to fight. Suddenly, the entrance to a rare item shop opened, and the double blades disappeared from the surprised young man's hands. Confused, Yu soon looked around, seeing the luxurious room with high ceilings. Upstairs sat a square-eyed merchant with elven ears, who admitted that she had already missed him. She patted the hero on the head and said that he had earned a lot of achievement points and asked him to buy the card sets quickly. The tired young man noted that the girl was at it again, but asked to see the catalog. The girl said that he could get a legendary item, but the young man was very skeptical. They decided to start with something cheaper to warm up and remember how it was. Now he had a notebook in his hands, but the saleswoman still asked him to buy a set that wouldn't hurt him. After looking through the information, Yusun's expression changed in surprise, which was quite strange. They purchased a key to a mechanism whose purpose was unknown, but it was believed that it would definitely be useful in the future. The hero said that there was an item here that required the girl's permission and asked why its location was not being disclosed. The wary girl froze in place and asked the brave man not to take it, or else something bad might happen. Confused, Yusun asked if she had eaten something wrong, but the merchant explained that taking the item would increase the likelihood of his death. These words made the young man wary, and he was now in no hurry to act, as he needed to think. In exchange for 2 sets of cards, the mechanic gave permission to purchase the key to the mechanism, the purpose of which was unknown. Not wanting to waste time, the fighter asked the girl to hurry up because he had decided to buy the packs. At the same time, Khan received a notification that he had obtained a random deck with skills. The young man asked if the saleswoman hadn't asked him to buy 2 sets, and she replied that he would receive the second one at their next meeting. The system notified him that the key to the mechanism of unknown purpose had been purchased. The daredevil found himself back on the battlefield with the heavenly messengers who were eager to destroy him. Raising his hand, the confident warrior exclaimed that he had a secret weapon with which he would destroy them all. The young man received a standard, uncontrollable rage card, but an unshakable smile remained on his face. The young man noticed that he couldn't control his outbursts of rage, so it came in handy. The yellow-winged creatures were ready to attack, but the clever player was the first to rush at them, holding icy blades in his hands. With tears in his eyes, the warrior shouted, begging his enemies to attack him and calling them annoying gnats. Soon, a message was received that the impregnable fortress had been successfully captured, and the fighter's level had risen. The murder notification reached its maximum level, and now Kan Yuseon could awaken the skill. After a short while, the heroes, along with the desert elves admiring the queen's beauty, listened to her speech. Sultana Syria addressed the people, deciding to take an oath not as a conqueror of men. She said that only they, as rulers of all, would govern this continent and make it better for themselves. Those present in the hall knelt down and bowed their heads to the floor, paying homage to the charming empress. The lady declared that by putting an end to the bloody war between the 2 races, she would rule over all equally under her leadership. The emotionless Yusun clapped his hands along with the other elves, who were very happy about the dawn of a new era. Late at night, standing on the street, the tired warrior told his companion that he knew everything. Calm Syria remembered what he thought of her former self and said that she had once sworn an oath to the goddess of shadows. The girl promised that she would make the human race pay for all the blood they had shed. But when the time came, the queen realized that the main character was just as human as her own kind, which greatly surprised him. With a sweet smile, the Sultana said that this was why she had been able to find the answer to her question. The brave man received notice of the cleansing of the queen's tower, but suddenly found himself in a black abyss. Nervously looking around, his first thought was that this was the end. Even more unexpected was that the token of trust of unknown value had finally been recognized. According to legend, the necklace had been given to a man by the elder of the desert when she was still in the bonds of mortality. The ruler made Kana an offer of an apostolic contract, holding the pendant in his hands, which looked rather eerie. The young man, frozen in place, heard about the desert monarch for the first time, and he was also troubled by the double agreement. The ruler of the jesters nudged the player Kan Yuso in the back, saying that he had no reason to doubt. Looking at the elder's thumb, The completely calm hero agreed to continue with the new emperor. Placing his hands on his neck, the Lord said he would do his part, after which the contract was concluded. The blue crystal in the monarch's hands glowed brightly, and a sincere and rather calm smile appeared on his face. The Lord presented the awakening stone to the young man, and the assassin's notification skill was improved with the achievement of 1,000,000 points. Back in his own world, the young man began to think about how Princess Syria had become an elder, something he had not expected at all. Lost in thought, he wondered what the sacrifice of the Queen of the Desert Elves had been. However, the tired young man decided not to think about it, since he had no intention of becoming a ruler himself and had no use for it. He asked what the cat sitting at the computer was doing, and she replied that there were many idiots in the world, so she was guiding them on the path to righteousness. Yusun was greatly puzzled by the fact that the mustachioed animal was leaving comments on forums. Throwing the dissatisfied cat out by the scruff of its neck, the warrior said that he needed to find out what was going on in the world. Looking closely at the monitor, the warrior's expression instantly changed, and he became very wary. The website had published urgent news that a team of players had failed to clear the 9th level tower. The brave warrior said that it was time for him to go to work, and the dark beast asked if he was hurt, receiving a negative response. The excited pet asked his owner not to rush into rest, as he had just returned from the town hall. At the same time, Khan entered the tower of the man who had become the demon king to rule another world, as the people were afraid of his power. He also received a special item, namely a well-worn cloak of disguise. Peaceful citizens were shouting that the demon army was advancing, so the elderly and weak had to be evacuated urgently. Tough men began to grab whatever tools they could find, realizing that they had to defend the city at all costs. The cool-headed hero used the Stone of the Abyss on the Dark One so that he could have a taste. The cat's stats were permanently increased by 200, so now it could bravely attack its enemies. At tremendous speed, the huge creature rushed into the attack, causing people to tremble with fear. The armed population was shocked when the cat did not touch them and simply ran forward. Dressed in a robe, Khan Yusun said he was just a passing traveler, but people asked him what his rank was. Smiling, the young man replied that he was platinum, and a drop of sweat ran down his face at that moment. A joyful man asked if he could know his pseudonym, and the hero blurted it out, but it turned out that it actually existed. Suddenly, he ran forward, holding a dagger in his hands, shouting to the others that he had no time for chatter. Meanwhile, the merciless dark beast crushed the goblins with its paws and then satisfied its hunger with them. The young man expressed his joy at getting a little bit, but the angry horned orc was still standing in his way. Several more of his kind rose up behind him, each eager to destroy the enemy and his cat. Using his powerful ice ability, the brave young man exclaimed that there must be some cool, sarcastic phrase to say here. All the goblins nearby were instantly frozen, not even having time to try to escape. Smiling, Can thought he was too good, while the cat chewing on the monster's hand asked if the servant had gone mad. The delighted people around began to shout that the brave man was incredible, and the fighter told the Dark One that the others also recognized his strength. The self-satisfied warrior said that he had dealt with his enemies before the reinforcements arrived, so he deserved respect. Looking closely at the fighters who had arrived on horseback, Yusun noticed that their armor looked suspiciously familiar. Then the hero said that the cavalry would approach him with gratitude and begin to ask him who he was. The young man, in turn, would blurt out some nonsense and start a fight with them, as had always been the case when he found himself in Isekai. One of the knights slowly approached the brave player, with whom he was supposed to have a serious conversation. The cavalryman emphasized that the young man had outstanding skills and asked him to accept their sincere gratitude. His opponent also asked about the warrior's pseudonym, and he, remembering his school days, said that his nickname was Master of Dark Frost. This caused a strong shock among the other members of the group, whose eyes bulged. Everyone standing around was drenched in sweat, terrified and unable to believe their ears. Noticing the violent reaction of those around him, the tense Kan Yuseon asked what was wrong with the pseudonym. Together with his comrades, the commander pointed his sword at the young man, ordering him to reveal his identity and state his purpose. The young man remembered that he had said earlier that something like this would happen, and the angry, dark-clad man told him to stop talking nonsense. One of the knights had heard about the magic of the Demon King in a cloak who roamed the empire, calling himself a traveler. Finally, they realized that the enemy was wearing a disguise, while the elder jester giggled and clutched his stomach with laughter. The commander exclaimed that the spy had given himself away, and Kang Yushun considered giving up gambling and becoming a fortune teller. Unexpectedly, a blue-haired girl came to the boy's defense and asked the cavalrymen to stop. Looking closely, the smiling boy called it a wonderful meeting, as they hadn't seen each other in a long time. It was the charming Alicia, with whom they had previously worked together and established good relations. The lovely Celestina looked into the main character's eyes and said she was very happy to see him again. The tense girl asked the knights of the Draga Empire to listen to her words and said that this man was not their enemy. One of the fighters called her a witch and asked if she had forgotten how a stranger like him had become the king of demons and was now destroying the world. The people asked the dogs to watch their tongues, but they raised their swords in anger at the girl who had summoned the ruler of the devils with her own hands. The agitated saint begged them to calm down, but the fearless Kan Yuseon silently used his snow ability. The hero unexpectedly said that, as he had expected, the pathetic idiots were good at fighting each other, which attracted their attention. Remaining calm, he threatened that from now on, anyone who uttered a word against Alicia would lose their head. The warrior understood that the demon king was drowning the world in blood, but he couldn't understand why the saint was being blamed for it. The sad girl explained that it was because only she could summon heroes from another world. A warrior like that had broken his oath, becoming a Dark Lord of Hellfire, and now posed a huge threat. Barely holding back tears, the beauty said that it was all her fault, while the people around her listened in silence. Deciding to put his arm around her, Kang Yuseon said that was why he had told her not to take on too much responsibility. Suddenly, he said they had to hurry, and the surprised Alicia asked where they needed to go. The fearless player replied that they had to get to the Demon King before he caused even more trouble. A horde of fighters silently watched the young people discussing their next moves. On a nearby hill stood one of the 4 floors of the Devil's Army, which ordered the hero to stop. Unyielding, Yusen summoned his icy sword, ready to give the scoundrel a fitting rebuff. A minute later, he received word that he had defeated the king's 4th guard, the weakest Baruka. Soon the young man captured the demon army's fortress, the Black Gate, which was already a source of pride. Less than 6 months later, the 3rd and 2nd guards of the army were killed because the determined Khan always went to the end. 2 weeks later, the elite boss, the demonic star General Orban, the strongest of the king's 4 guards, was killed. Finally, a path of despair opened up, leading to the castle of the Devil Emperor, which was exactly what the main character needed. The joyful knights began to raise their banner, and San Alicia looked at the great warrior with admiration. But there was no smile on the player's face at that moment, as if something inside him was deeply troubling him. The concerned girl immediately realized that something was wrong and decided to ask if everything was all right. Later that night, she sat on the ground praying for something, a smile on her face. The beauty apologized, saying she had been foolish, but Yushun, sitting next to her by the fire, did not quite understand her. When the saint realized that not all heroes were like Kang, she had to do everything in her power to prevent them from entering this world, but she couldn't. The girl thought she had no choice, since it was her father's order, but everything was completely different. The slightly confused young man asked why she had suddenly distanced herself, and the alarmed Alicia decided to explain the situation to him. She said that the closer they got to the castle, the gloomier the hero became, and he understood this himself in an instant. The warrior said it wasn't her fault, and the girl muttered that she wouldn't be surprised if he was disappointed in her. The lady added that she had always had a choice, but she had simply chickened out and couldn't deny it. Smirking, the boy said to himself that everyone who said such things ended up differently. The young man noted that Alicia's courage in challenging the authorities was remarkable, and he didn't think that she was afraid because she couldn't go against them. The young man added that even now she was taking responsibility for what had happened, and the lady who had shed a tear said that it was her sacred duty to protect the world. The late Ray Chan had also once said that a player is a hero, and that it is their duty to protect the planet and its people. Unexpectedly, Kang Yuseon asked if saints had pensions, which sounded a bit strange to his counterpart. Smiling, the girl said that even if she had the opportunity to give up everything, she would hardly be able to do so. With a flash of her beautiful blue eyes and a sweet smile, she added that everything had changed since they first met. Then the beauty told the warrior that he looked like a man born to save the world. Just looking at him gave her the strength not to give up, and she promised never to run away from danger again. The emotionless guy looked up at the starry sky and simply said that he understood everything. Late at night, a horde of fighters gathered at the entrance to the castle, where the fearless Khan began to shout for the Demon King. Without even thinking of stopping, he entered and began to take slow but confident steps forward. The devil, sitting on a huge throne, smiled and asked if the boy was alone and who he was. He found it amusing that there was someone else who dared to challenge the Dark Lord of Hellfire. The brave boy said that even though the name of the tower was scary, the king was just a pathetic child pretending to be God. Slowly pulling off his cloak, the stern warrior expressed uncertainty as to whether the apprentice would recognize him. The stunned young man did not expect to see heroes he had not seen in a long time in the king's castle. The brave man said that since he had recognized him, the conversation would go faster, and added that he felt uncomfortable with the demon's appearance. The warrior asked if the boy had not been taught at school that one should not enter into any contracts with the elder of the Devil Kings. Gritting his teeth and remembering the mockery of his classmates, the boy said that he did not believe everything they said at school. The hero asked if it was true that he had been tempted by the ruler of demons, who promised to free him from the terrible and vile world. The boy agreed that the outside world was terrible, and the angry young man shouted, asking what he knew about it to say such things. The cold-blooded Khan said he wasn't interested, but he knew perfectly well that the fool had signed the contract of his own free will. It was also known that he had brutally dealt with the players who had come to the castle earlier. The embittered Khan Yuseon emphasized that the scoundrel was fully aware of what kind of creature he had become. Once at school, a teacher said that wanting to be a hero was wonderful, but asked us to remember that there are monarchs with whom one cannot make agreements. Pieces of paper flew incessantly into the young man's head from his classmates as he wrote something in his notebook. The teacher said that a player who signed the contract would become part of the tower and be reborn as a demon king, an enemy of the world who must be destroyed. If such an emperor kills a fighter inside the tower, he effectively destroys him, but it works the other way around as well. Suddenly, during class, the boy received a notification that the elder devils were interested in him and offered him to kill everyone. The main character said that there was no turning back and that the fool would have to pay for his actions, but this only made him laugh. Using his demonic ability, the king said that the enemy would now be consumed by the flames of darkness. A powerful energy was directed at the brave man, but it did not scare him. The gloating prince said that this was his trump card and asked if his opponent liked it. Unexpectedly, the warrior made a high jump, swinging his sword, which looked very impressive. The hero warned that if his opponent was caught, he would lose his hand, and at that moment, the mark of death was inflicted. The stunned demon king froze in place, not even having time to understand what had happened, but his pupils shrank in size. The power of his attack, as well as his speed and agility, decreased by 1,000, and the weakness debuff gained 9 stacks. The cool-headed Khan Yushin decided to quickly replace the 3 side cards of his deck with cursed skills. The panicking young man was completely disoriented, and the weakness and evil hand curses had already been applied. The debuff exceeded his stats, and the terrified king couldn't even comprehend what was happening, but he trembled with fear. Wounded, the young man fell to the floor and begged for mercy, but the stern player asked if he really thought he would not be held responsible for his actions. Flashing a frightening glance, the brave young man said that he said the same thing every season and was tired of it. He said that if a man became a villain, the king of heroes would find him and send him straight to hell, but the young man called him a liar with a vicious cry. The main character held his sword in front of him, and his opponent exclaimed that he had never found him. The young man also shouted that the brave man had never come to protect him from the villains. Raising his voice, the prince shouted that when he was in need, no one had offered him a helping hand, so he considered the players to be nonsense. His words caused Kang Yuseon's expression to change, and he fell silent, deep in thought. The demon, kneeling on the ground, turned to the king of heroes to say something else and pour out his heart. Smiling, the young man said that if these were the ones they called heroes, then he wanted them all to die. At that moment, a huge blue beam shot straight into the sky, attracting the attention of everyone standing around the castle. Stunned, Elijah was speechless, and the hero received notification that he had defeated the Dark Lord of Hellfire. He was also informed that he had successfully cleared the Demon King's tower and could be proud of it. Upon returning to his world, Yusin was surrounded by reporters as usual, as he had captured the 9th level town hall for the first time in history. Pulling the microphone closer, the tired warrior admitted that things were actually very bad. However, he said that for the sake of this world, he had no choice but to deal with the villain. Kang added that regardless of the situation, if a person becomes a black player, the day will come when they will be added to the Hero King's kill list. The news broadcast showed the legendary fighter's anger toward the villains, where he was completely sincere. An enraged Yusun declared that he would hunt down the degenerates who had signed contracts with the monarch of demons, evil, and pain. At home, the cat asked if he thought this would stop the villains, and the guy said that if even one of them changed their mind, that would already be good. The exhausted young man confessed that he never wanted to fight and said that he no longer wanted to fight such an enemy. The player's words that he would find the villains even at the edge of hell made the man watching the broadcast laugh. The man lying on the bed was amused by the fact that the boy had never even seen real hell, but spoke with such confidence. Putting his hand to his face, the green-haired man began to ponder something, as if a cunning idea had popped into his head. Rising to his feet, he thought about showing the boy a thing or two if he got the chance. With a sly smile, the young man came up with a plan to lure the naive king to him. A week later, sitting in the car, Kang asked what he was being called for this time, and the nervous Park Tae-sik replied that a request had been received from the CIP. The manager asked the young man to look at the information on the gadget, but he didn't quite understand what it was. Shuddering violently, the agitated fighter immediately covered the tablet with his hands, almost throwing it away. The girl said that the horror had happened about 3 hours after Yuso's press conference, whose words had provoked the villain. An angry Hashik yelled at the lady, but she said she only mentioned it to avoid misunderstandings. The guy didn't understand why he had to decide this, and the agitated CIPO representative said it was the player's duty. The hero remembered that she had previously told him something about infantile defense mechanisms, but now she couldn't decide for herself. Nevertheless, the brave man decided to take responsibility and said he would go through with it, because the monster was already waiting for him in hell. Meanwhile, the villain walked in the rain, covering his head with his hand, while people around him walked under umbrellas. In his mind, he wondered why the heroic king hadn't come if he had threatened to do so. The gentleman assumed that it was because this was not real hell, but he could not get into the real inferno now. Just the fact that the green-haired man had ended up in this fake place was so painful that he was close to losing his mind. The system wrote that the pain they inflicted only made them stronger, and it could be felt when the villain was naturally tempered by his torment. The elder and the steel-willed lord looked on with satisfaction at his waves and gave their blessing. The message brought a smile to the man's face, who expressed hope that this time Kang Yuseon would definitely come. Meanwhile, the man in black explained that there was another similar building in the alleys of the Black Dragon Fortress. This place, which had brought together slums from all over the world, was a labyrinth where many vagrants had been forcibly herded. A new rule had been introduced allowing players to create environments similar to the tower and plan their way through them. The hero said he had heard of the Lord of Mechanisms, who, if contracted, could build labyrinths anywhere, which was surprising as the rankers did not know about him. The fighter asked where the entrance was, as he had already seen the gate, but the gentleman asked him to follow him, saying that it was difficult to determine the coordinates in this area. It was said that the king would have to enter the Black Dragon's fortress alone, as the rules forbade ordinary people from entering. The man asked the young man to go to the 9th sector, where an old woman would be waiting for him, and then he grabbed the door handle. At that very moment, the main character found himself at the entrance to a fortress, where people were lying on mattresses on the stone floor. The door behind him began to rapidly dissolve into space, which looked a little strange. Keeping his composure, Kan Yushun felt as if he were in a desert where there was not a soul in sight. Slightly wary, he wondered what all these seemingly ordinary people were doing here. The young man turned to the bald man on the floor and asked how to get to the 9th sector, but the rude man asked him not to block the sun. Lifting his glasses, the angry man said that he had spent a lot of time getting this spot, but suddenly realized that he was standing before the King of Heroes. The old man immediately softened and exclaimed that if the young man went upstairs, he would find the 9th sector, thereby waking up the other people. Using his phone, the warrior identified the suspicious man who was hiding his face. The brave man read aloud that after 6 cases of robbery with murder for profit, the black player had fled. For this, the bald man was expelled from the labyrinth, and Kang Yuseon received the equipment that the villain had possessed. After a short time, the young man reached the desired sector, where there was not a soul in sight. The hero noted that the higher he climbed, the stronger the feeling that he was entering an underground world. Ahead of him was an old woman who had heard that an important person would be visiting their dump today. The fighter had heard that some kind of maniac was on the loose here, and the old woman said that the villain had struck again at dawn today. The elderly woman suggested that the King of Heroes take a look and showed him the large number of victims killed by the villain. The tense young man's face changed dramatically at the sight, as he had not encountered such cruelty in a long time. The warrior remembered that players couldn't kill their own kind in the tower, but the old woman explained that these were ordinary people who had been dragged from the slums. Keeping his composure, the hero asked if the woman knew anything about the maniac who had brought so much grief to the world. Holding out her open palm, the toothless old woman said that rats always brought her news in whispers. Taking several yellow bills in her hands, she grinned, preparing to tell the boy about the villain. The woman said that he was a ruler who had single-handedly captured this Black Dragon's fortress. They were talking about His Majesty, the King of the Sewer Kingdom. But when asked if he ruled this place, the old woman replied that he did not. The woman explained that the young lord only appeared from time to time to control the population density in the fortress. She then said she would introduce them to Kan Yuso and pleaded with him to release them. Soon, the cool-headed warrior stood still, but suddenly a boy who admired him came up to him, and he was the guide. The boy asked if the old woman had paid, But the generous hero had also left a tip, for which he was grateful. On the way, the warrior asked how old he was, adding that children his age no longer used the word cool. After a while, the young man, burning with ambition, promised that when he grew up, he would become as cool a fighter as Yusun. He really wanted to become as rich as the famous warrior who could overcome any difficulty. After that, the trickster said that the upper levels were confusing, so he asked the brave boy to follow him carefully. Looking anxiously at the monsters behind the bars, the boy added that there were many areas blocked off during construction. Suddenly, the boy exclaimed that they had been spotted and asked the brave man to run, but he wasn't particularly worried. Soon, 2 dead creatures lay on the ground, and the boy was rummaging through an electrical panel. The cold-blooded Khan asked what he was doing there, if he wasn't even a player, and the guide laughed and replied that he was well paid. The young man said that there was only a little left to climb, and now the 18th and last district was waiting for them. The main character asked if he really wanted to clarify whether the young man wanted to become a player just for the money. He brought up the topic of valuable items in the tower, but suddenly a monster appeared, ready to devour the guide. Without hesitation, the ruthless Yusun swung his sword and decapitated the creature, its blood splattering everywhere. The guide was impressed and said it was very cool, but the player couldn't understand how he could say that when he had almost died. Soon, the King of Heroes emerged, silently waiting for his young guide. The excited boy said that they must not climb up before the guide, and the brave man asked the Dark One to use his shield. Now the boy was inside the dark beast and was no longer in any danger, so they could safely move forward. On the way, Kang Yuseon asked again why the young man needed money so badly, but at first he heard nothing in reply. Smiling, the toothless young man said that the King of Heroes was very curious, and the fighter asked him to give him a hint. Unexpectedly, the generous gambler handed a wad of bills to the young man, who was quite surprised. Putting the money in his bag, the guide called it a trivial story, considering it uninteresting. The big cat began jumping over the ruins, and the young man said that his younger brother was very ill. For his sake, the brave young man promised himself that he would find a way out so that they could leave this hell together. Physically young, but already very mature, the young man firmly stated that he was ready to do anything to achieve this goal. He said that was why he needed money, but right now he barely had enough for his brother's medicine. The boy asked if everything would be okay if he became a player, but Kang Yuseon didn't say a word in response. For a few more seconds, the main character remained silent, thinking about what words of advice to give the conductor. Suddenly, he knocked off the cap that was covering the boy's eyes and told him to choose his job wisely. The wary guide said that at this rate, he would never be able to save enough money in his entire life. But the player interrupted him, saying that they had arrived. The young men had indeed reached the 18th sector, where they had been heading all this time. The boy said that the goal must be at the top, and the brave man asked him to wait below and looked at the stairs. The dark beast was also ordered to stay below and protect the boy, who was very worried about the king. Upon reaching the roof, Kang Yuseon immediately saw the gentleman contemplating the sunset, who asked if he had come. The king of the sewers asked what his impressions were of the player reaching the top of the tower built by humans. 2 reconnaissance drones were flying nearby, transmitting all the information from the cameras attached to them. The emotionless hero said that it had been hell, but he had managed to get through it. Smiling, his opponent summoned his sword, saying that he had been waiting for him all this time in such a terrible place. Without warning, the treacherous villain rushed into the attack, moving wildly and swinging his weapon. The brave warrior had no intention of surrendering and held his ground against his merciless opponent. Grinning in his opponent's face, the king of the sewers said that the pain the young man had caused him had only made him stronger. Activating the descent of the heavenly demon, the warrior learned that when swords clashed with a strong enemy, it was possible to absorb some of their experience and memories. Last time, he had been unable to read the memories of his opponent, who had become stronger in less than a month. Looking sternly at his opponent, the hero called him a mercenary, even though he knew that many called him Mummin. Hearing these words, the young man who had raised his sword to block was somewhat surprised, as he had not expected this. Nevertheless, the gentleman pushed the King of Heroes away, saying that he thought he was late, but it turned out that he had been gathering information about him. The cool-headed player said that the enemy was quite well known as a supernova who had awakened in the 3rd season. All the information he provided was true, which was surprising, as not everyone knew about it. Yusan also knew about the mercenary's past, which was how Moomin earned his living, and it was revealed, and he became a fallen hero. The brave man learned that the enemy had tried to become a normal fighter but failed, which is why he hated them. His words silenced the green-haired king of the sewers, who lowered his gaze to the floor. The brave man added that it was all his karma because he was originally a criminal and had signed a contract with some lord of pain. The emotionless Moomin suddenly raised his eyes and looked seriously at his opponent, whose mouth was still open. He asked coldly if the player really thought he could understand him from a couple of pathetic lines of information. The warrior asked if the mercenary was going to launch into a lengthy confession, since he had heard that Kang had also lost his family in the first season. The man's fate was the same, and after that he found himself locked up alone in the real-world fortress of the Black Dragon. Originally, the criminal intended to show this place to his enemy, but even this fake version must have seemed like hell to him. According to him, most of the inhabitants here suffer from poverty and oppression, and the criminals are connected to the government and rule this lawless zone. For example, to see sunlight, one must go to the outskirts of the fortress or climb to the highest area. But if you climb up there, it is swarming with criminals as crazy as Moomin, so people usually go down to the suburbs, pay for a place, and bask in the sun. The young man added that if you don't have money for that, you have to hunt rats and eat them in places where no light penetrates. Smiling, the mercenary asked Yuseon if he believed that this hellish labyrinth was better than the real Black Dragon fortress he had been in. The young man said that he was ready to do anything to get out of that sewer. The main character remembered the words of the guide, who was also ready to do anything to leave this hell. Clutching the hilt of his sword tightly, the young man told himself not to listen to this nonsense. Calm Moomin recounted how he had become a mercenary, lying among the dead in filth, and then grabbed the hand of a forbidden lord and became a player. Without warning, the warrior lunged forward, while the green-haired gentleman continued to trumpet something. The smiling king said that when heroes refuse to escape from Sprite's grasp, he behaves differently. The mercenary willingly knelt before him, and at that moment swung at his opponent. At the last moment, the gentleman managed to thrust his blade forward and successfully blocked the nervous Yuso's attack. The young man remembered the moment when a vile dragon, eager to devour him, was killed before his eyes. At that time, the crying boy was completely confused because there was utter chaos all around him. People were trying their best to evacuate the survivors, and the young man saw a dead woman not far from him. At that time, Park's uncle was comforting Kang Yuso because he had lost his parents, and it was very difficult to come to terms with it. The hero was surrounded by care and attention, while Mumian was being mocked and beaten in every way possible. The angry king did not want to know the villain's backstory, as it could hinder him, but he heard it anyway. Remaining completely calm, the criminal blocked his attack, continuing to mutter something. After trying to strike, he said that the third verse was finished, and it sounded a bit suspicious. Dodging the blow once again, the villain asked if the king agreed that his story was not so boring after all. The gentleman continued to wriggle out of the situation, dodging his opponent, without even a scratch on his body. Finally, Moomin chose the right moment and swung his sword, aiming at his opponent. The warrior kept his cool and was focused, so there was no risk of him losing. At great speed, his opponent rushed into the attack, destroying the stone ground beneath him, but to no avail. The brave warrior was ready for his actions and used his double blades, remaining unperturbed. His opponent was instantly wounded, and his face was splattered with his own blood. Continuing to smile, he asked why Kan Yuseon did not finish the blow and whether he had no intention of cutting off his head. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at his opponent with a frightening look and asked if he really thought he looked pathetic. The fearless fighter simply replied firmly that the king of heroes had no mercy for pathetic villains. This was followed by a sharp upward swing of the sword, which resulted in a serious wound. A deep gash remained on Moomin's body, but he remained conscious, though he felt very heavy. The main character delivered a powerful blow, sending the enemy flying several meters backward and slamming his back against the wall. The criminal was no weakling, so he immediately got to his feet, pressing his sword into the stone floor to keep from collapsing. Smiling, he said that he would not surrender, asking what they had found in the well-known kana. Consumed by rage, the villain rushed into battle, shouting that the young man was just a clown reveling in heroism. Several clones appeared out of nowhere, their attacks aimed at the unperturbed young man. The focused warrior held his swords tightly in his hands, ready to fight back. Without showing even a hint of mercy, he coldly plunged his sword into the body of the villain Moomin, who did not expect it. Seeing the blood spattered everywhere, the merciless player's expression changed, and he even froze for a moment.